If you're a beginner that wants to learn to code, I've got something special for you. A project that takes you from zero to production in just a single video. 12 hours, one project, let's build something amazing together. Hey, I'm Josh. I work as a software engineer at a US-based company, and here's my promise to you. After this video, you'll know exactly from beginning to absolute end how to build a production-ready SaaS application. I will show you step by step how all of the pieces that all together make up this big project fit together. And on the way, I'm going to show you things like best practices. Why do we do some things in software engineering but not others? Code patterns, especially for modern Next.js, to improve both performance and user experience. We'll go over common conventions you'll see in real-world code bases. I've worked at startups, at enterprises, and there are some things we as developers do to make our life easier in big code bases. And dude, along the way, we're just gonna have a lot of fun building something truly amazing. I'm gonna show you VS Code tips and tricks to just make us more productive while we're at it. And listen, this is not your typical tutorial. In this video, we'll deep dive into real world development. Why are we doing what we're doing? And yes, this video is 12 hours long because it's literally all in this video. There is no course I'm gonna try to sell you at the end. I'm not gonna try to sell you access to anything. It's all in this video, and I put it into really easily digestible chapters so you can go completely at your own pace. If you have half an hour today and half an hour tomorrow, this video is the one for you. If at any point you get lost, you can always rewind the video, but also the entire codebase is 100% open source for you to access. And also I made a dedicated Discord forum for this video on my server for any questions that you might have. We're gonna start super slow on the landing page with styling, making things look good, and then slowly move our way up to the more advanced code patterns and concepts. Not only is this app extremely beautiful that we're building today, I even went as far as hiring a professional illustration studio for the artwork. Yes, I did that. Functional because there's a dashboard, secure payment system, and all of that. But the bottom line is, dude, in this video, by the end of it, I want to build your confidence so you know you can get that dev job. Development is not easy, and I want to teach you all the things it takes to become really confident at what you and I do, which is really good software development. Everything about the next 12 hours is completely free. You don't need a credit card. You don't need to subscribe to anything except maybe this channel, dude. And the only reason I can take so much time to make big projects like this happen is because of sponsors. In this video, thank you very much to Clerk, a secure authentication provider we're going to use later on to implement auth to make this possible and sponsoring this video. It really means a lot. If you want to support me, their link is at the very top of the description and they'll know you came from me. So if you click that, that means they might want to work with me again, and thank you very much for that. La real-time SaaS insights delivered to your Discord. Ping-Panda is the easiest way to monitor your SaaS. Get instant notifications for sales, new users, or any other probably positive event that happens in your SaaS sent directly to your Discord. Imagine it like this. There are people, developers, who run their own SaaS business, right? These people are our customers. Then there's us, the people running Ping-Panda, right? We sell our software to other developers that use our API in their own SaaS and that pay us money in return. We provide the API and they pay us money for our Ping-Panda service. That's basically the core business that we're doing here, right? And when an event happens in their SaaS, they can send that to us via our API that we're gonna code step by step together in this video. And we're gonna send that event in a beautifully formatted way to their Discord account so they can monitor the events from their phone, from their PC, wherever, right? They send their event to our API. We provide a beautiful dashboard and everything they need for really advanced data processing, and we'll also send that event to their Discord. Now let's check out this landing page. We've got this. I think this is one of the most beautiful buttons I have ever seen in my life. Hovering this just feels so good. We've got an incredible demo right here on the landing page of a fully featured Discord UI with micro mouse interactions and everything that you can think of. We literally make the Discord UI on this landing page with beautifully animated events. This is what it actually looks like as one of our customers. When an event happens, we notify them like this, right? With a beautifully formatted Discord message in real time. Check this part of the landing page out. I think this is one of the most complex and at the same time beautiful bento grids. We've got real-time notifications, track any event, track any properties in your API call with a super easy integration to it. Everything, all the illustrations, everything is provided in this video for you for absolutely free. And we're finishing this landing page with a really strong testimonial section. And again, probably one of the most beautiful buttons you've ever seen. Now, let's go ahead and start for free today, right? What happens? First off, we're going to authenticate the user securely using Clerk, the sponsor of this video. Let's log in here. I'm going to use my Josh Tried Coding account, and that's going to take us right here. Beautiful, to the Ping Panda dashboard with a professional illustration of a panda waving hello. Right? And we've got two options here in our dashboard. We can follow the quick start. We make it really easy for our customers to get started with our software, or we could manually add our own category. When do we want to be notified? When a user signs up, when we get a sale event, we can select a beautiful preset of colors and emojis right here and create our own event. Or let's actually just try the quick start. Once we press this, there are gonna be 3 categories automatically inserted into our dashboard: a bug, a sale event, and a question event. And you can customize these however you want, right? If you don't need one, just get rid of it. Let's just forget about the question event right here, and automatically and instantly the data in our dashboard is refreshed using React Query, one of the most common and most useful ways to fetch data in React that you're going to learn step by step in this video together with me. Let's go into our sale event page, and we can see right here when we created that and some interesting statistics about it, and we can view all the events right here. We provide our users with all the data they need to make their first request to our API, right? This is our tracking API. Of course, if you deploy this project, as we're gonna do at the very end together, step by step, then the actual deployment URL is gonna go here, and bam, you got an actual working SaaS, right? Now, our users can make a request from anywhere they want, any framework, any language, it does not matter, because our API is super compatible. Normally, this will happen from their SaaS directly. If somebody purchases their Pro plan, they can automatically trigger a request to our API with the category they want to track the event for and any data that they want, the amount, how much money they made, the plan, the email, the user ID, it does not matter. We're super flexible. And once I hit send on this request, 2 things will happen in real time. First off, our page is going to update without us actually updating the page. Bam, there we go. I did not press anything. We listened to an incoming event and automatically show the events for today, aggregate all the numbers inside of the request, and show one of the most beautiful and most functional tables I have ever seen. We can sort by date. If I send this request again, you're going to see the beautiful loading state right here. We thought about everything for the full user experience. I really like this, with a fully functional table where we can sort and all the good stuff using a super scalable functional approach to building tables. We see the dates, when this happened, the plan that was purchased, the amount, and any custom data. And we can also see something that is really interesting, the delivery status. That means the Discord message was actually delivered successfully. We can see there are 2 new messages for each of the 2 events I just triggered from Ping Panda, and those are sale events. Our users can always see in real time exactly what's going on in their app as it is happening. Now, what about the SaaS aspect? What turns this into a SaaS? By the way, we can also filter by week, by month, and all the good stuff with beautiful loading states in between all of that. Let's navigate back into our main dashboard. And let's upgrade our plan. We can see right now 2 of 100 events are used. Yes, in this video, we're implementing a complete quota tracking system step by step together on top of all of the rest. Right now, we're on the free plan, but we want a pro membership, so let's do it. Once we click the upgrade now to increase your limit, we're automatically taken to a checkout page. By the way, we also land on the same checkout page if we go to one of the most beautiful pricing pages I've ever seen that we're gonna do together in this video as well. For lifetime access, invest once in Ping Panda and transform how you monitor your SaaS with 10,000 real-time events, advanced analytics, and priority support. And once we click right here, get Ping Panda, we're taken to the same checkout page. So let's do this. I'm gonna enter my credit card information right here. And once that's done processing, we're gonna get sent to one of the most beautiful payment thank you modals I hope that you have ever seen. Upgrade successful. Your account has been upgraded. Let's go back to our dashboard. Here we are. And once we now navigate to the Pro membership page right here under our account, we can see our events have been upgraded. And now we have 1000 events and we have 10 categories instead of the 3 that we had previously. And for each request, we are validating that the user is actually within their quota, so they have a really good reason to upgrade their plan. Every single thing I just showed you, including the beautiful UI design, is included in this single video, and I'm really excited to build this together with you. And I hope you are too. So if you're ready, let's go ahead and let's actually get started building. Hey, me and Shrek give you a very warm welcome into this complete project build. Now, to get started, I'm gonna go to my desktop because that's where I want this project to live. But of course, you do you go wherever works for you, man. And I'm gonna say cd desktop right here. That's gonna navigate to our desktop. CD means change directory, by the way. And now to get this project started, usually I always use the npx create next app. And in this video, we're gonna do something very similar, but slightly different. It's almost exactly like the create next app, but with a slight difference. That is in the backend that we're gonna get to later. That is called the JStack. So let's head to the JStack repository. I'm gonna link in the description. And don't worry, this is not a super advanced, super opinionated boilerplate or anything. This is very closely related to the Create Next app. The only difference here is pretty much one certain folder, the server folder right here. We're gonna get there when it gets important. We're gonna start very slow in super standard Next.js. So you can totally follow along using the normal Next.js CLI, but I recommend using the JStack. And by the way, if you're cool, please just star the repo. It would honestly mean a lot to me because I made this, right? And it's basically a stack that lets us confidently ship high performance, low cost Next.js apps. And it's really, really useful to learn the basics of really good web development. And that's, as I said, gonna become important later. So either use the standard Next.js CLI if you want. I recommend following along here with the JStack. You can either download the folder or copy the GitHub link right here on the GitHub repository. And then let's head right back over to our desktop. Let's minimize out of this. And we can now simply say git clone, paste in the link to the JStack GitHub repository, and then give this any name that you want. I'm gonna say, for example, ping-panda. And this is pretty much, as I said, exactly like the Next.js CLI. Let's open this up in VS Code. And before that, by the way, let's navigate into that ping-panda folder. And then say code dot, which is basically a shorthand for opening the current folder in VS Code. And now again, this is not a super opinionated boilerplate. I find those pretty hard to engage with, right? As a beginner, I want to start from a point that I understand, and so do you, right? So we're gonna start as if this is super standard Next.js, and the server folder, which is not default in Next.js, is only gonna become important later, and you're really gonna learn to appreciate it because it makes API requests a lot easier. That's basically all the JStack does, and it gives us a lot of deployment freedom. But we're gonna get there when we get there. Right now, it's really not that important. There's one or two things, however, which we right now actually don't need because they're gonna complicate some things for us. Oh, and by the way, let's actually install the packages. The Next.js CLI automatically does this for you, and we can just do this as well. Let's say pnpm install or npm install or yarn install. Which package manager you use for this really doesn't matter. I like pnpm personally because it has a really good cache, so it's a pretty fast package manager. I like to recommend it. If you use yarn or npm, it really does not matter. Let's install all the packages and then delete one or two things in the JStack that for our use case today we really don't need. For example, in our source server procedures.ts. And by the way, this is just some setup we need to do once. It's going to take like 1 minute and then we're completely done. We can remove the extended database middleware. This middleware is meant for deployment to Cloudflare. In this video, at the very end, we're going to deploy step by step together to Vercel for simplicity and not Cloudflare. So we can completely get rid of this extended database middleware. Simply get rid, by the way, cool little trick, of all unused imports using Shift, Alt, and O. That's just a nice VS Code hack for you. And then we're done in the procedures file. This is really it. And as I said, we're going to learn all about procedures and why they're such a nice way of creating back-end APIs when we get there, right? Let's not rush it. And pretty much the only thing to do now is we can already go ahead and hook up our database. Right? We're going to need a database sooner or later. We can get rid of that at the very start of this video. It takes like 2 minutes and then we're done and we can get started on the landing page, right? I'm going to go with a neon.tech database. This is serverless Postgres. This is not sponsored whatsoever. I like them, I think they're great, and for this project specifically, they offer a very generous free tier. So I recommend following along with a neon.tech free Postgres database. They don't require a credit card or anything, as I mentioned just in the intro, right? You don't need a credit card for this. Everybody gets one free database here on Neon, and because I'm a subscribed member, because I also run my actual SaaS on here, I do have a bit more, right? It's like 97 more, but you will have at least one, right? So you can follow along for absolutely free. Let's name this Ping Panda. Let's choose our region. For me, that's going to be Frankfurt because that's closest to me. And that's already it. We can just go ahead and create our project. By the way, I was already logged in here. Maybe you need to log in first if you've never used Neon, but you can just go ahead, create an account really quick, create a database just as I did right here. And that's going to give us the only thing we need, which is our database password. It's basically a really long string that we can show right here. Let's actually go ahead and copy the string. And that's what we use in our project to connect to our Prisma database, or rather our Postgres database via Prisma, the ORM that the JStack uses under the hood. So all we need to do is to basically create a .env file in the root of our project. And if you've never heard of what this is, it's an environment file. Sensitive pieces of information go in the .env file. Like, for example, our database underscore URL, right? This is a very important piece of information that nobody should ever get access to besides ourselves, right? So this is never actually committed to GitHub, for example, right? Or to any kind of remote. This is always just local on your machine. And then we also set these from where we deploy our app. But so this should never be seen by anyone but yourself. It's for very sensitive pieces of information. After we set our database URL here, the only thing that's left to do is now run the npx prisma db push command. Essentially, what this does is it takes our local Prisma schema under Prisma and then the schema.prisma, which is just an example provided by the JStack. We can get rid of this later, no problem whatsoever, and basically syncs our remote database to this local state, right? So the remote database is synchronized to our local file right here. Let's close out of all of those files because we don't need them anymore. And there's this really useful button here in VS Code at the very top where we can collapse folders right here and everything will be minimized all at once. Beautiful. Now let's go into our source app and then our page.tsx. This is a default page provided by JStack to show some best practices on how to fetch data in here. Honestly, we're going to write our completely own landing page. This is an example to get an idea of how the stack works. But since we're going to go through it step by step together later, we can just get rid of all of this and just write our own landing page and make it look good and get started that way into this project build. Oh, by the way, one other thing, we can also actually delete the bun.logb that's in our project by default. Because we're using pnpm here, because at the very start we used pnpm to install our packages and not bun, which JStack does by default, but it only works on Mac, right? They do have a Windows integration, but I feel like it's much nicer to use on Mac. Let's just get rid of it. We're using pnpm, or maybe you're using npm or yarn, and you can get rid of the bun.logb as well. And now let's actually start right here on our page. let's define a basic page right here, and let's just return a p tag that says page from here. And don't forget to export default page. So that's going to be the content that shows up once you navigate to the actual root. So let's reload this, and there you can see it just says page right here. I'm going to move this into kind of a split screen. There we go, just so it's easier to see what's going on at the same time. Beautiful. And let's go ahead and create this super beautiful landing page that I showed you in the very beginning of the video. This is going to happen inside of something that's called a React fragment. And this is basically just an empty JSX tag that allows us to put multiple sections times 5 and then hit tab, which is a really cool trick. It's called emmet, right? It allows us to do this shorthand for HTML, where we can basically say any HTML tag and hit div tab. That's going to create the tag. One thing you might not have known is we can also enter times 5, and once we hit tab, that's going to actually create 5 of those instances, right? That's pretty cool. And in our case, we want 4, not 5 sections right here inside of our fragment. And if we didn't have the fragment, by the way, that's not how React works, right? You always have to have one child right here. And cannot find them. Well, let's just reload our window. Sometimes TypeScript kind of messes up. There we go, the error is now cleared. If you're wondering how I just did that, reload the TypeScript server. You can do that manually. Reload TypeScript, what is it called? TypeScript reload project, or you can also say developer reload window after pressing Shift, Control, and P, right? So that just kind of restarts your VS Code, and sometimes that does fix some really annoying TypeScript errors that just shouldn't be there, like the section one we just had. Okay, dude, beautiful. Let's start styling this. The main section is gonna get a class name of relative, a padding y of 24, so a vertical padding. On small devices, a padding y of 32, and a BG brand of 25. Let's open this section up, and inside of here, we're gonna create a custom component called a max with wrapper. And what this custom component allows us to do is, it's gonna be a very simple component, but what it does is it unifies the styling across our entire application. We can always use this reusable component and make sure that the width on our landing page and in the dashboard and so on is always gonna be the same, right? So it very much adds to the look of our apps, and that's also gonna show us how to create a nice reusable component. And we're gonna do that inside of our app folder right here, inside of our components folder. That should already be there from the JStack, right? If it's not for any reason, if you're following along without the JStack or something, then go ahead and create a components folder inside of your app folder right here. We can actually, let's delete the post later when we delete the post router. Let's just create a new file in here for now called the max with wrapper. .tsx and hit enter. Now, inside of the max with wrapper, we're gonna say export const max with wrapper, what we just called it. This is gonna be equal to nothing else than a standard arrow function. Now, we're gonna return a div at the top level from this max with wrapper. However, we are gonna do something that makes this component super reusable, and that is receive props. We're gonna receive 2 props in this component, the class name and also the children right here. And we can also type this as the max with wrapper props right here. If you're not familiar with TypeScript syntax, basically we can accept the props and then tell TypeScript right away what is going to be the type of those props. And to tell TypeScript what the type will be, because of course, how should it know, right? We also need to define this interface, the max with wrapper props right here. We can do it above the component, and we need to specify each prop that we accept right here in the interface as well. So TypeScript knows, what the hell is going on. The class name is going to be optional and of type string, right? So it's optional. That's why we have this question mark here. We don't have to pass it from the parent, but if we do, it's going to be of type string. And the children are going to be of type React node that we get from React right here. Beautiful. Okay. Now, inside of this max with wrapper, the div that we're going to return is also going to get a class name. And that class name is gonna be dynamic, and it's gonna contain something called a cn helper function right here from the @/utils. Now, I agree that this might be a bit abstract. If you've never used the cn helper function before, what is it? Where does it live? What does it do, right? This is not something that standard Next.js has, so let's review it. It exists right here in our source folder under utils.ts. That is where the cn helper function is defined. And basically it uses two libraries called clsx and Tailwind merge. Why does it do that? In basic Tailwind, the styling system that we use in this app, it has a pretty big flaw, let's say. I'm just going to show you an example. Take a look at this. You don't need to follow along. If we have a BG red of 500 and a BG white, these are two opposing class names. One cancels out the other. They are conflicting, right? Tailwind doesn't know which one should I really apply now, because they do the same thing. They both apply a background color, right? So they conflict. Which background color should I now use? And in regular Tailwind, the way this is determined is actually the CSS file that is generated by Tailwind will determine how this is evaluated, because one is going to be literally above the other. It's going to be BG red 500, the class, and then it's going to be BG-white, for example, in the generated CSS file, right? Or it's going to be the other way around. And of course, the one that's lower in the CSS file is going to determine which one is actually applied. But that's out of our control. This is not nice. This is not the behavior we want. Intuitively, what you would assume is that the latter one overrides the first one. But the order in the class name actually does not matter at all in Tailwind. And so it does. So the latter overrides the first. That is basically what the cn helper function does with Tailwind merge, as well as clsx that allows us to have conditional class names. So let me show you how this looks. We can have our cn helper function, which stands for class name. That's why it's cn, by the way. It's a class name helper. And first off, we can define the class name that is always applied, the default style that's always applied to this div element, which is going to be a height of full, an mx of auto, a width of full, a maximum width of screen XL, a padding x of 2.5, and on medium devices, a padding x of 20. Okay, let's format that. And what we can now do is, because we use the cn helper function, we can merge it with our class name. Now, anytime we pass a class name from wherever we call the max width wrapper, like for example in our page.tsx, let's import that. And if we were to now pass a class name from here that conflicts with one of the default styles, that is totally okay, because now we want to override that style from the parent and it will actually work. If we wanted to apply a different padding on the parent, that can have really good reasons, right, for reusability. If we want to have this padding x of 4 right here, to override this, now it works in our cn helper function. If we didn't have the function, we would rely on this being lower in the generated CSS file, which might or might not be the case, right? So that's why the cn helper function is super, super useful, and you'll see it in a lot of modern Next.js projects, and because it is so useful. And now you know how to use it and what it does. And inside of this div, we're going to render out the children, which is basically whatever we're going to put between the two tags of the max width wrapper right here, right? So what is going to be contained in that container? For example, a div element, right? And as soon as we put the div, you can see the max width wrapper is happy. Now it has those children that it wants to have. By the way, the class name here was just an example. Actually, we're going to give it just a text center class name, and that's going to be it for the max width wrapper. Now the div we created in here is going to get a class name of relative, in mx auto, which is going to center it automatically, a text-center flex-call for vertical flex alignment, an items-center, and a gap of 10. By the way, this goes both vertically and horizontally. If you just wanted to apply one, you could do gap x or gap y of 10. Just as a nice tip, we're going to use the normal gap of 10 here. So it's always applied in every direction, which is exactly what we want. Beautiful. Inside of here goes one more div, And inside of that div is gonna go a heading element. Now we could just inline this heading. Don't follow along. I'm just showing this to you with an H1. But again, to make sure that all headings in our entire app look the same, look exactly like we want, let's turn this into a reusable component as well. And that component is gonna live, you could have guessed it, in our components folder. Let's create a new file called heading.tsx in our components folder. And inside of this heading file, we're gonna say export const heading. And this is gonna be equal to nothing else than a standard arrow function that also receives props. What are the props that we want to receive? It's gonna be the children, the class name, and lastly, any other prop that is passed into this heading component, which is a super cool way of achieving reusability in React components that I'm gonna show you right now. Now, of course, for TypeScript to know what the hell is going on here, let's type this as the heading props. You remember, we can define the interface heading props right above our actual component to tell TypeScript what is going to be the type of the props that we receive here. And in our case, that's going to be the children, which are going to be optional and type React node, which is basically like any React component. And the rest we can actually get by extends right here the heading props by the HTML attributes. There we go. Import that from React right up here. This takes a generic and we can pass in the HTML heading element. Now, if this is the first time you use the syntax, whoa, what just happened? Essentially, we just told TypeScript that this heading props can take any prop that you can pass to an HTML heading tag. What does that mean? If you render out an H1 element, you can see there are a lot of props you can pass to it. And what we just said by doing this is you can pass any prop that you can pass into a normal heading element into this heading component as well, right? So we can just forward that prop to whatever we return from our component. So in our case, that's gonna be an H1 element. And we want to give this a class name that's going to be dynamic with our cn helper function for reusability. Again, remember, right? So we can apply a default class name and then override it from wherever we call the heading component. The default is going to be a text of 4XL. On small devices, a text of 5XL, so it's going to be pretty large. A text pretty, which is basically the text to wrap, right? So it's going to look really, really nice. A font dash heading, which is a specific font that the JStack ships by default, that is defined, by the way. Yeah, I'm going to show you that in a second. Let's not get distracted here. A font heading, a font semi-bold, a tracking dash tight, because that tends to look really good on headlines, so the letters are a bit closer together, right? Under the hood, it's the letter spacing. And lastly, we want to apply a text zinc of 800 to this H1 element. Right? And now to merge this with whatever might come in, that's going to be our class name that is passed from the parent component, right? Which is optional. And lastly, we're going to spread in ... all the other props that we receive. So basically, rendering a heading element is now basically the same as rendering any one of these H1 elements, right? Just with additional styling applied to it. So it's absolutely reusable. And inside of our H1, we're going to render out the children, so the text that we want to have inside of the heading. Now, I realize this might have been a bit abstract, but let's use this heading and it's going to become very clear what this does. So, right here, inside of our div, let's import the heading element, bam, and let's say, for example, the actual heading that we want to use. It's going to be real-time SaaS insights, comma, and we're going to expand on that later. Once we save that, you can see that pop up right here, real-time SaaS insights, comma, beautiful. And now if we take a look at all the props that we can pass into the heading, it's everything that a normal H1 already takes, right? So it's completely reusable. And if we want to override any styles, like the class name on how large this is for this specific instance of where we render it, we can. Text small, if we wanted it to be small, right? And did I mess something up? Why? Oh, because we're not on a small device. There we go. Now the text is really small. right? So we can override this from wherever we want, but the defaults are there and the defaults look really good. So this component is now super, super reusable, and now you know how to do just that reusability yourself in all future components that we make, that you make in your own project. It's a super valuable thing to know. Beautiful. Now, so we have a couple more styling options. We're gonna wrap this real-time SaaS insights inside of a span element. So cut it out using Control X and wrapping it inside of a span element. Below the span, we're gonna insert a break element to kind of visually space things out. And right below that, we're gonna say delivered to your Discord, and we're also gonna capitalize the Y of your and hit save. Beautiful. That looks really good. Let's give this a bit more space. Okay, there we go. And we can apply a super nice style that I want to show you to this deliver to your Discord, and that is gonna be relative, a BG gradient to R to right, a from brand 700 to brand 800, a text transparent, and lastly a BG clip text. And what this allows us to do is to apply a gradient to our text that shines through, and it looks like the gradient is actually on the text, right? It looks super, super nice. By the way, one thing I haven't explained to you yet that is default in the JStack, but doesn't have, or it's not present in Tailwind by default, is this, the from brand and to brand. What is this brand 800, brand 700? Basically, it's a built-in design system into JStack. All it is a Tailwind config setting, right? So if we go to our tailwind.config.ts inside of the root of our project, you can see the colors are extended by something called brand, which is this nice, decent blue marine color that we have right here on the page. Now for Pink Panda specifically, we kind of want to change that. The colors are going to be a bit different. We want like a purple color for Pink Panda, right? So what I always do in these videos is I prepare something called a copy paste list for you. So you don't need to type all this yourself. It's just a, we want to learn how to write code patterns and good stuff, right? How to actually progress as software engineers and learn cool concepts, patterns, and so on, and not type hex color codes, right? So I prepared a copy paste list so we don't have to do that ourselves. And the first item on this list is gonna be right here, the colors that we want to replace in our colors config, involving the brand colors and also some Discord specific colors that we can already set while we're at it. That's totally cool. We're gonna need them in a second once we get to the beautifully animated Discord demo on the landing page, right? So once we save the Tailwind config with those in place, we can see that our colors changed. Beautiful, so we know it works. It's now a more purple-ish kind of color, right? And it looks really, really nice with this gradient effect in the background. Awesome. Okay, so after the heading and after one closing div, let's create a p tag right here. And this is gonna say Ping Panda is the easiest way to monitor your SaaS. Get instant notifications for, and let's put this in a span element so we can style it a bit differently. Sales, and I think I just voice cracked there, sales, new users, or any other event. And now outside of the span and before the p tag, send directly to your Discord. And now the reason we put this inside of a span element is so we can apply a font semi-bold and a text gray of 700 to the span element. And to the p tag, we're gonna apply a text base /7, which is basically a shorthand for both the font size and the line height in one. So this looks really, really clean. It looks nicer than if we just had text base. It also defines a nice line height for it. Let's give it a text gray of 600, a maximum width of prose, a text dash center, and a text dash pretty as well. So it wraps very, very nicely, and save that. Beautiful. Ping Panda is the easiest way to monitor your SaaS, yada, yada, yada. That looks awesome. Okay. Now, below the p tag, let's create a UL in unordered list and hit tab. And this UL is going to get a class name, which is going to be space y2, a text base /7, a text gray of 600, a text left, flex, flex dash call, items dash center, and on small devices, items dash start. All right, now inside of this UL, let's create the list elements that should go inside of it. And for that, one neat little trick we can do is just create an inline array with all the items we want in there. Like, for example, as a string, real-time Discord alerts for critical events. So these are going to be the bullet points with little check marks in front of them in the hero section. Many hero sections have them. They do increase conversion and they look really, really nice. We're going to say buy once, use forever as the second bullet point, and as the third item in the array, track sales, new users, or any other event. Beautiful. Now we can map over this array .map and get access to each item and the index of that item inside of the callback function that the map takes. We're going to return some JSX right away, right here. And that's going to be an li element at the top level. Because we're mapping, this needs a key, and we can just use the index as the key. And give each li element a class name of flex, gap 1.5, an items dash center, and a text of left. Awesome. Now, inside of the li element, we're going to first render out the actual item, so the text, right? Once we save that, you can see what happens. The real-time Discord alerts, buy once, use forever, track sales. Now this is indented a bit weird. Don't worry, that will be fixed, but let's kind of give this more space. Okay, now it looks good. Anyways, and let's also render out the icon. Don't worry, we're gonna fix that. It's gonna look really, really good once we're done here. And we're gonna render out a check icon. Now, where does this check icon come from? I usually use a icon library called lucid.dev, Lucid React, right? It's a nice icon library with like 1,500 icons, all built in, completely free to use, open source. It just has a lot of icons, and we can use it right here in our project by saying npm install lucid react and hit enter. That's going to install the icon package into our app. We can right away go ahead and start backup or development server using yarn dev or npm run dev, pnpm run dev. It really doesn't matter. And then go ahead and import this check element. Now, if you have the case where you just installed an npm package and you now want to import from it, sometimes the auto imports don't work. And what usually fixes that is hitting Control Shift and P and reloading your developer window and hit enter. That's going to restart basically the entirety of VS Code while keeping your dev server running, by the way, which is really cool. And of course, now it doesn't work. Usually it works, man. Anyways, then let's just import it manually. Let's import the check from Lucid React. Anyways, of course it doesn't work once I want to show you that. Maybe it even worked for you, who knows. Anyways, let's give this check a class name, and that's going to be a size of 5. By the way, this is just a shorthand for width and height at the same time, right? So it's the same as width 5, height 5. It's just size 5. It's kind of a nice shorthand. A shrink of 0, so it doesn't get smaller than the size of 5, and a text brand of 700. And hit save. Now, once we reload our page, let's see what happens. There we are. Okay, real-time Discord alerts, buy once, use forever, track sales, new users, or any other event. And by the way, I think this would look better if you just always had the items at the start. Like this. Yeah, this looks nicer. If you go into full screen, now this looks really, really nice. Perfect indentation. Let's leave it like this. This looks awesome. I just removed the item center that we had before right here in the UL class name. And by the way, one little detail, there's a space missing after event. So let's go ahead and add that here, a JavaScript space. There we go. Now there's a space by here. Perfect. And now the only thing that's missing in our hero section is a beautiful call to action button that is super enticing to click for users. That people just want to click on, you know? And I want to show you exactly how I did that in my production SaaS that I run. It's this button right here, and it works. People sign up for it a lot. And I mean, I put a lot of effort into the software, but part of it might just be that the button looks really fun to click. Just look at this. It's beautiful. Now I'm going to show you right now exactly how to do it inside of our app right here. How to do the same button that people really, really want to click and sign up for your service. Right? So let's do that together. It's going to happen below our UL, below the unordered list. And let's create a div right here. This div is going to get a class name of width full, and a maximum width of 80. So it's always going to fill up this width if it can, right? It can get smaller, which is the point. And inside of here, we're going to create a custom component called a shiny button. That's the name I came up with. You know, it gets the point across, right? It's kind of comical, like a shiny button. Anyways, we're going to create that component together right now. Let's create a new file called shiny-button.tsx. And inside of here, we're going to create a super reusable, enticing, nice looking button together. So let's export a const shiny button from here. And this is going to be nothing else than a standard arrow function, of course. What else? Right? Again, we're going to receive props in here, and to let TypeScript know what type those props will be, we can call them shiny button props and define them right above our component. Interface shiny button props. We're going to extend this by, we did this before, remember what this does, the anchor HTML attributes, which is a type that we get from React that takes a generic of the HTML anchor element. Right? And then we can also add custom properties inside of the object. So basically what we're saying is accept every prop to this component that a normal anchor tag also does. Beautiful, let's format that. And we can now destructure a couple of props in our shiny button. For example, the class name. We can also destructure the children, and we can also say that everything else we're just gonna spread as the props. So we can forward it as is to the anchor tag, which in our case is not going to be a standard anchor tag, but the Next.js link version of that anchor tag with an href that is going to be, we can also go ahead and destructure that actually. Let's grab the href right here, pass it into our link and string or undefined. Okay, so let's say if this is undefined or null, then we're going to default it to hashtag. So it's not going to do anything. And TypeScript is going to be happy. And of course, we're going to pass that wherever we render out the shiny button. Now, the class name is going to be the most interesting part because that's what handles. Oh, and by the way, let's return this link. So we follow, standard React practices of returning the JSX from the component. Now, the class name, as I wanted to say, is going to be the most interesting part because that involves a lot of really cool styles that make this button look so good, as I just showed you. So bear with me here. We're going to style this together, and once we're done, you're going to see how nice the button looks. It's going to be a group, relative, flex, transform, items-center, justify-center, a gap of 2, an overflow-hidden, a white space no wrap, so we always stay in one line, a rounded MD for medium, border white, BG brand 700, padding X of 8, text base /7 for the line height, as I mentioned to you earlier, a font medium, a text of white, a transition-all, this is going to be important later, a duration of 300 that controls the speed of the animation, on hover, a ring 2, on hover, a ring brand 700, on hover, a ring offset of 2, so a little bit of spacing between the button and the outline, a focus outline none, a focus ring of 2, and last class, I promise, a focus ring offset of 2, and then we're done. Beautiful. Now the reason we use our cn helper function is so we can merge this with a class name from wherever we use this component to make it absolutely reusable. And last thing to make it more reusable is spreading in all the props that we receive in the component. Right, so we can style it from wherever we call it, just like any other HTML anchor. Beautiful. Now, inside of this link, we're going to render out a span element that gets a class name of relative, a z index of 10, flex items-center, and a gap of 2. Inside of this span element, we're going to render out 2 things. First off, the children, which is likely going to be the text of the button. And secondly, an arrow right icon that we get from Lucid React. This one is going to get a class name of size 4, a shrink of 0, a text white, transition-transform, a duration 300, an ease in out animation, and on group hover. So whenever somebody hovers the link tag that we marked as a group, right here, whenever that's hovered, we can make this child react with pure CSS, which is really, really cool. A translate x of, and then in angled brackets for a custom value that we want to enter right here, 2px. So a very slight shift to the right that the arrow is going to make once we hover the link. There's a really nice subtle detail that we can add. Let's save our shiny button and import it from our parent, and also put some text in here, of course. So what do we want the shiny button to say? Let's make it say start for free today, and hit save. Now the button is already gonna be there, but the main animation that goes across is not yet, right? The little light bar that moves from left to right on hover that looks so cool is not there just yet. So let's implement that as well. It's more simple than you think probably, but it looks so much nicer with it. This is going to be a self-closing div below or span, so on the same level as the span, and it's going to get a class name of ease and then a custom ease class that we want to give this, which is going to be cubic Bezier. I have no idea how to pronounce this. I probably just butchered the hell out of that. And in here, we're going to pass 4 values. It's going to be 0.19, 1, 0.22, and 1. This is just honestly something that I copied from somewhere. I didn't come up with this myself. It just looks good. That's all the magic there is to it. An absolute, a minus left, minus, and then in angled brackets, 75px to keep it out of the image once the button is not hovered. A minus top, minus in angled brackets for a custom value, 50px. A minus z, minus 10 to move it to the background. A height of, in angled brackets, 155px. A width of 8. A rotate of a custom value 35 deg for degrees, right? Then a BG of white, an opacity of 20, a transition all, a duration of 500, not 300 like the others, so a bit longer. And on group hover, we're gonna say left of 120%, so a bit more, so it kind of goes out on the right side. And once we now hover over this button, look at this, dude. Beautiful. Now, it's kind of small, right? It's not very high, so let's quickly go ahead and fix that by passing a class name into our shiny button from where we call it, right? Which is going to be a relative z index of 10, height 14 with full text base, shadow large, transition shadow, duration 300, and hover shadow XL. And hit save. And it looks so much better now. Look at this, dude. There's a shadow once we hover. There's the ring once we hover. There's the arrow moving very subtly to the right and the light bar moving across. This is a really, really cool button to put on your website. That it just looks fun to click. You just want to click it, right? So what happens when a user clicks it? All it's gonna do is it's gonna lead them to the sign up page where they can sign up with their Google account or email password, whatever they want, to our service, right? That's our call to action. Really, really nice. Hell yeah, dude. Very, very nice. And by the way, one thing we can do is kind of zoom out. So the page is just gonna look a bit nicer here on the right-hand side. All right. Beautiful. By the way, what we can also do is kind of go ahead and sketch out how we want this to look. And that is gonna be pretty much the landing page. Now, one thing I didn't mention yet is the navbar. And we're gonna have like the dashboard link in the navbar and the link to log in and the logo like up here. And of course, like little footer, but that's just, I guess we could also kind of paint it here. Beautiful, and that's gonna be our landing page. And yeah, I just wanted to show you kind of like the overview of what we're doing step by step here. And then the dashboard is gonna lead to the actual, dashboard, as you can probably imagine, where all the data creation and modification and deletion even is gonna happen. This is pretty back-end heavy, which can be really, really fun, especially in the JStack. It is really, really fun. And because I'm gonna show you a lot of cool called patterns, modern Next.js patterns that we can use, data fetching patterns between server and client. And this dashboard is going to be a really, really cool part of this whole build. All right, that is kind of the general overview. We've already done the heading. It looks pretty nice. That is the business I'm building, by the way. Just if you're wondering, yeah, it's collect, manage, and embed reviews as code. That's where I showed you the button. That's where I got it from. So a lot of the cool patterns and techniques and so on, I learned while developing SaaS myself. That SaaS actually has some customers, and you learn so much from building your own SaaS, which is why I want to build this right here together with you, you know, and now with our kind of guideline on what to do when, that is much easier. So let's take a look. What do we want to do next? Either the Discord demo or the navbar with some basic auth setup. And I think it's easier if we just do the navbar real quick, because the integration is super straightforward and we can implement authentication right now. Let's just do it, and then the Discord demo. So let's head over to our preview right here, and let's create a new file for our navbar. Let's just kind of close out of all of this, and we're gonna create that navbar right here in our app folder, components, and then let's create a navbar.tsx. Awesome. Okay, now inside of this navbar, let's say export const navbar, and as you can probably guess, this is nothing else than a standard arrow function returning a nav element with semantic HTML, yes sir, at the very top right here. And of course we want to return that React node. This is gonna get a class name of sticky, so it always stays fixed at the top, a z of, let's do 100 in angled brackets for a custom value, a height of 16, an inset x of 0, so it actually spans from the left completely to the right, a top of 0, a width of full, a border -b for bottom, a border gray 200, a bg white, a backdrop blur of large, so the stuff that's behind it is going to be like blurred a little bit, and a transition all. This is a super underrated property, by the way, the backdrop. It looks really, really nice. You can see it applies quite a bit of CSS, but it looks really cool. You're going to see that here. And maybe to make it a bit more clear, let's give it a background white of 80. And this is the opacity. So we're giving it 80% opacity on the background to kind of see the blur come through a bit more. Inside of here, we're going to use our max width wrapper to have unified width across the entire app. Yes, that's what it's really useful for. And inside of here, one more div element with a class name of flex, a height of 16, items-center, and lastly, a justify between. There we go. Let's open up this div. Inside of here goes a link element, because one of the most fundamental conventions in web development is that a logo on the top left of the navbar always leads to the homepage. Always, always, always. So let's give this an href of /, which is just our homepage, and also a class name of flex, a z index of, let's say, 40 to make it stand out, and a font of semi-bold. There we go. Inside of here, we're going to say ping, and then inside of a span element, so we can style it differently, panda. And the style we are going to apply to this span is going to be a text, a brand of 700. There we go. Let's save that. And because we've never imported the navbar anywhere, we're not going to see that change pop up in our page here on the right hand side, right? That's not ideal, so let's go ahead and change that. Let's go into our file tree, and then let's create a new folder in the app folder and call it in parentheses landing. And this is a Next.js specific thing that we can do that basically tells Next.js, do not include this in the URL. This is just for our internal structuring. So what happens now, if we create a layout, let's say a new file inside the landing folder in parentheses, layout.tsx, then this layout is only going to apply to all pages inside of the landing and sub pages, but it doesn't conflict with the root layout, right? So you're going to see exactly what this is good for if we move the main page.tsx inside of this landing folder. Now our layout that we just created or are about to create will apply to the landing page, but we can make it not apply to pages that are on the same level. So for example, later on, we're going to have like the dashboard here as well, right? And if we defined some styles in the root layout, then both the landing page and the dashboard would have those styles applied, which is not necessarily what we want. So to correctly apply styles exactly where we want them, we can use this method right here of wrapping something in parentheses, right? Or page is not /landing/ page or something now. No, it's just the main page. Nothing changes except that the layout now applies to our landing page. That's really all it is. Let's define our layout, right? Enough yapping from my side. Let's actually go ahead and create the layout. Export default layout right here. And from here, we're simply going to return a React fragment. And inside of this React fragment, we're going to create or import rather our navbar. And then we want to render out the content that follows, right? And we can receive that content as the children into the layout. And of course, we also need to provide that type, and that is going to be of React node that we get from React. And all we need to do now is to render out the children below the navbar. And just like that, as soon as we save this layout, you're going to see, why do we have an error in our page? You see what happened? Because we moved our page into a subfolder, the imports broke, right? And we can definitely prevent that by making these something called absolute imports. What does that mean? It's basically a much nicer convention of importing components into your app. So what we can do inside of our tsconfig.json is specify something called paths, right? So every time we say /, by the way, if you're wondering where we are, this is at the very root, the tsconfig.json right here. It contains something called paths. So every time we have an / somewhere in our imports, this is actually under the hood going to resolve to source and then the path that we enter, right? So let's see how we can apply that. Where is our, and let's give this a bit more space just for now, where is our heading located? It's under source, app, then components, heading, right? So if we did /, then what does that resolve to? That's, let's look it up, ./source, then it's /app, /components, /heading. And every time we move this file anywhere, this import is not going to change. It's going to remain the exact same, which is really, really powerful. And we can do the same for the other components, @/app/components, the max width wrapper, and the same thing for the @/app/components shiny button. And just like that, wherever we move the page, these imports are never going to break again because they always resolve to the source under the hood, and they're not relative anymore. Now they are absolute from the source and not relative to this file and wherever it is. That's really, really cool in the pattern that I want to show you. All right, now let's get back to where we were. That's the layout right here. We've already saved that. And what you should be able to see is if we now reload our page, the navbar is now applied to our landing page, but it won't be applied to the dashboard page that we are going to create later. Really, really nice because of this certain naming convention here. Beautiful. So let's actually go ahead and do the navbar. So below our link tag is where we're going to create one more div with a class name, and that's going to be a height of full flex items center space x4. Inside of here, we are going to do a check because the navbar is going to depend on one thing, and that is the user logged in or are they not? For now, let's quickly mock this. Let's say const user is equal to false. And in a second here, once we implement authentication using Clerk, this is going to resolve to the actual user, right? With either their email and name and ID if they're logged in, or just null if nobody is logged in, right? So we can style our navbar accordingly. if the user is logged in, we want to render one thing. And if they are not, we're going to render another thing. Let's just say null for now. We're going to worry about that later. We just don't want any syntax error here for now. Now, if the user is logged in, what do we want to render? First off, we want to give them an option to sign out, right? If they're logged in, how do they log out? With a sign out button. And this sign out button, we can actually grab from Clerk directly. So let's open a new terminal or stop your development server and go into that terminal. And let's say pnpm install at clerk/Next.js. And as I announced in the very beginning of the video, right here, Clerk is sponsoring this video. They're making this whole thing possible. And I use them in my own business. I've used them way before they sponsored me. They are genuinely a really nice way to implement authentication. I've tried a lot of ways of implementing auth, and Clerk is one of the not only fastest, but also easiest. It's very, very intuitive. So I asked them if they want to sponsor this video because I thought it was a really good fit. And by the way, if you want to do me a favor, this entire video is a lot of work and it's 100% free, right? Every part of this video is completely free. If you want to do me one favor, if you visit Clerk right here at this point, please do so through my link in the description. Now, do you have to do that? No, of course not. Like you can just enter like clerk.com into your browser and go to their website that way. But if you click on my link, they can see that, and who knows, maybe they want to work with me again in the future. And so I can make more of these videos. It would really mean a lot to me if you used my link so they can see how many people like went to their website through this video. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so let's continue. We've installed the Clerk package, the Clerk Next.js right here, which allows us to simply import a sign out button. Oops, from at clerk/Next.js. That's literally it. That's a button we can use to let our user sign out after they've logged in. Now, don't worry, they can't even log in yet, right? We haven't gotten to that part. Chill your horses down. We're gonna get there. Right now, we're just gonna worry about the sign out button, and we can style this as we want. For example, let's create a button inside of here. This is gonna get a class name, and that class name is gonna be something a bit special. It's not gonna be just a string. It's not gonna be just our CN helper function. This class name is gonna be coming from a UI library because, listen, we want our app to look good, right? And there's no way you're gonna do all the styles in an entire app by yourself. There's really, really good UI libraries. Let's close out of some of this. We can use to make this happen that just make things much easier, that are fully accessible. And the one we're going to use in this video is, it has gotten super popular recently, is called shadcn. It's basically a component library where we can copy and paste these components into our app for full style flexibility. But what it also allows us to do is to just use the CLI to import these components into our app. So what we can do is say npx shadcn at latest, and let's first initialize our project with this UI library. So this is just going to put some defaults into our app. It's going to ask us some questions like, which style would you like to use? Let's go for New York style. And which color would you like to use as the base color? Let's go with gray. Would you like to use CSS variables for theming? Yes, we definitely want that. And that is going to make some changes to our Tailwind config, to our libutils.ts, created one file. Okay, that's fine. This by default installs that CN helper function that I told you about earlier, right? It does come with this UI library. We just already happen to have it. And that initialized the UI library for our project. Now what we can do is actually add components from the UI library, like, for example, the one that we're looking for right now, which is just a button. It's reusable, it's accessible, it's clean, and that's what we want, right? So we're gonna say npx shadcn at latest add button and hit enter. That's basically gonna make a fetch request to the internet to grab this component code and put it in our project. So under the hood, it actually just created a file. It links the file right here. Let's control click on that. And there it is. It just put this code right here into our project. That's all it is, right? It's under components/UI. And why did it? I see. So the UI library expects our components folder to be at the source level, but we put our components folder at the app level. So easiest fix, let's take our components folder and move it into the source folder instead of where it currently is, which is the app folder. So let's just move it out. A file or folder with the same name already exists. We're gonna replace it. And we're just gonna install the button again. Yes, we do want to update all the imports. And that did break our imports again. It didn't actually update them. Let's fix that. We can just remove the /app for our imports. By the way, one cool trick, you can select multiple occurrences using Control D and pressing that multiple times in VS Code. You can just remove them like that, and bam, the imports work again. And we can also have the navbar in our layout come from the add/component, so the absolute way of importing it. Perfect. Okay, so all we did right now is move our components folder into the source folder. There we are. By the way, while we're at it, we can do the same thing for the lib. I think it's nicer to have in the source and not the app. Seems like I messed it up earlier, and hopefully all the imports are automatically updated. So let's try that again. Let's add the shadcn button. Let's just run the same command again. And that should have put it right here, perfect, exactly as we want, into our existing components folder, into the UI folder right here, button.tsx. Perfect, that's exactly what we want. We can now use this button, or more specifically just the class name for this button, to make our sign out button look good. So what we can do is, instead of using this regular HTML button, we can just import our custom UI button, right? The styling is already gonna be applied to it, and we can simply say sign out right here, right? So we don't need to apply any class name. As I mentioned earlier, we don't need to style like all buttons in our project the same way by copy pasting a class name, right? We can just do it like this with a super clean, nice, reusable button out of the box. It doesn't get much better than that. And seems like I closed our localhost. And okay, failed to read source code from component providers.tsx. What happened right here? Is this fixed by just restarting our server? No, but we do get better error message now. Okay, so the error seems to be can't resolve components providers. Let's go into the file where this happens by just clicking on it, which is our source app layout.tsx apparently. This is where the error happens, and the import doesn't resolve correctly here. That's fine. Okay, so what happened is in our root layout, the import broke because we changed the folder structure, and our layout didn't know where the providers component lived. By the way, if you're wondering, the providers component is provided by JStack. It's a little utility that just wraps our entire app to provide functionality for React query right here, which is the library we use for data fetching and modification, right? I think most of you are familiar with React query. If you're not, don't worry. We're going to explore it step by step together in this video, but it's basically the tool in React to do data fetching and modification because it's so useful, right? And we just had to fix the import up here for it. Again, that's in source app layout.tsx. Beautiful. And now let's try reloading our app. Okay, now our button has a little problem resolving an import. It seems like source components UI button can't resolve libutils. That's fine. So let's try importing that again. It's just add/utils. Okay, now let's save again. There we are. And that fixes all the problems. Beautiful. Okay, so we don't need to worry about the button again. And now we have a sign out button if the user is logged in. Let's mock that. Let's set the user to true to act like they are logged in, and immediately we're gonna get a message right here. Sign out button can only be used within the Clerk provider component. That makes sense, right? Clerk doesn't know if the user is currently logged in or not, but it wants to know that. So one thing we can do is go into our root layout, the main thing that wraps our entire app, and simply wrap our entire app in something called the Clerk provider. That's literally all we need to do. Just save our layout and bam, Clerk is now happy. Well, or it has a different problem. And by the way, it's not like these are just some random errors that we're getting. Actually, what we should do is just follow the quick start guide that they have on their homepage, because it takes like 2 minutes to set up authentication. It's really, really nice. So I'm going to go ahead and sign into the Clerk dashboard here. I'm going to use GitHub. You can also use Google, whatever you prefer. So I'm going to click GitHub right here, and that's going to log me in perfect into my Clerk dashboard. Perfect. Now I'm on my actual SaaS that I run right here. I'm going to go ahead and create a new application. And this is where we create an app with Clerk. Now, what do we want to name our app? I'm going to name it Ping Panda right here. You can choose how your users will be able to log in. I just normally leave this as email and Google. I think that's a really good kind of in between of not having too many things and making it easy to log in for your users. Beautiful. And that's going to give us all the stuff we need that we could have done even earlier, like our environment variables. Right? Set your environment variables. That's step 2. We've already done the installation. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's go into our .env and simply paste them right here. Awesome. Update middleware.ts. Let's copy the middleware and do that too. Middleware in Next.js always lives at the source folder at the same level as the app folder, right? So we're going to create a middleware.ts file right here in the root of our source folder and simply paste in that Clerk middleware that the guide here gives us. Let's take a quick look what this does. Basically, it skips Next.js internals and all static files unless found in search params. Well, good, because we don't need authentication checks when serving things like images, right? When serving videos, even though I would definitely advise against serving videos directly from Next.js, but that's a different topic. But we always want to secure, for example, API routes, right? This is really, really important, and the Metro does all that by default. We don't even need to worry about it. We add the Clerk provider to our app. Well, great, we've already done that. You can see Clerk also provides, let me zoom in here, some built-out UI components that we can use out of the box, like the signed in and signed out component that contain content that only those types of users should see. If they're like signed out or signed in, we're going to handle that ourselves. We won't need that. But that is pretty much all the steps done, right? We just implemented auth within like 5 minutes. Awesome. Let's try running our app. Let's get rid of all these errors. Should have followed the actual guide earlier. And let's go ahead and reload our page. And you can already see the sign out button popping up right here on the top right. Let's go back into our navbar. Great. And if there is a user, then that sign out button will appear. Bam, there it is. Beautiful. And we could sign out, but we're not even logged in because we're just mocking this for now. Awesome. What else do we want to show to signed in users? Well, first off, a link that takes them to the dashboard, right? This is really important. So let's create a link right under the sign out button. The href is going to be /dashboard. And the class name of this link is going to be the button variance. That is a function we can call and pass in an object. Now, take a break. What is the button variance? Basically, this allows us to apply the style of our UI library button to something that is not the UI library button, because the styles are not defined inline in the button component. Right here, they're not here. They're actually defined above as something called the button variance that allows us to use them basically wherever we want. Also for things that we want to look like a button, but are not technically a button, which is super good for reusability, right? So we can pass all the props like the size of small and the class name right here that we want to use for specific to this link without this being technically the button component, right? So the class name we're going to pass to the link is going to be hidden, small flex, items-center, and a gap of 1. And that's it. Beautiful. Inside of this link, we're going to say dashboard and include a little arrow right icon from our Lucid React icon library that gets a class name of margin left 1.5 and a size of 4. By the way, I think I explained this earlier. Size is just width and height at the same time. It's just a nice little convenience helper that we get. Beautiful. If we reload our page, we can see the link not appearing. Why is that? And by the way, I made a little typo here. Of course, we don't want to hide the button on mobile. So the class name we give to this dashboard link is just going to be flex, item center, and gap1. Because of course, mobile users should be able to get to the dashboard as well. And to make the styling unified, let's save that. You can see there's a bit of a size difference. The top button is going to get a size of small as well. And also a variant, which is going to be ghost to make it stand out much less. So the emphasis in the navbar is going to be on the dashboard button and not the sign out button. So it's very clear to our users what is the action that we want them to take, right? And one thing we can do to make our button look more on brand in this kind of blue instead of the black is make a few subtle changes right here in the button variants. For example, the first thing that we want to change is the default height. I like it if the buttons are higher. It's just a personal preference, I think. But we could have the default button be a height of 11, the small be a height of 8, and the large be a height of 12, for example. Let's also include that height 11 for the small buttons, or actually let's do a height of 10. I think that looks nice on mobile devices. Beautiful. And now the last thing we want to do is to make this button colored on brand. You can see how this is structured right now is by default, it uses something called BG primary text, primary foreground, and so on, right? So this is a CSS variable under the hood. It lives in our source app and then globals.css. You can see this CSS right here. This was inserted by our UI library once we initted, I don't know how to say that on English. Anyways, it's not what we want. We want a BG brand of 700 for the default. The text is gonna be brand 50. The shadow can stay. And on hover, this is gonna be a BG brand of 800. Beautiful. And just like that, you can see now the button is on brand and looking exactly as we want it in our beautiful blue marine kind of brand color for our website. Awesome. Let's close out of that and handle the case of what should happen if the user is not logged in. So potential customers that end up on our landing page, for example, that haven't logged into our app yet, of course, we want to convert them. And in order to do that, we can simply copy and paste the link from above. By the way, you could use Control-C for this, but you can also use Shift, Alt, and arrow down. Once we do that, it's just going to insert the same element right below our selection, which is a really convenient trick. Again, that's Shift, Alt, arrow down, or arrow up, if that's what you want. And that basically kind of duplicates our selection in VS Code, if you're following along in VS Code, which most of you probably are. Okay, now this is not going to go to the dashboard, but instead we're going to give it a variant of Ghost. And this is going to say pricing, because again, remember, this is for people that are not logged in. After the pricing, Shift, Alt, arrow down once again, we're going to say sign in, and this is going to lead to /sign-in, of course. And lastly, we want our main call to action, which is the sign up, right? Where we convert new users. So this is going to lead to sign up. We're going to say sign up, and as the class name, right here that we're going to pass into here, this is going to be a flex items-center gap of 1.5, because we're also going to insert the arrow right icon once again from Lucid React right here behind the sign up. And this is just going to get a class name of size 4. Beautiful. Let's save that and see what happens once we switch the user to false. So we pretend like this is a new user on our web page. We see the pricing, the sign in, the sign up. Very, very nice work. And one quick visual improvement we can do to this navbar to make it look even nicer is include like a visual separator between the sign in and sign up. The way this works is let's create a div in between here, a self-closing div with a height of 8, a width of px, which means pixel, right? It's just a width of 1 pixel. It's like a Tailwind shorthand, a BG gray of 200, and that is it. We can save this, and bam, there we go. We've got this little visual separator between the sign in and sign up button, and it looks really nice. Awesome. So let's take a look at our sketch. Where are we in the process? Right, we've done the navbar. Hell yeah, that's really, really nice. We've done the heading. What do we do next? Let's do the Discord demo. This is a really fun part of the build. It's beautifully animated and I'm really proud of it. Yeah, it just looks really nice. So let's do that next. It's gonna be a very cool part and it's gonna happen right here below the heading. So let's navigate to our main landing page right here. If you're wondering where that is, source app landing page.tsx, right? Landing page, pretty good semantics here, if I do say so myself. And let's move on to the next section right here. So this is going to be the second section, right? This is the first one, and now it's going to come the heading section. And it's going to begin by giving the section a class name, which is going to be relative, a BG brand of 25, and a padding bottom of 4. Now, let's open the section up. And inside of here is going to go first off a self-closing div. This is going to be a nice decorational element to make this look really clean. It's going to be, a class name of absolute, an inset x of 0, a bottom of 24, a top of 24, and a BG brand of 700. Now, if we save that, nothing actually happens on our page yet. And that is because this section doesn't have any height yet, because there's no content inside of it yet, right? So let's create that. Let's create that content, Discord demo. That's going to happen in this div right here with a class name of relative and mx auto, which is automatically going to center this div horizontally. Let's open this div up, and inside of here is going to live our max with wrapper once again to make sure we have consistent styles across the entire, not only landing page, but entire app with a class name of relative. And inside of this max with wrapper, let's create first a div with a not children with a class name of -m-2, which is a negative margin. You're going to see exactly why we do this here in a second. A rounded XL, a BG gray 900/5, a padding of 2, a ring of 1, a ring dash inset. And if we hover over this, you can see what this does. Just applies the TW ring inset preset. A ring gray 900/10. On large devices, a -m-4, so a larger negative margin. On large devices, a rounded of 2XL, and on large devices, a padding of 4. So one interesting behavior is the negative margin always matches the padding. It's always the same. So the element doesn't actually move, but it is like a really nice looking frame that we're creating around the mocked Discord UI right here. If I just put anything in here, and hit save, you can already kind of see what this does, right? It's this beautiful little frame around the text that we're doing here. But of course, we don't want text in there. We want the actual Discord UI. So let's create a custom component for that, just so it looks nicer in our landing page, and call it the mock Discord UI, because that's literally exactly what it will be. Now, this component will live in our components folder right here under source components. Let's create a new file called mock Discord UI.tsx and export. Let's close out of the sidebar a const mock Discord UI, which is once again nothing else than a standard arrow function. Beautiful. This function receives some children. And by the way, one little trick that you can do in React that I want to show you is instead of typing the children like this, where they're a React node type, which is perfectly valid, right? You can 100% do this. There's a little trick we can do, and that is props with children. Bam, that's like a built-in React type we can use. It does the exact same thing, right? It's just a different way to do it, and I wanted to show it to you because sometimes it can look a bit nicer than typing out the children as React node, but it's totally the same thing, right? Okay, now inside of this mock Discord UI, let's get started. Let's make this thing that doesn't look like anything look like Discord. So we're gonna return at the top level a div right here with a class name of flex, a minimum height of 800 px inside of angled brackets for a custom value, a width of full, a maximum width of, and then again in angled brackets, 1200 px pixel. Let's give this a certain background color, and that's going to be a Discord specific background color. Now we could do this inline, right, with like a custom color. I think a nicer approach is to actually go ahead and define this in our Tailwind config, right? If you're wondering where we are, that's at the very root. Right here, we can also define a Discord background. Now, probably I just include that in the copy paste list and you will already have it, but I just noticed right now it's nicer than typing all of this out yourself, right? And the value this is gonna be, again, you probably already have it. If not, it's 36 hashtag 36393F right here, which is like the Discord color for their background. And just like that, we can use that in our actual mock Discord UI. We can say bg Discord background right here. Beautiful. Let's give this a text of white, a rounded -LG for large, an overflow of hidden, and a shadow of XL. Now, the first thing we want in here is the server list. So let's actually make this look exactly like Discord. And for us, let's leave a little note here to say what the following JSX will be about. Let's start with the server list, and it's gonna get a class name of hidden small flex. So we're gonna hide it on mobile devices if there's no space to show it, right? So this is gonna be fully responsive, just like the rest of this project. A width, and that's gonna be 72 pixels. A background of Discord background. A padding Y of 3, a flex-call, and an items-center. Beautiful. Let's open this up and let's open this div up. There we go. And inside of here goes one more div with a class name of size 12, a bg of, and now same thing. We could declare this inline, but I actually prefer if we declare it once in our Tailwind config and then can always reuse it. Let's call this the Discord brand color. And again, you probably already have this from the copy paste list. Don't be confused. And this is going to be a hashtag 5865F2. There we go. That's the Discord brand color that we can use here. So BG Discord brand color. Perfect. A rounded of 2XL, flex items-center, justify center, a margin bottom of 2. On hover, a rounded -XL. There's going to be micro interactions here with your mouse. It's going to look really, really nice. A transition all. And lastly, a duration of 200 to make the animation really come to life. Awesome. And inside of here, we're going to put the Discord icon. So if we save this, right now, this doesn't look like a lot. And by the way, we still need to import that in our main page.tsx. Right? This looks okay-ish. You can kind of guess what we're doing here. But this doesn't really look like Discord. And one big step to get there is to actually include the Discord icon. And you could grab an image from the internet or something, but what I did is I just prepared this for us. It's the Discord icon right here in the copy paste list. We can simply grab this SVG file and create a little component for all of our icons. Let's create a new component called icons.tsx under source components icons. And let's export a const icons, which is just going to be an object. This is not going to be a complete arrow function, simply because we don't need that here. This is just an object with a Discord property, right? And all this is an arrow function that returns the, right here, the Discord SVG logo, right here in normal parentheses and not these curled braces. Beautiful. This also receives props. These are going to be of type Lucid props. Essentially, these are just SVG props. Anything you can pass to an SVG, we just receive here to make this super reusable and pass it into our SVG, and also apply the color from wherever we call this icon and not in the icon itself to make it fully reusable, right? So nevertheless, all that means, right, is now we can import the icons.discord right here in our mock Discord UI and give it a class name that's gonna be size 3/5 and a text of white, and hit save. Now let's see what happens if we give this a bit more space. Oh, there we go. There is the Discord logo popping up in the top left with a very tiny like mouse interaction, and it looks really, really nice. And it's hidden on small devices, so it doesn't take up any space when we don't want it to, right? Because the space on mobile is very limited, and we're only going to show that for desktop devices and up. Very, very nice. Now, right below the icons.discord and below the closing div, we're going to create one more div. And this div is going to get a class name that is going to be a width of 8, a height of, and now a custom value, 2px, 2 pixels, a background of Discord background. There we go. Very, very nice. A rounded dash full and a margin y of 2. And this can be a self-closing div. Awesome. Okay, now right below this div, we're gonna create a dynamic insertion in just curly braces. That sounds fancy, but all it means is we're gonna map over an array and create that array right here in line 2, because it's the easiest way to do so. So we're gonna say ... array 5, which just creates a new array that's 5 elements long, right? Dot map, and we don't care about the property because the array is literally nothing. It doesn't have a value. We just want to create 5 elements and return some JSX right away from the mapping function, right? And what do we want to return? A div at the top level. And of course, because we're mapping, this div needs a key. And it also needs a class name, which is going to be size 12, a BG of Discord background once again, a rounded of 3XL, flex items center, justify dash center, margin bottom 3, on hover a rounded dash XL, so also like a little interaction here, just for some fun, a transition dash all, a duration 200, how long the animation should take, right? On hover, we're gonna give it a, what did we call it? BG Discord brand color, perfect. And lastly, a cursor not allowed, because this is going to be the server list, remember, and the user can't actually join a server, right? We're just mocking this. Inside of this div, let's create a span element with a class name of text large, a font semi-bold, and a text gray of 400. And inside of the span, let's render out a string dot from char code, and that's going to be 65 plus I. Right, and once we save that, you can see exactly what this does. Let's give this a bit more space, or we can probably also just zoom out here. Yes, that works. Oh, by the way, I just realized one small little mistake, and that is the background right here. On the first element, the div after the server list, this should not be the BG Discord background, but let's insert a custom value here. This is going to be a hashtag 202225. And hit save. You can see right away what happens. Okay, this looks much more like Discord. Beautiful. With this kind of sidebar here. And now for the server list. And the reason this doesn't show up is because of one very, very tiny syntax mistake. And that is the closing bracket should be after the array. Right here. So we're spreading in the array right here and then mapping over it. And of course, we don't need that comma in there. And hit save. Beautiful. So that was the mistake. Now we get the A server, the B server, C, D, E. Beautiful, like the server list exactly as you know it from Discord with some very subtle mouse interactions. Very, very nice. And now let's mock the create a new server option. So basically we can just copy this whole thing, right? Press Shift, Alt, and arrow down to copy it down once more and move it behind the array mapping. Right, or below it, right? So we're still mapping just like before, but we've got one of the same elements from right here just copied down below. We don't need the key anymore. We can just remove that. Pretty much everything else is going to stay the exact same, except what's in here. The span we can delete and replace with a plus circle icon we get from Lucid React. This gets a class name of text dash and as a custom value 3BA55C. 3BA55C, that is beautiful, and on hover a text dash white and hit save. Beautiful, and there it is. There is our create server icon. However, on hover, we don't want to have it a Discord brand color. We want to have it a custom value. So hover BG dash, and let's change this to hashtag 3BA55C, just so it looks nicer. Let's give the main div a group property and change this to group-hover, right? So once we save that, perfect, it turns green in the background and the icon turns white. If we didn't do what we just did with the group stuff, check out what happens. We can hover over this, but the icon doesn't change unless we actually hover over the icon. But we want to hover over the box and have it already be white. you know? And that is in Tailwind exactly what the group attribute is for. So group hover text white, and that is beautiful. Okay, let's save that. And one last thing, we can also add a empty auto, a margin top of auto, to move this to the very bottom of the screen, just so it opposes the actual server selection a bit nicer. Not just in color, but also in layout, right? And this is the left sidebar of an actual Discord client, modeled exactly literally after Discord client. I just had it open on the right side. And dude, this looks really, really nice. Good work. Beautiful, man. Very, very nice. Okay, now let's do the DM list. Just like there's a server list, let's give this a bit less space. There we go. Just like there's a server list here on the left side, not serverless, but server list. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna see myself out. Sorry. Anyways, there's gonna be a DM list as well. So let's say DM list right here, and that's with one closing div to go and two closing divs above the plus circle. That is where we're gonna create the DM list. All right, let's start off with a div that's gonna get a class name of hidden. On medium, a flex. So once again, we're hiding it on small devices that don't have space for it. A width of 60, a background, and that is gonna be a custom value in angled brackets of 2F3136. There we go. And a flex call. Once again, this just comes straight from Discord. There's really no magic to it. Okay, inside of here, let's create one more div with a class name. That's gonna be a padding x of 4, a height of 16, a border dash b, a border, and that's gonna be of color, hashtag 202225, flex items dash center shadow dash sm for small. Let's open this div up, and one more div goes in here with a class name of with full, a background, and this one is gonna be the exact same. We can just copy that down right here from the parent. So it's gonna be 202225, just like the parent. A text small, rounded, px2, height of 8, flex items dash center, justify dash center, text gray 500, and cursor not allowed. That's the class name. Inside of here, we are gonna say find or start a conversation. There we go, and it's safe. So that's gonna be like a little search bar. Let's give this a bit more space. Right up here, find or start a conversation. Beautiful. Under which we can now show the DM list. So let's give this a bit less space. There we go. So right under here, let's format or file with one closing div, two closing div, and two more closing divs to go. This is where we're gonna create one more div with a class name, not children, a class name, flex1, overflow y auto, and padding top of 4 to kind of space it out from the top. In here goes another div with a class name of padding x2, a margin bottom of 4. And let's open this up, and inside of here goes one more div with a class name of flex, items dash center, text of small, padding x2, padding y of 1.5, rounded. On hover, we're gonna give it a bg of custom value hashtag 393c43. After that, a text dash, and once again a custom value hashtag dcdde, and lastly a cursor not allowed. Awesome. Let's open this up, and inside of here we're gonna put a user circle icon that we get from Lucid React, and this can be self-closing. And let's give this user circle icon a class name of margin right 4, a size of 8, and a text of, in angled brackets, hashtag B9BBBE. There we go. And right below the user circle icon, we're gonna have a span that says friends. And this span is gonna get a class name, font medium, and a text of small. Let's save that and see what happens after we give this a bit more space. There we go. We can see the friends tab show up right here. Beautiful. That's exactly what we want. And we can just copy and paste this down once, starting at the, let me go out of this. There we go. Starting at the div with the flex class name, the longer class name here. that contains both the user circle icon and the span. Just hold Shift, Alt, and arrow down to copy it down once. Perfect. This one is gonna say inbox as the icon. Right here, everything else is gonna remain the exact same, and nitro as the text. Instead of friends, we now have nitro. Once we take a look at what this looks like, beautiful, friends and nitro. That's exactly how we want this to look. Very, very nice. Let's give this a bit less space once again. And with one closing div, two closing divs, that is where we're gonna create one more div. So with 3 closing ones to go afterwards. This one is gonna get a class name of padding x2 and a margin bottom of 4. Let's open this up and put an h3 element right here inside of it. This h3 gets a class name of text xs for extra small, a font dash semi bold, a text as a custom value hashtag 8e9297 as the value, a padding x of 2, margin bottom 2, and uppercase. Let's save that, see what happens. By the way, let's just leave it. Okay, no, that's not a lot of space. Do we see? I think this is fine. Or is it? That's a bit little space. Anyways, I'm just gonna go give the code editor more space so you can see better, and then we can keep on kind of expanding this to see what we're doing. Okay, now inside of this h3, we've didn't put any text yet. Let's say direct messages. There we go. These are gonna be our actual DMs. And for the DMs that we will have in there, let's create one more div. This is gonna contain the actual DMs. Let's give this div a class name of flex item center, padding x of 2, padding y 1.5, rounded a bg of custom value hashtag 393c43, a text of white, and a cursor of pointer. Okay, let's open this div up, and inside of here we're gonna put a Next.js image tag, which is basically an optimized version of the standard HTML image that we can use. As the source, we're gonna set this to a prepared asset that I made for you, which is the brand asset profile picture.png. And that file doesn't exist quite yet. Trust me, we're gonna download it together. Don't you worry. Let's finish up the image tag first though. The alt tag is gonna be ping panda avatar. So it's like the profile picture that appears here in the DM list. The width is gonna be 32. So is the height gonna be 32. And the class name is gonna be object cover, rounded full, and margin right of 3. Now, of course, if we save that, this image doesn't exist, so Next.js doesn't even know what to show here as the avatar, right? So how do we get this image? In Next.js, images are stored usually in the public folder right here, so they're accessible throughout our app. Where do we get this image from? Well, basically from the GitHub repository of this project. I'm gonna put a link to this repository, of course, in the description. It's not gonna be this exact one. This is my dev one. You're gonna get the code we are literally writing here together. Just in case you get lost anywhere, you have exactly the code from the video. But it's basically gonna be the same as this. And in this GitHub repository, I'm gonna link in the description, in the public folder, you can see all the images that we have in our app, including right here, the brand asset profile picture.png. You can just go ahead and download the images from right here. You can download the entire repo and then extract the images. You could go to a tool like a GitHub repo folder downloader. There's this one tool I sometimes use. Yeah, this one right here, download directory.github.io. It's very, very useful to just download a specific directory of a GitHub repository. So you have, for example, just the images right here. So you copy the link right here to the public folder, paste it in the download GitHub repository, and then just download the images from there. And once you have those images, you can just drag them in right here, like the brand asset profile picture, into our project. And this is what the profile picture looks like. Beautiful. So once we have that image in there, we should be able to see in our, let's close out of that, and let's close out of that, in our application, that beautiful, the the profile picture shows up right here in our direct messages, which is exactly what we want. We also want the name to show up there, right? So, by the way, can't we? Oh yeah, we can just zoom out a bit. So now we can see both like side by side. Very nice. Okay, so right below the image, let's put a span and let's say ping panda. And the span is gonna get a class name of font medium. There we go. And now the name pops up right here. Beautiful. Okay. After that span with one closing div, let's open up one more div. And that's going to be for mocking some more DMs. We're not actually going to write them out, but just visually to indicate that there are more, we can do a very similar trick as we did above with the array right here that we did way up here. Remember that trick? We can do the same thing right now to mock out multiple conversations in their DMs. This div we just created with 4 closing divs to go below that is going to get a class name of margin y1 and a space y of px, just a vertical spacing of exactly 1 pixel. Beautiful. Let's open this div up, and in here we're going to create the ... new, actually we don't even need the new keyword, just array 4, so the length, how long do we want this to be? In our case, 4 additional DMs besides our ping panda one, dot map. And once again, we don't care about the content, so we can just insert an underscore, which is a convention if you don't need a parameter that is accessible on a function. Convention is to just use an underscore for it. So other devs also know that you just don't need it. And in here, we're going to create a div. This div first off needs a key because we're mapping and we can use the index of the map for the key. And it also needs a class name. That's going to be flex items-center, padding x of 2, padding y of 1.5, rounded, text gray 600, cursor not allowed. Let's open this up. Inside of here goes one self-closing div with a class name of size 8, a rounded dash full, a bg of Discord background, and a margin right of 3. And right below that, we're going to put a span with a class name of font medium, saying user, and then the index +1 in curly braces to dynamically insert that value. Once we save that, let's see what happens. Beautiful. We see multiple DMs popping up right here from user 1 to user 4, just indicating, hey, there are more DMs. This is an actual Discord interface, right? It's just a nice little attention to detail that we put right there. Awesome. Okay, with 1 closing div, 2 closing div, 3 closing divs, that's where we're going to open up with 2 more closing divs to go to the absolute bottom with 1 more div. And this one is going to get a class name of padding 2, a bg of custom value hashtag 292b2f, a flex, and an items-center. Inside of here goes a self-closing decorational div, right? It's just for visuals with a size of 8, a rounded dash full, and a bg brand 700 and a margin right of 2, which is gonna be the profile picture. You can see that show up right here of the user that is logged into Discord. Nice. Right below the self-closing div, let's create 1 more div, and this one will get a class name of flex1. Inside of here, we're gonna have 2 pieces of text. So do you remember what we can do with emmet? We can write p times 2 and hit tab, and that's gonna create 2 p tags, and we can go to the second one, by the way, using tab. That's pretty cool. The first one is gonna say u and get a class name of text small, font medium, and a text of white. Not wrap, white, there we go. And the second p tag is gonna get a class name of text xs for extra small, a text, and then as a custom value, hashtag b9bbb, a flex, and an items-center. And this one will say at your underscore account. Once we save, you're gonna see exactly what pops up right here, the you and your account at the very bottom of the Discord interface, looking really, really clean. Now to make this even cleaner with the closing p tag and closing div and 3 closing divs to go, let's expand on that and put some icons, right? Let's create a div right here with 3 closing divs to go after it, right here, with a class name of flex, item center, and space x of 2. And inside of here go 3 icons. The first one is a mic, a microphone we get from Lucid React with a class name of size 5, a text, custom value, hashtag B9BBBE, on hover a text of white, and a cursor dash pointer. Now we can copy this mic down once and twice using Shift, Alt, and arrow down and just change the icon. The second one is gonna be headphones, also from Lucid React. And the last one is gonna be a cog, also from, of course, Lucid React. And just like that, wow, that actually looks like Discord with the microphone and the headphones. How cool is that, man? Very, very nice. All right, after the cog icon with 1, 2, and 3 closing divs to go, and just 1 closing div below that, right here, is where we're gonna put the main content of the Discord chat of the person that we're interacting with. In our case, that's Ping Panda, right, where the animated messages are gonna go. Inside of here, let's create a div, and this div is gonna get a class name of flex1, flex, and flex-call. By the way, if you're not familiar with flex1, all it means is if we are inside a flex container, take up as much space as you can. If the parent is flex-call, that means vertically. If the parent is flex-row, that means horizontally. Inside of here goes the DM header, which is basically just right on top here, showing details of the user that you're chatting with and their online status, for example. To do this, we're gonna create a div with a class name of height16, a BG of custom value hashtag 36393F, flex items center, padding x4, shadow SM for small, border -b, and a border custom color hashtag 202225. Okay, let's open this up, and one more div with a class name of medium hidden and a margin right of 4. Let's open this up, and in here goes a menu icon from Lucid React. This icon gets a class name of size 6, a text of, and the custom value B9BBBE, on hover a text -white, and a cursor of pointer. There we go. And it can be a self-closing icon. This is what we're going to show on mobile devices. If we zoom in just a bit, you can see the icon pop up right here. Beautiful. Very, very nice. Now, after the closing div, after that icon, let's open up one more div right here with 3 closing divs to go. This one is going to get a class name of flex and items -center. Inside of here, one more div with a class name of relative. And inside of here, a Next.js image tag. Now we can already imagine what comes next. The source of the image is gonna be the same as above. It's gonna be our profile picture, the /brand asset profile picture.png. The alt tag is gonna be Ping Panda avatar. The width, though, is going to be 40, so a little bit bigger than above. The height also going to be 40, and the class name is going to be object cover, rounded, full, and margin right of 3. Beautiful. Let's save that. There is our profile picture. And as a super nice little detail, we can also put a little online indicator right here. This is going to be a self-closing div right below our Next.js image with a class name of absolute, a bottom 0, right 3, so it's a little bit spaced out from the right side, a size of 3, a background green of 500, a rounded full, a border 2, and a border dash custom value hashtag 36393F, and hit save. Beautiful. There is like a little green dot right below the profile picture to the right side now, indicating that Ping Panda is in fact online. And right below the closing div after our self-closing div with 4 more closing divs to go right here, we're gonna create a p tag saying Ping Panda. So the name of the user we're chatting with a class name of font semi-bold and a text of white. And hit save. That looks beautiful. After the p tag and after the closing div after the p tag, and with 3 more closing divs to go, let's open up one more div right here with a class name of margin left auto. So we're pushing it as far to the right as it possibly can go. Flex items center space x4, and lastly a text of custom value hashtag b9bbb-e, as you know by now. Let's open this div up, and this div is gonna really sell the idea of us being in a Discord interface, because in here we're gonna put icons. Now, the first one is gonna be a phone icon from Lucid React. All of these are gonna be self-closing, and the phone icon will get a class name of size 5, hover, text white, cursor not allowed, hidden, and on small devices block. Now the easy part is just reusing this icon a bunch of times, and that is Shift-Alt-Arrow down once, twice, thrice, fourice, 5 times, and 6 times. Right, so in total we have 7 icons right here. Now the second one is gonna be the video. The third one is gonna be the pin. The fourth one is gonna be the user circle. The fifth one is gonna be our search. The sixth one is gonna be our inbox. And the last one is gonna be our help circle, all of which coming from Lucid React or icon library. Once we save that, bam. Wow, that looks so much more like Discord with all those icons here in the top right. We can call the user, we can start a video chat, pin them, search for messages, and so on. That really helps to drive home the idea of this being a Discord interface. Beautiful. Now, after the help circle and after 1 and 2 closing divs, this is where the actual message history will live. And the message history actually will come from the parent. We're not gonna have it in here, and you're gonna see exactly why in a bit, because it allows for this component to be much more composable. So what we're gonna do right here is render out the message history as children inside of a div with 2 closing divs to go. This is where we're gonna put the children, so we can control the children from anywhere and they don't have to be hard-coded inside of this component. This div is gonna get a class name of flex1, so basically take as much space up as you can, as I explained earlier, an overflow y of auto, a padding 4, a bg of Discord, what was it, Discord background, there we go, flex, and flex call reverse. Basically what flex call reverse does is the same as flex call, but the opposite direction. So if the newest message was always on top, and then towards the bottom it got to the older messages, now that order is reversed. That's what flex call reverse does. It's gonna get very clear once we actually start inserting messages here. Okay, let's also just annotate this just for kind of best practice as our message history. So it's and even little annotations like this make it so much more maintainable, because at a glance you can see what is where, you know, which part of the JSX has which function, looks like what, you know. And lastly, the message input. Message input, we want to look like Discord, so we have to have a message input, and that's actually really simple to do. At the top level, the div we're gonna create right here for our message input is gonna get a class name of padding 4. Inside of here, we're gonna create one more div with a class name of flex, items center, bg, custom value hashtag 40444b, a rounded large, and a padding of 1. And inside of this div comes a plus circle icon from Lucid React. We've already used that right here, so we don't need to re-import it again. And this plus circle icon will get a class name of margin x3, a text of hashtag b9bbb-e, basically, or off-white Discord color, I guess you could say, a hover text white, and a cursor not allowed. After this icon is gonna come in input component with a type of text. However, we don't want the user to be able to actually input anything here like we could right now. Right now we can type text in there. That's not the point. This should just look like Discord. We're not trying to build an actual chat here. Who knows, Ping Panda might even respond on the homepage. I don't know. Anyways, we can just make this a read-only input so nobody can write anything actually in there. The placeholder is going to be message at ping panda. And the class name of this input is going to be flex1 bg transparent, a padding y 2.5, padding x1, text white, a placeholder dash, custom color, there we go, right here, of 72767D. Lastly, a focus outline none. And I lied, that wasn't lastly. Lastly, a cursor not allowed. Beautiful. So I have the focus outline none, cursor not allowed, and that is it. Let's hit enter, and wow, that looks like an actual Discord input. And to sell the idea even more, we're almost done. For this entire component, right after the input, a div with a class name of flex items center space x3, a margin x of 3 as well, and a text of, you know by now, hashtag B9BBBE. And inside of here, 3 icons. First off, a gift icon, self-closing with a class name of size 5, hover text white, cursor not allowed, hidden, and on small devices block. So we only see it on large devices. Copy this down using Shift Alt arrow down once and twice. The second icon is gonna be the sticker icon from Lucid React, and the last icon, the third one, is gonna be the smile icon from Lucid React. And just like that, let's hit save. Bada bing, bada boom. This looks like Discord. Let's take a moment to admire what we just did, man. We literally rebuilt the entire Discord UI on a landing page. And it looks super realistic with mouse interactions for each kind of section here, with mock DMs, with every bell and whistle that normal Discord has. Dude, this could have been its own video, like programming a Discord course, but I just wanted to include it in this video. And because it looks so nice on the landing page, and it's gonna look even nicer once we add the messages. Just imagine those. Those are gonna be animated and look really good. So, dude, honestly, you can be really proud of your work and for following along. I think you're doing a genuinely good job. Of course, like, I can't see your screen, but the fact that you're following along and want to learn this with me, I really appreciate it. So honestly, big shout out to you, man. I think you deserve it. And I hope you're learning a lot regarding styling and why I chose to make some design decisions. And we're gonna get to the code patterns and concepts more in the back-end part, but both parts are really important. We want it to look good and we want it to work. It's both part of a SaaS, and everything is in the single video. And yeah, I really hope you enjoy this design part because it looks very, very real and very, very cool. Now for the animated messages inside of this Discord window, they're actually pretty easy to implement because as a little helper, we're gonna use a UI design system that is compatible with shadcn-ui. It's the same CLI. We don't need any other UI library provider, no additional styles, nothing. It just works, which is really cool. And the component we're gonna make use of is somewhere in here. Where is it? It should be the, let's search for it, list, animated list. There it is. This is the base component that we're going to use for the animated messages to pop up in the Discord window. And adding this, don't worry, we don't even have to do this manually. We can just copy the CLI command from the Magic UI website, right? So for the animated list, scroll down a bit where it says installation and copy the CLI command. Of course, you can also copy paste this if you want. We're just going to use the CLI because it is the easiest. Copy that command, go back into our VS Code and simply paste it into our terminal. So let's open up a new terminal and say npx shadcn at latest add and then the animated list URL. Now, because I'm on Mac and I had a small issue with this while developing the prototype, I'm gonna do sudo, so super user do, basically executing this as an administrator if you wanted to speak in Windows terms. And the reason is sometimes this led to permission issues when I wanted to change something in that file. So if we execute that as a admin right here, there are not going to be any problems. On Windows, likely you don't even have to do that. Maybe if you're on Mac, you still don't even have to do that, and it's just on my machine. Anyways, the safe way to do it, I guess, is just to put sudo in front of it or execute this as an administrator on Windows. But again, you probably don't even have to. Probably it's not even going to be a problem for you. Great. So now we have the animated list component. What that allows us to do is to just use it on our homepage. Inside of the mock Discord UI, you know how the messages are after all just children we can pass from the parent? Well, that allows for complete component composability. So we can just pass the animated list right here from our parent component and say, you know, animated list item, have that close, and let's say example right here. Once we save that and reload our page, we should be able to see right here the example message kind of pops in. And if we had multiple, example 2, 3, they pop in one after another, but they also pop out again. So right now this looks a bit weird. There are some changes we still need to make to this UI component to make this look, first off, like Discord messages, and second off, to have them stay in the chat window, because this just looks weird, to be honest, right? And we're gonna start with the looking like Discord part. So we're gonna make each message look like an actual Discord message. And for that, we're gonna create a custom component called Discord message. That's gonna build on the animated component. Now, the Discord message is a component that doesn't quite exist in our app yet. So let's go ahead and create it. Inside of our components folder, let's create a new component called Discord message.tsx, which is nothing more. You know by now, export const Discord message, nothing else than a regular arrow function, a regular React component. Great. This is gonna receive a couple of props that we can destructure. First off, let's just type them out so TypeScript knows what is going on. Let's call this the Discord message props. So convention is taking the component name, just appending props to it, and bam, you've got the TypeScript name for the props. It's a convention that I follow. You don't have to do it. You can name this whatever you want, but it is pretty common to see this pattern in modern web development. Let's define the Discord message props right up here, interface Discord message props, and this is gonna get a couple of things. First off, the avatar src, the avatar source string, then the avatar alt, the alt tag for the image we're about to create, a username string, timestamp string, not string, that should be string, there we go, a badge text, which is optional, a string. So optional we mark by this question mark, which means you don't have to pass it from the parent. It's optional. The badge color, optional string as well. The title, which is gonna be a string. And lastly, the content, which is gonna be an object. And in here, we want to allow any object property. As you're going to see later, that's going to become pretty important because a user can track any data for any event that they want. They can input whatever data points they want. So we need to allow for that, right? A key string pair does just that. It allows for any key as long as it's a string, which, you know, we're talking about objects. It is a string. And the value of that object key also has to be a string. So for example, const object, you don't have to follow along with this. I'm just showing this to you. Example John would match this pattern. The key is a string right here, and the value is also a string, which is John right here, right? So this matches the shape that we want. Beautiful. And those are all the Discord message props that we need. Using Control and Spacebar, we can just destructure all of them right here in our Discord message. Super easy because we've got all the types down. We can just destructure all of them just like so. And once we've done that, we can get started in the actual component. By the way, quickly before we do that, let's default the badge color to something that looks great. And that is going to be hashtag 43B581. So we're defaulting it to a string. It has a default value now. So when we use it inside of our Discord message, if it's not provided in the parent, it's going to fall back to this value right here, which is a really nice way of ensuring that it's always a string in our actual component, because otherwise it would have been optional, right? The badge color, and might have been undefined, but now it's always a string, which is very convenient. Let's return a div at the top level with a class name of withFull, flex items -start, and justify start as well. Let's open this div up. One more div with a class name of flex items center margin bottom of 2. Let's open this up, and inside of here goes a Next.js optimized image component. Now, as the source, we're gonna use the avatar src, avatar source. As the alt tag, the avatar alt, just like so. The width is gonna be 40, the height is gonna be 40 as well, and the class name is gonna be object cover, rounded, full, and margin right of 3. Beautiful. Once we save that, well, we're not going to be able to see anything just yet, because we haven't imported the Discord message in our parent yet. Right, so let's do that. And let's actually pass this some props. So as we develop the Discord message, we can see more and more beautiful information popping up in our chat. Now, as the avatar source, let's use /brand-asset-profile picture.png, the Ping Panda avatar. As the avatar alt, let's use Ping Panda avatar. As the username, let's say Ping Panda. The timestamp is just gonna be today at 12:35 p.m. It really doesn't matter what we put there. The badge text, not the color just yet, the badge text is gonna say sign up. The badge color is gonna be hashtag 43B581. The title is gonna say, and I'm gonna put an emoji here. Now I'm on Mac, and on Mac with Raycast, the extension I'm using, there's this nice emoji library that is really convenient to choose from, right? So you can always just insert emojis. Now, as I said in the very beginning of the video, I've been a Windows user for 10 plus years, and I know that doesn't really exist on Windows. So if you're on Windows following along, emoji, copy, paste, there's these online libraries of emojis that you can just grab and copy paste, something like this, right? And we can just choose an emoji that we like. In our case, like the user emoji right here. We can probably even search, but here it already is. Just go ahead, click on that, copy it, and bam, we can now paste it into our app basically just the same way, right? So you can do this on Windows. If you're on Mac, you can use this handy little extension. Both ways are absolutely fine. And we're gonna say new user signed up as the title right here. And lastly, as the content, we're gonna pass an object with a name, and that's gonna be Matteo Ortiz, which is just a name I made up. It's just some fictional new user that we have, and an email. It's gonna be m.ortiz19@gmail.com. This is just supposed to look like a real email address that some guy named Matteo Ortiz would use, you know. If we save that, we can already kind of see the Discord message pop up in that it's a avatar, right? At least that's already there. The actual message content is not quite yet, but this is starting to look like something slowly. Below our image and below the closing div, with one closing div to go, let's open up a new div with a class name of withFull and a maximum width of XL. So one message can never be larger than, let's hover over this, 567 or 76, I don't know, pixels. I don't know which way you say that in English. Anyways, inside of here, one more div with a class name of flex items-center. Let's open this one up, and inside of here goes a p tag containing the user name. This p tag gets a class name of font semi-bold and a text of white. Beautiful, Ping Panda. There we can see it. After the p tag, we're gonna create a span with a class name of margin left 2, padding x 1.5, padding y 0.5, text XS for extra small, font semi-bold, a BG brand of 600, a text white, and lastly rounded. And inside of the span, we're gonna say app. This is like a little badge that Discord gives apps, like controlled chat interfaces like bots, for example, so you can distinguish them from real users, right? And I think this also just looks really nice. And one more span after that span, so right below it, with a class name that's gonna be text gray 400, margin left of 1.5, text of XS for extra small, and a font normal right here. And this span is gonna just contain the timestamp of when this message happened. So like today at 12:35 p.m. Beautiful. After the closing span, closing div with 2 more closing divs to go, let's open up one more div with a class name of bg, custom value #2f3136, text sm for small, a width of full rounded, a padding of 3, a margin bottom of 4, and a margin top of 1.5. Let's open this up, and one more div with a class name of flex, flex-col, small flex row, small items center, small justify between, and a margin bottom of 2. Inside of here, if we have badge text, there we go, we're gonna do a conditional check. If we do, we're gonna render out some JSX. And if it's not provided by the parent, in that case, we're gonna render out null, so just nothing. Now, if we have badge text, we're gonna render out a span element with a class name that's gonna be dynamic. So instead of just a string, we're gonna put curly braces and use our cn helper function to achieve this dynamic class name. The default styles we're gonna pass in here are gonna be inline flex, order 2, items center, rounded MD for medium, padding X of 2, padding Y of 1, text XS, font medium, ring of 1, and a ring dash inset. Great. Those are the default styles. Now let's combine that with a conditional style. And here is the point where I want to show you a really cool TypeScript trick that we can use. So let's define a function. Somewhere up here, we can even do it above our Discord message, right? And we're gonna call this function const get badge styles. And this is a regular arrow function that takes a color, and let's define the type of this color. So we're gonna create a separate type called badge color, and this is gonna contain all the possible colors that the badge can be. Now, technically, this can be any hex code, right? And we can't control really what the user passes in here, but we can provide really nice type safety. So what we could do, what is not the ideal case, is this. We have the color as a string. So it's literally any string. We actually have no idea what it is. And now we handle a switch statement on that color because we're going to have a couple of pre-made presets for the badge style. So for example, if the color is hashtag 43b581, which is like a green tone, in that case, we're gonna return the class name we want for this badge, which is gonna be bg green of 500/10, which is again the opacity of 10, text green of 400, and ring green 500/20. Let's copy and paste this case down using Shift-Alt-Arrow down once and twice. Oops, not 3 times. The second case is going to check for FAA61A color code. And instead of green, we're going to have yellow. There we go. And the last case is just going to be the default. And we're going to return gray by default. So background gray, text gray, ring gray. That's good. I'm not happy with this typing though. There's one trick we can use to make this much, much better. Because as you'll see, for example, we get no type safety at all when checking the cases, right? And there's this one thing in TypeScript we can do is instead of declaring a string, we can say either a badge is exactly this literal or a badge is exactly this literal. So the second color, right? So now we would know it's either one of those two, but it does not allow any custom string. So when we call or get badge styles in our dynamic class name down here, right? the, we're gonna do that here, get badge styles. What we can, in quotes, legally pass in here is either one of two very specific colors, but we couldn't say like hashtag, I don't know, any random color here, right? This doesn't work. This can only be exactly one of those two that we defined up here. So let's try that. If we use one of those two, then the error should be gone. Let's put that here. That works, but we also want to have type safety, but also be able to pass any custom color that we want. And the way to do that is like this: string and object, right? This looks weird at first, and it is. It is a quirk of TypeScript, but what this allows us to do is, first off, to get type safety, right here, for or checks, right? Complete type safety, but it also allows us to, while having that type safety, pass any other string, which is exactly what we want, and a beautiful little TypeScript trick that is super useful, and now you know it. If you want to provide type safety while also allowing any other string input, this is the way to do it. Beautiful, dude. Just wanted to share that with you. And now that is our badge. Once we save that, you can see a little badge pop up here. Now we are not rendering the badge text yet, which is not ideal. So let's do that. Let's put the badge text, right inside of here. And this is going to say, for example, sign up. Beautiful. After the conditional, we're going to put a p tag with 4 closing divs to go right after this conditional right here, with a class name of text white, in order 1, a text base 7, like /7, and a font of semi-bold. And inside of here, we're going to say title and hit save. New user signed up, sign up event. Beautiful. Now, right after the closing p tag, right after the closing div right here with 3 more closing divs to go, this is where we're going to do a dynamic thing. And that is going to be object.entries of the content, which you remember is just key value pairs. If we go up to the TypeScript type, right here, it's just key value pairs, but we don't know the actual name or value of the keys, right? So that's why we're doing this, the object.entries. And for each key and value that we can destructure right away from here, we're going to return some JSX, right? So this is the syntax. We can destructure the key and value from an array right away, because the key is the first array element and the value is always the second. And we can return a p tag from here. Because we're mapping, we need a key. Remember, the key can just be the object key. The class name is going to be text, and then as a custom value, hashtag DCDDDE, and a text small of 6 or /6 rather for the line height. And inside of this p tag, we're going to say span. This is going to contain the key colon, and the span is going to get a class name of text custom value right here, hashtag B9BBBE. And then outside of the span, right? So the key will have this color, and what's outside of the span will have this color, so a slightly different one. That is going to be the value. And hit save, right? So now the name and the email of the user is going to pop up right here. That looks beautiful. And lastly, right below these object.entries, we're going to create one more p tag with a class name of text, custom value, hashtag 72767D, text extra small, margin top 2, flex items center. And inside of this p tag, we're going to create a clock icon from Lucid React. It's going to get a class name of size 3, margin right 1, and right below that, insert the timestamp. There we go. So today at 12:35 p.m. Absolutely beautiful. So we have the Discord message, and if we now go ahead into our main page and duplicate it, we can see multiple messages pop up on the screen. But they're also going away again. Why? What is this message doing? That looks absolutely horrendous. It's like popping up and going away again. Why is that happening? That's because of some internal thing in the animated list, but it's actually really easy to fix. That's actually because of the logic right here, and we can just go ahead and fix this ourselves. So instead of all the logic in the animated list, let's quickly delete that, or actually, yeah, let's just delete it and let's quickly write it ourselves. We're gonna declare a messages and set messages state. First things first, okay? So use state messages and set messages destructured from that. And by default, this is going to be an empty array. Now we can also tell TypeScript the type of what this will be. And this will be a React node array. So basically each message is just going to be one Discord message React component, right? So a state of React components. And we also need access to the children array. You're going to see why here in a second, which is going to be react.children.toArray and pass in the children of this component. Now, why do we need the children array? Basically, so we can do a check inside of a use effect that we're going to put right here, which is going to depend on three things. First off, the children array, then the delay, and lastly, the messages.length, right? So this is, oops, we declared the we declared the children array up here. The delay is a prop that we get into this component, and the messages.length is just how many React components are in our messages state, right? That's what this use effect depends on. In here, we're going to declare an interval. Const interval is going to be equal to set interval, and this takes a callback function right here. And now comes the part why we need to know how many children does this animated list have, so we can check against the amount of messages that we have. If the messages.length is smaller than the children array .length, there we go, and we get an error on the right hand side. Items to show is not defined. That's fine, that's expected because it literally doesn't exist. So we're gonna map over our messages instead. Now, if the messages.length is shorter than the children array.length, that means there are messages that we haven't shown on the screen yet. So we want to push them into the messages to actually display them on the screen, right? So we're going to set the messages to whatever they were previously. And from here, return an array that contains our new message that we now want to show, which is the children array at the index of messages.length, and then append or ... previous messages, right? So we're not going to hide any of the previous messages, just push a new one into the array that we now want to show. And else we're going to say clear interval, because there are no more messages to push. We've shown all messages. The messages array length is the same as the children array length, so all messages are on the screen and we don't want to do anything pretty much. And the last thing is that we want to delay this set interval by the delay that is optionally passed from the parent, right? Or it falls back to the default 1000 that is specified right here. And once we save that and reload our page, what is happening? The messages are rendering twice. Okay, it's kind of doing what we want, but the messages are rendering twice. Why is that happening? Aha, maybe that's because we forgot to clean up after ourselves in the use effect, because we still need to clear the interval whenever we return from this use effect to avoid memory leaks. And that was in fact the issue. Beautiful. So once we save that for each message that we define in our page.tsx, it gets pushed into the messages state as long as not all messages are shown. And if all messages are shown, we just do nothing and clear the interval, and all messages remain on the screen for our visitor to see them. Very, very nice. Let's reload that again. And dude, that just looks beautiful. Now we want the content of the second message to be slightly different. For the badge color, we're going to say FAA61A. As the title, we're going to say with an emoji. Once again, you can use the mag kind of selector that I'm using here, or just go to a website and select like a, cash emoji. That's what we need for this title. And say payment received. So the site I showed you earlier, it's like get emoji. You can just find the emoji here, grab something that has to do with money or with the event that you want to put here. It doesn't have to be a sale. Can be something else. I'm going to choose the cash emoji with payment received. And the content is going to contain three things. First off, the amount, which is going to be as a string $4900. As the email, this is going to be zoe.martinez2001. email.com. And the plan is gonna be Pro, just to have some data that looks like believable, you know, so it looks authentic on a landing page. Beautiful. And as the badge text, by the way, we can say revenue. There we go, and hit save. And there are our messages. Beautiful. Revenue, sign up. And by the way, one thing that shouldn't happen is both of these badges being the same color. That is probably because in our Discord message.tsx, yes, we're not actually using the badge color to put into the get badge styles. Now we do. So from the props, the badge color right here, the default 43B581 in the Discord message component, this should be passed into our get badge styles function right here. Once we save that, we should be able to see, beautiful, that the sign up is green, the revenue is yellow. Very, very nice. Dude, let's inspect this in full screen view and just how cool this is. We just made a fully working Discord UI with beautifully animated, beautifully designed messages. That's just crazy to think about, man. So really, really good job. And I mean that. I really mean that. This was no easy thing to implement, I know, but I think the result is very much worth it because it's exactly what we want our users to see, because it beautifully demonstrates what our product does. It's very clear, very intuitive. Hey, this is what Ping Panda does. It sends you notifications, and you can pay to increase your events per month and the amount of categories that you can have and so on. The point being, the landing page clearly communicates the product value, and also in a very beautiful way, exactly as we have here. So honestly, dude, really, really good job. You can be very proud of especially this section in our website. And from here on out, trust me, it's only gonna get more beautiful. And now one tiny detail that you might notice, the new message that pops up, it goes on top. And normally, when you get a new message in a chat interface, it pops up at the very bottom, right? So when a new message comes in, first message, second message, the second message actually appears above the first when it should in reality appear below. And there's actually a really easy fix for that. So let's go into our animated list component. By the way, you can just hold Control and click that component to get taken there. If you're wondering where we are, in Components UI Animated List right here, but that's just a really nice trick. Just Control click on the component and bam, we are already there. Now, the only thing we need to change for our new messages to pop in at the bottom instead of the top, like right now, is to change this flex call to a flex call reverse. And that's it. Once we save that, bam, you can see the new message pop in at the bottom. Dude, how cool is that? That looks really, really nice. And one thing I'm not a fan of is that the badge is taking up like the whole line right here, when in reality it should be in line with the new users signed up. So let's close out of the animated list. We're done here. And let's quickly go ahead and fix that in the Discord message on the fly. I actually didn't prepare for that, but I think we can just go ahead and quickly do this together. So where do we render out the title? Aha, right here, below our badge text. So what happens if we just change this to flex row? Does that work? Yes, that does work. And let's also give this a justify between. Yeah, it seems like those styles, we only wanted to apply it for large devices. Let's remove them. Okay, yeah, this looks so much better. I like this much more. This is kind of improvised on the fly here, but I really like this. So let's change this div class name above the badge text that we have to flex row, item center, and justify between, and margin bottom 2. And bam, I think that looks a lot cleaner in our messages for mobile devices. Very, very nice. And now to completely finish this off, let's add the third and final Discord message. Right now we have 2 right here. Let's copy down using Shift-Alt arrow down the last one. Bam. So we have 3 messages. And let's modify the third one. Let's just say today at 5:11 a.m., for example. There we go. The badge text is gonna be milestone. The badge color is gonna be 5865F2. The title is gonna be basically whatever you want, right? This can be any event. I'm gonna choose a rocket emoji here. And again, same procedure. If you're on Windows, you can just grab this emoji from any website that you want, or you can just leave the emoji away if that's what you want. No problem. And we're gonna say revenue milestone achieved. Beautiful. So this will mean that the user or customer, right, the Pink Panda customer, has achieved a certain revenue milestone with their SaaS that they want to track in Pink Panda. The content they want to track for that is 1, the recurring revenue. And this is gonna be, let's just put this as a string, $5,000 USD. And then as the growth, the second property here, we're gonna say plus 8.2%. Now, of course, this is just something I made up, but that is a realistic event that you can track with Pink Panda, and that also, honestly, you can be really proud of. And there's probably no cooler message to get on Discord than something like this, right? And that's why we want to put it on our homepage to let people know, hey, you can do this with Pink Panda and have a really good experience with it. Because when you get one of these messages on Discord, probably they're going to be very happy, which is great. Okay, dude. Let's take a look at this in full screen. Hella work, man. Hella work. This looks absolutely incredible. This is a super nice demo to show what we do, to show what are the benefits that the customer is interested in, right? I think it doesn't get more practical than this for an actual product demo on the homepage. So super, super good work. And next up is gonna be one of my favorite parts of this landing page. That's gonna be the bento grid right here. I'm not gonna use green because we haven't done it yet. I'm gonna use blue because we're about to do it. And this bento grid serves 2 purposes. First off, it looks absolutely amazing. And secondly, it provides all the benefits of our product at one site. Like 4 different headlines here, here, clearly stating our benefits, looking absolutely amazing. And it's also going to teach us advanced Tailwind. All right, there's going to be some classes in here that in normal Tailwind you rarely see. It's 3 classes specifically, I guess is the way to say it, 3 class names that usually you don't see a lot in Tailwind that I'm gonna teach you in this bento grid session that you can use in this project, in future projects, and so on. These are genuinely useful because they allow for absolute modular styling on the component level. You're gonna see exactly what this means. Basically, the styles inside of each bento grid element right here are gonna be relative to its parent, to the outside container, and not the viewport, right? And that's something special. That's unusual in Tailwind, but it allows us to make this look absolutely incredible. And yeah, I'm just excited to teach you those styles, man. So let's get into it. Let's start the bento grid and the third section of our landing page by first off just collapsing the prior section. We're completely done with the Discord demo. And now comes the bento grid. So let's start in the third section by giving this a class name that's going to be relative, padding y24, on small devices a padding y of 32, and a BG brand of 25. Beautiful. Let's open up this section. And inside of here, of course, first things first, or max width wrapper. So we always have unified width in our app. Let's give this a class name, the max width wrapper. And that's going to be flex call for vertical alignment, items center, gap 16, and on small devices a gap 20. Let's open up the max width wrapper, and inside of here goes a div. Once again, this is just for layout purposes, this div right here. So it's not gonna get a class name, right? We're just gonna put an h2 in here, and that h2 is gonna get a class name of text center, text-base/7. And once again, this is pretty much the same thing, right? This shorthand is basically the same thing as this, setting the font size and setting the line height separately, but we can just shorten it like this. Bam, it's just a really nice utility that we can use. Let's apply font semi-bold as the class name, and lastly, a text brand of 600 here. And inside of this h2, we're gonna say intuitive monitoring. This is gonna be the above headline, I guess you could say, like, yeah, because it's literally above the headline. I guess that is the word. It's like the opposite of a sub headline, if you know what I mean. It's just above it. right? And then right below it, we're actually going to use our heading component to say stay ahead with real-time insights. Beautiful, and save that. And honestly, already this looks really, really good. Okay, great, let's continue. And we are going to continue below our heading, below the closing div, and right above our max with wrapper right here. Let's open up one more div, and this gets a class name of grid, gap 4, on large a grid calls of 3, and on large devices a grid rows of 2. Let's open this div up and one more div in here with a class name of relative, and on large devices this is going to get a row span of 2. Now, this div we just created is going to be the first bento grid element. So just to make it easy for ourselves, let's actually mark it as such by just adding a JSX comment in front of it. So we can say first bento grid element right here. And this makes our code a lot more maintainable, because at first glance we can see what is where, right? It's the same thing as I mentioned earlier, just makes our JSX a lot easier to work in if we structure it like this, right? So it's immediately clear this is the container and this is the actual first element. Okay, inside of here, the first thing we're going to create is a self-closing div. It's not going to contain any content, but rather it's just visual. It will just look good. The class name is going to be absolute and inset px, which stands for an inset of 1 pixel right here, which just means the top left, bottom, and right properties are all set to 1 pixel, right? So a very, very slight offset. A rounded large, a BG white, and lastly, on large devices and upwards, we're going to apply a rounded left of 2 rem right here. And that's it for the self-closing div. Now for the div that's actually going to hold the content, right? We're going to create that right below the decorational div, just right here, with 2 more closing divs to go after that. And this one will get a class name of relative, a flex, a height of full, flex call, an overflow hidden, a rounded, and now comes one of the first interesting class names, class name concepts that I want to show you. Right? You remember when I told you there's 3 interesting classes here in the bento grid that you don't usually see in Tailwind that are super, super cool and powerful to know. The first one is this. Check this out. Now, to lead up to why this is so important, let me show you a visual example. This is going to be UI Design 101 with Josh, okay? So imagine there are 2 containers right here. Then, in order for things to look good in the world of UI design, if the parent container, right, the parent is the outside and the child is the inside, if the parent container has the same border radius as the child, so the border radius being how round is the corner right here, then things are going to look awkward, because what's going to happen is that the space right here is going to be less than the space right here. So the space along the curve is actually uneven if both the parent and the child have the same border radius. That's why you want the child to have a smaller or the parent to have a larger. It's kind of the same thing, border radius. And that leads up to why is this important right here, the rounded property. That first off allows us to set the border radius. You're probably familiar with that. But how, for example, can we calculate dynamically the rounded large property right here plus 1 px? You don't need to follow along right now. I'm just showing this to you. This should be rounded large. Basically, our goal is to insert the rounded large because that's the div above, right? That's how rounded it is. And we want to add 1 pixel just to make it look nice, to have the parent completely surround the child and have it look super, super clean. The problem is we can't insert it like this. If we look at the resulting calculation, it tries to calculate rounded-lg plus 1 pixel, but this doesn't actually resolve to a number in CSS, so this won't actually work. What in reality we want is for the actual number that this resolves to, the rounded large, to be inserted dynamically here, right? Whether that's 16 pixels or however much that is. It's a variable right here, the radius variable. It's like, I don't know, 4, 8, maybe 12, 16 pixels, whatever it is. We want the actual number to be resolved, right? And good news, in Tailwind, that actually works. If we insert the calculate function right here, we can use another function called theme. And in that theme, we can pass something called the border radius.lg. And this will actually now resolve to the underlying value that the border radius large resolves to, right? If this was medium or small or XL, same thing. That just works. And now we can add 1 pixel because of the design principle I just showed you in the drawing to perfectly match the rounded corners. Awesome. And that will look really, really nice. And lastly, this is for all devices, but we want specific behavior for large devices and up. And that's going to be a rounded left of another custom value. And we're going to calculate something in here that is going to be 2 rem plus 1 px right here. So 1 pixel more than the absolutely positioned div we have right above this div. Okay. That was interesting class number 1, and there's going to be 2 more later that are going to be really, really cool to know about in Tailwind. Now, before that, first off, let's finish our first bento grid element. Let's create 1 more div inside here, and this div is going to get a class name, which is going to be padding x of 8, padding bottom of 3, padding top of 8, small padding x of 10, small padding bottom of 0, and small padding top of 10. A lot of different paddings applied here. I'm gonna leave you some time if you got stuck anywhere, so you can go ahead and get this. And then let's open up this div. In here, there's gonna be a p tag saying real-time notifications. And this p tag will get a class name of margin top 2, a text large /7 for line height, remember, a font medium, a tracking tight, because that tends to look pretty good on headlines, a text brand 950, and on max large, a text center. By the way, there were 4 classes. I lied. There's 4 interesting classes that we are going to learn about in the bento grid. I lied to you. So this should in reality be 4, and this is the second one. The max large. What this means is, imagine we have multiple device classes, right? So we have very small device. Why can't I draw? Let me reload the page. Sometimes this app is just bugged as hell. Anyways, we have the extra small size right here. Then we have the small. This could be like your standard kind of smartphone, and let's make this a bit more realistic. So this would be standard smartphone breakpoint size. So this is the Tailwind SM. We have MD in Tailwind, which is a bit wider, and so on and so on. You get the point, right? There's large and extra large. What are we saying when we say max large text center? We're basically saying up until large devices, but not included. Let's add the large device as well here, which is just referencing the width. Up until large devices, max large, that's what it means. Use this property, and afterwards don't use it. Fall back to the default. So when we say, for example, max large text center, then all that means is on these devices, the text in the div or in the p tag that we're using this on will be centered, but not above it. I think that's pretty intuitive, and it's also very useful, right, to know about, because it allows us to fall back to the default value instead of overriding from certain breakpoints. So you could argue it is even a bit cleaner than it is to have syntax like just large text center and then overriding it on higher device classes, right? That is the benefit. Okay. After this p tag, 1 more p tag, and this one will get a class name of margin top 2, a max width of large, a text small /6 for line height, a text gray 600, and a max large text center just the same way. Inside of this p tag, we're gonna say get notified about critical events the moment they happen, no matter if you're at home or on the go, period. Beautiful. What happens when we save that? We're gonna see our first bento grid element pop up, but it doesn't look as good as it could. yet. So let's improve that. Let's make it look really, really good. After the closing of the p tag and one more closing div, that's where we're gonna open up with another div. So there's 3 closing divs to go after that. Let's open this up. And this div is gonna get a class name of relative, a minimum height of an angled brackets now for a custom value, 30 rem, a width of full, grow, which is just the flex grow, by the way, if you're wondering, so it takes up as much space as it can. And now comes class number 3 out of 4 that are very interesting. And that is, listen up closely, in angled brackets right here. Yes, the entire class in angled brackets. A container dash type colon inline size. And it only makes sense to explain what this class does once we get to class number 4. We are gonna get there very, very soon, in less than a minute. So hold on to your curiosity for just a second. We're gonna get there in just a second. Okay, the next class we're gonna apply is the max large mx auto. So up until large devices, automatically center horizontally, and a max large max width of small. Okay. Now, one more div inside here, and this is gonna get a class name of absolute, an inset x of 10, a bottom of 0, a top of 10, an overflow hidden, and now comes the interesting part, a rounded top of, and now a custom value. And now we're gonna use a unit that you've probably never seen before in Tailwind, or I think most of you have never seen it before. Neither have I before I did this project. It was new to me as well, and I really liked learning about it. So the unit we're gonna use in here is 12 CQW. And you might think like, Josh, wow, what the hell is that? That you just made that up, right? That's not actually a unit. And trust me, it is. That is actually a unit, and it means container query width. And that allows us, this property, to style or border radius according to the parent, according to any div above this child that has this container type inline size set, right? This border radius is now relative to the parent as opposed to the viewport, which allows it to always stay exactly in the shape that we want, to always look really, really good on any device, basically because it's just relative to the parent. Right? So the important takeaway is now this border radius shrinks and grows with the parent, right? It's not hard-coded to a value like 2 rem, which resolves to 32 pixels, right here, which is basically dependent on the font size. An absolute measurement is always like this. No, with the unit CQW container query width, the border radius shrinks and grows with the parent, so it's always exactly the size that we want to make it look extremely good. And the same property, the CQW, we can also apply to the border on the x-axis that we want to be as a custom value 3 CQW. Now, I agree, this is kind of cumbersome to type, right? It's kind of a very awkward unit name, but it makes sense after you understand what it does, as I just explained it to you. And the same thing that's applied to the border top, a border top of 3 CQW. Okay, let's also apply a border gray of 700 and a BG gray of 900 and a shadow of 2XL at last. Beautiful, and we're almost done. What we are gonna do now is put the actual image inside of here. Let's render out an optimized Next.js image inside of this div. And inside of here, we're gonna give this a class name, size full, which is just the width and the height at 100%, an object cover and an object top. And you're gonna see why we apply this object top here in a second once we save. The source is gonna be /phone-screen.png. The alt tag for this image for accessibility purposes is going to be phone screen displaying app interface. And lastly, we're going to apply a fill property to this image. Now, what might happen is the only thing I did off camera, by accident, by the way, is I copied all images from the GitHub repository inside of the public folder, right? So you might not have done that yet. Maybe you did. If not, go ahead into the public folder of the GitHub repository, right? The GitHub repo and then the public folder. Just grab all the images. Chances are you already did for the images we already had in here, the 2 or 3. And just grab all the images and put them inside the public folder. That way, whenever we reference an image now in our project, it's already gonna be there in the public folder and the imports will just work. Like this, right? So this is the first bento grid element and it looks absolutely great. Like how cool does this look? And we can make it look even better with one single adjustment. After the image, right? After the closing of the image, 1, 2, 3 closing divs down is where we're gonna open up and just put a self-closing decorational div. And this is gonna spice up this bento grid element by 200%. Check this out. The only thing we're gonna apply here is a class name, and it's gonna be pointer events none, absolute, inset px, rounded large, shadow, ring 1, ring dash black slash 5, slash 5, there we go, for 5% opacity of the color. And on large devices, a rounded left of 2 rem right here. So that's going to be 32 pixels. And once we hit save, notice what happens to the bento grid element. Bam, it just got this super clean outline. Let me undo that again, right? Or let me just comment out this div. It's gone, and now it's back. Dude, what a nice thing to have. This outline makes it look so much more crisp. Very, very nice. I'm way too hyped about an outline. Anyways, okay. Now, after this decorational div and after one more closing div, let's open up. And this is where our second bento grid element goes. Right here with one closing div and then the closing max with wrapper to go. Let's start off strong with a div. And this div will get not, what was that? A class name. What is my IntelliSense doing, man? Let's reload our window and hopefully that fixes things. Okay, let's give this div a class name of relative and a max large row start 1. Okay, let's open this div up and inside of here goes our self-closing decorational div first with a class name of absolute, an inset of px, rounded large, bg white, max large, rounded top 2 rem as a custom value in angled brackets. And that's it for the decorational div. Right below that, let's open up a div with a class name of relative, flex, height of full, flex col, overflow hidden, a rounded, and now we're gonna do another calculation. So in angled brackets, we're gonna call the calc function, which is, by the way, a CSS built-in thing. This is not Tailwind specific at all. This is standard CSS. And inside of here, call our theme function to actually resolve or border radius dot large to the actual pixel value, right, that it corresponds to, and then add 1 pixel, because again of the design principle I told you about earlier, to this. And right afterwards, we're going to apply a max large rounded top and again a calculation right here, but it's going to be a more simple calculation of 2 rem plus 1 px plus 1 pixel. So this is going to evaluate to 33 pixels, but it's also going to depend on the font size because of the REM. Basically, bottom line is this will look good and it's going to be exactly as large as we want it. Okay, let's open up a div inside of here with a class name of padding x8, a padding top of 8, on small a padding x of 10, and on small a padding top of 10 as well. Inside of this div, let's just copy paste down our paragraph elements from the first bento grid element. Right? So let's go to the first element, grab our p tags, just the p tags, nothing else, and simply paste them in our second bento grid element. Because the class names are going to be the exact same, right? We want the same styling across all bento grid headings and descriptions. Just the text is going to be different. For the main headline of the second bento grid element, let's say track any event. And for the actual text, we are going to say from new users, or from new user signups rather, to successful payments Ping Panda notifies you for all critical events in your SaaS, period. Very, very nice. I guess it's just a design choice. If you want to put a period here, it's optional, but I like it. I think the period is a good, nice detail here. Okay, after the closing p tag, after the closing div, let's insert one more div with a class name. By the way, with 3 closing divs to go afterwards. This is where we are, right here, with a class name of flex. Flex1 to take up as much space as we possibly can with this element. Items center, justify center, a padding x of 8, a max large padding bottom of 12, a max large padding top of 10, on small devices a padding x of 10, and on large devices a padding bottom of 2. Again, lots of paddings in here, so I'm gonna leave you a quick second in case you got lost anywhere. That is the entire class name right here. And then let's open up the div. Inside of here goes a Next.js optimized image component to show that bento grid's image with a class name of width full, a max large maximum width XS. So basically it will always take up the XS space if it can, but it can also shrink. Right, that's fine. It can get smaller than 320 pixels, but at maximum 320 pixels. The source is gonna be or / bento grid event.png image that I prepared for us. The alt tag is gonna be bento box illustrating event tracking. And lastly, the width is gonna be 500 and the height not hidden. The height is gonna be 300. That just comes straight from the image, and they make sure that the aspect ratio is actually right. And what did I... Oh, this should be bento any event, right? Because we're tracking any event, not bento grid event, bento any event.png. And once we hit save, beautiful. We have our illustration show up right here that lets users know, hey, you can track signups, you can track credit cards, payments, whatever you want, successful plan subscriptions, and emails, notifications. Dude, basically whatever you want to track, you can track in Ping Panda. And I think that's beautiful. Okay, and now for the final touch for the second bento grid element, the beautiful outline. You remember? That's gonna happen after the closing div, after the image. 2 closing divs, and with 2 more closing divs to go, that's where we are until we would hit the max width wrapper. That's where we're gonna create the self-closing decorational div for the outline with a class name of pointer events none, absolute, an inset of 1px, or just px because that's what it means, a rounded large, a shadow ring 1, ring black /5 for transparency, and a max large rounded top of 2 rem. There we go. Beautiful. Let's save that and let's see what we did. Hell yes, dude, that is our beautiful bento grid second element. And it's very similar to the third element, right? So let's go ahead and create that. After the decorational div and after 1 more closing div with 1 more closing div and then the max width wrapper to go, that's where we are. Let's open up 1 more div with a class name of relative, max large, and then row start 3. On large devices, a call start of 2, and on large devices, a row start of 2. By the way, one reason we're not just copy pasting a bento grid element is, as you can see, each element is very different from the other. The structure is similar, but you can see the rounded corners on the first element are different, right? Oh, what did I do? For example, in full screen, whereas on mobile, they're more rounded and the element is on top and not actually the second element and so on anymore. So it's very easy to believe we could just copy paste a bento grid element when in reality that will lead to absolute chaos in your layouting, right? So I definitely don't recommend that. It's much easier to do them one by one to make sure they look exactly as we want them to look. Awesome. Okay, so let's open this div up, and this is gonna be the, you can probably guess, third bento grid element. Right here, let's put that above the div. Inside of here, first off, a self-closing decorational div with a class name, and that's gonna be absolute, an inset of px, a rounded large, and a background of white. Right below that div, one more div with a class name of relative, flex, height of full, flex call, overflow hidden, rounded, and then a custom calculation right here. So angled brackets, call the calc CSS function, and in here goes our theme. You know the drill by now how this works, where we enter the border radius.lg, which stands for large, and then after the parentheses, +1 pixel. Not inside, so we're gonna let this resolve to its number, which will then be like, I don't know, 16 px, and then +1 px, right? That's how it works. So we want the +1 px to be outside of this function, outside of the parentheses to resolve correctly. Okay, inside of this div, let's open that up. One more div with a class name of padding x8, padding top 8, small, padding x of 10, small, padding top of 10. Those 4 padding classes right here. Let's open this up, and inside of here, we can just copy and paste our p tags. Once again, there's no need to rewrite them. They are always going to be the exact same in class name, just the text is going to be different. So for the headline here, for the third bento grid element, we're going to say track any properties, and for the text, we're going to say add any custom data you like to an event, such as a user email, a purchase amount, or an exceeded quota. Basically saying you can track whatever the hell you want, right? But just formulate it much better and professional, as we are, because we are professionals, man. Okay, remember that. Okay, with the closing p tag and then the closing div with 3 more closing divs to go. That is, or with 3 more closing divs to go until the max width wrapper, should I say. That is where we're gonna create the image div. This is gonna get a class name of flex, flex1 items center, justify center, padding x of 8, max large, padding bottom of 12, max large, padding top of 10, small, padding x of 10, large, padding bottom of 2. Again, lots of paddings. If you got lost anywhere, I'm gonna give you a second here. Just go ahead, finish up that pretty long, complicated class name, I admit, and then let's put a beautiful Next.js image right in here. The class name is gonna be a width of full and a max large maximum width XS, again allowing the image to shrink if it must, but also setting a maximum width for it. The source is gonna be /bento custom data.png. The alt tag is gonna be bento box illustrating custom data tracking. The width is gonna be 500 and the height is gonna be 300. And before we save that, we can right away do the beautiful outline right away. So after 1 closing div, after 2 closing divs, with 2 more closing divs to go until the max width wrapper, let's put our self-closing decorational outline div with a class name of pointer events none, absolute, an inset of px, a rounded of large, a shadow, ring 1 and ring black /5, and hit save. Let's scroll down. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah, this looks really good. We've got real-time notifications, track any event, track any properties. Oh, and by the way, I just noticed the corner here is a bit off. We still have to fix that, okay? Let's fix that right now. Actually, we don't want it to look that way. So the white is more rounded here than it is in the actual corner. Let's go ahead and address that, but I think the rest is all looking exactly as it should. Beautiful. So let's quickly go ahead and fix the issue. So what is the issue? On large devices, the top left border radius of the real-time notification bento grid element. That's element number 1. Let's go ahead and scroll up a bit to element number 1 and see what I mean. How easy it is now to navigate our JSX. That's just really, really nice. Okay, and up here everything looks good, but I think I already spotted the mistake. Yes, right here, that might be the reason. I did a little typo here. So for the decorational element of the first bento grid element, this should be large, rounded left, 2 rem. And I just made a typo here. There we go. Let's save that. So maybe you didn't even have this issue. Hopefully, if you didn't do that typo. And beautiful. There is the corner exactly as it should be. Hell yeah. Okay, dude. And now for one of the coolest bento grid elements, which is the last one, the code example with beautiful code highlighting. So let's move past our third bento grid element. Okay, so with one closing div to go above or max with wrapper, that's where we're going to create the, let's comment that in, fourth bento grid element. Okay, let's get it. Let's create a div with a class name of relative and on large devices a row span of 2. Let's open this up, and inside of here first, once again, you know the drill by now, or decorational div with a class name of absolute, an inset of px, 1 pixel, rounded large, bg white, max large rounded bottom of 2 rem. There we go. And on large devices, a rounded right of 2 rem as well, both in angled brackets. Okay. After this decorational div, let's create the actual main content div with a class name of relative, flex, height full, flex col, overflow hidden, a rounded, and now in angled brackets for a custom calculation, calc in here, theme, you know the drill, and pass in our border radius dot lg plus 1px after the parentheses, right? Perfect. Okay. After that, a max large rounded dash b dash and then a custom calculation as well. But once again, this calculation is going to be a lot more simple. It's going to be 2 rem plus 1 px. And lastly, on large devices, a rounded r for right, also custom calculation, calc 2 rem plus 1 px. Okay, let's open this div up and create one more div inside of here with a class name of padding x 8, padding bottom 3, padding top 8, small padding x 10, small padding bottom 0, small padding top 10. Once again, lots of paddings. If you got lost anywhere, now is your time. I'm just gonna chill out here for a second. And then let's open up this div. Once again, we can copy and paste or p tags just from any other bento grid element, just the p tags, and paste them right in here. So we have them in this padded div. And the first headline is going to say easy integration. And the second description is going to say connect Ping Panda with your existing workflows in minutes and call or intuitive logging API from any language. Period. Okay, yeah, the period is just a stylistic choice, but I think if every bullet point has a period, I think it kind of looks better. Anyways, you can do it however you want. After the closing p tag, after a closing div, and with 3 more closing divs to go after that, let's open up the content div with a class name of relative and a minimum height of 30 rem right here. And we're not done yet, a width full and a grow as well. So those 4 class names, relative, min height 30, width full, grow. Let's open this up and create a div in here with a class name of absolute, bottom 0, left 10, right 0, top 10, overflow hidden, rounded, TL, top left, XL, a BG gray of 900 and a shadow of 2XL. Let's open this div up and one more div in here with a class name of flex, BG gray 800/40 for the opacity, the ring 1 and ring white /5 again for opacity. Okay, let's open up this and put one more div in here with a class name of -MB -PX. So a negative margin bottom of 1 pixel. We can see that if we hover over this. A flex, text small /6 for line height directly here, font medium and text gray 400. Beautiful. Now inside of here, let's create one last div for the file name. So you remember how this is going to be a code example? Well, this is going to be the name of the file that the code example is in. Let's name this pingpanda.js. And this div is going to get a class name of border B, border R, border B white /20 for opacity, border R white /20 for opacity. Or actually, let's make this 10. Yeah, let's give the border right white /10, a BG white /5, a padding X of 4, a padding Y of 2, and lastly, a text of white. If you got lost anywhere, this is the entire class name. Let me give this a bit more space just so you can see this easier. There we go. Okay, that is our pingpanda.js file. Let's save that and see what happens. And oh, you can see what happens here. There's a code file popping up and it already looks pretty damn good, if I do say so myself. The only thing missing here is some nice code inside of it. So after the closing div, after 1, 2 more closing divs with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 closing divs to go until the max with wrapper, this is where we are. Let's open up a div with a class name of overflow hidden, and inside of here goes one last div with a class name of maximum height 30 rem as a custom angled bracket value. Okay, here comes the code. But the thing is, if you just put code in here, it's going to look super awkward, right? It's just black text inside of here, and that does not look great. And there's basically two options of what we could do at this point. Option 1 is log ourselves in our grandma's basement and write a code syntax highlighter for 4 weeks, for a whole month, and then use that here and have a good looking landing page. You could do that. The alternative is let somebody else log themselves into grandma's basement and just use their work, which is React Syntax Highlighter. I've already prepared that page here. Yeah, we can just let somebody else do the work and install their battle-tested, good-looking React package, you know, and I prefer that option. A lot of people are doing it, and it's an absolutely great package. So let's go ahead and install that to show the, to show the code syntax in a beautiful kind of way on our page. So let's say npm install React Syntax Highlighter and hit enter. And also what we want to do is, because this is a definition type file right here, all that means is it doesn't ship the TypeScript types with it by default. So we need to install them separately, right? If there's a blue TypeScript symbol here, the packages do. If it's this DT, then we need to install them separately. And if there's no symbol, it's just a JavaScript package, so you can't even really use it with TypeScript. But almost all packages are either definition or actually TypeScript in 2024, 2025. There's rarely any pure JS packages, and if so, I never use them. So let's npm install -d for a dev dependency. We don't need it at the deployment, even though technically it doesn't really make a difference for us. But that's another topic, just as a dev dependency. Add types/React syntax highlighter and hit enter. That's going to give us all the TypeScript types that we need to use this package. So let's start back up our development server. Bam, there we go. And now we can go to the very top of our file and import two things. And that is first, import prism as syntax highlighter. There we go, from React Syntax Highlighter. Now, React Syntax Highlighter supports two things. It supports Prism, but it also supports HL.js, and I think Prism is nicer. I prefer Prism, so let's import Prism and call it Syntax Highlighter. So this is just renaming, right? It doesn't really make a difference. We're just renaming Prism to Syntax Highlighter, how we can call it in our component. And also let's import the CSS style for it, which is already included in this package as well. We can simply copy the style import from the npm package. So if you haven't yet, just go ahead, navigate to the npm package and grab that import and just replace the last part with Prism. There we go. And Of course, we want a certain style, and the one we're going for, there's a lot of presets you can choose from how you want your code to look. We're gonna go for one dark because I think that looks really, really nice. Okay, with that all done, let's go ahead into our bento grid and actually render out some beautiful code. Let's scroll down to where it says code and actually replace this with the syntax highlighter. And this is not gonna be self-closing. It is gonna have a child, which is gonna be the actual code we're gonna put here in a second. The language is gonna be TypeScript, and the style is gonna be one dark, at least for now, because I want to show you one small problem that there is with this, but you're gonna see that here in a second. So if we put any TypeScript code in here, like const, I don't know, is equal to example, just anything, it doesn't really matter, then we can see that code pop up on our landing page after we reload, hopefully. There we are, and that looks beautiful. However, one tiny detail that is not ideal is that this has its own background, right? This gray, it's not the blue that we want. And in order to fix that, there's one cool trick that we can do, and that is to pass our own style element, simply spread in the one dark theme, and now override the properties that we don't want. For one, that's gonna be in single quotes, because we're gonna use double quotes inside of here, the pre, and then in angled brackets, class star is equal to, in double quotes, language minus. So every language minus class, we want to override with our custom object properties right here, which basically are gonna be all the default properties. So let's spread in the one dark at the index of exactly this. Right, so in angled brackets that. And if we save now, basically we change nothing. It's the exact same, right? We're spreading in the default styles, overriding this custom property right here, but still spreading in the same exact value, right? So after all, we're doing exactly nothing. But what this allows us to do is to override target properties with full IntelliSense, as you can see right here. And the properties we want to override are the background. We want to make that transparent. And let's set the overflow to hidden right here. And if we save this, you can see a lot of the problem will go away, but not the entire problem. We're almost there, but not quite. So let's mark this overriding section of this property and hold Shift-Alt-Arrow down once, and then just change the pre to code, right, for both occurrences here. How I did that is, again, selecting one and then pressing Ctrl-D. That's going to select both instances and change that to code. And as soon as we save that, and by the way, the overflow doesn't even matter on the code, we can also remove that, right? So we don't need this. It doesn't really matter. Bam! Our background is now exactly as we want it. The only thing that's not as we wanted yet is the actual code. And so we don't have to type out the entire code snippet ourselves. Of course, I prepared that in the copy-paste list. So let's scroll to the very top. I think it's nicer if we declare it at the top of the component instead of inline. Let's define a const code snippet is going to be equal to, and head over to our copy-paste list. Right here, you can see the code snippet that I prepared. We can simply go ahead, grab that, and paste it into our component. And let's quickly take a second to inspect this. What are we doing here? We're sending a request to this API endpoint, which if you deploy this later on, which we're going to do step by step together, don't you worry about it, then the actual URL is going to go here. So people can actually use your live SaaS, right, to turn this into an actual business if you want to, or just have fun with it in the deployed version. We're sending a post request containing a body. The category is sale, and the category is what the user creates in their dashboard, right? Which events they want to track with any content that they want. These fields can be anything. This can be like a name of John, or a age of 25, or the amount, what we had before. The user decides what they want to track. With Ping Panda, we allow complete flexibility. Basically, as we say here on the bento grid, right? We stay true to our promise. They can track whatever they want, and that's a very big advantage about Ping Panda. The headers are the other interesting part. They need to provide an API key. Not anyone can spam your API, but we make sure this is secure. Only registered, authenticated users with a legit valid API key can use our service. That's all built into Ping Panda, and we're going to do it step by step once we get to the dashboard part. I just wanted to review the API together with you. And for now, let's just put the code snippet dynamically here into our syntax highlighter. Great. The last thing is let's finish this off with our strong outline, or not really strong, it's like the subtle outline. I wanted to say let's finish strong with the subtle outline, and then we're done with our bento grid. So after the syntax highlighter, after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 closing divs with 2 more closing divs to go, this is where we're going to open up and put a self-closing div with a class name of pointer events none, absolute, inset px, a rounded large, a shadow, ring 1, ring black /5 for opacity, max large, rounded b in angled brackets for a custom value, 2 rem, and on large devices, a rounded right of custom value, 2 rem. Right there, and close that off and hit save. And there is our outline, there is our code, and that looks absolutely fantastic. Really, really nice work. Dude, this is one of the cleanest, coolest bento grids I've ever seen. And now you know yourself how to do it, with illustrations all in there, clean headlines. And one of my favorite things about this bento grid is that it shows the benefits of Ping Panda or whatever business you want to build in the future as well on one site instantly, right? Because between us, man, people don't buy features, right? You can tell them how many features you have, nice, but nobody buys a product because it has nice features. Only if those features actually solve the user's problem and you can clearly communicate that they do, anyone will be interested in the software that you build. I've made that experience pretty painfully myself, man. And that was one of the biggest learnings I had. To make people care, you want to clearly point out your benefits and how it helps them. And that's what we're doing with this bento grid. So I don't just want to teach you how to code. I also want to teach you the principles behind it, right? Why are we doing what we're doing? What are the benefits? And in the bento grid, the clear benefit is immediately showing which value we provide to the user and how it helps them, right? This is highly relevant to people browsing our website or people searching for an event monitoring tool. Can they track what they want to track? Do we allow them that flexibility? And Ping Panda 100% does, for example, by allowing them to track any property. So dude, the bento grid takes care of all of that, and on top, it looks absolutely amazing with a code example, and you can be really proud of following along. Great job. All right, man, we're as good as done with the landing page. Very, very cool. So let's minimize the section we just created, the bento grid, and let's actually dedicate ourselves to the last section on the landing page, which are the customer reviews. And customer reviews on a website are super important, right? They build trust to your potential customers, which is why they're basically on every SaaS landing page that you can think of, right? Basically, every SaaS has some kind of customer reviews on their website. And we will too, of course, because we want customers for Ping Panda, because this is a real world SaaS. So let's start with the section class name, the fourth and last section on our landing page. The class name is gonna be relative, a padding y of 24, on small devices a padding y of 32, and a bg of white. And yeah, you can like kind of spot the pattern here, right? It's the same style as always. And you can probably guess the next component we're gonna put in here. Damn right, it's the max width wrapper. With a class name of flex, flex-call, then an items-center, a gap of 16, and on small a gap of 20. Okay, let's open this max width wrapper up, and inside of here goes a div. Once again, this is just for layout purposes and won't get its own class name. Inside of this div, let's create an h2 element with a class name of text center, a text /base /7, not slash, a text base /7, right? So for font size and line height at the same time, a font semi-bold, and lastly a text brand of 600. There we go. Inside of this h2, we are gonna say real world experiences. There we go. Hit save, and we should see that pop up right down here, right? Is our dev server not running? Oh, there we are. Real world experiences, the kind of above the headline. And you can probably guess we're going to put a heading element right below it, saying what our customers say. And this heading is just going to get one class name that's going to be text center. And hit save. There we are. That looks great. Okay. Now, below the div and above the closing of the max width wrapper is where the actual testimonials are gonna live. So let's create them. Let's create a div right here with a class name of mxAuto grid, maximum width of 2xl, a grid calls 1, padding x of 4, on large devices and up, a margin x of 0, on large devices and up, a max width of none, on large devices and up, a grid calls of 2, a divide-y, which is basically a vertical separation line. On large devices, a divide y of 0, so it's only gonna be on small devices until large. On large devices, a divide x, so it's gonna be the opposite on large devices, and a divide gray of 200, right? You're gonna see exactly what this does here in a second. It's basically dividing the two testimonials that we will have on our page. Let's put one more div inside of here with a class name of flex, flex auto, flex call, a gap of 4, a BG brand of 25, a padding of 6, on small devices a padding of 8, on large devices even a padding of 16, a rounded top of in angled brackets custom value 2 rem, on large devices a rounded TR none, so a top right of none, and lastly on large devices a rounded left of 2 rem as well. There we go. And by the way, this is gonna be, let's kind of comment that in our first customer review, right? Just as a kind of JSX best practice, we're gonna comment that in. And then for the actual review, that's gonna live in a div with a class name of flex, gap 0.5, a margin bottom of 2, justify center, and on large justify start, containing the star rating, right? So let's import our star icon from Lucid React. And this star icon gets a class name of size 5, a text brand 600, and also a fill brand 600 at last. Now, if we save this, you're gonna see the star rating pop up right here, and it's 1 star. And I mean, dude, do you want a 1-star rating on your website? Probably not. There is actually a database ORM that is called Drizzle ORM, which is like an alternative to Prisma, and they actually have bad reviews on their website intentionally. So I'm just gonna show this to you. Developers love Drizzle ORM. I hate Drizzle. Sorry, Drizzle, you suck. I hate Drizzle ORM so much. So if there's anyone who wants to put 1-star ratings on their website, it's probably these guys. We don't. Right, in our use case right now, we do want the 5-star ratings, which is why we're gonna copy down the star icon using Shift, Alt, and arrow down once, twice, thrice, and 4-ice. You know, I don't know, like 5 times. Okay, you get what I mean. And save that, and bam, bada bing, bada boom. We now have a 5-star rating instead of 1 star, which is probably a bit nicer. Now, let's create a p tag with 2 closing divs to go until the max width wrapper closing tag right here. And this is gonna get a class name of text base, small text large, a large text large /8, a font medium, tracking tight, because that tends to look really good on headlines, a text brand 950, text center, large text left, and a text pretty. Now, if you don't know what a text pretty is, it's basically the text wrap, right? It just makes it look, well, pretty. It's kind of like magic, you know, you can just add it and it makes it wrap nicer. I'm gonna show you this. Don't worry, I'm gonna show you how this looks like here in practice once we're done writing the review. So let's write it. Ping Panda has been a game changer for me. I've been using it for 2 months now. Now, and seeing sales pop up in real time is super satisfying. There we go. Beautiful. That is our review. Let's save that and let's see what the text pretty does. If I remove it, save it, bam, you can see there's one word at the very bottom. And in UI design, that's another core principle. You never want one word just hanging on a line like that. It just doesn't look good. If I zoom in, that's gone, but it can happen, which is not great. So the text pretty prevents that and has at least 2 words there. I just think that looks a lot nicer. If I zoom out, if I zoom in, the wrap is just more, it looks more professional. Okay, after the p tag, let's create a div with a class name of flex col, justify center, large justify start, small flex row, item center, small items start, gap of 4 and margin top of 2. Right here. Pretty long class name. I'm gonna leave you a second to get that. And once we got it, let's put a Next.js image inside of here. This image will have the source of /user2.png, which is an image that I prepared. The class name is gonna be rounded full to make it a circle, and an object cover to make sure it takes up all the space it can. The auth is gonna be random user. I mean, you can probably come up with something better, like the actual person's name, if it's a real testimonial, right? The width is going to be 48 and the height is going to be 48 as well. Let's save that, see what it looks like. Bada bing, bada boom, we have the image, great. And let's also add the name of that person, right? Right below the image, still inside of this div element, we're going to create one more div with a class name of flex col, in items center, and on small in items start. And inside of here, we're going to create a p tag with a class name of font semi-bold, flex, and items center. Now for the name, that's going to be Freya Larsson. This is just some random name I made up. It has absolutely no meaning. You can input your name right here. It really does not matter. This is just some believable name that somebody might have, I guess. And we can put some really cool icon here. That is like a Twitter verification badge. So if we just save this, there's the name, great, but it would look much more credible if it had like a Twitter verification badge. We can add that. So let's navigate into our icons component. If you're wondering where that is, under app, no, not under app, under source, components, icons. That's where we are right now. And let's create a new icon called verification badge. And just like the above SVG, this is going to be a standard arrow function receiving some props. And these props are going to be of type Lucid props. Essentially, these are just SVG attributes. Everything that you can pass into an SVG is expected as a prop, but optional. Right? And what are we going to return from here? Well, let's head over to our copy paste list. And well, it's not in there yet, but I can do some magic. Verification badge. And let me zoom. Oh, I can't zoom in. Never mind. And paste that. There we go. I can do some magic. Now it's in there. So when you visit the copy paste list, just copy the verification badge. I'm going to put that right below the code snippet for us to now use right here in our component. And just paste that. Beautiful. And by the way, also return that element. That's all the work we need to do to have a beautiful Twitter verification badge. So let's use it in our page. Right below the name, still inside of the p tag, let's put the icons, import that, .verification badge. And the verification badge is going to get a class name of size4, inline block, so it's going to be in the same line as the name. And lastly, a margin left of 1.5, kind of space things out. And how much nicer does this look? I'd argue a lot nicer. Very, very nice. And right below this p tag, let's create one more p tag containing a Twitter handle. And I just came up with it's Freya. Like, as I said, it's made up, just a believable Twitter handle, I guess. But if you have a real review, of course, that's what's gonna go here, like their actual Twitter handle, or their username on another platform, wherever you get the review from. Let's put a text small class name and a text gray 600 as well. And boom, that looks awesome. Okay, that was our first user review. And honestly, the second one is gonna be very similar. So I want to show you a cool trick that we can do. And that is marking an entire div at once, depending on which ones you selected. Right, so for example, if I select the star, bam, all the stars are selected. If I want to select the content of this div right here, I just hit my shortcut, bam, so always the div that you are on is automatically selected. And that is actually called, let me go into the VS Code settings, keyboard shortcuts. That is called emit balance outward. Right here, my key binding is Control M. You can set anything you want for emit balance outward. And then once you're in a div and hit Control M or your shortcut, bam, the entire thing is marked. It's really, really convenient. So let's mark the first customer review using emit balance outward, and then use Shift, Alt, and arrow down. Bam, there is now our second customer review. So let's annotate that. Let's say second customer review, and simply change one or two properties to make this look good. For example, the rounded top is gonna be changed to a rounded bottom. The large rounded TR none is gonna be a BL of none. And the last class here, the rounded left of 2rem, is gonna be a rounded right of 2rem. And that's basically it, right? We still want to change the actual content, right? But the styling is almost done. So let's do the content first. For the content, we're gonna say, ping pandas been paying off for our SaaS. Nice to have a simple way to see how we're doing day to day, period. Definitely makes our lives easier, period. And that's the second customer review. Now, of course, we want to change the image, right? So let's change this to user1.png. The alt tag can stay random user. That's fine. It's just anyone. The name, let's change that to Kai Durant, because I don't know, dude. I made this up, okay? You get the point. And then the handle to K Durant _, his Twitter handle. And boom, there are two really good, fully responsive customer reviews on our website. They look super, super nice. The text is kind of bold, so people can see this more clearly, immediately. And yeah, dude, customer reviews are super important to have on your website. They increase trust by like 10 times, And now you have some, right? Now you know how to do it and make it look good while you're at it. Very, very nice job. Now the last final touch we want to make on this landing page will happen right below the testimonial section, right here. So let's give this a bit less space. Let's move this to the right side. There we go. That's gonna happen right before the closing of the section. So the last section right above that is where we are right now. And let's in here render out a shiny button. Just like so. The href for this button is gonna be /signup, and the class name is gonna be relative, z10, height 14, a width of full, a maximum width of XS for extra small, text base, shadow large, transition shadow, duration 300, and hover shadow XL. There we go. And inside of this shiny button, we're gonna say start for free today and hit save. And that's the final call to action. And by the way, never mind, this goes in our max width wrapper. So another cool trick, maybe you didn't know it, if you select a JSX element, hold Alt and then press the arrow keys, you can move it around, right? You can kind of move it anywhere. So let's select our shiny button and move it inside of the Max with wrapper. That's where it needs to go. And then hit save. So now it's beautifully spaced out and centered on our page. Hell yeah, dude, like a final call to action, right? So the flow is get the user interested. They look around, they look around, they look around. Ah, cool, right? They have this in store for me. They have that in store for me. These are the problems they can solve for me. I'm interested. Wow, people actually like them. Bam. Now they can go right to our dashboard, sign up to our service, right? We make it very easy with this final call to action. Because on most landing pages that convert well, you're going to see multiple of the same buttons. They do the same thing, but they're basically there in every section. So the user always has the option to go to your dashboard. Now, the final thing we could do is the footer right now, but we're not going to do that. So let's see where we are. Let's get rid of these right here. So the bento grid, check, big check. Testimonials, check. Footer, we haven't done that yet. We're going to do it like at the end of the video. I want to get to this part with you, the dashboard, the logic, the authentication, the sign up. Really, really good part of this video. Let's get to that, right? Enough styling. We've done it for a lot now. Now we actually want to move on to the code patterns and logic, what we really want to learn to become better engineers, right? That's what we're going to do right now in this part of the video. And we're going to start with the auth flow, because naturally that is the first step. When a user signs in, which page do they do that on, right? Where do they sign in? Let's see what happens in our app. When we press the sign in, we're taken to the sign in page, but guess what? It's a 404 page, right? It's not a great experience because nobody can literally use our app. Let's fix that. And fixing that is surprisingly easy. We can do this pretty damn quick with the help of Clerk. So let's navigate to our app and then create a new folder in parentheses called auth. And I explained this naming convention to you earlier. Why do we do this? So it doesn't end up in the URL, right? Nothing in parentheses does. Whereas if the folder name did not contain parentheses, then it would actually end up in the URL. So the API is actually part of the URL. The auth and landing are not. And we do this to have separate layouts for each. The auth is going to contain a layout.tsx, of course, right? Because we want to style it differently than the landing page. For example, does the auth need a navbar? Does it need children? Does it need the footer eventually? And for auth, specifically, the answer is yes. We do want the navbar and the footer for the auth. But for example, in the dashboard later, we don't want the navbar and the footer because the layout is going to be completely different there. So for the auth, we can actually just copy and paste the layout that we have for the landing page to have consistency. Let's go into our landing layout, grab everything and just paste it into our auth layout right here. Great. To get rid of the 404 error, let's actually create a sign in page. So what we're going to do is create a sign in folder, not a file, because in Next.js, this is now the new app router convention to create folders with the name of the page path. Right, so this is going to be homepage/sign in. And inside of here, we're going to create a new folder called in double angle brackets ... rest and two closing angled brackets. This is a catch-all Next.js specific naming convention that Clerk expects us to use. And inside of here comes a page.tsx component. Now, is this the most intuitive syntax? Maybe, maybe not. I'm not here to argue, but it does make sign in extremely easy using Clerk. Let me show you. In our sign in page, let's define a arrow function as the page, and of course, export default that page right away. And we're gonna return, let's just return a div at the top level so the arrow will go away. Right now we are on our sign in page, but there's literally nothing here, right? So let's fix that. Let's give this div a class name of with full flex1 flex items dash center and justify dash center as well. And inside of here goes probably one of the best parts of using Clerk auth, that is their sign in component. We can literally import a pre-made sign in component as long as we declare this as a client-side component by adding the use client directive at the very top, because that's what the sign-in Clerk component expects, right? And if we save that, check out what happens. Bam, we got a fully functioning sign-in right here on our website, just like that. It would look even better if it was centered on the page. So let's center it. How do we do that? Well, let's navigate into our root layout right here, the layout.tsx main one, and simply add some class names that allow us to center the page content. That doesn't go just for the auth, but any page. Also in the dashboard later, this is going to be really, really important. So for the body, we're going to add a minimum height of calc, so a custom calculation in these angled brackets, 100 VH minus 1 PX. And this 1 PX is just some offset to prevent a scroll bar from appearing. Okay, remember the space between the next class name. We're also going to apply a flex and a flex call. Inside of the body, let's create a main HTML tag. This is good semantic HTML. It's going to contain the main page content, right? Which are basically the children here. This main is going to get a class name of relative flex1, which means it will take up all the vertical space of its parent, a flex, and also a flex call, which now means that anywhere in the children we use flex1 as a class name, we're going to take up the entire height of the page, which is exactly what we want, right? So let's save that, and right away you can see, bam, or sign-in form jump to the middle of the page because we're using flex1 here. If we wouldn't use flex1, then we're telling the div to take up the height that it needs. With flex1, this div will take up as much height as it possibly can, which is the screen size at minimum, because that's what we specified here in our layout. Right, so just like that, we centered or sign-in form, and that just looks a lot better. And we're done with the sign-in. That's as easy as that, right? We're gonna make it a bit more advanced later when we get to payments. That's gonna be really cool. But for now, this is literally all we need for a working sign-in. Same thing for the sign-up. Let's do that. Let's create a sign-up page right here. And the logic is gonna be the exact same. Inside of here, a folder, two angled brackets, ... rest. And inside of that, a page.tsx that's going to contain the sign up page content. What is that content going to be? Well, basically the same as the sign in. Let's just copy this page, paste it over to our sign up, and we can now simply change the sign in, hit Ctrl D to select both instances to a, you could have guessed it, sign up. And it's as easy as that. We got a completely working auth system, fully secure by Clerk, just like that. That's pretty cool, dude. Not gonna lie. So if you now go to sign up, bam, create your account. Welcome, please fill in the details to get started. And if we go to sign into Ping Panda, welcome back, please sign in to continue. By the way, Clerk even handles the case of even when a user has never visited your site and they sign up, but they're on the sign in form, Clerk recognizes that and actually takes still the appropriate right action of what should happen to that user, right? So even if they try to sign into an account that doesn't exist, then Clerk is gonna do the sign up flow for them under the hood, which is great. So there's no friction in signing up to our app. Great. Let's try it. Let's sign in. Let's continue with Google. And I'm going to choose my Josh Tried Coding account. That's going to sign us in. And bada bing, bada boom, we are now an authenticated user. Now, did we not change the navbar to reflect that? Let's see. Did we still mock? Yeah. Okay. So now what we can do is really cool. Let's go into side by side here. Because we are now an authenticated user, we can verify that using cookies, by the way. Let's go into our application and then the cookies. Right here, we can see all the cookies. And these are, well, there's a lot, but they also contain our session ID, for example, the Clerk JWT, the JSON Web Token, the session tokens, and so on. We are currently logged in as a user, and we can simply grab the currently logged in state of the user by first marking our navbar as async, right, as an asynchronous server component. And then instead of saying the user is always false, we're going to say await current user, which is a server-side utility Clerk provides to us to get the currently logged in user state. And as soon as we do that, you see the navbar changing. Now we have the sign out and the dashboard option. And if we hit sign out, bam, now we're back. Sign in and pricing because we signed out. And now if we sign in again, let's do that. We should be back to the dashboard and the sign out button. How cool is that? Fully working authentication, and we can verify that in our Clerk dashboard. When we go to clerk.com, we should see a new user in there, and that's me or you in your case, right? Let's go to Pink Panda development. Congratulations, your application has users. That's a good sign. And there we are. Recent signups. Josh tried coding. Hello at josh.coding.com. Hell yes. We got working authentication for our app in what? 3 minutes, 2 minutes. Really cool. Really, really cool stuff. Okay, we can close out of the navbar, close out of the sign up, and also close out of the sign in. And before it makes sense to continue on the authentication front, we are gonna jump quite a bit from the deepest parts of the front end, which we spent most of this video doing, like the landing page design on the front end, into literally the deepest parts of the back end right now, which is data modeling, right? So we're gonna make quite the jump right now at model or database. What is the user gonna look like? What properties will a user have? And all that, we're gonna do that right now because it makes sense to do, and before getting into the actual dashboard and so on, right? And that's gonna happen inside of our Prisma schema. We haven't touched this file in a long time since the start of this video because we didn't need to. Now we need to. It lives in the absolute root in the Prisma folder right here, the schema.prisma. It basically tells our database which tables it should have, right? And which properties each row in those tables should have. So let's start with the most fundamental database model in basically any database, and that is the user model. We can delete the post model, which came by default in JStack as an example, because we don't need any posts in this app. Instead, let's create a user model. And what properties does a user have? First off, arguably the most important, an ID. Each user has an ID, which is a string. At ID, at default, CUID, a collision-resistant unique identifier, right? So whenever we create a user in our database, we don't actually have to worry about creating the ID ourselves. Prisma is automatically gonna do that for us, which is just convenient. We're also gonna have an external ID for each user, which is gonna be a string. It's gonna be optional, so we're gonna put a question mark at the end here, and it's gonna be at unique. Unique, there we go. Now, what is an external ID? That's the ID that Clerk gives us as our authentication provider. Our user model is closely tied to them and the ID they provide, but I advise against using a third-party ID as your primary ID. It's probably not the best idea. If you ever want to migrate data, then you can change the external ID much more easily than you can the core user ID that a lot of your application will depend on, right? So this way we ensure we can migrate away from Clerk to anywhere else or to Clerk from anywhere else, right? That goes both ways very, very easily if we separate our database ID from the ID a authentication provider gives us. We're gonna have a quota limit, which is gonna be an integer, a number, and we're gonna have a plan for each user. Now, what is the plan? Let's define that as something called an enum. The enum plan, right up here above our user model. An enum is basically a selection of multiple options. It's either free or pro. That's it. That's the syntax for an enum, right? So a user can either have a free plan or a pro plan, and we can link that to our user model just by saying plan and default a user to the free plan, of course. Now for some other interesting properties we're going to store for each user. First, email, type string, and each email has to be unique. There can't be any user that has, or there can't be two users rather, that share the same email. That doesn't work. We also want an API key. That's going to be a string. And by default, we can even generate it, let our database take care of it. Before we do that, let's mark it as unique right here. So we can identify a user by an API key. Because what happens when we get a API request later onto our event logging API? What happens? The only way we have to authenticate a user, they're not going to be logged into our app by making that request, right? The only way we have to identify them is through their API key, right? So one API key must always clearly be attributable to one user. So we can identify them, get their quota, how many events they have left, and so on. That's why this needs to be unique. And we're also going to say at default CUID. This is not necessary, but it's nice because by default, they will already have an API key when we create the user. Let's give each user a Discord ID. This is going to be an optional string. Optional because they can set it and change it later in their options. A created at, which is a date time, and at default now. And lastly, an updated at, which is also a date time, and at updated date time, and at updated at. Beautiful. Okay. We can create, by the way, an index on the user email. So if we ever search a user by email, it's going to be much faster. And the same thing we can do for an API key, which is exactly for the case that I just mentioned. If we get an API request, we can identify the user faster by creating an index on that. Okay, now we've got the user. This is basically the core model in our application. But what about events? Each user can have multiple event so-called categories. For example, each event category, let's say event categories, could be, what could an event category be? A sale event, right? A sale happened in their SaaS business. A user sign up, or let's just say sign up because it's shorter, could have happened in their application. They could have made an MMR, monthly recurring revenue achievement that they want to track through Ping Panda, which they definitely can, right? So we need to model that in our database. Let's create a model called event category just for this. And each event category, of course, first things first, always ID. String at ID at default CUID, a collision resistant unique identifier. Boom, always, right? Everything needs an ID. Then a name, that's going to be a string. Sale event, sign up event, MMR, that's going to be the name. Color, integer. Yes, we're actually going to store the color as a number. You're going to see the reason later. I can tell you now, Discord expects this to be a number, so we're storing it as a number in our database as well. That's the reason. Okay, there you go. The emoji is going to be a string, but optional. They don't have to set an emoji right here. Let's link this to the user. That's going to be a user. And the user ID, that's going to be a string. Each event category has to belong to exactly one user, right? But one user can have multiple event categories. This is what's called in database theory a 1-to-n relation. One user can have n event categories, but one event category always belongs to one user and not multiple. And in order to model that, we can do it as follows. We can add an event categories, there we go, right here to each user, and that points to our event category model, and they can have multiple, it's a 1-to-n relation. And once we format, Prisma is automatically gonna do the relation for us. So I just hit Shift-Control-F, which is my formatting key, and Prisma does all the work under the hood for us. Each event category will get a created at, which is a date time and at default now, and also a updated at, which is the same thing, a date time at updated at, and Prisma knows what that means. We don't even need to worry about it. Now, each event category will be unique, at unique, in a combination of keys, and that is the name and the user ID. Two users can have two categories with the same name. Right? Let's say we have two users in our database. There's Jim and there's John. Both of them can have a category called sign up, right? That's very possible. Jim and John can both have the sign up event, but no user can have the same event twice. That's what we're saying. Jim can't have sign up and another sign up. So he would basically have the same event twice. That doesn't make any sense, right? If they're separate users, they can have the same event. If it's one user, they can't have the same event. That is the logic we're doing here. An event category can always only contain one name user ID unique pair. And yeah, that's basically the logic behind it. Now, let's get to the final stage of our database modeling, the actual event. These are categories, and each category can have multiple events, right? So for example, event 1, sale 2, sale 3, right? There can be multiple sale events, but one event must always belong to one event category. Same thing, a 1-to-n so-called relation. Maybe if you've ever heard database theory lecture in university, as I did, you'll learn that there, for example. So let's model that. Let's model an event right here. And what does it get? First things first, as always, ID string at, oh no, how, I just did the Vercel logo. I didn't know Mac could do a triangle on the keyboard. Wow, that's new to me. Anyways, I wanted to type in add. So add ID, add default CUID. Then we're gonna have a data field, which is gonna be JSON. JSON, because this is user customizable. They can set whichever properties they want, right? So we need a very flexible field to allow for that, which JSON is. By the way, let's give this a bit less space so we can see the thing on the right-hand side here. And yeah, we're gonna store the fields in there later. Let's also keep track of something called a formatted message, and that's gonna be a string. Then, of course, one event also belongs to one user. Always, right? This is something called, I don't know the English word for it, but if an event belongs to a category and the category belongs to a user, then the event also belongs to the user. There's a German word for it. I don't know the English thing, but it's basically if A, right here, oops, if A is related to B and B is related to C, then by definition, A is also related to C. That's kind of the relation. In German, the word is transitiv, which might translate to transitive, I think. So in our case, it just means an event is also related to a user by definition, because an event category is too. I think you get the point, right? We just need to link our user object here. That's all I'm trying to say. And a user ID is of type string. So each user also has events now, and that should be an event array. Let's verify that it is perfect. Okay, great. Let's keep track of the name of the event. That's gonna be a string, as well as the fields. That is gonna be JSON. And dude, I just realized these are the same thing. We don't even need the data. That is literally the fields. Listen, man, I'm not perfect. I messed up here. I take responsibility. Sorry if I confused you. We don't need the data field. That is what the fields are for right here. It's the same thing. It's also JSON. We just don't need two of them. It does make sense. So I did all the data modeling myself, and it evolved over time, and seems like I just forgot that in there. Anyways, I hope you can forgive me. Let's keep track of a delivery status of the message. This is gonna be a custom enum as well. Enum delivery status, because it's just a set of options. What can be possible delivery statuses? Pending is one for sure. Delivered is another. Failed is another, right? Those are the three most common ones. You could have like in transit in addition to pending. You could make this as granular as you want. No real point for us. That's exactly what we need. So each delivery status is going to be a delivery status, and you can guess the default probably it's going to be pending, because the message hasn't been delivered, nor has it failed yet. Let's keep track of the created at. When did this event happen? Very, very important piece of information. At default now. And the updated at, date, time, at updated at as well, just like the other times. And to link an event to, oh, by the way, let's annotate this as well. Right here, to link an event to an event category. We haven't done that yet. Let's do that. Let's say the event category is going to be of type event category right here, which is optional. And then also link the event category ID, which is an optional string, and format, because that's going to do all the data integrity formatting thing that Prisma does by default for us. Great. And now, very important, we want to create an index on the created at property, because when we query this data, this is what you go off of to determine which data points do you want to index. Of course, we're going to have a lot of events that happened today, events that happened in the last week or in the last month. And to make those operations faster, we can just create an index on the created at property. Rarely do we actually need to filter an event by ID, because it's the aggregate of events that gives the user the information they're looking for. Okay, great. That is our main data model done. The last thing to secure our app is adding something called an event quota to each user. Each user can only do so many events per day, per month, per period, whatever you want, right? We need to limit them so they have a reason to upgrade. And so they don't abuse our system, right? That's another reason. So let's create a model quota to do just that. Quota. Of course, ID. You know the drill. Add ID, add not Vercel logo, add default CUID. There we go. And link this to a user by the model and also the user ID string add unique. There we go. Format this. Prisma does all the rest for us. Now, how is a quota gonna work? Basically, we keep track of three things. The year, which is an integer, like 2025, for example. We keep track of the month, which is also an integer, like 1 or 0, I guess, if you want to do it 0-based, through 12 or 11. And then the count. How many requests has this user already made? And we're going to default this to 0 for each new period, like month or year. So at the end of a month, or at the start of the new month, rather, the quota automatically resets, and you're going to see how that works later. It's a very robust, but very simple, easy to maintain quota system, perfect for our SaaS. And we also want to keep track of an updated at, which is a date, time, at, updated at, and before we hit save, let's verify that it does exist on the user model, and it does. Beautiful. One user can have multiple quotas, one for each month of the year. Perfect. That is exactly what we want. And that is a super robust, super simple data modeling approach done. And that was a very smooth jump from the front end to the biggest part of the backend, which is our data modeling. Very, very cool. Okay, dude, and if one certain question now popped into your head, you get 100 points, okay? The question might have been, or hopefully was, how does Clerk synchronize itself to our user table? When a user signs in our web application, as we are right now, we clearly saw that they exist in Clerk land, right? The user is here in Clerk land. But are they here in our database? Let's check. Well, let's give this a lot more space. And the easiest way we can do so with Prisma specifically is by going into npx Prisma Studio inside of our terminal. That's going to open up basically a database browser. It's just convenient that we can access under localhost 5555. If you type that in, that's going to take you to your database browser from Prisma. And we can see the tables that we have in our database right here. But what we can't see is the user, right? And by the way, one thing we should probably do after making those Prisma schema changes is npx Prisma db push to synchronize our remote database. Yes, let's do this to synchronize our remote database with our local Prisma schema, right? And then we can go back into the yarn Prisma Studio or npx Prisma Studio, whatever package manager you want to use is fine. No, the user is not here. That's the answer. The database is not synchronized to Clerk, and that's not great. That's probably something that we want. So let's create a new page to handle that synchronization process, right? It's super, super important because we need to have the user in our own database. That's not just important for independence from any external provider, by the way. We literally need it to be able to track their events and quota and so on, right? So Let's do that under the auth section of our app folder and create a new page as a folder called welcome right here. And inside of here, let's create a page.tsx because that is the naming convention in Next.js. Remember, the page.tsx defines the content, the folder name defines the URL this is going to end up under. And this page has one core function: synchronize auth status to database. That is the only thing this page is for. When a user signs up for the first time, we want to create a user entry in our database for them if they don't exist yet. And this is also the first time we actually get part of the JStack. We interact with our backend for the first time, and you're going to see why I like the stack so much. So let's get started instead of yapping around. Now let's define a page and export default page at the very bottom. Now, for the content inside of this page, let's just return a div for now and open up this page here on our right-hand side by navigating to /welcome and hitting enter. That's going to take us to a blank page because obviously it's just an empty div right here. So let's handle that synchronization logic together right now. This div is going to get a class name of flex with full a flex 1 items center, justify center, and a padding x of 4. Inside of this div is going to go a nice little background pattern because the welcome page of course should look good besides all the logic that we handle in here, right? Don't worry, we're not going to write this out from scratch or anything. We can just define a const background pattern right below our component. Pattern. There we go. And just return a SVG element that I'm going to give you in the copy paste list. So let's open up the copy paste list and I'm going to put the background pattern right here. It's a pretty long SVG, but it looks absolutely amazing. You're going to see that here in a second. And we can just return that from the background pattern component. And as you'll notice, there's a class name on this background pattern. So this is reusable. We can style it from anywhere we call it. And to make that work is actually really easy. We can simply accept props as Lucid props. It's just another icon, basically. We also could have put it in the icons. It doesn't really matter, but we're just going to use it here, which now allows us to actually pass a class name to this background pattern where we render it. That's going to be absolute inset of 0, a left of 1/2, which is 50%, a z-index of 0, a minus translate minus x minus 1/2, and an opacity of 75, which is basically 0.75 is what it translates to, right? Right below this background pattern, let's put a div with a class name of relative, a z-index of 10, flex, minus translate minus y minus 1/2, flex call, items center, gap 6, and text center. Great. Let's open this div up, and inside of here is gonna go a loading spinner, which doesn't exist yet in our project. So let's go ahead and create it. This is gonna be a really simple but very beautiful loading spinner component, and it's gonna live under components. Let's create a new loading-spinner.tsx file here. And you know how to declare a React component by now. Of course, export const loading spinner is going to be equal to nothing else than an arrow function. Now, I want to show you how to make this really reusable. Do you know our button, or do you remember our button, where the styles are defined above the actual components so that they can be reused anywhere? We're going to do the same thing with our loading spinner to define certain variants of the spinner. Let's see what that looks like. Let's define a const spinner variance is going to be equal to CVA, class variance authority, which is an NPM package that is installed by our UI library by default. Let's take a look. Class variance, you can see it right here, installed in our package.json, even though we didn't install it manually. It's already in here. And what it does is it allows us to define a default class name that's applied, like border 4, rounded full, border brand 200, border top brand 700, animate spin, and duration 700, how long the loading animation is going to take for one spin around. But the CVA also allows us to define variants right here. For example, the size variant. We want a small spinner variant that has a size of 4 and a border of 2. Then we want a medium variant where the size is 6 and the border is 4. And lastly, we want a large variant where the size is 8 and the border remains at 4 because otherwise it would look comically large. Great, that's it. This is how we can define certain size variants for our component. And we can also pass it the default variants. So for example, by default, we always want this loading spinner to be of medium size. Now, that makes the styling of our loading spinner extremely easy because we've already done all the styling work for it, right? This is the loading spinner we're showing while we're synchronizing the user to the database so they know what's going on. Let's return something from the loading spinner, and that's going to be a div at the top level with a class name of flex, justify center, and items center. Inside of here, we're going to render out a self-closing div with a class name of dynamic spinner variants. We're going to use our spinner variants right here and simply pass in two things that we're going to receive as props in the loading spinner, which is the size and the class name if we ever want to override that. Now, of course, right now we're going to get two errors. The TypeScript doesn't know where these come from, but we know where this comes from. So let's define an interface loading spinner props. And one really cool thing about CVA is that it's extremely well compatible with TypeScript. What we can do is simply extend our loading spinner props. Let's type that right. Extends the variant props, which is a class or a type rather that we get from class variants authority, into which we can pass the type of spinner variant. And you're going to see what this does here right now when we use those loading spinner props to destructure props in our loading spinner component. You can see, bam, we have the size. All the variants that we have defined using CVA, like the size, are now available and typed as props in our component. How cool is that? Simply by extending by these variant props. So we don't have to type these manually. It's all done for us. The only thing that we want to do is accept an optional class name. That's why we put the question mark. It's optional so that we can also destructure it right here in our loading spinner and simply pass it into the spinner variants if we ever want to override the default class name, for example. And that's it. That's a fully reusable, super beautiful loading spinner. We can now simply import in our welcome page. And we can even explicitly pass a size right here of medium. I just want to show you this works, right? We have the sizes available here. By default, it is already going to be medium, but it's nice to explicitly state it here to see how these props work with class variants authority. Very, very nice. Below this loading spinner, we're going to put a heading component saying creating your account, ... And under that, a p tag saying just a moment while we set things up for you, period. And this p tag is going to get a class name that's going to be text base /7 for line height, text gray 600 for color, and maximum width of prose, which is 65 ch. It's like a character unit. I think 65 characters is what this means. So it always just looks good. It doesn't wrap like weirdly. Let's save that and see what happens. And okay, did I mess up the flex? Oh, no, never mind. We just have to move the heading and the p tag using Alt and the arrow keys. Remember, that's how we move things around into the div where the loading spinner lives. So into the same level and then hit save. And that's it. That fixes things. We have this beautiful background grid, very subtly. And then the creating your account and the text, right? To let the user know what is currently going on. Perfect. While we are creating their account or letting them know that we are creating their account, nothing is happening. Literally, we're not doing anything. We're just rendering a loading spinner and telling them, hey, we're creating your account. So let's interact with our database for the first time to get a feel of how backend interactions work in Next.js and the JStack, which makes it a bit easier. but it's not like a massive abstraction as I mentioned in the very beginning. Okay, to do this, we're gonna use a tool to call our backend, is what I mean by this. We're gonna use a tool called React Query to get data from our backend. React Query provides a hook called useQuery that comes by default in JStack. If you're following along in TRPC, it's basically the same thing. If you're following along in plain Next.js, you can also install TanStack Query as a separate package. It's one of the most popular data fetching packages for React there is. This useQuery takes something called a query function, which basically just defines any kind of fetch call to the backend. This function will be executed to get our data, and then retries, loading, error states, and all that is handled by React Query. So let's try this together. We make database calls in the JStack using something called the client that is available at libclient. If we kind of go into that to see what's in here, there's a bunch of there's a utility proxy. We don't need to care about that at all. It's just some internal stuff. The important thing is this is nothing else than a fetch call to our backend, basically, right? When we call the client and then any method on it, it just makes a regular fetch call to our localhost API, to our localhost backend. That's pretty much it. And to define an API route in plain Next.js, it would work like this. We would define anything that would end up in the URL. You don't need to follow along right now. I'm just showing this to you, like auth, for example, and then a route.ts that actually contains the logic for this API route. Right? That's how we do it in plain, good old Next.js. In JStack, it's kind of similar, but it's totally type safe. So let's see how that's done in JStack. Let's close out of all of this and go into our server folder, because all the backend stuff is gonna live in our server folder. And in here, there's a folder called routers. And to define an API endpoint, basically we create a router. For example, let's create an auth router that's gonna handle all the auth related logic, auth router.ts, and create that. In here, we're gonna say export const auth router is gonna be equal to router, which is a function we get from JStack internals. If you've ever used TRPC, it's the exact same as TRPC. If you don't know what TRPC is a super well-known type-safe way to build Next.js APIs. It has like 35,000 stars. It's great. I've used it for a ton of production SaaS projects. It's really, really good. And this right here is basically the same. It's heavily inspired by TRPC. So if you're familiar with TRPC, this will come super naturally to you. And if not, probably too, because it is pretty intuitive. So we can define a router and then a method on that router, like for example, get database sync status, right? Now, for now, we're gonna define this as something called a public procedure. We're gonna get to what this is, and we're gonna say dot query, because we want this to be a get API endpoint, not a post API endpoint. So this is just gonna fetch some data and return it. It's not actually gonna manipulate any data. And for now, we can destructure something called C, which is the context provided by the framework, and return a c.json, for example, saying status success or something along those lines, right? So just like this, we created an API route on localhost. If you were to do the same thing in regular Next.js, it's super easy. You would go into your route.ts, and in there you would have your export const get, right? It's nothing else than an arrow function where you get the request, which is a request, standard web request, and return a new response where you JSON.stringify the same object that we're returning above, like the status success, right? Logic-wise, these two are the exact same. It's the same thing. It does the exact same. Both is a get endpoint under the hood right here, and both just returns a JSON value of status success. This, however, in the JStack is a type-safe version of this. We can call this method from the front end and have it work just like a Next.js endpoint, because under the hood, it is just a Next.js endpoint, right? Just a small abstraction on top of it. But what JStack also allows us to do, and TRPC also does that, by the way, is to define procedures. Right now, anyone can call our database, right? It's open to the public. Let's verify that. I'm going to open an HTTP client here. You don't need to follow along with this. I just want to show you that. And let's create a collection called Ping Panda. Again, you don't need to follow along. I just want to show this to you. And to make this API endpoint available, one quick thing we need to do is to actually merge it into our index router. So in our server index.ts, there's something called the app router. It's basically the main entry point, the main router for our server. And all routers that we add, like the auth router, should be added here to the app router. So for example, for /auth, we're going to add the auth router, just like so. And we can get rid of the post router unused import. By the way, cool little trick, get rid of all unused imports and automatically sort your imports using Shift, Alt, and O in VS Code. That's another one for you. All right. Now, this works. This is a fully working Next.js type-safe API endpoint already. That's all we need to do. Let's verify that. Let's make a new request. Let's name it Ping Panda test. And the URL we're going to define in the interface right here. So let's zoom in. And this API is now available, assuming our dev server is running, which it is, great, under HTTP localhost 3000 /API /auth, because that's where we put the router under, right? /auth, and then / the method, how we named it, get database sync status. Let's call it. Let's make a get request. There we go. Status success 200. We just successfully called this API endpoint because that's all it is. It's an API endpoint, super, super basic stuff. But what it also allows us to do is to now define something that's not a public procedure that anyone can call, but something called a private procedure that authenticates users, so only authenticated users can call our database. In plain Next.js, you would have to do that inside of the single middleware.ts file that you have. That's not great, and I hope they change that in Next.js 15. It should be coming out very, very soon, and I hope that's one thing they change, because that's just not developer friendly. I don't like that way of middleware. In JStack, that's not a problem. We can define or export const, let's call it private procedure. And this is going to be equal to a public procedure. So we're going to take the public procedure from here and just extend it, right? So we still have the database available, but we're just going to extend this by our own .use auth middleware. Now, to define our own middleware is really, really easy. We can take a look at how we did this above. It's basically a j.middleware. That's all it is. So for example, let's define an auth middleware. Let's say const auth middleware is going to be equal to j.middleware. By the way, j is just a utility object coming from the internals. That's all it is, right? This middleware is nothing else than a callback function that receives a couple of things as the passed in props, like the next function, and we can just return that next function. It's very, very basic middleware, and for example, pass an empty object in here. Because one of the coolest things about this middleware is whatever we put into this next and return is going to be available in all following API routes. For example, if we had a user, const user is equal to an object name John, right here in the middleware, right? And we pass that into the next function. Every private procedure that we call, like in our auth router, if we change this to a private procedure, will now always run this middleware before actually invoking the API code. So what that means is the context that we can destructure in every single API route that we have, whether it's a query or mutation, does not matter. We now know that there will be a user. We can destructure the user right here from our context, or the database that we have from the other middleware that comes in JStack by default, right? If this was a public procedure that does not have or authentication middleware, bam, the user is not there anymore. We can't be sure it even exists because the auth middleware doesn't run before the public procedure, only before the private procedure because we define it right here. That is really cool. For now, that's enough of an aside on middlewares in TRPC or the JStack because basically they work the same way. Right? The auth router is going to be a public procedure, but very soon we are going to write our own private procedure middleware. So let's not get ahead of ourselves because anyone should be able to call the get database sync status, right? If they don't have an account yet, how could they call an endpoint that only authenticated users could call? That doesn't make a lot of sense. So step number 1 in the get database sync status is get the currently logged in user if there is one. Let's say const auth is equal to await current user that we get from Clerk Next.js right up here. And we can also mark this function as asynchronous so we can perform an await operation. Now, if there is no logged in user, if there is no authenticated user, in that case, we're going to return c.json, just a JSON payload that is synced false, because the only thing we're going to return from this API is this user synchronized to our database or not? And if they're not logged in, there is no way they could be synchronized because there's no logged in user, you know? Next up, let's see if the user is in our database. Const user is going to be equal to await db. Let's import that. By the way, if you're wondering where that comes from, it's like a global declaration of our database client. You'll find this in basically any framework. I believe the T3 stack does this as well, and so does the JStack. It's just a nice little utility. You could go ahead and not have this file at all and just invoke a new Prisma client every time. That would work as well, right? And this stuff, the pool and the Prisma Neon, is optional. This is just so we can call Prisma on the edge and deploy to Cloudflare workers. If you don't want to deploy to Cloudflare workers, if that's not interesting to you, you could just leave it away and just not even use the adapter, right? It works the exact same way. If you deploy to Vercel, for example, as we're gonna do in this video. Okay, now, after importing our DB, let's say .user, and why it seems like Prisma doesn't know that a user should exist on our database, so let's stop our development server and say npx prisma generate. That's gonna generate the TypeScript types for us. And then we should be able to see, let's reload our window, that the user now works. Perfect. We now got the user model in our database. By the way, why don't we open up the page here in the background? There we go. It just looks nicer. Okay, let's call the db.user.find first. And we want to find the user where the external ID matches the auth.id, right? Because the auth ID is going to be the ID that Clerk assigned to this currently logged in user, which corresponds to our external ID in the database, right? And if this user does not exist yet, that means they are logged in, but they're not synchronized yet. In that case, let's synchronize them. Let's say await db.user.create, and the data we're going to create that user with is going to be, for one, the quota limit. Let's just hard code this to 100 for now until we get to the payment part. The email is going to be auth.email addresses at the index of 0, because that's an array, .email address. So Clerk just gives this to us. And the external ID is going to be the auth.id, right? So the externally provided ID by our third-party auth service. Beautiful. And now they are synchronized, right? So now we're free to return c.json and simply pass the is synced of true, because now that user exists in our database. And in the other case, right, let's look at that. The user is logged in and the user exists in our database. So are they synced? Yes, they are. So in the other case, they're also synced. So let's send back a c.json of is synced true. And that's it. That's the logic for our auth router. We can now know if a user is in fact in our database or not. And now the real magic happens making requests from our front end. Let's mark our query function as asynchronous so that we can now make a request from our front end to our back end. How do we do that? How do we call our auth router? Do we actually just fetch this API route, like /API/auth/ and then the get database sync status. By the way, you don't need to follow along with this because no, that's not what we're doing. If we were to do that, const res is going to be equal to await fetch whatever. This would actually not be type safe, right? We get some error here because we didn't pass any query key, which React query expects us to pass. This needs to be a unique ID basically for this query. Let's just name it get database sync status. This can be anything you want. If we were to execute this fetch, everything would work. This works just like any other Next.js API route. That's why JStack is so nice, because it allows you to do whatever you want basically. But it's not type safe, right? It's a response, but we don't know the type of the response. If we say const JSON is going to be equal to await res.json, we have no idea what the JSON will be. It's any. And here comes JStack. Instead of the await fetch, we can say await client or HTTP client .auth .get database sync status $get, because we're just making a get request. If it was a mutation, we would make a $post request here. And if I now hover over the JSON, bada bing, bada boom, we get full type safety. We get the is synced status straight from our backend, just with that one change. After all, this is just a fetch call like we had before, but 100% type safe. How cool is that? And to make that data available to our data right here that we can destructure from the use query, we're just gonna return this await res.json. If we now hover over the data, we can see it's either is synced boolean or undefined if the data is still fetching at the very start of the component render. Now, we want to keep polling our backend until the user is synchronized. Therefore, we're also gonna pass a refetch interval into this query, into this use query hook. Right? This is nothing else than, a callback function, just like so, that returns either true or false or a time. And it gives us access to the query. So let's return if the query.state.data.is_synced, if this value is true, if the user is synchronized. In that case, we're going to return false with this ternary statement. So if this is true, then false, else we're going to return 1000. Might look a bit abstract, but all this means is if we get back a successful sync from our database, we're going to stop polling our database because we already have the answer. And if the user is not synchronized yet, in 1000 millisecond intervals, we're going to keep fetching from that database until the user is synchronized. That's all this is. We're going to keep polling until the is synced is true, and then we're going to stop by returning the false right here. Really simple if you think about it, but it's important to understand it once. And if the user is synchronized, then we're going to send them to the dashboard. They are in our app database. Okay, let's use effect right here. And this use effect is going to run every time two things change. First off, the data in React query. And secondly, something we still need access to, which is the const router. Let's define that at the very top here is going to be equal to use router. And that's going to come from next/navigation and not next/ what was it? The alternative next/router. This is a trap. This doesn't work in Next.js 14 or 15. Don't use that. It has to come from next/navigation. A very unintuitive design by them. I know, I don't like it either. Anyways, and that router is also going to be a use effect dependency that we have because we're going to use it inside of the use effect. If the data.is_synced, if the user is synchronized to our database, we're just going to router.push the /dashboard. All is good. You are allowed to access the dashboard. And if not, we're going to keep polling until you are. That's it. If I now save this page, you're going to see something very cool. What do we expect to happen? We expect the query to be made, and then we expect to be sent to the dashboard after a short while, which is just a 404 page. Right? Let's try this. Let's save this, go into full screen and see what happens. Creating your account. And yeah, I might need to reload the page for this to work actually. I'm gonna reload the page and now we should, okay, guess what, dude, our dev server is not even running. Well, of course this doesn't work, but now we should see it in action, right? I'm gonna keep the network tab open here. And welcome. Okay, you're importing a component that needs use router. Well, basically, we didn't define this as a client-side component. Let's put use client at the very top of the page. The reason we need to do this is because we're using client-side hooks like React Query or the Next/navigation, and now it should work. Creating your account, it's getting our sync status, and bam, we are sent to a 404 page, which doesn't look good at first, but it's the dashboard. It worked. What that means is now we are successfully synchronized to our database. Let's verify that. Let's go into our Prisma Studio running at port 5555. Let's go into full screen here, Prisma Studio. Let's reload this page and we can see, bam, user 1. Who is that user? This is the ID. This is the external ID, the quota limit of 100. On the free plan, the email is hello@joshwritecoding.com. We've got an API key. I created that. Basically, the user is in our database successfully. Very, very cool stuff. Congratulations, man. We just did our first complete front-end, back-end call, completely type-safe in the JStack. Very, very nice. And this is the reason I like it so much. This is the reason I made it, right? I mean, basically, I didn't make all of it, right? It builds on top of existing tools like Hono.js, for example, is a big part of the JStack under the hood. Hono.dev, which is basically a ultra-fast and lightweight multi-runtime framework, right? It's extremely lightweight. It says here the Hono tiny preset is under 14 kilobytes. It works on Cloudflare, Fastly, Dino, Bun, AWS, basically anywhere, right? It doesn't really matter. And JStack just builds on top of that. So we use tools that are well established. It's just a very light abstraction on top of those tools, allowing us to use raw React query with type-safe fetch requests. That's really all it is. And that's why I like it so much. It's less abstract than something like TRPC, I would argue. Maybe on the same level, I'm not sure. But I really enjoy using both of those tools. And I hope you do too now that you experience it for the first time. Okay, very, very cool. Let's switch back to our app. And now we know that the user actually ends up on the dashboard page. So let's create it. They should be confronted with a 404 page, obviously, if we want to turn this into an actual SaaS. So let's go ahead and create in our app folder a new folder called dashboard. There we go. And remember, inside of here, we're going to put a page.tsx because the folder ends up in the URL and the page.tsx just determines the content. For now, let's just define I keep making typos here, const page, just a basic page inside of here, and export that as the default, export default page. And we're just going to return a p tag for now saying dashboard, so we know we're on the right path, and we should see it show up right here. Beautiful. That means authenticated users can now access the dashboard, and as you'll notice, there is no navbar here, and there is no bottom footer. Right? I mean, okay, we didn't do the footer yet, that's fair, but there is no navbar, right? And that's really good. That's how we want, because in the dashboard, the sidebar is going to be there, right? All the important info is going to be in a sidebar, not a navbar that can allow them to sign out and show the pricing page and so on. That's not what we want in the dashboard. And that's because we separated the layouts into the auth and landing page earlier, right? And the root layout doesn't contain the navbar. So we have full styling freedom inside of the dashboard. We know everything works. We know users are synchronized correctly. We did our first database call. Dude, we're making really, really good progress right now. All right, and a little cut there because for me, it is the next day. Okay, let's turn this dashboard into something that's user specific. We want to show the user's projects here, right? So the first step in doing that is identifying the current user. Let's say const auth is going to be equal to await current user, and go ahead and import that. Now, in order to be able to use await inside of a component, we need to mark it as asynchronous. And by default in Next.js 14 or 15, these are server components, right? I'm just showing this to you, no need to follow along. As you probably know by now, we can turn it into a client component like this, right? So we could use React hooks in here, but this is a really nice pattern that I want to show you. It's gonna get a bit more clear later, but the gist of it, right, is that the page, wherever we are, like on the current route, is a server component. We're going to have a loading state for this later too. And then the initial data is passed into a client component where it can then be invalidated and refreshed to respond to user inputs, right? And so the data will immediately be available on page render, but it's also going to be changeable from the client so that we get the best of both worlds. It's going to be a really cool pattern that I want to show you. First off, if there is no auth, right? In that case, we're going to redirect to, maybe you can guess it, the /sign-in page, right? Go ahead and sign in, dude. You're not allowed here. Now, let's get the actual user from our database. Let's say const user is going to be equal to await db. Let's import our database right here. .user.find unique, which allows us to filter by certain fields. So let's say where the external ID of that user matches the auth.id. Because if you remember where the current user comes from, it's from Clerk, right? It gives us the Clerk ID so that we can then use it to search in our database the user that has that Clerk ID. And if there is no user that matches that ID, we're going to redirect to the sign in the same way, right? Because something went wrong. Obviously, there is no user. They're not in our database. So we are asking them to sign in again so everything goes okay. And that's basically the logic, right? We now know who the current user is and we can fetch their events. The thing is, this page is literally going to be the only exception to the rule that I wanted to show you. So maybe it's not the best example. But anyways, let's actually return some better JSX than just a p tag of dashboard. So let's see what's going to happen here. Let's quickly go to the drawing tool. Let's see what's up. So, our dashboard pages. Let's have the main/dashboard here. And there's going to be some sub pages too, like the API key page, for example, where a user can change their API key. There's going to be the account settings page, right? Account settings. And to achieve a unified look across all of these pages, here's the thing, right? All of these are going to have the very same structure. There's going to be the headline at the very top of the page. That is going to be separated from the main content by a nice visual little, very subtle separator. And that's going to go for basically all pages, right? It's all going to be the same, just that headline being on the page. And we could just copy and paste code to achieve that. But what's a much cleaner approach is to write one component that includes the headline, the separator, and also the spacing here at the left and right, right? So the spacing is always going to be the same for the content on every page, no matter, Jesus Christ, no matter where we are. And that is the most weird arrow. Dude, arrows in this tool don't work well. This tool is scuffed sometimes. Wow, dude. Let me just delete the arrow. Anyways, I think you get the idea, right? Let's make one centralized component that adds the same padding and the same headline styles and so on to all of our dashboard pages. And that component, let's create it. Let's go into our components folder and create a new file called dashboard-page.tsx. And this is going to be a really simple kind of layout component that we're going to make. So let's export a const dashboard page, and this is nothing else than an arrow function. And let's also receive some props in here, but first let's type them out. Let's name this the dashboard page props and also define that interface right above our component. Interface dashboard page props. There we go. Now, what do we want to receive as props in this component? First off, the title. That's going to be a string. Second, children, which are optional, which are going to be of type React node. So basically any React element. Next up, a hide back button, which is also going to be optional and it's going to be of type Boolean. The reason for this is that we are going to offer on every page except the dashboard, right? That's why we have the ability to hide this button, a back button that points to the main dashboard, because another core rule in UI is that you always want a button that allows the user to go back, right? So there's going to be like this back button that takes the user to the dashboard on every page except the main dashboard. So this is kind of what it's going to look like, right? It's going to be on every page except the main dashboard. So we want to allow the user to hide it. Perfect. Okay, and after that, let's also have a, still inside the interface, a CTA, a call to action, which is going to be optional and also of type React Node. Great. So that allows us to destructure all the props in our actual component. Let's quickly go ahead and do that. And return at the top level a section element. This section is going to get a class name of flex1, height full, a width of full, flex, and flex call. Let's open the section up, and inside of here goes a div with a class name of padding 6. On small devices, a padding of 8, flex, justify between, border -b for bottom, and border gray of 200. There we go. Let's open this div up, and inside of here one more div with a class name of flex, flex call, on small a flex row, so we're changing the direction, on small an items center, a gap y of 2, and a gap x of 8. Great. Okay, inside of this div, we're going to do a conditional check. If the hide back button is set, right? If we do not want the back button to be shown, in that case, we're going to render out null. And in the other case where we do want the back button to be shown, well, let's create the back button. Let's import our custom button component from right here, UI button. And this button is going to get a class name of with fit, a BG of white, and a variant that's going to be outline. It's the first time we've actually used this variant, so let's see what it actually applies under the hood. Right, let's kind of scroll up and see the outline. Okay, border input, BG background, shadow small. We're not using our brand colors here. Maybe we will need to change this here in a second. But it does look very good, right? It's a nice kind of alternative to the default button style that we've used all along until now. And inside of this button, we're going to render out an arrow left icon from Lucid React. And this arrow left is going to get a class name of size 4 and is going to be self-closing. Okay, let's save this, save our main page, and we can already see what this looks like. So let's render out our dashboard page right here in the dashboard. It's not going to be self-closing. This expects some children, right? So for example, let's pass in dashboard page content just as a string for now. And this also expects a title. Let's name it just dashboard, because if you're on this page, you're on the root dashboard page of our app. Let's see what this looks like. And wow, there's a button and a very nice visual separator offsetting the main content, right? Very, very cool. That already looks great. Okay, now comes the title. Right after our conditional check, we're going to include a heading component or custom heading and just simply put the title in there. Bada bing, bada boom. Now we have the dashboard. So right after the heading, we're going to do a conditional check again. If we have a CTA, a call to action that's passed into this component, then we're going to render out a div containing that CTA right here and a closing div right behind that. And if we do not have a CTA, by the way, it's optional, that's why we're doing this check, right? It doesn't have to exist. In that case, we're just going to render out null. Beautiful. Okay, and then after one closing div and two closing divs with just the closing section to go, this is where we're going to render out the final div of this component with a class name of flex1, a padding of 6, on small a padding of 8, flex, flex call, overflow y auto. And the last property here, the overflow y auto, just allows us to have the content scroll if it's too long with a scroll bar. Okay. Inside of this div, let's put in the children, because right now we're not even rendering those. And there we are, dashboard page content. That's the dashboard page. This is our unified component we can always use to render out the main shell of a dashboard page for every single page that we have, right? So everything is going to look unified as the user navigates our site. There are not going to be any layout shifts, for example, while they navigate from page to page. It's all going to look really, really nicely put together. Perfect. All right, man, so now for the actual page content, what should be shown on the dashboard? And the consideration here is the following. What do we want to show on the dashboard? there's basically two scenarios, right? So the dashboard is there to display all the event categories that a user has. Like, for example, let's choose this one. That's going to be the sale. There is the emoji. The emoji looks kind of cursed in Excalibur dark mode, but you get the idea, right? They have sale events, for example. They have a, let's say, a user sign up event, sign up. And all the other events that a user might have, they will be listed here in their dashboard, right? And if you click them, then you're going to be taken to something called the details page. Let's just put that, I don't know, here. Event details. Then you'll be sent right here. And the purpose of this page is to display the event in more depth. So for example, it's going to allow you to switch between today, the week or month, right? That's one thing. So we can specify by time which events we want to show to the user. It's also going to display like a super nice table. By the way, tables are a very, very important concept to learn. When I got my first dev job, just as a quick story here, when I got my first dev job, literally the most important thing of the job was tables. Back at that job, we used something called AG Grid, right? It's like a enterprise level grid. So that was an enterprise company where I had my first dev job. And just as a quick aside, we were using AG Grid, the best JavaScript grid in the world. And in this video, we'll use a tool that is in close, like they're working together very closely with AG Grid. So you'll know it's going to be really, really good and very relevant to learn if you're looking for a job. Not everybody's looking for a job, right? Some people want to build their own thing like this, like a SaaS. But even just if you want to get a job, building a SaaS is probably the best way to get there. Of course, from my perspective, because that's what I've done. But yeah, just as a quick aside. Oh, here we were. I don't want to get too far astray here. But at the bottom line here, end of the story time, tables are super, super important to learn, and you're going to learn them in this video on this event details page, how to properly do them. Step by step, we're going to do it all together. So once you click on a category, you'll be taken right here to the event details page. Let's just kind of make that blue so it's easier to see. There we go. So that's going to be the flow here. And for the dashboard page, there are two scenarios. Either you already have events or event categories, right? Or you don't have them yet. So there's going to be two options. Either have some, right? There are existing categories for this user, or there are none, in which case we're going to show a empty state with a quick start guide, right? So let's handle these cases. At first, let's handle the none case, because right now there is not even a way to create event categories for a user. So how could they have any, right? That's not even possible. And here comes one pattern I want to show you. Inside of our dashboard page, right here, the server-side page, we're going to render out a client-side component. Let's call it the dashboard page content. And in this page specifically, it's kind of hard to show you because we're not going to pass any prop in here. But the same pattern is extremely powerful, as you'll see later. Having a server-side page and then a client-side component. It's one of my favorite Next.js patterns of all time because it's really, really useful. And it's going to get even more clear later when we actually fetch data in the server-side component and then pass it into the client side. We are not going to do that just for this page. Okay, this dashboard page content, let's create it. And we're not going to create it in our components folder, but it's literally bound to this page. This does not need to be a reusable component for simplicity purposes. Therefore, what I do is I create that component right here next to the page where it will be used to co-locate it. Let's call it the dashboard page content.tsx right here. And this is just any regular old component, right? It's nothing special in that. It doesn't have to be any certain page or something so we can put it into the app router. No, we can just write our components right next to where we use them. This makes our organization much more convenient. That's all it is. From here, we're going to say export const dashboard page content is going to be equal to an arrow function. And this doesn't even receive any props because we're going to fetch all the data we need in here. So the question is, what is the data we want to fetch, right? This is the data we want to fetch. Does the user have event categories or do they not? As you might remember, how do we fetch data with the JStack or in Next.js in general, right? With React query. Of course, that's not like a God-given thing, right? It's just way more convenient than doing it inside of a use effect yourself, which under the hood it is, but it handles like retries and caching and all that good stuff. So we're gonna use a use query to fetch our data. I've did this for years and it's genuinely the best way in React to fetch data. Now, a use query always needs a query key, which is a unique identifier for this query it can use to cache the results. Let's say user event categories right here. And as the query function, there we go. This is going to be an asynchronous arrow function. So these two things pretty much always need to be specified for a use query. Technically, the query function is not needed, and you're going to see exactly why it's not needed later. Basically, React query is its own state manager, right? This is some of the coolest stuff about React query you'll learn in this video. But we'll get there. We'll get there. For now, we need the query function, and we'll get into the more advanced usage as we need it. But I promise we will get there in this video. Don't worry. Okay, now inside of this query function, let's actually fetch the data if the user has event categories or if they don't. And for that, we're going to create a new router in our server. So let's go into our server directory, into our routers. And let's, by the way, we can completely delete the post router. We don't need that anymore. It came with JStack by default, just as an example. But we can just go ahead and delete that because it's not used anywhere anymore. Okay, let's go into side-by-side again, by the way. There we go. And let's create a new router in our server routers. And let's call this the category router.ts. Inside of here, we're going to say export const category router is going to be equal to router that we get from our internals right here. Now, this router is going to be responsible for anything that's related to an event category. And this router principle allows us to group all the logic that's related to categories together, which is much nicer than having one separate file for everything that's still related to a category router, right? We would have in normal Next.js one file to create a router, one file to modify a router, and so on. And it's just, I think this approach is much more intuitive, right? So for everything that's related, like creating, deleting, modifying a router, it all happens in this one file. It's all right here, which I think is so much more convenient than standard Next.js. And in order to actually use this router, let's quickly go ahead and include it in our index router right here. So server index, that's where we are. We're going to say .route/category and pass in the category router that we just created. And of course, oops, I did a little typo here. There we go. So we have the auth router and the category router merged into our main app router, the primary entry point to our server, which just means now we can actually use it and get started. Okay, now what do we want to happen inside of this category router? The first thing we want to implement is to get the event categories by user. So let's go ahead and create a new API route on here. Let's call it get event categories. There we go. And this is going to be something called a private procedure. Do you remember when I explained public procedures earlier, which just means that anyone can call our API route? Just like this, we can make sure only authenticated users can call our API route. Basically, by defining this private procedure ourselves, right? Right now, this is not secure because we're not actually authenticating the user in the middleware that we use for our private procedure, right? So technically, still anyone could call this endpoint, but we're going to change that here in a second. And this is going to be a .query because we're just querying some data from our database and sending that back to the client, right? It's basically a get API endpoint, whereas a mutation right here would be a post API endpoint. Okay, now inside here, we can destructure two things from the callback function. There's three options we can destructure. There's the input, which in here we don't have. We're going to get there later. the context and the Hono provided C object. In our case, we need both. We need the C and we need the context. What's the difference here? Basically, the C is provided by Hono.js, which I explained earlier. It's like a lightweight Node.js framework, Hono.dev. And for their API routes, they provide something called the Hono context. The CTX is also a context, but it's our custom one. This just describes the stuff that we passed down from previous middlewares. So for example, let's destructure something from the CTX. That's going to contain stuff like the database and the user. Basically anything that we return in the next function from previous middlewares that run before this endpoint, right? Like the auth middleware does for the private procedure. If we didn't pass the user here, there would be no user here either. The context is just for stuff that we provide to ourselves. The C from Hono is for stuff that the Hono web application framework provides to us. Things like the headers, right? Things like the request body. It's basically like the request object in Next.js. That's the C object in Hono, right? Where we can get the c.json, .html, headers and all that good stuff. I think you get the point, right? So it's very different from the from our context object right here. Okay, now after explaining that, let's first off just return some c.json just for the compiler to be happy, or for TypeScript to be happy rather. And the first thing we want to do is to actually, get the event categories. So let's do that. Let's say const categories is going to be equal to await db, let's import that, .event category, .find many. Okay, and also mark this query as asynchronous in order for us to be able to do this await call right here. Now, we're going to select all the event categories where the user ID matches the context.user.id. So we still need to remember to authenticate the user in the middleware. And so we don't forget it, let's just do it right now. Let's go into our private procedure by holding Control and just clicking on that. And that's going to take us to the procedure file where we can specify our custom auth middleware, or basically any middleware that you want. In our case, that's going to be the auth middleware. Okay, by the way, because we are going to deploy to Vercel in this video, we can also for now get rid of the extended database middleware. Let's just get rid of that. We don't need it right now. It just kind of clogs up the file. That file, or that middleware rather, is really useful if we want to deploy to Cloudflare. For simplicity, we're not going to do it in this video. For Cloudflare, that is really, really useful. Anyways, okay, so we just have the base procedure and the public procedure with the auth middleware called private procedure. Let's actually authenticate the user. And we can do that in two ways. The first way is we can get the API key header, right? So let's say const auth header. How do we get a header in our middleware? Basically, it's provided to us by the Hono C object that I mentioned earlier. It's the c.rec.header, and let's get the authorization header from the incoming HTTP request if there is any auth header, right? If there is, if auth header, in that case, we need to validate it. That's going to contain the API key. And by the way, a very, very widespread convention for your information for auth headers is this format. It's bearer and then the API key. This is almost always how authorization headers are formatted, right? It's almost never just the API key, but it has bearer space in front of it, right? It's just a very, very common convention. So to grab the API key, we're going to say it's going to be equal to auth header dot split at the space, right? Remember, it's bearer space and then the API key. Let's just leave that as a comment in here. So we're going to split the auth header at the space to just get the API key. And that is going to be at the array index of 1 in this case. Now we're going to try to get the user. Const user is going to be equal to await db.user. And by the way, we still need to import our database and mark this middleware as asynchronous right on top here in order to be able to use the await keyword right here. db.user.findUnique. There we go. Where the API key is, right? So we're just getting the API key value and searching for a user if they exist. And if they don't exist, or well, let's handle the other case first. If they exist, if there is a user with this API key, that means the API key is valid, right? In that case, we're gonna return next and just include the user object in our next function. So we can use it in everything that has the auth middleware running in front of it. Okay, now, if there is no user, right? If there's no API key that's valid, rather, let's handle the other case. Let's check, is the user authenticated with Clerk in that case? That's the alternative, right? That's also okay. Let's say const auth is equal to await current user. And if they are not authed with Clerk, right? If they're not logged in, if their cookie is not valid, in that case, we're gonna throw a new HTTP exception, which is basically a pre-made error class that Hono.js provides to us. That's just extremely convenient because it allows us to pass the status 401 and also a message right here, which is unauthorized. And handling that error on the front end is actually really easy. So we can display beautiful toast notifications to the user containing exactly this message, or based on the status code if you want a different message and so on. This HTTP exception from Hono, you can see that at the very top here, makes it really easy to beautifully handle errors. Okay, now let's see if there is a user. Const user is going to be equal to await db.user.findUnique, where you can probably guess what we're about to do, where the external ID matches the auth.id, the Clerk provided ID, right? Let's get rid of our mocked user John down here. We don't need that anymore. It's just a naming conflict at this point. And if there is no user, right, that means they're logged in successfully, but they don't exist in our database. Well, in that case, we're going to throw the same HTTP exception from above. Throw new HTTP exception. As the status, let's pass 401. And as the message, let's pass unauthorized. Beautiful. And now we're done, because the user exists in our database and they are authenticated. So we're passing them to the next middleware or the actual function, if that's the next thing, right? We can chain middlewares, right? It would be passed to the next middleware. Or if we're not chaining middlewares, as we're not doing, it's going to be passed right into the private procedure. Which means now we can go ahead and actually use the context.user.id, because when this middleware runs, we always know that there will 100% be a user in the next middleware or in the actual logic, because otherwise we're throwing errors, right? Otherwise we're letting the user know, hey, you need to be authorized to do this. You need to be logged in, basically, right? So when this code executes, we can be 100% sure that there will be a context.user.id, because the user is guaranteed to be logged in, which is absolutely beautiful. It makes our life in writing backend code so much easier. Okay, let's select some data from this event category. What do we need? We need the ID, true. We need the name, true. We also need the emoji, true. The color, true. The updated ad, true. And lastly, we also want the created ad, true. So we need those 6 properties right here. And we're gonna order them by, as an object, the updated ad in a descending order. So the newest ones are first. It just looks nicer on the dashboard. Okay, one thing we also want to do is to include the counts of some important metrics, right? Like, for example, on this dashboard page content, we want to display how many times was this, or how many events were there in the last month? When did this event last happen? Or how many unique fields are there? Like user set custom data points is what the fields are. So let's do that. Let's say const categories with counts is gonna be equal to await promise.all. And if you're not familiar with promise.all, essentially this allows us to execute multiple promises in parallel in Node.js. Basically, it's just much more performant than making multiple database calls one after another. We can actually make them at the same time to massively speed up our API. Okay, we're not gonna pass an array in here. We're gonna say categories.map, and for each category, this is going to be an async callback function in which we're going to execute some logic right here. So basically every map will return a promise, and we're awaiting all of those promises at the exact same time. Now, for each category that we receive in the map, let's do some logic. First things first, let's get the current date. Const now is going to be equal to new date. So what's the current time? Then we need the first day of this month in order to be able to display the events that happened this month, right? If it's mid-November, we're going to display how many events of sale, for example, or how many events of sign up happened up until this point from the 1st of November. So we're going to say const first day of month, and we could calculate this ourselves, but one thing you have to know about JavaScript or TypeScript is that it's an absolute pain to work with dates, and you want to avoid it at all cost, right? That is God-given. You want to avoid it. Trust me, it's very, very bad. We're going to install a little helper library. I love this library. It's called pnpm install date-fns. It's a very popular date library in JavaScript or TypeScript. It has a ton of downloads. Let's see, probably in the millions, because nobody wants to bother with dates, right? Dates are actually horrible. Let's see how many downloads they have. A month ago, let's see. Yeah, guess what? 18 million downloads, because nobody can be bothered, man. And this is genuinely a really, really good library. Avoid dates at all costs. Just use this. Do yourself a favor. And let's start back up our development server. And this makes it really easy, right? We can just say start of month and invoke that. By the way, we still need to import that. If the imports for you are not working right after installing a library, let's try reloading our window using a Shift, Control, and P and saying developer reload window. And most of the time, not all of the time, that does fix auto imports. But of course, when I want to show you that, it doesn't work. Anyways, let's go ahead and import start of month from date fns at the very top. Screw it, we'll just do it manually and pass in the now date. So basically this is going to be the current day, and we're just fetching the first day of the month. Great. That allows us to now do the calculations, like how many events happened this month, and let's open this up. When did the last event happen, and so on. So we're going to say const empty array, because we're going to destructure here in a second, is going to be equal to await promise.all, and in here goes an array of 3 database calls. The first one being db.event.findMany, where the event category has an ID of category.id, right? So we can uniquely identify this event category that we're mapping over. And the created at matches a GTE, a greater than equals the first day of month right here. Oh, and it seems like I messed up the syntax here. This created at, of course, needs to go in the where clause. So let's cut that out using Control X and put it right inside here in the where object and not outside of it. Beautiful. Okay. Afterwards, let's only select one property from this database call, and that's going to be the fields. True. We only care about the fields of all the events that happened in this month. Now, let's also add a distinct, and that's going to be an array of fields. Right here, we only care about how many distinct fields are there. How many, like, for example, you're tracking the email. You're also tracking the user name for this event, and you're also tracking their age, let's say, right? We want this call, in that case, to resolve to 3 entries, 3 distinct fields that we're tracking. Technically, in JSON, there are no duplicates, but it just makes sense to include, right? And since we only care about the amount of fields there are and not the actual values, let's right here include a .then statement, right? This takes a callback function in which we receive the events that match the above pattern, like this database call. What it returns will be right here in the events. You can see it's the fields of JSON value. And we're going to say const field names is going to be equal to a new set and pass in a generic of string right here. This is not necessary right here, but it does make it much easier to work with a set in TypeScript. Now, let's say events.forEach event. Let's execute some logic, and that is going to be object.keys event.fields as object, because by default this is just any JSON value, but we know this is an object. Dot for each field name that we get access to in the callback function. We're going to say field names.add field name. Okay, quick break. What are we doing here? Basically, we're creating a set that doesn't allow duplicates by default. And then for each event that happened this month, we're going ahead and adding the JSON key, right? So if we had an object, this is how it works. Key value, right? This is the key, this is the value of the object. We have all of them in the events, right? These are key value pairs, this JSON value. This is, for example, name John. We don't care about the value at all, right? We just want to know how many different fields are there, like name, age, and whatever, you name it, right? So we're just going through the keys, and for each key, we're adding that to this set that doesn't allow duplicates, by the way. So that, in the end, we can just return the field names dot size. How many entries are in the set? And this is inherently how many unique values are there being tracked by the user, right? This is how we do it. If you've never worked with sets, maybe that's a bit abstract, but I think the logic makes sense. And we're just returning a number here, right? The size resolves to a number. How many unique fields are there being tracked by the user? Great. Okay, now for the second promise that we want to resolve. That's going to be db.event.count. It's basically going to be how many events happened up until this month, or up until this point in the month, rather. So we're going to say db.event.count, where basically the condition is going to be the same as above. We can just copy and paste it right here, where the event category matches the category that we're mapping over. And then that happened this month, right? We only care about that. Technically, you could omit this, right? If you wanted events from all time to appear in the dashboard. But I think that would bring some performance implications. That's likely to be a bit slower because you don't know how many events there are. And if there's a metric shit ton of events, then omitting this is probably not the best idea. You can do it. You can optimize your query for it. That works. We're not going to do it in this video. I think this is a nicer approach for our dashboard. Okay. And lastly, we're going to say db.event.find first. So we're finding one certain event where the event category matches the ID, right? So ID is the category.id that we're mapping over. The order by is going to be created at descending. So we get the newest first, and we're only going to select one field from this database call, and that's going to be the created at true. Beautiful. Okay, that's it. So let's name these. By the way, if you're wondering what that is, this is when the last event happened. This is the last ping event. So for example, 1 day ago, 2 days ago, when did this event last get triggered? Or never, if it never happened, right? And we can simply go ahead and destructure the unique field count, which is the result of the first database call. Then the result of the second database call, which is the events count. How many events are there that happened this month? And then the result of the third database call, which is the last ping. Beautiful. Okay, and what we can do now is return from this whole statement, from the categories.map, what we actually want to be our value. Right now, because we're not returning anything from this await promise.all at the top level, this is just a void array, right? That's not what we want. So let's return right here. After the inner promise.all, we're going to return an object containing the category, then the unique field count, count, there we go, the events count, and lastly, the last ping, when that happened. That's going to be the last ping dot created at, right? Because we just care about the date. Or if that never happened, let's pass null right here. And why does this not resolve correctly? Cannot find name events count. Did you mean event counts? Oh, it seems like I just did a little typo. Let's name this events count. There we go. Okay, maybe I confused you like a second ago and you noticed it earlier than me. Let's name this events count, because basically it counts how many events there are. I think it's, I don't have to explain the naming here. Okay, we're returning that, which now means at the top level or promise.all actually resolves to some data, which is exactly what we want, the categories with counts. Beautiful. The only thing we need to do now is get this to the front end so we can actually render it out. Let's do that. Let's say at the very bottom here, return c.superJSON. And I'm going to get to why we're doing this. And then for the categories in the object that we're returning, let's say categories with counts. There we go. Why are we using something called superJSON? What is that? What does that mean? Basically, superJSON, let's take a look at it together. SuperJSON is a utility that extends JSON functionality. For example, it gives us reliable serialization and deserialization, very hard word. Type safety, it's a negligible runtime footprint. Well, that doesn't really tell us why we're using it. Let's see right here. So by default, JSON cannot properly handle dates. SuperJSON can. What does that mean specifically for our use case? The last ping, for example, this is a date, right? The created at is a date. If we want to pass this to the front end, we can't do that in regular JSON, right? If we try to do this in regular Next.js, it would be a similar issue. If we return a new response, I'm just showing this to you, you don't need to follow along here, and JSON.stringify the object where the date is a new date, for example, this brings problems. JSON doesn't handle dates very well by default. SuperJSON does, and it's built into the JStack with a SuperJSON integration, right? So if we don't need any kind of date, it's a very simple operation. We're just returning a Boolean, an object that has a Boolean inside of it, whatever, right? Then JSON is totally enough because regular JSON can do that. For more advanced data returns, like that contain dates, or to be more specific, also big ints and some other data types that JSON doesn't handle by default, you can read up on that in the SuperJSON documentation. Like they have, here, dates, maps, sets, big int. JSON.stringify doesn't support any of them without going through the hassle of converting manually, right? So you can technically do it with regular JSON, but it's just so much more effort. And in JStack, it's just built in, right? And we can just use SuperJSON, and it's as easy as that. It all works. Passing it to the front end properly. Great. So now actually, let's use that in the front end. Let's go to let's close out of this. Let's close out of the procedures. Let's go into our dashboard page content and actually make the call to our backend here. So inside of the query function, by the way, if you're wondering where we are in the dashboard page content, let's say const res response is going to be equal to await client, which is just our HTTP client that we can use to make a request to our backend, dot category dot get event categories dot $get. Bam, that's it. And now let's return await res.json. And if we now destructure the data from React query and hover over it, you can see, wow, we get fully type-safe data in our use query. That's really, really cool stuff. By the way, we can also go ahead and destructure the is pending property and name it, for example, is event categories loading, right? Are we currently fetching the event categories? Beautiful. You see how easy it is in React query to handle things like loading, error states, and so on. It does it all for us. That's why it's so convenient. Okay, now let's actually do something with this data. For example, if the is events categories loading is true, that means we are fetching our data right now and we want to display a loading state. So let's do that. We're gonna return a div in that case with a class name of flex, item center, justify center, flex of 1, height full, and width full. And inside of this div, we're going to render out our loading spinner. That's it. We're just going to display a beautiful little loading spinner right here while we're fetching our data. And if we have our data, let's display it. Let's render it out. Let's return a div at the top level with a class name of grid, a maximum width of 6xl, grid calls 1. On large devices, a grid calls of 2. On extra large devices, a grid calls of 3 and a gap of 6. And inside of this div, we're going to map over all the different categories that a user has. Remember how we want this to look like? Like this. We're going to map over each category and display it right here. So let's do that. Categories. Categories. And the IntelliSense doesn't work because we did not name our data anything. We can just say data : categories to rename it. Data is like a very generic name. We can be much more specific. What is this? Well, these are the user event categories. So let's rename that. And now map over the categories down here. Semantically, that makes a lot more sense because now we can say categories.map. And for each category that we get right here, because usually you want what's in the map to be a singular of what's outside the map, what you're mapping over, right? And by the way, this does not need to be curly braces. This needs to be regular braces. And why do we get so many syntax errors right here? Categories is possibly undefined. Okay, that's fine. We're going to handle that as well. Let's go above our component and say if not categories, or if the categories.length is triple equal to 0. So if it's just empty, but we do fetch them, in that case, we're going to return for now just a div. We're going to make this look better in a minute, containing the empty state right here. And it seems like we forgot something right here in our query function. And that might be, yeah. Okay, so we're returning the API response as an object that contains a categories property. So let's go ahead and actually say const and destructure something from the await rest.json, which is going to be the categories, right? So we're going into here and just grabbing this one categories property and then returning that, return categories. So our data is not going to be nested anymore. It's just going to be either an array of categories or undefined. That's just a nicer data structure to work with. Right? Alternatively, we could have just returned the categories with counts directly here instead of nesting it inside of an object, but I prefer this syntax. I think it's easier to read on the front end like this. Great. Okay, so now we also have a categories.length. Now that exists because this is just an array of categories. And we can map over our categories together right now. For each category, let's render out an li element, a list element. And by the way, if we do that, we should probably also change the div up here to a UL, to an unordered list. Semantically, technically, we could do both, right? You don't need to follow along. I'm just showing this to you. This could all be divs, right? That's fine. But semantically in HTML, it's a better practice to have a UL when you're mapping over something and then have each element be an li, a list element. It just makes more sense and it's more accessible. It's just a better idea overall. Okay, because we're mapping, each li element needs a key, and that's going to be the category.id. And let's also give each li element a class name. There we go. And that's going to be relative, group, a z index of 10, a transition all, duration 200. And on hover, we're going to apply a minus translate minus y minus 0.5 right here. So it's going to shift slightly upwards as a micro mouse interaction. It's going to look pretty neat here in a second. Inside of here goes a self-closing decorational div with a class name of absolute, z of 0, inset of px, 1 pixel, rounded large, and a bg, and a bg of white. Beautiful. Right after that decorational div, let's create one more div with a class name. That's going to be pointer events none, a z index of 0, absolute, inset of px, rounded large, there we go, shadow small, transition all, and duration 300. We're also going to apply a group-hover shadow medium. And what this does, this group hover, is it just means when we hover the element that has group assigned to it, like this li as the parent, then this div is going to react to it by applying a shadow of small, or a shadow of medium. In this case, by default, it's a shadow of small. So it's going to be a bit more shadow if we hover over the parent element and not just this element right here. Great. Okay, let's also apply a ring of 1 and a ring black/5, and that's it. Great. Okay, let's open this div up, and inside of here goes one more div with a class name of relative, a padding of 6, and a z-index of 10. Inside of here goes one more div with a class name that's gonna be flex, items center, gap 4, and a margin bottom of 6. Inside of here, one more div. This can be self-closing. It's just gonna be decorational, and it's gonna contain the color of the event category, right? So the class name is gonna be size 12 and a rounded of full right here. And the style we're gonna apply to this div, let's give it a style attribute, is gonna be background color. That's the only thing we want to change. And that's gonna be category.color, and that turns into a ternary statement. If we have a category color, in that case, we're gonna render out a template string saying hashtag and then a dynamic insertion using this $sign syntax right here into the JS template string. And this is gonna say category.color.toString in parentheses 16, which is the radix right here, basically turning a integer into a string, right? Because the color in the database is an integer. .pad start 6, and then as the fill string, we're gonna pass in 0 right here. Might seem a bit abstract. All we're doing here is basically converting an integer color into a hex color code, right? And in the other case, we're gonna default to hashtag F3, F4, F6. There we go. Technically, this should always be set, right? This is not optional. This is a number. But we want to make sure that there's always at least a color displayed here. If for any reason this doesn't resolve to anything, right? It's like 0, for example, that would trigger the second ternary statement right here and fall back to a default background color so it never looks bad. You know? Great, let's save this, and for now, let's just see what this looks like by inserting an event category into our database manually. Of course, the user won't need to do that manually, but we want to see what we're doing here. So let's say npx Prisma Studio, you might still even have it open, and that's gonna open up our Prisma Database Studio on port 5555 for us. So let's navigate there, and let's just go ahead and insert an event category into our database. Let's click Add Record right here. Let's name it. What do we want to name it? Let's say a sign up event. The color can be 0 because that's exactly what I mentioned. We're going to fall back to the default if it is 0. The emoji, I don't know. Let's just put something. If you're on Windows and can't be bothered to search for one, just leave it empty. It's not that important. The user, let's actually select us as a user right here. Right? It's literally the only user that exists. The created ad will be automatically done. So is the updated ad. And we don't have any events in here. So we only need to change these couple of fields and then hit save one change. That's actually going to insert an event category into our database so that now we can see what we're doing here in the dashboard page content and verify that our database call works correctly. Let's reload our page and see what happens. And nothing happens. Maybe because we didn't save the page yet. Yes, we still need to import our dashboard page content right here in the page.tsx. So let's do that. Let's save the page. And okay, we get another error. That's very likely because the dashboard page content is not a client-side component. So let's put a use client here at the very top, right, in the dashboard page content. And then let's see what happens. Now we see a loading spinner. And now we see, well, it doesn't look great, right? Because we're not done here yet. But if we just go ahead and render out the category name, for example, right here, let's just verify this works. There it is. There is our sign up event category with a beautiful, fully type safe back-end call happening from our front end in React query. Nice. Very, very nice. We've confirmed this works. It doesn't look amazing yet. We're going to get there. But we've confirmed it works exactly as we intended. Beautiful. So let's get rid of the category.name again that I just inserted here to verify it works. And instead, let's actually make it look good. So right after the self-closing div, with 3 self-closing divs and then the closing li to go, this is where we are. Let's open up a div. It's just going to serve layout purposes. We don't need to put any class name to it, and an h3 inside of here with a class name of text large /7, font medium, tracking tight, and lastly a text gray 950. There we go. Inside of here, we're going to put the category.emoji if there is one, or if there is not one, we're going to fall back to a default emoji. Now you choose which should be the default emoji. I'm going to go with the folder emoji right here because I think it kind of fits the theme of an event category where multiple events are kind of grouped into one folder, I guess, into one category, right? But you can go for any emoji. You can just leave it blank, whatever you prefer. And then we're going to also put the category.name here. So what is the name? Let's save that. There we go. Okay, that already looks much better. And right below this h3, we're going to put a p tag. This is going to get a class name of text small/6 for line height and a text gray of 600. And inside of this p tag, we're going to say format. It's a function that we're going to import from datefns, a utility function that allows us to format a date. And inside of this format function, let's put the category.created@, which is a date, and now pass the format in which we want it, which is going to be d, YYYY. This is basically a datefns internal thing, how you want to format stuff. They are documenting all of this, so I didn't just make this up, right? This comes from their documentation, and this will result in a format like this, October 17th, 2024. Beautiful. Okay, very, very nice. And by the way, we can just pass in the state because we returned it as super JSON from our backend, right? Let's just demonstrate what happens if we do this as JSON. If we reload the page, you can see it still works, but there's one core difference, right? The date comes back as a string. So what datefns automatically does is it tries to parse whatever we pass into here into a date. But with regular JSON, you can see this is a string, and we can't perform any date-specific operations on the created@, when in reality it should be a date coming from our Prisma database, right? And if we use super JSON right here and hover over the same, super JSON, and hover over it again, now it's a date, and we can perform operations that you can only perform on a date, like get milliseconds, get minutes, and so on. In regular JSON, that information is lost, and it's just a string. We can verify that. Let's leave it as super JSON. Let's go into the network tab right here to really understand why we're doing what we're doing. Reload our page, and you can see in the database call, the get event categories. Why does it not show a response? It should show a response right here. It doesn't. Why does it not do that? It seems like the Chrome dev tools are bugged. Sometimes this happens because clearly there is a response. Like otherwise we wouldn't even see the data. But for some reason Chrome dev tools doesn't want to show us the response right now. Anyways, I think you get the point, right? This returns as a string when we use regular JSON, which is not ideal because it prevents us from doing any kind of date operations. Whereas in super JSON, it is actually a date exactly as we want it. And that's basically the difference. Datefns can handle both, but most use cases, like if you want to perform date-specific operations, of course won't work on a string. They just work on an actual date. That is why the super JSON integration is so useful here. After the end of the p tag, after one closing div and two closing divs, that's where we're going to open up with two more closing divs and one closing li element to go. Let's create a div here with a class name of space y3 and a margin bottom of 6. Inside of here, let's open it up with another div with a class name of flex, item center, text small/5, a text gray 600, and that is it. Let's open this div up, and inside of here, we're gonna put first things first a clock icon from Lucid React. And this icon is gonna get a class name of size 4, a margin right of 2, and a text brand 500. Just like so. After this clock icon, we're gonna put a span tag with a class name of font medium. And inside of here, we're gonna say last ping colon. And now in the next span, we're gonna put right under that gets a class name of margin left 1. In here, we're gonna actually put the last ping when it happened. So let's make a dynamic insertion here and do a ternary statement. If we have a category.lastPing, in that case, we're gonna format the distance to now using datefns, which is a super, super nice utility that in regular JavaScript would be an absolute pain. Pass in the category.lastPing as the date, and we're also gonna say plus ago right afterwards. Beautiful. And in the other event of the ternary statement, where we don't have a last ping because it has never been called, in that case, we're gonna say never. So let's save that, last ping never. Great. Let's do the same thing for the unique fields, how many fields there are. Let's mark this entire div using m@balance outward, as I showed you earlier, which is just Control M to mark the entire thing at once, right? The flex item center, that div, hold Shift Alt arrow down once and twice. Bam. That means we now have 3 icon sections right here. Let's change the second one. Instead of a clock icon, we want a database icon right here, also from Lucid React. The last ping, let's replace that with unique fields, and the actual value for the span, let's replace that with the category.uniqueFieldCount or 0 right here. Beautiful. Okay, the formatting looks a bit ugly. Let me just change that so it's easier for you to see. There we go, and give this a bit less space. Perfect. And the last section in that, let's replace the clock with a bar chart 2 from Lucid React. The last ping, we're gonna change that to events this month. And then for the value, we're gonna dynamically insert here. That's gonna be the category.eventsCount or 0. And hit save. Beautiful. Last ping never, unique field 0, events this month 0. All of this is accurate for our sign up event because we've never actually run it. And by the way, something is off with our CSS somehow. This should have a white background. I'm not sure. We're gonna get there, and the pointer events are not working, and that might be because we messed up. Yeah, right here. This div should be self-closing. This is just a decorational div, and we basically included the actual content inside of a decorational div, which is a pretty bad idea because that's gonna make our content not actually work. So we are gonna need to delete any of these closing divs at the end. Any will do. Hit save, and there we go. That looks so much better. Wow, that's a hell of a difference. Now if we hover over this, we can see the beautiful hover animation on here and actually interact with it and click it when we don't include it in a decorational div. Wow, surprise, surprise. So again, all we did is the div above the relative padding 6 z-index of 10, this decorational div right here with the pointer events none, this needs to be self-closing. Before it wasn't. This needs to be self-closing, and then you can delete any div here at the very end, as we don't need it anymore. That was the closing div of that now self-closing div, right? So we can completely get rid of it, save that, and if your field now looks like this, or the events card now looks like this, then you're doing it right. Hell yeah, dude. And the only thing that's left to do now is to also include a button that lets the user go into the actual page, right? This is just visual, and we want to include a button where when they click it, they will get taken to that actual sign up events page with all the details, right? And that's gonna happen below the spans, right? After the bar chart, after one closing div, 2 closing divs, that's where we're gonna open up with one more closing div and one more li element here to go. That's where we're gonna create a div with a class name of flex, item center, justify between, and a margin top of 4. Inside of here is gonna go a link element from next/link. Let's import that and say view all inside of here. And we're also going to include a little arrow right coming from Lucid React or icon library. And let's give this arrow right a class name of size4. And that's literally it. All right, this link always expects an href in Next.js. So where do we want to link to? This is going to be dynamic, and we're going to link to a template string containing /dashboard /category / and then the category.name. Great. Now, as you might realize, putting the category name in the URL can only work if the category name is URL kind of approved, right? So this can only be letters or numbers or hyphens, right? These things here. Anything else doesn't really go well in the URL. So we need to make sure later on when a user creates a category that the name matches those criteria. But we will do that, no problem at all. And it's going to look really good in the URL because just the name is in there and not some super long, ugly ID. Okay, this link is also going to get a class name, and that's going to be a dynamic class name. So let's use curly braces here. And because we want this link to look like a button, we're going to use our button variants just like that. Remember, we can make anything look like a button this way. As the variant in here, we're going to put outline. And that's the cool thing about the button variants. Just like we can pass this as a prop to the button component, we can pass it as a argument into the button variants right here. And we're also going to give it a size, and that's going to be small. We're also going to slightly adjust the class name that we can override from this function as well right here. For the class name, we're going to say flex items center gap2 and text small, and that's it. And hit save. And when we reload our dashboard, there we go. There is our button. View all. Absolutely beautiful. Right below this link, which, we're making look like a button, we're going to put our actual button component. This is not going to be a link. And this button is going to be the deletion button if you want to delete this event category. So as for the variant, we're going to go with the ghost variant. As the size, we're also going to go with small. The class name of this button is going to be text gray 500. On hover, we're going to use a text red 600 and a transition colors. There we go. So this is only going to apply a transition to anything that is color changing and not everything, right? Transition all, for example, would be literally every transition. And transition colors is just limited to colors because we don't need any of the rest. Okay. And let's also give this button an area label just for accessibility purposes. We haven't done that earlier, but it's totally fine. This is for people using screen readers, so it's easier for them to tell what this button is about because it will just contain an icon and not actually text. So this is going to say delete and then the category.name category at the very end here. So delete sign up category, for example, is what this is going to actually resolve to. Beautiful. And inside of this button, we're going to put the trash2 icon from Lucid React and give it a class name of size5 and save. Beautiful. There is our deletion button. That, of course, doesn't work yet. So let's implement that. What should happen when a user clicks the delete button? Now, first things first, we want to save the category that the user wants to delete in state. Right? Because we don't want to delete it right away. We want to ask them first, are you sure that this is what you want to delete? Right? It's a very bad practice once you hit delete to immediately delete something because chances are users will click this by accident, right? And they're going to be very, very upset if they accidentally delete some important event category and we can just prevent it altogether. Right, so this is just a best practice to ask them, do you want to delete stuff before actually doing it? So what we're going to do is at the very top of our component, let's declare a state. Let's name this state the deleting category and set deleting category by convention. Right, we have the state and then the set state. This is a React convention for naming. And this is going to be equal to use state from React. And we're going to default this to null. Now, to let TypeScript know what the state will be, we're going to type this as either a string or null. So we're going to initialize it as null, but later on this is going to be a string. And when is this going to be a string? Well, when the user clicks the deletion button. That's all the deletion button will do. right here, we can add an on-click handler right here to our button. And the only thing we're going to do on click is set the state, right? We're going to set the deleting category to the category dot name. Great. And now when the state is set, we want a modal to be opened automatically, right? Asking the user, hey, are you sure that you want to delete this event? And now what basically any other video would teach you is to just install something like the shadcn dialog component, right? Like this, that opens up this kind of modal. Well, it should, but it's not doing that. Hello? Why doesn't this work? There we go, finally. That just opens up this modal, right? But what I'm gonna teach you is like the second step to that. It's a bit more advanced. What I'm gonna teach you is how to make a beautiful modal that opens up like this on desktop, but opens up like this on mobile as a actual native looking drawer component. How cool is that? So if you're on mobile, the modal that's gonna open is gonna be like this, and you can just swipe it away. This is the cleanest stuff I've ever seen for mobile, and I'm gonna teach you how to do it right now, and you'll be surprised. It's not actually very difficult to do. So what we're gonna do is create a new modal component that's gonna hold the question of are you sure, and later on it's gonna be reused across our entire app. We're gonna use it a lot more, which is why we're absolutely gonna nail the desktop and mobile state for this modal, because we're gonna use it in some places. So let's go ahead and create that modal in our components UI. Let's create a new file here called modal.tsx. Hey man, this is me editing Josh, and listen man, I have to be real with you. I made this complete video and edited it now, and notice it's longer than 12 hours. And the thing with YouTube is you can literally not upload a video that is longer than 12 hours. I tried it, YouTube actually rejected it, so now I literally have to take something out, unfortunately, but I promise it is the most boring part that I'm taking out, and also the most time consuming. And that is this modal right here that we are about to write. Let's not do that. Please go ahead and execute two things, right? This modal depends on two things we haven't installed in our project yet. And I want to make sure we leave off right after the segment exactly like we did in the video, as if we just wrote the modal ourselves, right? So please do two things. First off, install the npm package vol. This is a mobile drawer that we can open up on mobile, and it looks really, really good. And secondly, please in your terminal execute npx shadcn at latest add dialog. That's gonna add the dialog component within our modal. There's one hook that is inside of the modal, but it doesn't use any external dependencies, and you can also just copy and paste that over from GitHub. So please go into the GitHub repository, and then you can find the modal under components UI and then modal.tsx, basically the file we just created. Please go ahead, grab that, put it in your project, and that's it, right? That's the entire modal done. We don't need to write any of that ourselves. And I hope you understand why I literally have to take this out, right? This, besides a smaller part later on, which is the sidebar, is the only thing I'm taking out of this video. I'm keeping this to an absolute minimum and keeping all the important explanations and so on, of course, in the video, because they are really, really important. Just this kind of styling JSX part of the modal I think is not as important, and so it's fine to take out. I hope you understand why I have to do this, and let's go on with the video as normal. And let's check out if this works already. Let's save our modal and then go back to our dashboard page content to actually make use of it for the deletion. You remember we were on the verge of making the deletion work. Right here, we just wanted to show a confirmation modal before actually deleting that item. Otherwise, users would be pretty pissed. You remember that? So what we're gonna do is wrap this entire component in a React fragment so that we can render out a modal at the bottom here as well, right? Because in plain React, we can't pass multiple children at the top level, so it needs to be one fragment right here. So basically, we're not weighing down the DOM at all. With an additional element, it's just a fragment, right? Just a React thing, so we can put multiple things at the same level. In here, let's render out our modal. Now, inside this modal, we're going to put some content. It's not going to be self-closing. And the show modal is going to be equal to colon, or not colon, this is an exclamation point, and we're going to put 2 of them. So 2 exclamation points, deleting category. And all this does, if you're not familiar with it, is it turns this value into a Boolean, right? So 1 exclamation point would be the opposite value, and 2 is just the same value as a Boolean. Basically just saying, is this a truthy value or not? What you could also do is this. You could say Boolean deleting category. It's the exact same thing. Once again, this is just a syntactic decision of which one you prefer. And I think both are pretty readable. So the set show modal we're going to pass in here is going to be a function that says set deleting category to null right here. Beautiful. And lastly, the class name of this modal is going to be maximum with medium and a padding of 8. Great. Let's open up this modal, and inside of here, we're going to have a div at the top level with a class name of space y6. Inside of here, one more div. This is just for layout purposes, so it's not actually going to contain a class name. And inside of here, an h2 element. That's going to say delete category. This h2 is going to get a class name of text large /7, a font medium, tracking tight, and a text gray of 950. Okay, let's save that, see what happens when we click or delete button. Bam! Okay, the drawer pops up. Very, very nice. Awesome. Okay, let's continue. After the delete category, we're going to put a p tag with a class name of text /6 and a text gray of 600. And inside of here, we're going to say, are you sure you want to delete the category? And then in quotes, we're going to dynamically insert the deleting category. So whatever the user is planning to delete. Question mark. This action cannot be undone. There we go. Beautiful. Let's see that in action. All right, looking good, looking good. After the closing p tag and after the closing div, with one more div and then the closing modal to go, that's where we're going to open up one more div with a class name of flex, justify end, space x of 3, padding top 4, and a border of t. There we go. Let's open this up. Now, the user should have 2 options to choose from, either to cancel if they don't want to delete, or to then actually delete the category if they wish to. First, let's insert a button here from our custom UI, and this is just going to say cancel. And the variant of this button is going to be outline. And the on click for this button is going to be a function that simply sets the set deleting category to null, right? So we're just resetting that state, and in doing so, we're automatically closing the modal because now this Boolean will evaluate to false because null is a false value, and this just turns it into a Boolean, remember? Great. Let's try that. When we click cancel, bam, the modal closes. Beautiful. Okay, right after that button, let's put one more button. For now, let's just hardcode delete in here. In a second, we're actually going to have a more advanced state in here because what's missing right now is the function we can call to actually delete a category, right? So let's do that. Let's implement that function with a backend call. It's going to be pretty straightforward, and it's going to be the first time we're using a mutation, a post request to our backend. So let's do that. In React query, it works like this. Let's say const empty object is equal to use mutation, which is a hook we get from TanStack React query to make post requests. This takes a mutation function, and this is just a regular arrow function. And if you notice, this does not require a mutation key. We can pass it, but with the query, it's mandatory. It has to be passed. With the mutation, not. It's optional. That's one difference between a mutation and a query in React query. Now, this mutation function, let's mark it as asynchronous. And in here, we're going to say await client dot category dot, and ideally, we would have a method to delete a category here. Right now, we don't have that. So let's create it. Let's go into our category router right here. If you're wondering where that is, it's under server, routers, category router. This is where we are. And let's actually implement a method to delete a category. Let's name it delete category right here. And this is going to be a private procedure. So only logged in users are able to call this. And this needs an input. We're going to say .input. And how JStack works is basically we get out of the box input validation, right? Let me show you how this works. Inside of this input, we can pass a z, import that from Zod.object. Now, if you've never used Zod, that might seem a bit confusing. What is z that we're importing here? Basically, it's a schema validation library. It allows us to define something like an object that has, in our case, a name property. And let's set this to, just for now, a z.string right here. So what we're saying right here is for the input as the post request body under the hood, we are expecting an object that has a name property that is of type string. And if that is not provided, the request is automatically rejected. Right? This is really nice because in our actual logic, in our dot mutation here, we now know when this mutation runs, which is just a regular function that we can mark as asynchronous. When this function runs, we get access to something called the input that we can just destructure. And by the way, let's also quickly get the Hono.c object and just return a return c.json of success true. So TypeScript is happy. There we go. And because we've defined name as the input up here, when this mutation runs, we can be 100% certain that we can destructure from the input, and that is the name. It will definitely be there when this logic is executed, because otherwise the request would have already been rejected. This way we get not only full type safety in our logic, but also safety, right? We know that no user can pass any BS they want into our API route. No, they can only pass exactly what we expect and of the types that we expect. This is really, really good for safety. Okay. Now, inside of our logic, what we want to do is to make a database call to delete a category. We're going to say await db.event category.delete, and we're going to delete the category where the name underscore user ID combination, right? You remember how earlier I told you that one user ID can only have one category of that same name. The combination is always unique, right? So we can simply pass in here an object that contains the name, and the user ID is going to be the CTX, the CTX that we still need to destructure, the context that we provide, ctx.user.id. There we go. Because this is a private procedure that has the auth middleware running in front of it, we know that there is a logged in user once this logic is executed too, not only just the input, right? So there's both of those. Awesome. And by the way, this is possible, this combination, because we set the unique key right here as a combination of name and user ID. This combination has to be unique. None of them individually have to be unique, just the combination has to be. So we can call that here, just so you understand why this works. Great. And now we can actually go ahead and delete a category from our front end. We can call the delete category method completely type safe and .post because we're making a post request. And in here, we get full type safety. We are now expected to pass the name of the category as the input. And we can simply accept the name into our mutation function. So wherever we call the mutate right here, let's rename this to delete category, by the way. Wherever we now call this function, we are expected to pass in the name, which is then passed into the post request as the body under the hood. Beautiful. And when this mutation has run successfully, when the deletion was successful, we want to refresh the page, right? We want to refresh the user event categories. And one way that we can do that in React Query is super, super convenient. It's by first getting access to the const query client is equal to use query client that we import from TanStack React Query. And now on success for this mutation, what should happen? In that case, we want to invalidate this query, which will automatically cause it to refetch. We're going to say query client.invalidate queries. And in here, we're going to pass an object that contains the query key. And that's going to be this query key. That's how we identify this query. So we can just copy that key and paste it here as the query key. And then we're going to set the deleting category to null as well. Let's try if this works. We only need to use or delete category function here, and we're going to use it way down here in our modal on the delete button if the user is actually sure they wish to delete this event category. The variant of this button is going to be destructive, not default, it's going to be destructive. We want to make it very clear. The on-click handler is going to be, let's do a check. If we have a deleting category, if that is set, then we're going to call the delete category function and pass in the deleting category right here. The reason we're doing this is because if we didn't, this could be null, right? At least TypeScript thinks so. Technically, it can't be because this modal is only shown if there is a deleting category. So this is perfectly valid code, just TypeScript does not recognize that. So we can just do this to make TypeScript happy. That's all this is for. And a disabled property of is deleting category, which is a loading state. Now you might wonder, how do we get this loading state? How do we know when we are in the process of deleting something while the API call is being made? Well, React Query does that for us. It's really easy. We can simply grab this from React Query. The is pending for our mutation, and let's rename that to is deleting category to be more specific about what this is. And bada bing, bada boom, we now have a loading state automatically managed by React Query, which is absolutely beautiful. And that also allows us to make this text better. It's not going to say delete all the time, but we're going to do a conditional check here. If is deleting category is true, then we're going to render out deleting ... because we're currently deleting something, and else we're going to say delete. There we go. And oops, I put a 0 here too much. There we go. If we are deleting something, then we're going to render out the loading state, and otherwise just delete. Let's try this out. What we expect to happen right now is if we click delete, this looks beautiful, by the way. Wow. If we click delete, then we expect the item to be gone, right? Because the page should be refreshed. If you remember, we invalidate the query, right? On success. So let's try this. Let's delete it and see what happens. Bam. Oh my God, it works first try. Congratulations. That is so nice. All right, so you might notice that there's one very important thing missing, and that is there is no button to create a new event category, right? A user is not gonna go into our database and do it themselves. That's not how things work. So let's kind of clean up our workspace here and implement that next. And that's actually gonna happen right here in our server-side dashboard page, right? Because do you remember, we have a CTA that we can pass to our dashboard page, right? As a prop. By the way, if you're wondering where we are, source app dashboard page.tsx right here. We have something called a CTA we can pass in here. For example, let's just mock this as a p tag saying CTA, hit save, and where does that appear in our dashboard? Let's reload it. We're gonna see it show up right here. And that is where we want to place the button to create a new event category. On desktop, by the way, it's gonna be to the left of this, and I'm zoomed in quite a bit, so it seems very large, when in reality, it's really not that large. Okay, great. So let's do that. Let's implement this. And this is gonna be the modal as well, right? Looking crispy clean on both mobile devices and on desktop. That's what's gonna go right here in the CTA. Now this modal to create a new event category doesn't exist yet. So let's create it. In our components folder, let's create a new file and call it create event category modal.tsx. Great. And inside here, you know how to create a React component by now. Export const create event category modal. And this is nothing else than a regular arrow function that will receive some props. Let's type them out. These props are gonna be just children. So do you remember the type I showed you way earlier? The React built-in props with children type, well, this is where it's super useful. We can just destructure the children, and that's it. As easy as that. Nice. Okay, now inside of this create event category modal, I want to show you one of the nicest way to handle forms and validate forms in React that I know of, and probably that there is. But that sounds a bit arrogant, so I'm just going to say that I know of. Maybe there's something much better, who knows, right? But I'm going to show you a really, really nice way to do this in this component. First things first, let's declare a state. Const is open and set is open. This is later for the modal, is going to be equal to use state. And let's default this to false. And we also want access to the query client in here. So let's say const query client is going to be equal to use query client right here coming from TanStack React query. Great. Okay, now to properly handle forms in React, there's a library called React Hook Form that is extremely helpful. React Hook Form. Let me show that to you. It probably has a few million downloads if I had to guess, because it's gotten really popular. Yeah, about 6 million downloads. A lot of people are using it. You can kind of get an idea for the syntax right here. Basically, there is a use form hook, and then we simply, layout shift, and then we simply register input fields in our JSX. Now you might think, Josh, why don't we just handle this in plain React? And the reason is the validation is built into React Hook Form as well with Zod or Schema Validation Library. This is super convenient because we can just display errors as is. All the handling that normally in forms is very tedious in React, it's done for us and automatically validated. Let me show you what that looks like. Let's say const, and destructure something from here later, is equal to use form coming from React Hook Form that we haven't installed yet. So let's do that. Let's clear our terminal and say pnpm install React Hook Form. And while we're at it, we can also install add hook form /resolvers. This is gonna be useful for our Zod integration later on, because with the Zod resolver that we get from this second package, we can validate the input in the form, like the name that the user enters or the color, using Zod. You're gonna see what that looks like here in a second. Great. Let's invoke this use form right here and also import that from React Hook Form. Import use form from React Hook Form. There we go. Beautiful. Now, inside of here, we can pass something called a resolver. And this is exactly what I meant. This allows us to basically validate the form input using a schema validation library. Let's do it in practice. We're going to enter the Zod resolver here. Zod resolver. There we go. And also import that Zod resolver from add hook form /resolvers /Zod. There are a couple of other integrations like effect TS, for example, or some others, Valibot. We care about Zod right here, and we can simply import the Zod resolver from that. Beautiful. Now, the Zod resolver expects a Zod schema. Do you remember earlier when we had the z.object for the input validation on the backend? Well, something very similar is going to go in here. So let's create a schema to validate our input for this modal. Let's define it above our component and say const event category, in all caps, by the way. I'm going to show you why in a second. Event category validator is going to be equal to z, import that from Zod, dot object. And this actually takes an object. Now, why are we doing this in all caps? That's a convention to indicate that this is a constant value. It doesn't change at runtime, it's always the same. And especially in large code bases, this really helps distinguish runtime changing values from hard-coded things in your code, right? It's just a convention that I want to teach you. We also did this at my first dev job in enterprise, and it is very common to see. And I really like to do it. And I also like to see it in code bases that I review. It's just a generally pretty good practice to do. It's just a convention though. You can, of course, change it if you want. I would advise against it though. Okay, for the name, we're going to have three things in here. The first one is going to be the name. Let's actually write this as a separate file because the validator for the category name is going to become important also on the back end. So we can just reuse it there. Right? If we don't define it in this file, but in a separate file that's not tied to the front end like this file is. So in our source folder, let's create a new folder in lib, then a new folder called validators, and hit save. Now this lib folder, if you don't know, stands for libraries, and it's basically a convention to name it this way for preparing libraries to be used in our project. This folder is automatically there in JStack, and it is in many other kind of framework stacks as well, because it is such a widespread convention to use it. Now let's open up this folder, and inside of here create a new file called category-validator.ts. And inside of here, we're going to say export const in all caps, category name validator is going to be equal to z, import that from Zod, dot string, but we can specify it. So not any name should be okay for the event category name. It should be URL compatible if you remember from the backend. So first things first, we're going to say dot min 1. And as the message, if this is not the case, right, if the user tries to submit an empty string, we're going to say category name is required. And even more advanced is now the .regex. We can write a regular expression to check that this only contains the letters that we allow. So inside of here, let's put our regex, right? It's the first thing the function takes. So let's enter a regex that only allows letters, numbers, and hyphens. So this regular expression is going to be // and in the middle of it, we're going to put the roof symbol to indicate this is the start of the string. Then in angled brackets, we're going to say A to Z in lowercase, A to Z in uppercase, so both upper and lowercase letters are fine. And then a 0 to 9, 0-9, and lastly a hyphen to also allow that. And at the very end, we're going to say plus $sign to indicate that this is the end of the string, right? So the entire string can only contain letters that are upper or lowercase, numbers or hyphens to make it URL safe. And if that's not the case, we want to inform the user what is wrong. So we're going to say category name can only contain letters, numbers, there we go, or hyphens. Great, period. And we can also put a period here just as a stylistic choice. And this is the validator. We're done. We can now use that on the front and back end to validate incoming event category names, where we want to make sure that they match a certain format. If they don't, the user is going to be alerted in the actual form with a beautiful looking error message now. Great. Okay, so let's use that validator we just created for our name in the create event category modal. Let's enter the category name validator right here for the name. For the color, we're going to say this is a z.string.minimum1, and if the color is not provided, we're going to say color is required. And lastly, we want to make sure that this is a valid hex format. So also here, we're going to add a regex. And this regex, let's create it, is going to be roof symbol again to indicate the start of the string. Hashtag, because a hex code always has a hashtag at the start. And then in angled brackets for the stuff that we allow, this is going to be 0 to 9 and uppercase A to F. Those are the characters that we allow, and we can specify exactly how many we allow in curly braces right after that. And let's say 6. It has to be exactly 6 letters long until we reach the end. So $sign, right? So hashtag and then 6, either 0 to 9 or A to F letters. Beautiful. And at the very last, we're going to put a /i here at the very end. And if our regex is not matched, then we're going to say invalid color format, because that's not a valid color that we want to accept in our backend. Great. And lastly, the emoji that we want to accept is going to be a z.string, and Zod even provides a .emoji. How cool is that? And if the emoji is wrong, we can simply say invalid emoji as the error message, but we can also make the emoji optional. If it's not provided, that is okay. We're just going to fall back to a default emoji in that case. Okay, and now to link this event category validator up to our form, we can just pass it right here into the Zod resolver. Beautiful. And we can also make this completely type safe by getting the type of the event category validator. With Zod, that's really easy. Right under the validator, let's say type event category form is gonna be equal to z.infer and pass in these little like triangle brackets here, the type of event category validator. And what that does is as soon as we pass this TypeScript type into our use form hook as a generic, we now get full type safety across the entire form. Let's verify that. Let's destructure the register function from our use form. And if we now had a input element, let's mock this for now in input right here in our JSX, and we wanted to register it, register, bam, color, emoji, name. Full type safety across the board because we passed the TypeScript type into the use form. And for runtime validation, that's what the actual Zod object is for. Okay, we can remove the input. We're still gonna have inputs, but not right here. I just wanted to demonstrate that to you. And let's actually create our modal by starting with a fragment so we can put multiple children at the same level. Now, inside of this fragment goes a div element that gets an onClick handler. And all this onClick handler does is it's gonna set isOpen to true so that we can pass the children inside of this div. What is this for? Basically, it allows us to pass a button from the parent. It's gonna be rendered as the child. And when that button is clicked, the internal state is gonna be updated. Right? So that's what's going to make the button actually work when we put it here from our server-side component into the top of the dashboard as the call to action. Right below this div at the same level, we're going to put our modal component and go ahead and import that. Now, inside of the modal, we're going to create a form element. We can remove the standard action on here. We don't need that. And on submit for this form is going to be something called handle submit. Now this function is something we get from React hook form. We can simply destructure that handle submit right here from our use form. And what this does is completely type safely invoke our handler. Now let me show you that. You don't need to follow along right now. I'm just demonstrating this to you. We get the event right here, and whatever is passed in the handle submit right here as the event is the actual fully type-safe and validated data that we get on form submission. This is the beauty of React hook form. We get all type safety and all validation automatically provided to us. This is gonna be really, really useful. So what this allows us to do, for example, is to, now you can follow along again, define a const on submit. And this function, we know the data it receives right here is gonna be of type event category form, right? So this allows us to now work with a data color emoji name right here in the on submit and know that this will exist 100% here. As long as we pass it, of course, right here into the handle submit. Beautiful. Okay, let's give this form a class name. That's gonna be a space y of 6. And inside of this form, let's open this up. First things first is gonna go a div just for layout purposes. This is not gonna get any class name. So inside of here, let's put an h2 element with a class name of text large/7 for line height, a font medium, tracking tight, and a text gray of 950. And this h2 is gonna say new event category. Let's hit save. Now, I propose we already go ahead and render out the button just so we can see what we're doing here in real time. Therefore, let's go into our page.tsx, right, under source app dashboard page.tsx, and actually pass the proper call to action in here exactly as we will have it later. Let's use or create event category modal here in the CTA, and as the children, we're gonna pass a button or custom UI button that's gonna say add category. And just to make it look nicer, we're also gonna include an icon here that is the plus icon from Lucid React. Beautiful. Let's give this plus icon a class name of size 4 and a margin right of 2 to kind of space it out from the text, and hit save. Okay, we're gonna get an error because the create event category modal needs to be a client component. So at the very top of the file, Let's put a use client, and then we should see a beautiful button pop up right here. Okay, perfect. Now the modal seems to open by default right here. That's probably because we haven't done the, so one thing we still need to pass into the modal is the show modal, and that is gonna be the is open state, and also the set show modal, and that's gonna be or set is open state. And just like that, the modal will only be open once we click the button, and then close again once we exit out. As a beautiful drawer on mobile, and as a beautiful dialogue on desktop. Dude, how cool is that? Very, very nice. And that allows us, with all that out of the way, to actually focus on the form, the logic inside of this modal with full input validation. Right below our new event category, let's create a p tag. And this p tag will get a class name of text_6 and a text gray of 600. Inside of here, we're gonna say, create a new category to organize your events, period. Not a hyphen, a period. There we go. So just as a nice sub headline to indicate to users what is going on here. And to make things look nicer, we can also add a class name to the main modal, that being maximum width of XL and a padding of 8. There we go. And now we're kind of spacing things in here. It just looks a bit nicer. Perfect. After the closing p tag and after the closing div with just the closing form and closing modal to go, that's where we're going to open up another div with a class name of space y5. Inside of here, one more div. This is just for layouting, doesn't get a class name. And inside of here, we're going to put a label. However, we're not going to use any label. We actually get a label component from our UI library that we can use for this. So let's go ahead and say npx shadcn at latest add label. And that's going to install the label component into our project. Basically just copy pasting the code into our project so we can use it here. Beautiful. And that's already done, which means we can now go ahead and use this label component from our UI, not from Radix, from our UI component right here in our form. And this is going to say name. Great. Now, the HTML4 attribute is going to be name because that's what the form or the input ID is going to be like here in a second. And right below the label, we're going to put an input component that also fully accessible and good looking comes from our UI library. Let's also say npx shadcn at latest add input and hit enter. And it's going to do the same thing as for the label, right? It's just going to go ahead and create a beautiful reusable input component in our project that we can now use and import from our UI folder right here. This input is self-closing and we're going to pass some properties. First off, in autofocus, it's automatically going to be focused when the modal opens. The ID is going to be name, and we're going to register this .register as the name form field using React hook form. The placeholder is going to be EG user-signup, right? So we're providing an example of what the user could name their event to give them some guidance. And the class name is going to be with full to take up as much space as we can. Let's save that. And it seems like our input component has trouble resolving our CN path, right? So let's change that. Let's remove the CN, re-import that using our auto import because it just comes from the add/utils, and then hit save. And it seems like, okay, the label has the same problem. Let's also do that here. Let's import that just from utils and hit save. Great. Okay, we can now see, bada bing, bada boom, there's now a beautiful input in the room. Okay, yeah, sorry, that was from some song. Anyways, we now have a beautiful input right here that the user can use to input their event category name. Now, if there's any problem with that name, we want to display that too. And React hook form makes that extremely easy. We can simply go ahead into our use form function and destructure something called the form state from here and destructure the errors from there. So if there's any errors with the form, like for example, this username containing spaces or anything that is not allowed in our category name validator that we're using to validate this name, then we want to display an error message to the user. So if we have an errors.name right below our input, in that case, we're going to render out a p tag. And in the other case, we're just going to render out null. There's no problem in the other case. This p tag gets a class name of margin top 1, text small, and a text red 500. And inside of here, we're going to display the errors dot, how cool is that? We get full type safety here, dot name, dot message, if there is any error message, and hit save. Beautiful. Okay, and by the way, that error message will only show up once we try submitting the form, right? So if I enter something right here, right now nothing goes wrong because the user basically can type in whatever they want as long as they don't submit the form. Once they submit, then the errors are going to show up and tell them exactly what went wrong where. Perfect. Let's also allow the user to choose a color. Now this is a UI decision that you need to make. Do you allow a hex color input or do you allow pre-selected colors? I would argue from a user perspective, it's much nicer to offer like a selection of 10, 15 colors they can choose from than to just put an input where they can input a hex code, right? It is much more user-friendly to let them just choose one. Maybe even if they want, they can enter a custom value as well, but at least let them choose, right? I think that's a really good UI UX consideration, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So after the div containing the label and input with one closing div and the closing form to go, that's where we're going to open up another div right here containing the label, and the label is going to say color. And after the label, we're going to create another div. This div gets a class name of flex, flex wrap, and a gap of 3. And inside of this div, we want to display like 10 colors that the user can choose from, right? Let's do that. Let's create a constant at the top of our page and call it const color underscore options in all caps, because again, this is a good convention to have for constant values. And this is going to be an array. And in this array, there are going to be a bunch of colors. Now, of course, we don't have to type them ourselves. Don't you worry, I prepared them in right here. Bada bing, bada boom, the copy paste list. We can just go ahead and grab these colors because there's no need to type them ourselves. This is a hand-picked selection of good looking colors that I prepared for us. We can just go ahead, paste them into the color options right here. Beautiful. Okay, you might wonder, Josh, why are there Tailwind class names here after the color? And we're gonna get there. These have a very specific reason to be there. It's basically the color code, but in two different formats. With the background and the ring, we're gonna get there. They have a reason to be there. Okay, for now, let's go into our div that we just created and actually map over the color codes to display each one. So let's say color options dot map, and for each pre-made color, which is basically a color the user can choose from that we prepared right in advance, you can name this anything you want. Let's return some JSX right away, and that's gonna be a button component. Now, because we're mapping, remember to give this a key. This can just be the pre-made color code itself. The type is gonna be button, because by default, a button inside of a form will be a submit button, but we don't want this button to submit any form. And the class name of this button is gonna be dynamic. So let's have some curly braces here and use our cn helper function. Now, the first class we're gonna be applying is in a template string, a bg dash, and then in angled brackets, dynamically insert the pre-made color. In regular Tailwind, inserting a dynamic color like this, like bg, and then, for example, E17055, doesn't work. Normally it doesn't, except these classes are statically generated by Tailwind beforehand. That is the reason why we have these in here as comments, because it turns out even if you have the name as a comment, Tailwind will include it in its style file, right? So that allows us to have dynamic class names in our actual JSX in a really clean, intuitive syntax by listing out all the class names ahead of time right here. Otherwise, in Tailwind, this would literally not work. Okay, now, second class name we're gonna be applying is size 10. By the way, we're just chaining it inside of this function right here, chaining multiple strings. So size 10, rounded off full, ring 2, ring offset of 2, transition all, and that's it. Okay, third class name we're gonna put in here is gonna be a conditional check. If the color value of our form, which right now we don't even have access to, so let's get access to that. It's basically the selected color by the user, and we can get that by saying const color is equal to, and destructure a function called watch from React hook form, and call the watch on the color right here. If you were to handle the form logic yourself in state, this would be the state value. Because React hook form handles that for us under the hood, this is how we get access to the actual color value that's selected. If that color is equal to the pre-made color, in that case, we're going to apply a ring brand of 700 and a scale of 110 right here. And in the other case, we're going to apply a ring transparent and also a hover scale 105. Now you might have noticed that the ring colors are also included in the pre-made colors above, right? They're right here, the rings. And this is because I wanted to include both examples here. You could dynamically change out the ring color as well for the, let's open this, for the color that is selected, right? This can either be the ring of brand, or it could be the actual color. This is just a stylistic choice, so I wanted to include and prepare both examples. I think this is a bit better. I decided on this in the end because it does unify the styles. And by the way, I made a typo here. It should be EG, not EE. There we go. Right here for the placeholder. This unifies the styles a bit. But it is just personal preference which color the ring of the selected color has in the end, right? It's really up to you. Okay, and lastly, we're gonna apply an on-click handler right here to this button, and that's gonna be calling our set value function. Now this set value doesn't exist yet. This is the way to set a value with React hook form. Let's destructure it, set value from React hook form. This is basically the state setter. This is the state getter. This is the equivalent of a state setter in React hook form. So we can set the value of the color field, beautiful IntelliSense here, to the selected color. What did I do wrong? Oh, the pre-made color is what we called it, and hit save. And now we should actually see the rings in action. Beautiful. Once we select the color, we can see it kind of scales up just as a nice mouse interaction, and it now has the ring in our brand color and looks absolutely beautiful. If there should be any error, let's handle that after the div with 2 more closing divs and then the closing form to go. Let's render out the errors.color, and if that is like a truthy value, if there is a color error, in that case, we're gonna render out a p tag, and in the other case, we're gonna render out null. The p tag is going to be the same as above with a class name of margin top 1, text small, text red 500, containing the errors.color.message, if there is one. Beautiful. Let's hit save, and that is the color section done. The user can now choose between a prepared selection of beautiful colors for their event. And because the coming section is going to be so similar to this color section, let's actually just mark the entire color div, right? The entire div, including the label and the div that's inside of it, including the arrow, and press Shift, Alt, and arrow down to clone it down once. Now, of course, if we save now, we would literally have 2 color selectors. That's not what we want. Instead, this is going to be the emoji selector. And instead of the color options, we want to map over the emoji options, right? Makes sense. Let's define them at the very top here. Const emoji options is gonna be equal to an array, and don't you worry, no need to pick out all the emojis yourself. I prepared them, of course, right here in the copy paste list. We can simply grab all of these emojis, paste them in here. Of course, if you want to change them, you're very free to do so. And now we can simply use them right down here in our code. So let's map over the emoji options instead and destructure 2 things from here: the emoji and the label that each option has. The key for the button is going to be the actual emoji, And let's slightly change the class name. We don't need the background class name anymore. Let's get rid of that. The main class name is going to be a little bit different. Let's keep the size 10, but change the rest. And add flex, items center, justify center, a text of XL for extra large, rounded MD for medium, and transition all right here. Okay, and now the ternary check here is gonna stay, but it's gonna be a little bit different. We're gonna check for the selected emoji right here, and same logic as with the color, that is the state value, right? We still need to get that from React hook form. Let's say const selected emoji is gonna be equal to watch emoji right here. That way we just get the current value of the emoji. Great, okay. And we're gonna check against the current emoji that we're mapping over. Okay, now if the emoji is that currently selected emoji, in that case, we're gonna say bg brand 100, ring to ring brand 700, and lastly a scale of 110. And if the emoji that we're mapping over is not the selected emoji, then we're gonna render out bg brand 100 as well, and on hover, a bg brand of 200. And hit save. And just like that, we can't see any emoji just yet because we didn't put it inside of the button yet. Let's do that. Let's render out the emoji inside of the button. Hit save. Bam, there are the emojis. Beautiful. And we can also add the on-click handler right here. It's going to be a little bit different. It's going to set the value of the emoji, of course, to the emoji that we're mapping over. So when we select a new emoji, a beautiful little border or ring, in our case, is going to appear around it, showing the user exactly what they selected. Hell yeah. Same thing for the arrow. Let's just change this with emoji. There we go. So if there's any error with the emoji, then we're going to render out the error emoji message. And that is pretty much the logic done. After this conditional check, after one div and after two divs right before the closing of the form and then the modal, this is where we're going to open up the last div of this component with a class name of flex, justify end, space x of 3, a padding top of 4, and a border of t. There we go, a border top. Inside of here, we're going to put two options. First off, a button that lets the user cancel their current action in case they want to close the modal and abort creating an event category. The type of this button is going to be button to prevent it from submitting the form, remember. The variant is going to be outline to make it a bit more subtle than the submit option. And on click, all we're going to do is set is open to false inside of a function. And this button is going to say cancel and hit save. There it is, or cancel button. Awesome. And lastly, we're going to have a button to submit the form. So let's give it a type of submit. Now this is the default, but because we also were very explicit about the other button types, I think it's nice to be consistent and also give this an explicit type. And this is going to say create category. There we go. Now, the button will get a loading state, but we can only have it have a loading state when we implement the logic to actually create the category, right? And as you'll know, we're going to do that using React Query. So let's go to the very top of the component and actually implement the user creating their own category. So let's go into our category router and actually make that happen. Category router. Bada bing, bada boom. And that's in the server. If you don't know where we are, it's in the server folder, routers, category router. That is where we are. Let's create a new method on here called create event category. And this is going to be a private procedure, meaning only logged in users are able to call it, with an input of, and that's going to be a z.object. And basically we want to receive the same information that we make sure exists on the front end, right? The same information that we are validating on the front end needs to match what we get in the back end, because that's what we need to create an actual entry in our database. So as for the name, it's going to be the same thing, right? The name is going to be a create, or what did we call it? A category name validator. Then for the color, it's basically going to be the same thing. Let's just copy the rest here and paste it into our backend, because we expect the same data on the backend that we do on the front end. We could have also done this as a separate file and just re-import it in both places. That's also a good idea. In our case, copy pasting here is completely fine, as long as we have the category name validator as a separate file, because we're actually going to use that in multiple places throughout the project, not just two. That's why copy pasting is okay for the others. Okay, now after the input, we're going to chain a .mutation right here to handle the actual API logic that should happen when a user wants to create an event category. Now, from the mutation, let's grab all three things: the C, the context, and the user input. First things first, let's destructure the user. Const empty object is equal to the CTX, the context provided by us. Let's grab the logged in user. And let's also grab the structure from the input. And that is going to be both the color, the name, and also the emoji. So all the three input fields we want to grab from the input. And just so TypeScript is happy, we're also going to return a c.json indicating a success of true for now, or status success. Doesn't matter. We're going to change it back in a second, just so we don't get any type error here while we write the function. Now later on, do you remember how paid plan users can create more categories than free plan users? That's what we're going to do here. For now, let's insert a to-do add paid plan logic, because we haven't done any of the plan logic yet. That's going to be a really cool part later on with actual payment integration. For now, let's skip on that and change it later when we've done that part. For now, we're simply going to say const event category is equal to await db dot event category dot create, and let's make a new one. By the way, in order so we can use await, let's mark this mutation as asynchronous. There we go. This create call expects some data. For example, let's pass in the name, and that's going to be our name dot to lowercase. We only want lowercase stuff saved in our database to make it easy to go in the URL. The color. Now for the color, there's one thing we need to do before we can save it in our database, because right now it's a string, but our database, let's go into our schema, actually expects an integer, right? And the reason it expects an integer is because Discord later on that we pass the color to also expects an integer, so it makes sense to keep that consistent with our database. All that means is we need to parse the color from a string to an integer right here before we save it into our database. And that's actually really easy. Let's do that in our source folder, and let's go into our utils.ts here and export a const parse color, which is an arrow function. And this parse color takes in a color as a string and outputs a number from it. To convert a color to a integer, first off, we need to get the actual hex code without the hashtag. So we're going to say const hex is equal to, and now a ternary check. If the color dot starts with a hashtag, in that case, we're going to say color dot slice 1. So everything but the hashtag included, and else it's already the correct hex value, right? So we're directly going to say color. And we're going to return a parse int hex 16 from here. And that's basically the integer that we want. So we're just taking the color, parsing it into an integer, and now we can use this parse color function right here in our database call to save the color to our database, right? So we can call parse color here, quickly go ahead and import that and pass in the color we get from our user input. Bam, great. Let's also pass in the emoji into this event category creation call. And lastly, the user ID, which is the user dot ID that we get from our context right up here. Beautiful. Last thing we can do is just return c.json and give back the event category in case we want to do anything with that on the front end, and hit save. That is all the logic, except for the paid plan logic yet, done to create a new event category that we can now call from our event category modal. So let's do that. You know how that works by now. Let's do it right above our use form. It doesn't really matter where we do it. Let's say const empty object, we're gonna destructure later, is gonna be equal to use mutation, because we're gonna make a post request to manipulate, to create data, right? This takes an object and a mutation function. This is gonna be an asynchronous arrow function. And let's expect some data here, data. And that data is gonna be of type event category form. So it's basically gonna be exactly what we validated in our React hook form, right? What that allows us to do is to destructure the mutate function to actually invoke our mutation, but let's name it create event category using a colon. It's just nicer to rename it to be more fitting to what it actually does, and it doesn't get more fitting than create event category, right? What it allows us to do is to now call this create event category function with the data we get from our form, right, in the onSubmit. Beautiful. So we can expect this data will be there, provided by React hook form, and can now simply post it to our backend API. Let's say await client, import that from lib client dot category dot create event category dot $post, because we're making a post request, and pass in our data. There we go, right? As easy as that. And if that mutation succeeds on success, we want to do something very, very cool. And that is, of course, refresh the dashboard, right? Now you might think, Josh, how can we do that? The dashboard state that we want to refresh lives in a completely different component. If you remember, that lives in our dashboard page content, right? We fetch that information of what we want to display in the dashboard right here using the use query and mutate that data in a completely different component. But what you don't know, or maybe you know it, but I hope you don't, so I can teach it to you right now, is that React Query is an insanely good state manager. From any component, we can use our query client right here, query client, to invalidate a query. Let's invoke that and give it a query key. And that query key needs to now match our dashboard page content, this exact one right here. Let's copy that, the user event categories, and paste it in right here. So what we're saying is once this mutation was successful, once there is a new category added, go ahead and invalidate this query. And what that does is it automatically refetches all the information so our page is updated right away. How cool is that, man? Last thing, let's set the isOpen to false and hit save. All right, I'm very excited for this to try it out together with you right now. Let's try it. Add category. What are we gonna name this? Let's name this user sign up. I'm very unoriginal. As the color, we're gonna choose purple. I think that's nice, or yellow. No, purple. And as the emoji, we're gonna choose the user. I think that's very fitting, and hit create category. Okay, we didn't do the loading state yet for the button. We're gonna do that, but bam, there is our new category just showing up right away because we invalidated the query and it's automatically refetched instantly. How cool is that? This is really, really nice. And that is the full power of, that's not even the full power. Like React Query is even better than that, and you're gonna see that, but that is a very, very big part of why I like React Query so much, even just as a state manager. Across components, we can manipulate data and force a refetch. Super, super smooth user experience is the result, as you just saw, right? It's just really fun to create categories because they instantly show up, and as developers, this is just seriously nice to write. Awesome. Let's quickly add the loading state. Let's destructure the is pending from our mutation and add that in our button at the very bottom here, just so we're done with that. So if we are pending. In that case, we want to display basically a different button text than if we are not pending. So let's say if we are pending, we're going to render out creating. And if we are not pending, we're going to say create category. There we go. And then we're also going to disable this button if we are pending, if is pending is true, for the full loading experience. So the user can't submit it twice. Really, really nice work. We now have a super smooth, fully validated from front end to back end, fully type safe, automatically data refetching. I'm just chaining buzzwords here, but a super, super nice creation modal that works beautiful on desktop, that works beautiful on mobile, basically anywhere, fully responsive. And dude, you can be really, really proud of building this. If you want to build seriously robust web applications, this is how you do it. I can tell you that from my experience at the different companies that I worked at the SaaS projects that I've done myself, even from the other projects that I've done, not just SaaS. If you want to build robust, fun to use software for your users that is easy to maintain for you as a developer, this is the way to do it, right? I can show you the best that I know, and this is it. This is a really, really nice way to validate input automatically with full type safety and all of that, right? Very, very good job. And by the way, a quick change we can make to the input to make it look that much nicer is, let's go into our input and change the class name just a little bit. So this is inside of our components UI and then the input. And we're going to change basically, I think, just two things. The first one is the default height. Instead of 9, let's change that to 11. I think it looks nicer if the input is bigger. And let's refresh our page so we can see that. Okay, that already looks better. Let's set the text small instead of small to base, so it's a bit larger. Great, that looks better. And lastly, we're going to change the ring 1 to ring 2 and the focus visible ring to focus visible brand 700. That just sounds so ridiculous. Ring. It's my banana phone. Anyways, that was a song from my childhood, but that's probably like a weird German thing. You probably don't know what that is. Anyways, beautiful. We now have an input. And by the way, if we click the label, we still focus on the input. And if we open the modal, the input is automatically focused. If we click create category and make the wrong input, right here, we get the beautiful error messages from React hook form. And for example, if we input something invalid here with a space bar, we get category name can only contain letters, numbers, or hyphens. Yes, sir. That's exactly what we want. Beautiful. Let's slide that down. And one thing our dashboard is desperately missing right now is a navigation. It's a sidebar, right? How are we going to navigate around this thing if all we see are literally the cards for our event categories? The answer is, well, we're not really going to navigate around because we can't. So let's go into our dashboard layout and actually create a very functional and beautiful sidebar that allows the user to navigate around. That is going to live in our app folder. In our dashboard, let's create a new file in here and call it the layout.tsx. Hey, so this is me editing Josh, and dude, it's 3 a.m. in the middle of the night and this video is still longer than 12 hours and I need to take out one part, and that has to be the part that I find the least fun, and by far, that's this layout component. Building sidebars is not fun, and this is the part that I wanted to take out. I really hope you understand why I had to make this decision, right? Because YouTube will literally reject videos over 12 hours. So please go into the GitHub repository, into the dashboard folder, and then grab the layout from the GitHub repository directly. I would like to write it with you, but it takes so much time and it's so little fun. So yes, I just hope you understand why I had to take it out. And I hope you're not mad at me for doing that. Because, dude, I want to keep the explanations and the actually really important parts. So please grab this layout from the GitHub repo and then let's continue. And inside of here, we're actually going to display the children and hit save. So that's going to put back our actual dashboard with the add category button right here. And by the way, why don't we move the dashboard and the arrow into one line? Doesn't that look better? It's just a thought I had. It deviates from the plan, right? Normally it should look like this. I wanted it to look like this, but it's just a thought I have right now. Let's try that. That might actually look better if we have the dashboard and this button in one line. I want you to leave this project with a absolutely killer project, basically, both in terms of UI design and backend and deployment and all of that. So that's something we might be able to improve. Let's go over to our dashboard page component right here. Source app, or no, is it app? No, source components dashboard page. And let's actually remove the flex call and the small restraint here. How does that look? Now it also moves the button into the same line. You know what? Let's improvise together. I think this would actually look better on mobile. Do we want to have it all in one line? Probably not. That doesn't look good, especially if the name is longer. Let's move the button into the next line, just very spontaneously here. Let's just do it, man. So what we probably need to do is surround this first part in its separate div, the heading and the hide back button conditional check in one div, right? And to that div, we will give a class name of flex, item center, and a gap of 8. And then we can change the alignment of the parent div to flex call. Does that work? Let's see. Kind of. We just want an item start instead. Yes, that looks better. And let's increase the vertical gap to 4, and we can get rid of the gap X. How does that look? Let's do a little bit more gap. Let's do 6. That looks good. Yeah, I think that gets a pass. Yeah, that looks really nice. Okay, let's keep it like this. I like this a lot. Great. We could even give this button a full width. Maybe that might look good as well. Oh, dude, you're giving me ideas here. Let's try this. Let's go to our dashboard page. I just want to see what this looks like. So we're here at the app dashboard page. You don't need to follow along. You can just take a look at how this looks like and then decide. What happens if we give this button a width of full, maybe a flex of 1? Does that work? That doesn't work. But it would work if we go back into our dashboard page component and just give this div a width of full, right? Well, no, kinda not. What happens if we give this a width of full? And this also? What happens then? With full? There we go. Dude, that looks really good. Yeah, I like that a lot more. Let's do it like this. If I confuse you, I apologize. So what we did is basically introduce one new div around the hide back button and heading, right? So these are on the same line, and then changed some of the class names on the parents, mainly just with full on the parents, and changed the flex direction of this div right here, right? I'm gonna keep it open, so in case you got lost anywhere, here you go. And oh, yeah, okay, that doesn't look great. So one more class we probably need to introduce is the button. Let's give that a width of fit starting from small devices with fit. Let's see how that looks. So yeah, that looks better. Now it doesn't take up all the space it can. Yeah, I think this looks a lot nicer. Yeah, let's keep it like that. Okay, great. Very, very nice. On mobile, I really like this design. Actually, you know what? On desktop devices, I want it to be in the same line as the dashboard. I just think that looks nicer than being in a separate line when we have the space, right? So instead of flex call, let's add a small flex row. Bam, there we go. Okay, great. And let's change the gap Y of 6 to a gap of 6. There we go. And the item start should change to an items center on small devices as well. Okay, yeah, really sorry if I confused you. That was not according to plan. But again, I want you to leave with the best possible UI design, right? After all, that's really, really important. And this just looks much nicer. And even though it is improvised, look at this. Beautiful, beautiful. On the same level as the dashboard. It looks super intuitive this way. So this is the dashboard page. Exactly how we want it to look like with the new classes right here. this being its own container now that we added actually, and all the rest of the class names just changed along with the source app dashboard page.tsx right here. We gave this button a class name of with full and small with fit, and there we go. That's all the changes we made to have this look a lot nicer. If you got lost anywhere, there's still the GitHub repository, right? I mean, it wasn't too many changes. You should be able to do it, but still, if you got lost anywhere, there is still the GitHub repository. Check out this component right here, the dashboard page, if it still doesn't look like this for you right now, but probably it does. And this is absolutely amazing. It's a complete working sidebar with everything you need, a sign out button completely managed by our authentication service, so we don't need to worry about anything. And I'm really happy with the progress that we're making. We can create a new event category right here. We can delete event categories right here with a confirmation modal. It works instantly and it just looks super clean. So I really hope you're having as great as a time as I have. We're making some seriously good progress right now. Hell yeah, dude. How cool is that? Let's delete both of these categories and you're gonna notice one thing that we can still improve on the dashboard, and it becomes very apparent right here. It's the empty state, right? And this is actually gonna be very nice to do because we can reuse it later for the category page. That's gonna be a very similar empty state. So let's move this to the right-hand side and actually provide that beautiful looking empty state that allows the user to have a quick start with our software. In our dashboard folder right here, let's create a new file right here called dashboard-empty-state.tsx. And inside of this file, we're going to say export const dashboard empty state is going to be equal to an arrow function. First things first, we need access to the query client. Const query client is going to be equal to use query client. And the reason we need access for this is because we're going to do some polling inside of this dashboard empty state for basically real-time user feedback. And the reason we need access to this query client will become apparent in the mutation that we're going to write right now. Let's write const empty object, and we're going to worry about the destructuring later, is going to be equal to use mutation. And inside of this mutation, this takes a mutation function, which is just an asynchronous arrow function. Now, inside of this mutation, when the user triggers it, the mutate, we can destructure here, or let's name it insert quick start categories. When the user triggers that, we want to insert entries into the database to kind of seed their database, right? The way we're going to do that is inside of our category router. Let's open that up under server routers category router. Way down here, let's create a new mutation. And that's going to be insert quick start categories. This will be a private procedure, so only logged in people can call it. .mutation, and this is nothing else than a callback function we can pass in here. Let's also mark this function as asynchronous to be able to await inside of it and destructure both the CTX, the context, and the Hono provided context object with the headers and body and all of that. So first thing we're gonna do is create categories in that user's database entry or in that user's event templates table, pretty much, right? Let's say const categories is going to be equal to await db.event category.create many. So we're going to create multiple at the exact same time. The data we're going to put in here is going to be an array of objects. The first object will be a name of bug, an emoji, and I'm going to put like a emoji, like a bug emoji right here. If you want, you can put anything. I just grabbed this and I think it looks pretty good. And the color is going to be 0xFF6B6B for this bug, which is like a greenish color, I believe. We can copy this entire bug object and simply use it 2 and 3 more times, or basically 1 or 2 more times. So we have in total 3 different entries that we push into the database. The second one is going to be sale, and the emoji for this is going to be the little like money bag emoji that we have, and the color will be 0xFFEB3B. By the way, if you're wondering, yes, this is an integer, this is a number, and this is how we store colors under the hood in our database. And then the last entry will be, instead of bug, question, so like a user question event. The emoji is going to be like, what is it? Like wondering, confused. What is the emoji? Maybe thinking? Here it is, a thinking emoji. Great, that's what we're going to use. And the color is going to be 0x6c5ce7. There we go. Let's map over this array. And for each category we get access to in the callback function, let's simply directly return an object where we spread in that category and also have the user ID in here, which is the ctx.user.id. So the currently logged in user's ID. And just like that, bam, we inserted multiple, to be specific, 3 event categories into the user's dashboard. And we can return a c.json, for example, saying success is true, and the count is going to be the categories dot count, which is going to be 3 in this case, to let the user know, hey, this was actually successful. Beautiful. And we can now call this mutation from our frontend to actually insert the data. Let's say await client, let's import that, dot category dot insert quick start categories dot $post. There we go. Beautiful. And on success, when that happens, we want to refresh the dashboard. So inside of here, this is where we now use the query client. Let's say query client dot invalidate queries. And you know how this works by now, right? We can pass an object with the query key and pass the query key that we would like to invalidate. In our case, that is the query key that the dashboard draws from to refresh it, right? That is, let's go in here, the user event categories query key. And hit save. Once that is invalidated, it's automatically refetched from the dashboard and the new events will show up. The 3 quick starts events will show up in the user's dashboard. Awesome. Let's return the JSX from the empty state to make it look good. And now is the time where we will create a reusable component together that is very simple but looks really, really clean. And we're going to use that a lot throughout the rest of the video. Let's go into our components UI and create a new file here called card.tsx. And from here, we're going to export a const card. And this is nothing else than an arrow function. Now, this card does receive props. Let's name it for now an empty object, and let's name it the card props and define that interface right above our component. We've done that 100 times in this video, right? You know how this works by now. The interface card props extends React's HTML attributes type, and I misspelled that, attributes. There we go. Let's import that. And this takes a generic, and let's pass an HTML div element in here, essentially saying this component accepts any prop that a normal div would also accept. With one difference, that being we also accept a content class name, which is optional and of type string. Great. So let's grab a couple of things from our card props. The class name, the content class name, the children, and lastly, all the other props that were passed in by saying ... props, so we can simply forward them to our div element that lives at the top level. And let's also return that, of course. So first things first, the class name on the div. This will be dynamic because we want to merge the incoming class name with a default class name. Let's use our cn helper function for that and define the default class name of relative, rounded large, a BG gray of 50, and a text card foreground, which is a standard style that comes with shadcn-ui. And let's merge that with our class name in case we want to override the class name from wherever we call this component. And lastly, we're simply going to forward all the props that we get by spreading them into this div right here. Great, let's open this div up, and inside of here, one div with a class name. That's gonna be dynamic, so let's use curly braces here, and our cn helper function to help achieve that. The default class name will be relative and z10 and padding 6, and we're gonna merge that with the content class name right here. Great, and the only thing that's gonna live inside of this div are the children, and that's it. And now to really make this card pop, right? Let me show you that. Let's leave the card as it is, and we'll add this in a second so we can see visually what this does. Okay, let's go back into our dashboard empty state and now use that card component by simply importing it from our UI, by simply importing it from our UI folder right here. We're gonna give it a class name of flex call, items center, justify center, a rounded of 2xl, flex1, text center, and a padding of 6. Let's open this card up, and inside of here goes a div with a class name of flex, justify center width of full, and inside of here goes an image. Now we're not gonna bother with an optimized Next.js image, and the reason is it uses a lot of bandwidth, right? The optimized Next.js image that we have to pay for example, if we deploy to Vercel. And it only really matters on pages that need to be fast. If the empty state takes a bit longer to load for users, it's no big deal at all. And this actually also has advantages like this image not lazy loading like the Next.js image does. So on anything that is not public, that is behind authentication, using a normal image tag is actually sometimes a really good idea, like in this case. The source for this image is gonna be /brand_asset_wave.png. The auth is going to be no categories because this is the empty state. And the class name is going to be size48 and -mt, minus margin top, -24. And let's hit save and see what happens here on the right hand side. And we should see our empty state show up. No, it doesn't. And that's because, let's close out of some files right here. In our dashboard page content, we are actually just mocking this with a div that says empty state. Right here in our app dashboard page content. Let's replace this mocked div with our actual dashboard empty state. That can be a self-closing component, bada bing, bada boom. We now have a waving panda here on the right-hand side. Great. Now, before we continue here, this is definitely not done yet, as you can see, let me show you the thing I wanted to mention about the card. The really small trick we can do to make this look 10 times better, okay? Check this out. After the div containing our children, let's create a self-closing div right here with a class name of absolute z0 inset px rounded large, not kg, a rounded large, and a bg of white. And one more self-closing div right below that with a class name of pointer events none, a z-index of 0, absolute, inset px, rounded large, shadow small, a ring of 1, and lastly a ring black/5 for very high transparency, just 5% opacity in this case. Let's save that. And did you see this change in real time? The border, the background color, how nice this looks all of a sudden. Look at this in full screen. It looks so subtle yet so nice. I really, really like this outline, and I think you do too. This looks extremely clean. Or at least I hope you do too. I mean, I don't know. I can't see you right now. I'm not watching you through your webcam. Trust me, I'm definitely not doing that. Don't you check. Anyways, okay, let's continue in the card. Right here, below the closing image tag, below the closing div, above our closing card, let's insert an h1 element saying no event categories yet. And this h1 is going to get a class name of margin top 2, a text xl/8, font medium, tracking tight, and a text gray of 900. Right below this h1, let's put a p tag with a class name of text small/6, text gray of 600, a maximum width of prose, which is 65 characters, a margin top of 2, and a margin bottom of 8. And inside of this p tag, we're going to say start tracking events by creating your first category, period, and hit save. Great, that already looks really, really good. And right below that, let's give them the action buttons to either create their first category or to insert the quick start examples, right? So right above the closing card component here, let's create a div with a class name of flex call, small flex row. So we're going to change that direction on small devices and upwards, items center, justify center, a space y of 4, on small devices a space y of 0, and on small devices a space y of space x of 4 as the last class name, right? So space y, space x. I guess that is the company from Elon Musk, right? Anyways, in here we're gonna put a button element or custom UI button, and this button is gonna be of variant outline. Gets a class name, which is going to be flex, item center, space x of 2, width of full, and on small devices a width of auto. On click of this button, we are going to execute a function inline and execute or insert quick start categories and simply call that. And lastly, the disabled state of this button is going to be is pending. We don't have that yet. We can simply go ahead and destructure that is pending right here from our mutation. So while we are inserting the quick start examples, this button will be disabled, and it's also show a loading state. So inside of this button, we're gonna put a span, and inside of the span goes a, let's say, a rocket emoji. This is just for decoration. You can leave this away 100%. If you do want it, let's give it a size of 5 as the class name. Again, this is just for decoration right here. And then below in a span, we're gonna say either if we are is pending, then we're gonna say creating ... Or if we are not currently inserting the quick start examples, then we're gonna say quick start and close off those curly braces. Beautiful. This already works, but let's finish the empty state, because once we click that and it inserts the quick start examples, it's actually gonna take us away from this page, right? Because then there will be event categories. So let's finish this and then click the big fun quick start button, okay? It's like the reward at the end. Great. Right below this button, we're gonna use or create event category modal. And as you might remember, this takes children, which are nothing else than a button, right? This button is gonna get a class name of flex, item center, space x of 2, width of full, and on small devices and up, a width of auto. Let's open this button up, and same thing, right? We're gonna have two spans in here. The first one gets a class name with a size of 5 and any emoji that you want, right? And again, this is purely optional. I'm gonna choose, let's say, a star emoji, this one right here. And then as the second span, we're gonna say create category and hit save. Honestly, let's remove the star. I don't like this icon. It conflicts with the plus that we have at the top, and it's just redundant. Let's just say, oh, and by the way, add category, just so it's consistent with the button above. Great. And one thing I'm not a fan of is that this button doesn't take up all the space from left to right. And the reason very likely is that we're not styling the surrounding div in any way, so it doesn't know to take up as much space as it should. One solution we're gonna use is, let's just kind of retype this. Let's say interface create event category modal extends props with children, and then the custom prop we're gonna accept is wrapper, or let's say container class name, which is optional and of type string. Yeah, I think that is a really good way to solve it. and then accept that as the props and destructure or container class name. Okay, we're just improvising here, but I think that is a good way to fix this. I don't know why I didn't see this before. That's very weird. Anyways, this is a really good fix for it. We can just accept a container class name prop in or create event category modal, and then pass that as the class name right here to that surrounding div. Beautiful. And that should do the trick. Now from our dashboard empty state, we can pass a container class name and say with full, and on small devices a with auto. And there we go. Perfect. That looks really good. Now both of these buttons do the same thing as they should. Very, very nice. And it also looks absolutely great on desktop. Now let's click the cool quick start button. Let's see what happens. Creating, and bam, there are our 3 event categories inserted right away to make it extremely easy for our users to get started in using our product. How cool is that? Now, what happens when we click on the view all for this category? We actually want to visit that category. Let's click it, and well, we get a 404. This page could not be found. That's not ideal. So let's go ahead and create one of the most important pages of this build, which is the category details page. In our dashboard folder, let's create a new folder, and this will be named category. And inside of this folder, we're going to create one more folder with in angled brackets. That's how we do a dynamic route in Next.js 14 and 15 name right here. And inside of this name folder here, we're going to create a page.tsx. Now, what does this name in angled brackets mean? Basically, let's explore that. Let's define our page as always, right? Const page is nothing else than an arrow function that we export default at the very bottom here. What the angled bracket name dynamic thing allows us to do is to destructure something called params from our page that is now automatically passed in by Next.js. The types are not provided though. We do need to type this ourselves. Let's name this page props and then define this interface page props here at the top right above our actual page. This takes a params object. This is always named params by Next.js convention. And now we can receive the name, which is either of type string or string array or undefined. Now, why is this called name? Because what we put in angled brackets is called name. This can be anything as long as it matches what's in these angled brackets. So when we go to, for example, /category /hello world, right? Anything that comes after the /category /whatever is gonna be this. So the name in this case would be /hello world. Or, well, technically just hello world, not /hello world, but you get the point, right? That's how we can achieve dynamic routes. Whatever we put here is gonna be the name, because that's what we put in the folder structure here. What that allows us to do is to now get the relevant events for the currently logged in user that should be displayed on this page. So let's do that. First things first, a type check. If the type of params.name is not a string, which can be the case technically, in that case, we're just gonna return not found. They need to be a string in order for us to properly process this request. If anybody tries to mess with us, right, by having a string array, for example, we are not gonna accept that request. Second thing, we need the logged in user. Const auth is equal to await current user. Simply grab that from Clerk. And in order to be able to use the await, we need to mark this server-side page as asynchronous. Now, if we don't have an authenticated user, in that case, we're also gonna return not found. We're not gonna serve anyone that's not authenticated. And now let's actually get the user from our database. Const user is equal to await db, let's import that, .user.find unique. Unique. There we go. And we want to find the user where the external ID, the third-party provided identifier, matches the auth.id we get from Clerk, right? And if we don't have such user, we're also going to say not found. By the way, this automatically returns. Technically, this is not even necessary. Anyways, let's add a return. I think it just looks more explicit, right? It looks more like this is actually code ending. And if you're not logged in, this will end the execution and not anything below it. It will do if we left this return away. It's just more explicit visually about it if we have the return there. Okay, next up, let's fetch the current category that the user is trying to get details about. Const category is going to be equal to await db.eventCategory.findUnique. And now we're going to search for where the combination of the name user ID is. The name is the params.name. So for example, sale or user sign up. But if we just had the name, that would be horrible because multiple users can have categories with the same name, right? So this also needs to know which user is this for, which is just the user.id, right? And we also want to include something in this request. And that is the underscore count. And we're going to select the events true right here. Basically, this means we want to know how many events does this user have for this category in total, all of the events. And now we get one error here. Object literal may only specify known properties. Did a typo in the Prisma schema? Let's see if we did. Let's navigate to our user model right here. And yeah, let's rename this. The event array should be named events. And let's see if we did this mistake anywhere else. Yes, here as well. Let's rename the event to events. And I think that should be it. We should now be good to go. To make those changes live with TypeScript, let's say npx prisma db push. That's going to push those changes up into our remote database. And, you know, usually it takes a couple of seconds. Let's just let that run through. And once that's done, it should automatically update our local TypeScript server to reflect those changes. Come on, why won't you load? Let's try that again. Let's stop or... Oh, what is happening here? Interesting. Seems like terminating connection due to administrator command. Let's try that again with a stopped dev server. Can't reach database server. What is going on? Is Neon having problems right now? Very interesting. Ah, there we go. No, it seems like this just took a while. Maybe Neon was having a small connection issue, but we just pushed those changes into our database. And let's start back up our development server. And automatically, okay, it didn't work automatically. Never mind what I was saying. Let's manually restart our TypeScript server. And that should fix the events right here. Beautiful. We can now actually select the events. The reason we're doing this, the reason we're selecting these events will become apparent right now. So if this category cannot be found, if not category, in that case, we're also going to return not found right here. And then we're going to say const has events is equal to the category database call that we made above ._count.events is larger than 0. So does this category have any event from any time? And that piece of information we're going to need in our JSX right now. First off, let's return a dashboard page component so everything looks unified. And let's give this a title of a template string. In here, we're going to say in the insertion syntax right here with the $, category.emoji, that's what we're going to insert first. Then spacebar, category.name, and lastly, events, and hit save. Now, that is going to do some pretty drastic changes right here to our page. Let's reload that and see what it looks like. You can see it's loading, but once it's done, there we go. Now we have a working page and can see bug events. If we go back to our dashboard, then if we click on another page, now for the first time, because we just restarted the dev server, it always takes quite a while to load. It's pretty slow. Hello, can I go back to the dashboard, please, so I can show you this? There we go. And click on sale, for example, then we're going to be taken to the sale events page. Beautiful. And is this button just not working? did we forget to implement functionality for the back button? Could that be the case? Let's verify that. Let's go into our dashboard page component. And wow, yes, we actually did. This button actually just does nothing. Wow, let's fix that really quick. It's a very simple fix. At the top of the component, let's say const router is equal to use router from next/navigation, and simply add an on-click listener on that button. That's gonna router.push/dashboard and hit save. Great. And we also need to mark this as a use client component in order for that to work. So let's do that. And now when we click this button, we should be taken back right here, perfect, to the dashboard. Let's stay on the bug events page for now and keep improving it. Now, what do we want to return in the actual, as the actual child, right? That's going to be rendered out on this page. And let's name this the category page content, which is a custom component that doesn't exist. So let's create it. And we can co-locate it right in the same folder here because it's not meant to be reusable. It's meant to be exactly for this page. So let's name it the category page content.tsx. This component will be a client-side component. So let's specify that with use client at the very top and then export a const category page content from inside of right here, which is nothing more than an arrow function. Now, there are two props that we want to receive in this component. The first one is going to be has events, and we're going to rename that right away to initial has events, and you're going to see why here in a second. And the second prop we want to accept is the category. There we go. Let's type this out as the category page content props. So it's always just the component name and then append props. That's the naming convention. And the interface category page content props will type out the has events as a boolean and the category as an event category that we get from our Prisma client. This type comes straight from our database pretty much. It's generated for us with Prisma, which is a really nice utility. Now, Josh, why did we name it the initial has events? Why are we doing that? First off, this is a really nice data fetching pattern that I want to show you. Fetch the initial data on the server, pass it into the client, and then make it interactive on the client. This gives you so many benefits, and it's one of the coolest Next.js 14.15 data fetching patterns. Now, the reason we named this initial has events is because we're going to use this server fetched property as initial data for a client-side polling approach. Let's see how that looks like in practice. Let's say const empty object is going to be equal to use query and import that from React query or handstack React query, I guess. And this takes a query key. That query key will be category. Then this is an array, the category.name, and as the third array element has events. Why are we doing this? The cool thing about React query is when the category.name changes for any reason, then the query is automatically refetched. If the hash basically of the query key differs in any way, then the query is automatically invalidated and refetched, right? So that's a really, really nice utility. And as the initial data for this use query, we're going to pass in the has events of initial has events. And the reason we renamed this is just so it's more intuitive what the data is actually used for, right? It's just the initial value, then it is updated from the client. Let's destructure the data and name it polling data. And the purpose of this polling data is to listen for an event. So it's going to be the empty state here on the right hand side. And as soon as the user makes a request with any HTTP client or fetch, this page will update in real time. They don't need to refresh the page. We're immediately going to show them the actual dashboard once we detect an event. And this is how we detect that event, by polling or backend. And as a best practice, this polling is not going to happen in this component, but rather in a separate dedicated empty state. So what we're going to do is say right below our polling data, if the poll or if not, polling data dot has events. In that case, we are gonna return an empty category state, which is a custom component that doesn't exist yet. But that component will be responsible for actually polling data and sending that data over to this component using React Query as a state manager. Because as you might notice, this use query does not have a query function, right? And we don't want it to, we don't need it to, it doesn't need that because React Query is an incredibly capable state manager. So let's create this empty category state. It's gonna be really important for us right now. We can even do that right here, empty category state.tsx, also co-locate that with the rest, because again, this is not meant to be reusable, right? We can just define it right where we actually need it. This empty category state, let's define it. Export const empty category state is going to be equal to an arrow function, and this will receive one single prop. That's going to be the category name. And we can type this inline just to make it easy for ourselves. The category name is going to be of type string. Great. Let's open this up. And first things first, we're going to need a router access right here. Const router is equal to use router from next/navigation. Secondly, let's actually poll or backend for incoming events so we can trigger the actual kind of re-render once an event is registered. So let's say const data is going to be equal to use query, and it's going to be very similar to the query that we just wrote in that the query key is going to consist of the same things, which is the category, then the category name, and lastly has events. The query function, this time we are going to pass one, is going to be an asynchronous function that is going to make a request to our backend. Under, let's say const res is going to be equal to await. Under client, let's import that, dot category. And now we need a method to poll our backend and ask the question basically, does the user have any events for this category? Right? That's the question we want to ask. So let's go ahead and make that possible. Let's navigate into our category router right here under server, routers, category router. And at the very bottom, add a new method. And let's name it right here, poll category. So we can, well, do what the name says, poll or backend for a certain category events. This will be a private procedure, so only logged in users can call it, with an input, and this will be a z.object, and in here goes a name that will be of type category name validator. We've already done the validation work for it, so we can just use that here, right? The name pattern still needs to match the same way. Dot query, and this is a function right here. Let's make this an asynchronous function while we're at it, and also destructure all three things. Oh, and before we do destructure all three things, this dot query right here, that needs to be chained. Let's cut that out to the input right here, right down here. So it's dot input, dot query, both chained to the private procedure. The query should not be chained to the input. So this is the correct way to do it. And let's destructure the C, the context, and the input all right here, and then actually do the logic. First, let's destructure the name from the input. What is the category name that we want to poll for, that we want to ask our database for? Does this user have any events for this? And then let's send that question to our database. Const category is going to be equal to await db.event_category.findUnique, where the name underscore user ID combination matches the name and the user ID matches the ctx.user.id, so the currently logged in user's ID. And we're gonna include the underscore count of select events true. So the count of how many events does this category have. And if the category cannot be found, right, if we don't have it, if not category, in that case, let's throw a new HTTP exception with a status code of 404, which is the not found HTTP status code, and a message of a template string saying category and then in quotes the name not found. Beautiful. Okay, once we got that, let's actually determine if this user has any events or not. Const has events is going to be equal to the category ._count.events is larger than 0. Do they have any event, basically? And then we're going to return a c.json and just send back an object that contains the has events, so we can easily use it on our front end in the empty category state right here. So the category call that we're making here will now actually work. Let's call our poll category $get, and this does expect an input. Remember, it expects the name input that we get full type safety for, by the way. Hell yeah. And that is nothing else than the category name that we receive as a prop into our component. Great. And we're going to return await res.json from this query function, meaning now in our data, we have the has events Boolean available to us. And to poll our database, this would send one single request to keep polling until they have events. We're going to configure the refetch interval right here. This gives us access to the query, and we're going to return the query.state.data.hasEvents. And if this evaluates to true, the user does have any event for the, in this case, bug events page. In that case, we're going to stop polling by returning false. And in the other case, we want to keep polling in a 1000 millisecond, basically 1 second interval. Beautiful. And now, of course, we want to take action as soon as they have an event. Once we register an event, we want to refresh this page so that they can see the actual dashboard instead of the empty state, right? In order to do that, let's first say const has events is going to be equal to data.hasEvents, right? And then we can handle all that logic inside of a single line of code inside of a use effect. Let's define a use effect right here. And as the dependencies, it's going to get two things. First of the has events. So every time this changes, the use effect gets re-triggered. And secondly, the router, because we're going to need access to the router in here. And now if the user has an event, if we just detected an event, in that case, we're going to say router.refresh. And that's it, right? That will automatically refetch the data and show the actual dashboard page containing the information for the day, for the week, for the month, whatever the user wants to configure. Beautiful. Now, to make this look good on top of all of that, let's return a card at the top level. This card will get a content class name of maximum width 2XL, a width of full, a flex call, items center, and a padding of 6. And it's gonna get a regular class name of flex1, flex, items center, and justify center to end things. Beautiful. Let's open this up. Inside of here goes an h2 element with a class name of textxl/8, a font medium, a text center, tracking tight, text gray 950, and that's it. Inside of here, we're going to say create your first and then dynamically insert the category name event and hit save. Now let's already render this out from our category page content by simply importing the empty category state. And remember, this expects a prop, which is the category name, right? So we can simply pass in the category that we receive as a prop in this component right here, dot name, and simply hit save. And then we should see this card along with the heading pop up here on our right hand side. So let's try that. Does it pop up? Hello? Aha, and it doesn't, because we also have to import the category page content on our main page, of course, right? So that's under dashboard, category, name, and then that page, right? This is where we, one, need to import that component, and two, of course, also pass in the props that it expects, right? Which for one is the has events. Let's set that to has events that we determined right up here, which is the initial value, remember? And then the category, which is just the category that we already fetched, and hit save. And now we should really see beautiful, create your first bug event right here, coming straight from our polling empty category state. Awesome. Now, right below this h2, we're gonna create a p tag with a class name of text small /6, a text gray 600, a margin bottom of 8, a maximum width of medium, a text center, and a text pretty. And inside of this p tag, we're gonna say get started by sending a request to our tracking API, and hit save. Beautiful. And now let's actually give the user a code example that they can use. Just copy and paste and actually make their first request. And we're gonna make it look good while we're at it. So right below the p tag, right above our closing card, let's create a div element with a class name of width full, maximum width of 3XL, BG white, rounded LG, shadow LG, overflow hidden. And open this up. One more div with a class name of BG gray 800, a padding X of 4, padding Y of 2, flex, justify between, and items dash center. Let's open this one up, and one more div with a class name of flex and space x2. That's it. Let's open this up, and in here go 3 divs. Let's type div times 3. Or actually, you know what? Let's just create one and then copy and paste it down. These will all be self-closing. Now, let's worry about the first one first. This one will get a class name of size 3, rounded full, and a BG red of 500. Now, while we're in this line with our cursor, let's hold Shift, Alt, and arrow down once and twice, and simply change the color of the second one to yellow and the third one to green. We can save that, and we already see, okay, this is starting to look like something. Very nice. Right below the closing div with 2 closing divs to go, let's create a span element saying your first event.js. And this span will get a class name of text gray 400 and a text of small. There we go. Let's save that, and wow, this already looks really, really good. Perfect. And with 1 closing div and then our closing card to go, let's actually put beautifully highlighted code in here using our syntax highlighter from React Syntax Highlighter. Beautiful. Let's grab that, pass it a language of JavaScript, a style, and that's going to be 1 dark. And we can simply import that right here. The custom style, let's pass that in as well. The border radius, we want that to be 0px. The margin, we also want that to be 0. The padding, we want that to be 1 rem. Afterwards, the font size, let's set that to 0.875 rem. And these are just values I found to look good by kind of trying things out. It's really no magic to them. And lastly, the line height, let's set that to 1.5. Beautiful. And now the only thing that's left is actually inserting a code snippet inside of the syntax highlighter. Now that code snippet doesn't exist, so let's create it right above our JSX right here. Const code snippet is gonna be equal to, and don't you worry, we don't have to type this ourselves. Guess what? I of course prepared this in our copy paste list right here. We can simply go ahead and grab the dashboard code snippet, paste it here, and we're good to go. Let's hit save. And by the way, the https pingpanda.io, let's replace that with http localhost 3000. This is not necessary, but the other domain actually does not even exist. And this one does. I think it's better to have it this way. Great. And by the way, the 1 dark doesn't seem to be working. Why is that? I'm not sure. Let's try the atom dark style. Let's grab that from the styles right here. And that should work. Let's pass in the atom dark into our syntax highlighter. Does that work? Well, kind of. And I know the problem. We probably imported the syntax highlighter. Yeah, okay. This is not the import that we want to do. I relied on the auto imports too much here, unfortunately. Let's change this syntax highlighter to prism as syntax highlighter, because we specifically want prism to render this. And I did a typo highlighter. There we go. And then hit save and boom. There is the beautifully highlighted code snippet. That looks absolutely amazing, man. Great. And now the final thing we want to do here is let the user know that we're actually listening for incoming events, because we are. We can verify that in our network tab. You can see every 1 second a fetch request is made to our database while we are on this page, which is exactly what we want, right? We're polling for data from our database. Beautiful. Okay, so with just the closing card to go, this is where we're going to open up a div with a class name of margin top 8, flex, items center, space x2, and that is it. Let's open up this div, put one more div in here. This one is going to be self-closing with a class name of size 2, so it's very small, a bg green of 500, rounded full, and an animate pulse right here. Let's save that, see what it looks like. Okay, there it pops up. That already looks good. Right below the self-closing div, we're going to put a span saying listening to incoming events, ... because, well, that's exactly what we're doing. And this span will get a class name of text small and a text gray 600. Awesome. Very, very nice. That looks really, really good. And we're also going to put a p tag right below that with a class name of text small /6, a text gray 600, and a margin top of 2. And inside of here, we're going to say need help ? Check out or, and then a JavaScript kind of space bar, because right now we're going to insert an a anchor tag right here. This anchor tag is going to link just to a hashtag. It's just supposed to look good here. The class name is going to be text blue 600, and on hover, we're going to give it an underline. And inside of here, we're going to say documentation. Beautiful. After the a tag, another JavaScript spacebar, and then or, and yet another JavaScript spacebar. The reason we're using JavaScript spacebars here instead of regular HTML is that regular HTML ones just wouldn't work here. They would not actually provide a space. And we can simply copy and paste the anchor tag down, and then the second one say contact support, and put a period at the very end outside of the second anchor tag. And once we save that, that does not look good. Let's put a flex call right here and wrap the first two elements, the div and the span, in their own div right here. And that should look better. Okay, let's give a class name to this div and name it flex and a gap of 2 and item center, and then we should be good. Yes, there we go. That looks really nice. Okay, I also don't know how I didn't notice that before. Anyways, I hope that didn't confuse you, that little like impromptu class name. We just wrapped the first two elements right here in their own div. That's pretty much it. Beautiful. Let's check this out, man. We are making really, really good progress and slowly are coming towards the end of the video, right? We still want to do the payments and we still want to do this page and like one or two other things like the API key and account settings. But dude, we're making really, really good progress. We are polling our database, and as soon as we send an API request to this URL, well, at least if the logic for that existed, which we're gonna do next, then right away, this page will detect that event without reloading, without anything, and show us the actual dashboard page for that event. This is gonna be a really fun part to implement, so let's do that next. Dude, and navigating this just feels so nice. Create your first bug event, get started by sending a request to our tracking API. Let's do that, right? That is the API that's basically gonna do two things. Let's go into our drawing tool. The events API. What is that gonna do? As I mentioned, two things. First thing is create a database event entry, right? Which is just a row in a events table right here. And the second thing it's gonna do is send a Discord DM containing that event details, right? So it's really not rocket science. We just need to make sure that we do a really good job in the whole logic handling in that route, because that is going to be a public route that we allow users to actually call, right? So we need to make sure it is secure and handles all the user requests very well. So let's kind of clean up our workspace here and actually get started with that. We can go back to our main dashboard because we don't need to keep polling right now in the background. There's no point in that. And let's create that API route that's going to send the Discord DM with the event details. So this is going to live under source app API, and let's create a new API route in the API folder right here called events, right? So it lives at the same level as our catch-all route that controls our backend, right? With the JStack, this route forwards our requests to our backend, basically to our server folder right here. And for the events API, we don't want that because this will be called directly from users. This is just for our HTTP client for type safety and so on, right? We don't need that here for the events. Inside of here, oh, by the way, one best practice I want to show you is let's create a new folder in our API called v1 and then move the events folder into that v1 folder. This is called API versioning, and it's a really, really good idea. If you ever want to publish a v2 of your API, of course the old request should still be served, right? You want to be backwards compatible and just improve on your existing API design. So then you can publish a v2 and slowly migrate users over, but always keep a version of your API. That's really, really important. And once again, a best practice that I just wanted to show you. Inside of our events folder, let's create a route.ts. And inside of here, the actual logic is going to happen. Now, let's get the boilerplate out of the way first. Let's export a const post. This is equal to an asynchronous arrow function in which we can receive the request object from Next.js. And this will be of type next request. So this is the first time in our project where we write a standard Next.js API route right here. Great. Let's also validate the incoming request data that we expect from users. For that, we can use our schema validation library called Zod. Let's say const request underscore validator in all caps, because of the constant convention that I told you about, is going to be equal to z. Let's import that. Dot object. And now the three properties we want to accept is, for one, the category, and that's going to be our category name validator that we already prepared. The second one is going to be fields, and this is going to be a z.record, basically an object, but this allows us to specify the types of that object. So we either want to accept a z.string dot or a z.number dot or a z.boolean, and let's also mark these fields as dot optional, so they don't have to be passed in. And let's give this a bit more space so it looks nicer here on one line, right? So this is the user created content that we accept, basically anything as long as it's a string, number, or boolean, or just undefined, right, by saying optional. And the description right here is going to be a z.string.optional. So if they want to specify something as a description for the event, they can, but they don't have to. And we're also going to apply a dot strict, not string, a dot strict here at the very end. And if we hover over this, this is like the super complicated type that Zod does under the hood. But essentially, we just want to accept these three categories and nothing else. Exactly this right here. Beautiful. Okay, so let's get started in the actual logic for our post API route. First off, let's grab the authentication header. Const auth header is going to be equal to rec.headers.get. That's how we get a header in Next.js 14/15. And we're going to get the authorization header that should contain the user's API key. If it doesn't, if we don't even have an auth header, in that case, we're going to return a next response.json saying as the message unauthorized. And as the status, we can send as the second object, we can pass into the JSON function of the next response. That's going to be a status of 401, which is, of course, the unauthorized status code. And also, if, what did I do here? If not auth header dot starts with, if the string that is the auth header does not start with bearer, and then a spacebar, which is the convention I told you about a little while ago, that usually authorization headers have to be in that case, we're also going to return a next response.json. And as the message, we are going to say invalid auth header format expected. And then let's do this in single quotes. Expected bearer, and then insert the API key right here. Right, so this is just a string. There's no dynamic insertion syntax or something. This is just so the user knows what's wrong when they make a request to our API and get rejected because they didn't format the auth header properly. And of course, we also want to pass a status code in this case. And the status code is going to be 401, exactly as above. Okay. Now let's grab the actual API key. We know the format is right. We know it has been passed. So let's grab it. The const API key is going to be equal to the auth header dot split. And we're going to split it at the spacebar, which separates the bearer from the actual key, remember, and at the index of 1, because technically we don't care about the bearer part. We just want their API key. And if that API key doesn't exist, right, another logic check that we want to handle to make this a really robust API that can handle all scenarios, if not API key or API key.trim, basically removing all space bars, is triple equal to an empty space, right? So if the API key doesn't really exist, it's just an empty string besides spaces, then we're also going to return a next response.json with a message, and that's going to be message invalid API key. And the status is going to be 401 unauthorized because that API key is not valid. Great. Now we've done so many logic checks. Let's finally grab the user. The API key, if we get to this point, is present, it's properly formatted, and it's actually a string. That means we can now actually grab the user that's making that request from our database by simply saying const user is equal to await db, let's import our database, .user.find unique. And we're going to find a unique user where the API key is basically the API key. This is just a shorthand for this. It means the same thing, but when these properties are the same, the object key and the object value, in JavaScript, you can just format it like this. It's cleaner syntax. Okay, and we're going to include the event categories. Set that to true because we're going to need them later. Okay, and if that user doesn't exist, if not user, that means the API key that's provided is formatted correctly and it's a string, but it's not actually a valid key, right? So in that case, we're going to return the same response as above, the invalid API key. We can just go ahead, copy that, paste it right here because that API key is not valid. It doesn't actually link to a user in our database. And another check, if we don't have a user.discord ID, in that case, we're also going to reject this request. The reason being, we're about to send a DM to that user, and they have to set their Discord ID first before they can actually track events. Because, of course, we need to know which user on Discord to send the DM to, right? Otherwise, how are we going to send them a DM? So if that user.discord ID is not present, we're also going to return a next response.json. As the message, we're going to pass, please enter your Discord ID in your account settings. And that's it. Just the status for this is going to be 403 forbidden, right? So they are authorized, right? They are allowed to make this request, but we can't serve their request because we need their Discord ID first. Okay, now everything is fine. Their API key is valid. They have a Discord ID. They're authorized to make this request. Now is the actual logic, right? Usually I don't comment it in like this just for us right now, so we know what's going on here. And now for one of the most important parts of our app, and that is quota management. Why does a user upgrade to our paid plan? To get more events per month, right? By default, they have like 100, and after they upgrade, using Stripe, by the way, using a payment processor, upgrade to the Pro plan, then they're gonna get more, like 1,000 or 10,000, 5,000, however many you want, right? So we need to implement that quota logic, and if they don't have any available quota, then we're gonna reject their request right here. Now to figure out if they have quota left, let's do that. Let's start by saying const current date is equal to a new date. And this is going to be a really interesting part of this build because quota systems are in basically any important app that we could possibly work in, right? So the transfer knowledge here on knowing how a quota system works is very, very good to know. Let's also get the current month. And this is going to be the current date dot get month, and because this is 0 based, we're going to add +1, right? So January would be 0, now it's 1. And let's also grab the const current year, and that's going to be the current date dot get full year, like 2025, for example. Great. Now let's grab the user's quota from the database. Const quota is equal to await db.quota.findUnique, where the user ID is the user.id that we got from our database earlier. The month is the current month, and the year is the current year. Great. Now that quota technically doesn't exist in our database because we've never created it, but trust me, we're gonna get there. We're gonna create this when it becomes important. Okay, now let's define the const quota limit. How much is a free user allowed to do and how much is a paid user allowed to do? Well, we can just check against the user.plan, and if that equals free, for example, then we could set this to 100, and else we could set this to 1000. Now, putting numbers hard-coded in your code like this is a pretty bad practice because it's hard to maintain, right? Every time you want to change these, you need to go ahead, Control F into your project, change all, and maybe you'll change something else because this is not the only 1000 that exists in your project, right? There's like refetch intervals, we set the same thing. So it's just very hard to maintain, very hard to keep an overview. So a much better practice is to define a config.ts somewhere in your project root, for example, or in your source folder, and inside of here define the quotas. Like, for example, export const free_quota in caps, because this is a constant value that never changes. Let's set the max events per month for free users to 100, and the max event categories, let's set them to 3. And we're also going to say as const right here, just so the TypeScript typings are going to be a bit easier. And we're also going to say export const pro quota. This is going to be equal to an object where the max events per month are going to be 1000. You can increase this or decrease this as you wish, right? And the max event categories are going to be 10. And we're also going to say as const right here. Great. Okay, so let's close out of this config. We're done here. And now we can simply use that config right here in our conditional check. And if we want to change the limits anytime, it's much easier if we always use those quota limits in the entirety of our code base, right? Because we just need to change them in one single place. So if the user plan is free, in that case, we're going to say free_quota max events per month. And in the other case, the user is paid, we're going to use the pro quota max events per month. And as easy as that, we now know how many requests this user is allowed to make. Great. And now let's do a conditional check. If we have a quota, if that exists in our database, and the quota.count is larger or equal to the quota limit, in that case, the user has exceeded their requests, right? They are at 100 requests on the free plan and are trying to make their 101st, which for this month, they're not allowed to do. And by the way, this way of keeping track of quota, the quota will automatically reset at the first of each new month, which is exactly what we want. And that's just a really nice side effect of structuring our data as we did earlier in the data modeling stage. So from here, we're going to return a next response.json. As the message, we're going to say monthly quota reached. Please upgrade your plan for more events. And also as the status, we're going to send over a 429, which if you've never used that means payment required. That's the HTTP status code for that. And yes, there is an HTTP status code for that. And I think that's pretty neat. So we can just return that for proper semantic HTTP request processing here. Because again, I want to show you how to do it properly. Awesome. And now is the time we're actually gonna create a Discord client to send along our actual Discord DM. So how this is gonna look like is basically like this. We're gonna say const Discord is equal to a new Discord client right here, which is a class that we are gonna create ourselves. So it doesn't exist yet. Let's go ahead and do that. And it's not going to be very complicated. It's a very straightforward class. If you've never worked with a class in JS or TS before, don't worry. We're going to do it step by step together right now. Let's go in our source folder into our lib to prepare libraries to be used in our project, remember? And let's create a new file called discord client.ts. And inside of this file, we're going to say export class discord client and open this up. Basically, it's this kind of object syntax for a class. And to write this client, we're going to use a nice little utility package from Discord.js, right? So this is called Discord.js/rest. Because we are in a serverless environment, we can't use the regular Discord.js, but we can use the REST API for Discord.js that can, for example, send Discord DMs. And it's really, really well done, fully type safe. This is what we're going to use, powered by Vercel, powered by workers. Okay, that sounds good. Let's use this. So how we're going to do this in practice is let's quickly stop our server and say pnpm install at discord.js/rest. And also, let's do that first, right? Let's just hit enter. And also we're going to say pnpm install discord API types -d as a development dependency. This just contains some nice TypeScript types that we can use right here in our Discord client to make it type safe, and then start back up our development server. That's all we need to get started. So in the Discord client class, let's define a private REST, and this will be of type REST. And this REST type comes from, let's go to the very top, import type REST from at discord.js/rest. And by the way, this is a syntax to literally only import the type and not the actual class if it is one. Right? It's just kind of nice for code bundling to make it a bit smaller. Great. Okay, so we have the private REST. It's complaining that we're not initializing that in a constructor. That's fine. We're going to do that actually right now. So let's define a constructor for our class, which is basically when you try to initialize the class, this is what the constructor is for. And the only thing we want to receive as a param right here is going to be the token, the Discord token. We're going to get there. This will be of type string or undefined. There we go. And we're going to say this.rest is equal to a new rest right here. And okay, never mind. I tried to show you something cool and then it bites me in the behind. We don't want just a type. this is actually a class that we need here. Man, oh, I thought I was onto something and wanted to show you something cool. Guess not. Well, anyways, we're gonna remove the type because we actually want the class right here. Damn. Anyways, into this new REST class, we're gonna pass a version of 10 right here, and we're gonna set the token to the token or just an empty string if that is not provided, in which case we're gonna get a runtime error, which is what we want, because of course we should provide this Discord token right here. Great, so what we're doing is when we create a new Discord client, like in our API route, it now expects the token, right, which is our Discord bot token we use to send a Discord DM. And let's type this, or let's insert this as the process.env.discord_bot_token. There we go. And now the question is, where do we get this token from? Good question. We're gonna get there in a second. Let's quickly finish up the Discord client because it's not a lot left here to do. We're gonna create two functions on the Discord client. The first one will be an async create DM, and this only expects a user ID, which will be of type string right here. And let's open this up. Now, to make this completely type safe, we're gonna use some really long, ugly types from the Discord API type definitions. Let's go ahead and import them. They are really ugly, but they work, okay? So we're gonna import from Discord API types /v10, and we're gonna import 4 types from here. First off, the REST post API channel message result. Yes, that's what I mean. It is ugly, I know. Second one is even uglier. It's the REST post API current user create DM channel result. This even uglier type, and the rest are better. The third one is going to be routes, and the fourth one is going to be API embed. So these are not ugly, just the first 2 are. Great, and now to make or create the M type safe, let's say this returns a promise, and the promise takes a generic in which we can pass the result of the promise, which in our case is the REST post API current user create DM channel result. Super long, ugly type. And then in here, we're going to say return this.rest, so we're calling the REST API .post. And in here, we're going to pass the routes.userChannels, just like so, and invoke that because that is a function. This takes an options object, just like so, in which we can pass the body of the REST request that we're making. And the only thing this takes is the recipient ID, right? In Discord, it works like this. Normally, if you have an object, I would do it like this, like the ID with the capitalized I, but in Discord.js, they do it like this, according to their documentation, right? This is not something I just made up. They actually documented this, and we're gonna pass the user ID, so the Discord ID as the recipient ID. And we're also gonna type this as promise, and basically the same thing as we have above, this super long, ugly user create DM channel result type. Bam, right here. Just cast that type, because by default, the API is not typed, and we want to make this completely type safe. Great. That creates something called a DM channel. It doesn't actually send the DM just yet. To do that, we're going to say async send embed, which is basically a nicely formatted Discord message. And this takes 2 things, the channel ID, which is a string, and the embed, which is of type API embed. Let's open this up. And before we actually send the message, let's also type this out. This will be also a promise, and it's gonna promise the REST post API channel message result. There we go. Now, inside of here, let's say return this.rest, so we're calling the Discord REST API .post, once again with the routes, but this time the channel messages, and invoke that because that's once again a function. This takes the channel ID right here, so we can simply pass in our channel ID, which is just going to be linking to the user, right, that we want to send the message to. So in this case, your Discord ID will be the channel ID. And as the configuration object that this takes, we're going to pass in the body of embeds. And this is going to be an array of the embed that we actually want to send along, right? So we could pass multiple, but we only care about one. And we're going to cast this type as promise, basically what we put up here with a super long REST post API channel message result type. Bam. And there we go. And this should be channel messages, by the way. Just a little typo. Beautiful. And that is our Discord client. If we now have the Discord bot token and the Discord ID of the user we want to send the message to, we are good to go to actually send a DM to a Discord user. So first things first, let's navigate to discordapp.com/developers/applications. And that will force me to log in with Discord here and you too. So let me quickly do that. And there we go. Okay, perfect. So that's going to take us to a Discord developer page where we can create bots. You can see I already have some on here because I did some experiments before. And what we care about is the new application button here in the top right after logging in. So let's click that. And now we can give our bot a name. Let's name this Ping Panda and accept the Discord developer terms of service and hit create. Beautiful. We can also set the profile picture of Ping Panda. Let's do that. So right here under Ping Panda, let's go into public and let's choose our profile picture, the brand asset profile picture. Bam, save changes. Let's go. Let's save that. We can enter a description. Ping Panda is a notification service, for example. By the way, let me zoom in here so it's easier for you to see. Great. And now we get the application ID and the public key. We don't care about this. Wow, so many ads on this website, man. Holy. Anyways, retrieve your token. That sounds good. Let's save our changes. And we need our bot token. So we can go right here in the sidebar, then to bot. And right here, token. For security purposes, tokens can only be viewed once, yada, yada, yada. We can just click reset token. Yes, do it. And okay, that asked me to enter my password. And after we did that, there is our bot token. By the way, please don't try to use mine, right? I'm just going to reset it after the video. Please use your own bot token. And this is the very important token that we need right now to send a DM. And after that, we're basically ready to start sending Discord DMs. As easy as that. Let's go into our .env file and actually insert that Discord bot token that we just grabbed and hit save. Great. Oh, by the way, we might actually have to go back to the ad-infested website that I just talked about. Yeah, we do. And the reason is, in order to send a DM to a user, the bot has to share a server with them. So the easiest way is you create your own Discord server and then just invite people to that server, right? That's what we're going to do. It's by far the easiest approach. You could also add your bot to their server. But it is a bit more difficult. It's not difficult, but this is just easier is what I'm trying to say. So in order to add your bot to your Discord server, you'll need to navigate back to the OAuth 2 tab. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's pull this up here side by side. Let's go to the OAuth 2 tab right here. And we scroll down to the OAuth 2 URL generator and select bot right here. So it's the bot scope and that's enough. That is the only thing we need. So, right? Oh, okay. It seems like, no, never mind. Let's also set the text permissions of send messages and read message. Do we need that? No, we don't need that. We don't need to read message history. We're just going to send messages. Okay, great. Do not select all of the permissions just to make things easy. Okay, that's fine. After you've selected your permissions, scroll up a little bit and look at the URL that was generated. So that's going to be way down here, generated URL. Let's hit copy on that. Go to that URL and you'll see a page that sort of looks like this. Okay, let's do that. Let's open up a new page here, enter that URL from the very bottom we copied, and that should allow us, well, first off, I need to log in again. So let's do that. Let me log in here. And then it's going to ask me to add Ping Panda to a server. That's great. So what we're going to do is let's add this to a private server I just created on Discord. By the way, if you're wondering how to do that, let me show you. Let's open up Discord here. And I might need to censor some sensitive stuff. So on the left side, I might have to censor some stuff like the friends list and so on. I just think it's better to respect their privacy. What you can do right here is just create a new server. By going to the very bottom, click add a server, create my own for me and my friends. And let's name this Josh server 2 and hit create. That's literally all we need to do. And bada bing, bada boom, we have our own server where we are the owner. Great. Let's use this server and put our bot in here. So let's reload this page actually, because we want a refreshed server list. There we go. Let's add this to Josh server 2 or the one that you just created and hit continue, authorize, and that's gonna put that bot into the Discord server. So we can see Ping Panda just showed up. Beautiful. And we now have Ping Panda and app in our server list right here. And that's all we need to do to actually send DMs. So just invite people to your server. All right, now let's actually send a DM. Let's do it, man. We're all ready. Let's say const DM channel. This is what we first need to create to then send the DM. Is going to be equal to await discord.create DM. And we're going to send it to the user.discord ID. And just to try things out, let's send the message right away. We're going to improve it here in a second, but let's just say await discord.send embed. We're going to send that to the DM channel.id. And now for the actual stuff that we want to send, you can see we have a lot of stuff to choose from here. Let's just say title is going to be hello world. And that's the message we're going to send to our own Discord. Now, if our dev server is running, which it is, beautiful, let's just call this API endpoint. So we need a couple of things to call this API endpoint. First things first, we need our API key. And we also need to have set our Discord ID in the database. Later on, of course, there's going to be a page for that. Right now, that page doesn't exist yet. So let's open up npx Prisma Studio or Database Studio and just manually input those into our database. Let's open that up. And we need two things from here. Let's open up a HTTP client like Bruno or like Postman, basically anything. You can also use curl for this if you want. We just need to make a request to our backend somehow. Let's go into our Ping Panda test right here. You create a new Postman, Bruno, whatever project or prepare a curl request in your terminal. We're going to make a post request to localhost 3000/API/v1/events. Now, we are going to pass one header, which is going to be, let's go into full screen here, the authorization header. As the value, we're going to put our API key. So let's open up our database browser, go into our users and grab our API key, which is way down here. There we go. Grab that, copy, paste it, and the value is going to be bearer and then our API key. And I think, is that it? Or do we need anything else? There was something else we needed, right? Oh yeah, we need to set our Discord ID in our database. And the way to get your Discord user ID is really simple. For one, let's do it together. Let's open up a help article from Discord right here. Move this to the right side and then open Discord on our left side. There we go. Where can I find my user server message ID? Basically, we need to tab on the cogwheel in the bottom left, then head to advanced. Where is that? Advanced, right here under app settings advanced, and toggle this on, the developer mode. That's it. Like just toggle this on right here. And that's all we need to do. We can now click escape, click our user icon in Discord and say copy user ID. And bam, that's it. Just like that, we copied our user ID that we can now insert into our database. So let's close out of Discord again, go into our database and insert that for the Discord ID. This is mine. Please don't spam me with DMs from your bots, right? That would be really nice of you. Oh, you can't because your bot is not in my server. That's great. Okay, so I won't get spammed. Okay. Let's save that change and we're all ready to go. If we now execute this API route, let's see what happens. 500 internal server error happens. Okay, why does this happen? Let's see. Did we do anything wrong or what? Yes, there's an error message. No response is returned. Oh, that's totally fine. That just means it worked, right? We're not returning any response. But if we actually check Discord now, bam, we have a new message right up here from Ping Panda. And if we open this up, we should see hello world as a beautiful little embed right here. Dude, how cool is that? This is really, really nice. There is our Discord message. Hell yeah. We're making some great progress right now. Now we only need to make it look good, right? That's the other thing. And we also want to include the data that the user sends along to us, right? So what we're gonna do is say let request data and default that to a TypeScript type of unknown. Now, right below this, let's do a try catch. We're gonna catch the error, and if there is an error in this try catch, we're gonna say return next response.json. As the message, we're gonna say invalid JSON request body, and as the status, we're gonna pass along status that's gonna be 400 bad request, and in the try block, we're gonna say request data is equal to await rec.json. Right? This is a kind of good practice to do because if this fails, then we know the JSON payload was not valid and we can safely handle that case. Whereas if we didn't have this in a try-catch block, just like this, our actual server would fail with a 500 error code. And right after this try-catch block is where we're gonna actually validate the incoming data. We're gonna say const validation result is gonna be equal to a request underscore validator dot parse and pass in the request data. This is the beauty of Zod. If this succeeds, then we know the exact type of our data because it matches the request validator that we defined way above in this file. And if this doesn't succeed, automatically a good error message is going to be returned to the user because this actually throws an error. Great. And now to find the actual category that the user wants to track an event for, let's say const category is equal to user.event categories that we included in our database query earlier, .find. And for each cat, let's just name it cat, short for category, we want to get the one where the cat.name is triple equal to the validation result dot category right here. Great. And if that doesn't exist, if not category, then the user is trying to track an event which they have not created a category for. We're going to return a next response.json with a message of you don't have a category named. And let's actually turn this into a template string so we can insert the name and make this a really clean error message so they know exactly what's going wrong. And dynamically insert the validation result dot category right here. And as the status that we're going to send along 400 bad request because of course this category doesn't exist. Or actually, let's make this 404. It doesn't really matter, but it's like a not found error, right? Yeah, I want to do this properly with you. Let's do a 404. Great. Okay, now let's define the actual event data, const event data, that we are gonna track and send along to Discord as well. First, the title. This is gonna be a template string. And let's insert, first things first, the category.emoji. Or we can also fall back, still inside the curly brace, to a default emoji if for any reason there's a problem with the emoji. For example, one emoji that would be really good to fall back on is the bell icon. Great. Second thing, we're going to insert into the same template string the category.name, .char@0 to uppercase, right? So we're capitalizing the first letter plus, and then the category.name.slice starting at the index of 1. Essentially, what we're doing here is just taking a string like hello and turning it into a capitalized first letter and then the rest, right? That's what we're doing. Right here, it just looks nicer in the title. The description here is going to be the either validation result.description if it's passed, or we're going to say as a template string, a new, and then dynamically insert the category.name event has occurred. Beautiful. Okay, and let's actually put an exclamation point here and not just a dot. So it just looks more excited, because chances are what users are tracking in Pink Panda is a good event, like a sale or user sign up and so on. So there's good reason to be excited about it. The color is going to be the category.color. The timestamp is going to be a new date that we can invoke to ISO string right here. So this is just going to show the user the current time when this happened in the Discord message. And the fields that we're going to send along are going to be the object.entries of the validation result.fields or a empty object, because technically this is optional. So we're going to fall back to an empty object if it's not set, and we're going to map over those object entries. And inside of a map for an object.entries, we can array destructure both the object key and the object value of the current pair that we're mapping over. Great. And from here, we're going to return just a very simple object. The name is going to be the key. Oops, not the keyboard music. There we go. The name is going to be the object key. The value is going to be string value. We always want this as a string. And then lastly, the inline, let's set that to true. And this is just a Discord format that Discord expects this to be in. And that's it. We can now send a beautiful formatted event to Discord. However, before we do that, let's actually track this in our database. So we don't ever send a DM without having tracked it in our database first, right? From a consistency perspective, this is very important. Let's say const event is equal to await db.event.create, and we're going to create this event with some data, of course, right? What do we want to put in here? Let's give this a name, and that's going to be the category.name. Let's also give this event a formatted message, and this will be a template string consisting of first a dynamic insertion of the event data.title, and then we can insert a \n for 2 new lines. And oops, I did a little typo here. Event data.title, and then simply dynamically insert the event data.description. And this just, that's why it's formatted. It just looks nice this way. And we're going to keep track of that in our database so we can always retrieve it if we do need to later. The user ID is going to be user.id that we grabbed from our database earlier. The fields are going to be the validation result.fields or an empty object if that's not provided, right? Because this is a JSON value in Prisma, it needs to be something. And so we're going to fall back to an empty object if this right here is not passed or not defined. And lastly, the event category ID that we want to pass in here is going to be the category.id. Beautiful. So that tracks the event in our database. Now the only thing left is sending the beautiful Discord message and updating the event delivery status. So we're going to do that inside of a try catch block where we catch the error and handle it later. First, let's say await discord.send embed to the DM channel.id, which is the user ID, and then the event data right here. This already matches the Discord format, right? This right here, so we can just send it. Beautiful, we are prepared. And then second thing, we're going to say await db.event.update, and we're going to update the event where the ID is the event.id. So basically we're updating this event we just created with the data of delivery status delivered, because if we reach this point of code, it means we have already successfully sent the Discord embed and we know this message was delivered. Great. And we're also gonna create our database quota, right? We need to increment the quota for this user because they just used up one of their events. So we're gonna say await db.quota and we're gonna do something very smart now to upsert, not update, upsert a quota. So if the quota for this month doesn't exist yet, then we're gonna create it, else we're gonna update it. So how this works in Prisma is let's first define a where clause. We want to upsert a quota where the user ID matches our user's ID. The month is the current month and the year is the current year. Now, there are basically two scenarios. The first scenario is this already exists, right? There is a quota for this user, for this month, for this year. In that case, we want to increment the quota. So the update we can pass in here, if that already exists, is just going to be count increment of 1, right? And if this quota does not exist yet for this year and for this month, then we can create it, right? And the logic check of does this already exist or not, that is handled by Prisma under the hood in the upstart operation. What are we going to create the quota with? First off, the user ID. It's for this currently, the user that currently makes the request, right? The month is going to be our current month. The year is going to be our current year. And the count is going to start off as 1 because they just tracked one event, right? And that's it. And because I want to show you how to properly error handle this in the catch case, right? If anything goes wrong with sending that user's message, we are also going to await a db.event.update and simply update the delivery status. We can just copy this from our db event update call above, but simply set the delivery status to failed, right? Something went wrong in the delivery. So in that case, we're also going to console log that error so we know what happened in our server logs. And we're going to return a next response.json, letting the user know that there was a problem processing this event. So we're going to say as the message error processing event. And for debugging purposes, we're also going to give them the event ID. Just going to be the event.id. So if they contact support or something, they can attach this event ID and we can help them. If you want to turn this into an actual production ready SaaS, this is a really good idea to do. And as the status, we're going to say 500 internal server error because we don't really know what went wrong. Great. And if we don't reach this catch case, then at the very bottom here, everything went well. We know the event was processed successfully. So let's let the user know of that as well. Let's return a next response.json. As the message, we're going to say event processed successfully. And as the event ID, we're going to attach the event.id to let them know, hey, yes, this actually corresponds to a database entry and your event was processed successfully. Great, let's try this out, man. In our HTTP client or in curl or wherever you're following along and making your API requests, I'm using Bruno here, which is just a very simple tool, like a very simple API client. Bruno HTTP client. Let me show you. It's this one right here, or API client, I guess it's called. This is what I use. I used to use Postman. They're both good. They both serve the same purpose. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. What matters is let's try this out and see if it works. Let's go into our dashboard and let's say we want to track a sale event. There we are. And we need to make a post request. Let's open up our client here on the left-hand side. We need to make a post request. We can't minimize that. Okay, anyways, post request with the auth header. We've already done that. And a category of sale. And I just noticed this probably needs to be lowercase, the sale, because that's how we store it in our database. And let's fix that here in a second. For now, let's go to our body, select JSON, because we want to pass along a JSON body. Of course, you can do the same thing in curl here. As the category, we're going to pass sale. Let's do it in lowercase, because I'm pretty sure that's the correct way. And as the fields, let's say, I don't know, let's pass an amount of 20. Somebody just bought our product for 20 units, probably dollars, euros, whatever. And their email was john@email.com. Let's try that. Let's send along the event. We should see you don't have a category named sale. So it is actually with a larger S. That's something we need to fix. Yes, it works. Okay, great. But it should be the other way around. We're going to fix that. Very simple fix. Don't worry about it. But we see event processed successfully, event ID, and then the ID for this event. So this means two things. First off, it should mean that our page updated in real time. Yes, I did not refresh this page. Did you notice a moment ago, this gave us our code example that we just need to put, right? Now, because of the polling that we do in the background, we instantly refresh the page because we tracked an actual event. So we know that works. Beautiful. Number 2, we should now see our Discord message pop up, and it does right here. How cool is that? Ping Panda app today at 8:20 a.m. sale. A new sale event has occurred with the amount, the email right here, the user specified fields, and then the timestamp again. This is the coolest stuff I have seen in a while. Like the dopamine this puts into people when they see it will make them love your service, right? Because you notify them of the really good stuff that they want to see in their SaaS, like a sale, new users, all of that really good stuff. You are the bearer of good news in this case as the Ping Panda app that we're building here together. And having all this work together so smoothly is just a really, really cool thing to see. And yeah, dude, this is nice. And I hope you're having a lot of fun as well. This is probably one of the coolest parts of the build. I really enjoy this. And now what's left is just listing this event right here on the sale event page, right? So we're going to have a nice little table here. It's going to look beautiful. Dude, I'm really happy with how this is going. And now to put the cherry on the cake in error handling, there is exactly one case in this API route that is not error handled perfectly yet, and that is right here. Do you remember earlier when I told you that the request validator will throw if the request data is not exactly as we wanted? Well, that's great. That's what we want. But currently, our API route doesn't catch that case and return an appropriate error message, right? So what we're going to do is mark the entire API route starting at the very top at the auth header and wrapping this inside of a try catch. By the way, I just cut this using Control X, if you're wondering. Let's wrap this inside of a try catch. Simply paste everything back in the try block. It's going to remain as it is. And in the catch block, we can now error handle that zod case. We're going to say if the error is an instance of z.zod error right here. In that case, we know the error format and we can return a new, or not a new, a next response.json where the message is the error.message and the status code, let's set that to a 419? Let's look this up together. Or was this the I'm a teapot response? HTTP 419 indicates that, that a session has expired. No, we don't want that. Here we go. It was 422, unprocessable entity. Right here, it means that the server understands the content, but it's inappropriate content. That's the one we want, 422, unprocessable entity. The data you're passing is not valid. And if all that doesn't help, we are going to return a next response.json. By the way, what I mean with if all that doesn't help is if this is not a zod error, then we really don't know what the problem is. In that case, we're going to return a message, internal server error, and we're also going to include a status code of 500. And just so the error does appear in our deployment logs, we're also gonna console.error this error right here. So it's gonna appear in bright red if anything should go wrong. I mean, normally we won't reach this case if everything goes right? But we're not only gonna plant the happy path in a really robust web application, what I want to teach you how to do, you also want to handle the kind of unhappy path, right? And that's exactly what we did really, really well right here. Beautiful. Okay. By the way, I also figured out why this is the uppercase variant that worked. And that is because in our category router, let's open that up. It's under, let's give this a bit more space, by the way. This looks comically small. There we go. In our category router, under source, server, routers, category router, this is where we are. The quick start insertions that we're making are actually with a capitalized letter. So let's change that. I prefer if this is all lowercase. I think it's a better idea to keep it all consistent because all user input will also be lowercase. Great. Very, Very nice. Now, one important thing that we have yet to do is for the details page right here. Okay, we do have the bugs page because there are no events yet, but once we have an event, we're not displaying it anywhere. So let's do that. Let's create this page right now together. And we technically already created this page. This is the category page content that we're showing here. Right now, we're only getting the polling data from our empty state. And as soon as we have data, well, we're not returning anything here, right? We are handling the case where there is no data, but the case where there is data, the ideal case, well, we're not doing anything. So what we're gonna do is first off, get all the data that we want to display on this page, and then later on, worry about how to display that beautifully. First off, let's get that data. We're gonna say const empty object and worry about the destructuring later. Is gonna be equal to use query and import that from React query. Well, technically, we have already imported that. This takes a query key. This query key is an array, and we're gonna pass a couple of things in here. First off is the events, right? This is just a hard-coded string because that's what this will be. It will contain all the events the user has for this category. Second, the category.name that we get from the props. Third is going to be the pagination.pageIndex. Now, the pagination doesn't exist yet, but essentially why we're doing this is if the user paginates, if they change the page of the table, we automatically fetch new data because this part of the query key will change. And if you remember, if any part changes, the query automatically refetches its data. Now, to define that pagination, we are just going to keep track of a state. Let's do that at the very top. Let's say const pagination and set pagination is going to be equal to use state. And inside of here, we're going to pass an object with a page index. And this is going to default to a so-called page -1. Now, we're going to get there to what this page is in just a second. And we're also going to define the page size. And this will be a limit. So how many elements are there per page? And now a really good practice I want to introduce you to is to keep this data in the URL and not just in state. This is a much nicer approach than keeping things in just state because you can reload your page and you're going to stay on the same table page and on the same size limit. It's just a really user-friendly thing to keep this in the URL, and that's what I want to teach you how to do. So what we're going to do inside this category page content is first off grab the search params using a Next.js hook called use search params from next/navigation right up here. What this allows us to do is to actually define const page as parse int. So we're taking whatever follows and parsing that into a number from a string to a number. And in here, we're going to say search params.get page, just like so. And we're also going to say or 1 if that is not set. And the parse int also expects something called a radix, which we're going to use 10 for. And this 1 right here needs to be a string in order for us to parse it as an integer. Now, if you don't understand what we're doing here, it's this. If we are on https localhost 3000/dashboard/category/sale, for example, as we are right here, then what we're doing is taking the search param of page, for example, equals 1. If this is present in the URL, we're going to use it. And if it's not, like if this is missing from the URL, for example, then we're going to fall back to 1 and just parse that into a number. Basically, whatever we have right here as the page, 2, 3, 4, 5, will be an actual number saved as the page right here in memory, right? And we're going to do the same exact thing for the limit of how many elements to show on one table page. We're going to parse int search params.get, and this time the limit. And we're going to create a fallback value just the same way. And in my case, I'm going to choose 30. If you want more or less per page, that's totally valid, right? If you want a longer or shorter table, that's fine. I think 30 is a good default value to go for. And as the radix, we're also going to use 10 to parse this into a number. So we have both the page and the limit gotten from the URL. For example, like this is how it's going to look. Page equals 5 and limit equals 30. Beautiful. We're going to save that in our pagination state. So once we got it from the URL, then we can actually change it here on the client. So what that allows us to do is now use this pagination.pageIndex to automatically refetch data if it changes. And we want the same thing to happen for the pagination.page size, right? If the user changes the limit for any reason, we also want to refetch all the new data. For example, if they change it from 30 to 35, right away, we're going to fetch the first 35 entries. Or, well, depending on which page we are on, the second, third, and so on page. And the last thing we want to pass in here is something called the active tab that the user is on. We're also going to declare this as a state. Let's say const active tab, and by convention set active tab is equal to use state, and we're going to default this to today. And to type this out specifically with TypeScript, let's let TypeScript know this will be either the literal of today or the week or the month. So either one of these exact 3 string matches, which gives us full type safety in the actual state, by the way, which is beautiful. And we're also going to include this active tab as a query key thing. Array element, I guess, is a nicer way to say it, not thing, right? So if the active tab changes, we're also automatically going to refetch our backend data. Beautiful. Let's destructure the data and the is fetching from this use query, because we're going to need that later. However, right now, the query function is missing. This won't actually fetch any kind of data, right? And that's not great. So let's give it a query function, which is going to be an asynchronous arrow function, just like so. And in here, we're going to say const res, the response, is equal to await or client, import that, dot category, dot, and well, what do we choose here? Do we want to delete a category or poll a category, insert some quick starts? The answer is none of it, right? We want to get the events by category name right here, because that's what we have access to, the category name. Let's create that in our category router, just a method that allows us to grab all of the current events that are relevant to the user for their specific event, right? So at the very bottom of our category router, let's create a get events by category name. There we go. Beautiful. This will be a private procedure, so only users that are logged into our app can query it. And we also want to expect an input from the client side for this query. That is going to be a z.object to automatically parse the incoming data and validate it. And we want to receive 4 things on the back end here. First off, the category name. And this is the category name validator. We've done the work once and we can reuse it so many times in our app. Hell yeah. The page is going to be a z.number. The limit is going to be a z.number, so how many items we want to display and fetch from the database. And the time range is going to be a z.enum, which just means an exact match of one of the following string values here in the array, either today or week or month, basically mirroring exactly what we did in the state just on the front end a minute ago. Right? And just to be safe for the limit, we can also pass a maximum value of, for example, 50, meaning the user can never go beyond 50 entries per page to not, stress our database too much. For example, you could set this to 100. It's basically personal preference, but so otherwise they could enter like 1 million, right? And completely screw up our database, or at least try to, right? There aren't that many events. We are still limiting their quota, but you get the idea. It's a good security practice to incorporate that. And also let's define the actual query that will get the data. Now let's turn this into an asynchronous function and go ahead and destructure the C from Hono, the context that we provide, and also the input right in here. And destructure some things from the input that we need access to. So const empty object is going to be equal to input. And let's grab all 4 things: the name, the page, the limit, and the time range. We need all of that here to handle the logic. Now, the first thing we're going to do is to convert the string of today, week, or month into an actual date that we can work with for our database call. So let's say const now is equal to a new date. And right below that, we're gonna say let start date, and that is gonna be a date type. We're not gonna give it any value yet, because that's what's gonna happen in the switch statement that we're gonna put right below this. We're gonna create a switch on the time range right here. And let's handle all three cases that the time range could be. The case today is first. What happens if that's case today? Well, basically, we want to set the start date is going to be equal to start of day, which is a utility function we can import from datafns and pass in now. So basically, we're setting it to the start of the current day, right? So later on, we can just use this as a greater than equals condition in our database and fetch all entries that are greater than equal the start of today, the start of the week, or the start of the month, right? Pretty intuitive. The case, oh, by the way, we also want to break in that case. Then the second case, the week, we're going to do pretty much the same thing, right? The start date is just going to be start of week. Same utility function, or I mean, not the same, but it comes from the same library, which is datafns, and break afterwards, right? Beautiful. And by the way, one thing we can pass into the start of week, just to be explicit about it, is that the week starts on 0 right here, which I believe is that Sunday? I believe it's Sunday, or is it Monday? Either way, it doesn't matter because it's going to be consistent throughout all the requests, right? So it's not very important whether it's Sunday or Monday. I think it's one of those two, but we can be explicit about that and just have it start on the same day of the week every single time. Last thing we're going to do is the month case, right? And the start date in this case is going to be start of month. You can probably guess, right? And just pass in the now and break afterwards. Beautiful. Now, TypeScript knows that this is literally every case we could possibly handle. We don't even need a default statement because there are exactly 3 cases and we are handling exactly 3 cases. So we don't need a default statement here. And dude, that was the hardest work done. We can now simply say const empty array, because we're going to destructure here in a second, is going to be equal to await promise.all. And if I may remind you what promise.all does, is it allows us to make multiple database calls at the same time for the best possible performance. It's much faster than making these in like one after another in sequence, right? Sequentially is the word I was looking for. We can make multiple at the exact same time and really speed up our API that way. It's just a really nice trick if you didn't know about it. And we're going to make 3 calls here. The first one is going to be all the events that are relevant for this category for the interval that the user selected. So let's say db.event.findMany, and we want to find many events where the event category consists of the name, right, that is passed in from the user, from the client side. And also the user ID is the currently logged in user under context.user.id, right? So we always limit the result of a database call to events that definitely belong only to the currently logged in user. So I don't fetch your events and you don't fetch my events, right? That would be horrible security-wise. And to only show the events that started at the time range, we also want to pass a created at filter in here. This is an object where we pass a GTEA greater than equals start date. So only events that are started today or this week or this month and not any older events. That's how we can filter by those. Okay, after the where clause, we're going to implement pagination together. And this is really easy actually. First, we're going to skip the first page -1 in parentheses times limit. So for example, if we're on page 1, it's going to be 1 minus 1 equals 0 times anything equals 0. So we're going to skip nothing. We're going to select the first entry, right? So page 1. But if we're on page 2, this is going to be 2 minus 1. 1 times the limit is going to be exactly the second page. So 2 minus 1 is going to be 1 times 30 means we're going to skip the first 30 and then take the second 30, right? This is how we do pagination in Prisma. Beautiful. And of course, we also want to take only the limit. So by default, 30 events for the current page. And we want to order them by created at descending. So the newest events are the first ones we show to the user because they happened the most recently. They are the most relevant to the user. Awesome. The second database query we're going to fire at the exact same time is going to be db.event.count. Basically, how many events are there in the time period that you selected. So as the where statement, we're going to say where the event category has the name of the current category that we're looking for. And the user ID is the context.user.id. And also where the created at is greater than equals the start date. So the same exact period as we have up here. And the last and final database call that we want to make is for the unique fields that a user set, like the amount and everything that the user can specify themselves as JSON, right? We're going to say db.event.findMany. And in here, we are going to say where, basically same condition, right? We can just copy and paste this down, where the event category is the name and the currently logged in user starting from today, right? Same exact thing. But this time we're going to put a select statement because we only care about one thing, and that's the fields. So we're only going to select the fields. And we also only want distinct fields. So for the distinct, let's pass an array that contains fields. Because we don't, like in JSON, I think I explained this earlier. In JSON, there can't even be duplicates, but it's just a good practice to include this, to be very explicit about what we're doing here, that we only care about unique field values. And .then, we can right away go ahead and format this data inline. We get access to the events from our database. And we're going to say const field names is equal to a new set. And to tell TypeScript what the value will be for each set entry, that is just going to be a string we can pass in as a generic. And now let's just count how many unique events there are. To do that, we're going to say events.forEachEvent. And what are we going to do for each event? Add the key to the above set, right? We're going to say object.keys for the event.fields as object. For each field name. And we're just going to say field names.add field name. So all we're doing here is we're going through every JSON entry that the user configured themselves and add the key of that to this set right up here, right? So for example, this set could actually be in practice name and email and a plan, right? In the case of a sale event, who purchased, for which email, and which plan did they buy, right? So that would be 3 field names. We can now return the field names.size. So how many unique fields did the user set? Awesome. And that is all the data that we need for our front end. We can now simply go ahead, destructure all that from our promise.all calls. So the first call, this right here, will resolve to the events. The second one will be the events count, right? It's just going to be a number. And the third one is going to be the unique field names, just like so. And now all we need to do is return this to our front end. And to do this, we are going to use return c.superJSON, because remember, we have things like dates in here, right? We're working with dates. So be careful. Regular JSON would just return this as a string, but the JStack super JSON integration can return it as it actually is. That is dates, right? So we're going to say c.superJSON events, the events count, and lastly, the unique field count, which is the unique field names. And you know what? It seems like I wrote this code and then kind of changed the logic of it. Let's just keep this as unique field count. I think this is a nicer way to name it, because after all, this is just a number as well, like the last database call. And let's call it that same thing, unique field count, right from our promise.all. That way we don't need to rename it in the return statement, and it's just a lot cleaner. So let's name it unique field count up here in the await promise.all, and then simply return that unique field count right down here in our c.superJSON. And just like that, bada bing, bada boom, we can now grab our data for the front end. That's everything we need to display this beautiful events page. So let's say client.category.get events by category name, what we just created. And we're going to make a $get, basically just a get request. This does expect data. That is the name, which is going to be our category.name that we receive as a prop in this component. The page is going to be our pagination.pageindex +1 because it's 0 based. The limit is going to be our pagination.page size. And lastly, the time range is going to be the active tab, right? Whether that's today, the week, or the month, that is exactly what we want to pass to our backend. And then we can simply return await res.json. There we go. And when we now hover over this data, we can see the actual data that comes back from our backend with actual date types because we use super JSON, remember? Very, very nice. And that allows us to now beautifully handle the logic and the design of this page. But before we do that, let's quickly finish up this query. One thing we want to pass is the refetch on window focus to false. So not every time we switch back and forth in tabs, React query is going to actually refetch the data. That's just a bit annoying. And we're going to set enabled to polling data.has events. Right here, we are only ever going to fetch this big database query if we have events, right? Otherwise, we don't even need to bother going to our database to ask it for all this data because there won't be any. There are no events. So only if there are, then we're going to enable this query. Very, very nice. Let's actually get started in implementing the JSX so we can see something here and then implement the logic as we go, as we need it pretty much. I think that is the nicest way to go here. Now, let's return some JSX. At the top level, that's going to be a div with a class name of space y6, and that's already it. And inside of here, we are going to put multiple tabs. Now, what that means basically is we're going to use our UI library, shadcn-ui, and grab the tabs component from it. Basically, this allows us to beautifully switch between things like today, this week, or this month for the data that we want to display in our dashboard. So let's install that tabs component. Let's clear our terminal and let's say npx shadcn at latest add tabs and hit enter. That's gonna do all the work for us and install that file into our project. Let's quickly verify that, that the cn function resolves correctly. Let's change that from add libutils to just utils so it works with our project structure. There we go. Let's change that in the tabs component under components UI tabs right here. Beautiful. And that's it. We can already go ahead and now use this tabs component from our own UI folder. Let's go back into our app and start back up our development server. Yes, we still need to run that. The other one is hosting Prisma, not our actual dev server, so we can see what we're doing here in real time. This tabs will get a value, and that value is going to be the active tab. So either today, week, or month, if you remember. And then on value change, when the user selects either week or month or today, right? In that case, we want to run a function in which we get access to the value, right? This is going to be a string, and we're simply going to set the active tab to that value as today or week or month to make TypeScript happy. Because if we didn't do this, then TypeScript would be unhappy. Let me show you. Because it doesn't know that value is specifically today, week, or month. It could be any string and not just these three, right? We know it will be because those are going to be the only tabs that we will have. So it's fine to tell TypeScript this will definitely be one of those three. Inside of here goes a tabs list with a class name of margin bottom 2. Let's open this up and we're going to put a tabs trigger inside of here. The first one is going to say today with a value of today. And let's copy this down using Shift Alt arrow down once and twice. The second value is gonna be week and say week. And the third one, you can probably guess what's coming now, is gonna be the value of month, and it's gonna say, let's say this month and this week. I think this is a bit more user-friendly, right? Let's save all of that, reload our page, and we should be able to see those tabs pop up right here on our right side when that is done loading. Beautiful. We can now see there's today, this week, and this month, and we can switch around between them. And this also just looks super clean, right? Very, very nice. And now to actually render out the content that we want to show here, that's going to happen right below our tabs list, but still inside of the tabs component, inside of the tabs content that we also import from our UI library. And the value we want to pass in here is going to be the active tab. Beautiful. So let's render out the actual tab content. Let's start with a div that gets a class name of grid. Grid calls of 1. On medium, a grid calls of 2. On large, a grid calls of 4. A gap of 4 and a margin bottom of 16. Let's open this div up, and inside of here goes our card component from our own UI folder, right? It's from right here, components UI card. That's where we're gonna get it from. And this card will get a class name of border2 and a border brand 700. And that's already it. Let's open this up, and inside of here goes a div with a class name of flex row items center, justify between, a space y of 0 and a padding bottom of 2. Perfect. Let's open this div up, and inside of here goes a p tag with a class name that is gonna be text small text. There we go, small/6, and a font medium saying total events. Beautiful. And right below this p tag, we're gonna render out a bar chart icon from Lucid React and give this a class name of size 4 to control how large it is, and a text muted foreground, which is a CSS property provided by shadcn-ui. And once we hit save, all right, this is starting to look like something, right? We can see a tab here, total events, pop up. That already looks really clean, and we're not even done yet. So after the bar chart, after the closing div with just the card to go, this is where we're going to open up one more div with no class name. Actually, this is just for layout purposes, this div, so it's not going to get a class name. Inside of here, we're going to put a p tag with a class name of text 2xl and a font bold. And this is going to say either, like dynamic insertion here, either the data, if that exists, .events count, so how many events this category has, or we're gonna fall back to 0 if this doesn't exist yet, right? Right after this p tag, right below it, we're gonna create one more p tag with a class name of text xs/5 for the line height and a text muted foreground. And inside of this p tag, we're gonna say events, and right afterwards do a conditional check where we check if the active tab is triple equal to today, and if it is, then we're gonna say today. Else we're gonna check if the active tab is triple equal to week, and if it is, then we're gonna say this week. And in the other case, the third and last case, it has to be this month, because that is the only case that's left. So this is a nested ternary operator. Usually you try to avoid this in JSX, but when you have 3 very simple string events, this is actually easier to read than it would be to define like a separate function somewhere else in the component. So if you have an easy ternary check, a nested ternary is actually the better option in that case. For more complex logic, you'll always try to avoid it, right? That's a really good thing to know. And let's save that. There we are, total events, 1 events today. That looks absolutely beautiful, dude. And now, one super nice utility that we want to provide to our users is the following. When they make a request to our logging API using any numeric value, like the amount of 20 or the user count of 1 when somebody signed up, right? Just for example, but likely something like the amount, right? What we want to provide to our users is basically an aggregate of every integer value they provide for the day, for the week, or for the month, no matter which property that is, right? So they can see today, how many sales did I do? Like, what's the revenue for today, right? So it's, for example, if we had 3 events right here, each with an amount of 20, we should show 60 as the amount for the day. And then what's that for the week? What's that for the month? And automatically aggregate those numbers, because that's a really good thing to show in our dashboard, right? And doing that is actually pretty easy, because we've already laid all the groundwork for it by fetching our data right here by the get events by category name. We have all the data we need to do just that. We just need to kind of format that data. So let's do that. Let's go right above our JSX return statement and declare a const numeric field sums. And this is going to be equal to a use memo that we get from React. And the reason we put this inside of a use memo is so it does not re-render on or it does not recalculate on page re-render unless we specifically opt into that, because this calculation is going to be a bit more advanced in here. So we don't want to slow our page down by any event just re-triggering this function, right? We want to preserve really good performance for our dashboard, and that's the reason we use memo here. This use memo gets a dependency array, and we only want to recalculate this numeric field sums under one condition, and that is if the data.events change. If the events change, then we actually do want to recalculate the new values. In no other event do we want that. So let's handle the actual logic. Let's aggregate all integer user provided fields, like for example the amount, and you're going to see what that looks like. First things first, let's do a check. If we don't have data.events in this use memo function, or the data.events.length is triple equal to 0, in that case, we're just going to return an empty object, right? There's no data that we want to process in that case when there are no events, right? And now we can actually do the calculation. Let's start off by defining a const sums. So we're going to sum up all the unique fields for this current time interval that we're on. This sums will be of actually, let's just default it to an empty object for now, so the compiler is happy. And let's also type this, right? This is going to be a record type, which basically means an object that has strings as the key, and the values are going to be inside of an object right here. So each object has a key, and the value will be an object. And this object will contain 4 things. The total, which is going to be a number. The this week, which is going to be a number. The this month, which will also be a number. And lastly, today, which you can probably guess, it's also going to be a number. And we're going to default it to an empty object. And those typings just make our life easier in working out the sums in TypeScript with IntelliSense and all of that good stuff. Great. First off, let's say const now is going to be equal to a new date, so that we know when the start of the week and the start of the month and so on happened. Let's say const week start is going to be equal to start of week. Get that from date events and pass in now. And by the way, just like we did on the back end, there's this week starts on we can use, and let's make the week start on 0. And same thing for the month. Let's say const month start is going to be equal to start of month right here, and pass in now as the reference date. Perfect. And now all we need to do is map over the user generated events and aggregate all the sums for the events for this certain time interval, right? Let's do that. Let's say data.events.forEach. And for each event, we're going to execute a function. Now, let's first grab the const event date, and that's going to be the event.created at, and not event data, event date. So when exactly did this event occur? And then we can simply say object.entry, so for each key value pair of the event.fields, and let's cast that as an object right here, .for each, and in here we can right away array destructure the key and value and execute a function inside of here. So basically for each event and for each property that the user custom tracked in that event, like name, amount, and plan, for example, right? We're going to execute the following function. We're going to say, if the type of value is triple equal to number, only then do we care about this event, right? We only want to aggregate numbers to show in this dashboard. We don't care about anything that's not a number. That's why we have this if statement right here. And then if not sums at the index of field, if that doesn't exist yet, then let's create it. Sums at the index of field is going to be equal to the object that it expects with a total. By the way, we get full IntelliSense here now, which is the beauty of typing this out up here. Is going to be a total of 0, a this week of 0 as well, a this month of 0, and lastly a today of 0. So we're defaulting it to an empty, basically empty state, right? Where everything is just set to a 0. And why is this erroring? Cannot find name field. Is that... Oh, dude, I got so in my own head with the key value pair. As I explained it, I accidentally named this actually key. Let's name this field. So this is going to be actually under the hood the object key, but we want to name it field. I just think that's a better name. And each key maps to a value, right? So if we have an object like name John, then this is the key, or in our case, we name it field right here, because that's the user-defined field, right? That's why we name it that way, or the value of that field, which in this case would be John, right? Beautiful. Okay, very, very nice. That's the first check done. If these sums don't exist yet, we'll default them to this kind of 0 state, right? Beautiful. Let's continue right afterwards. And let's say that the sums at the index of field dot total is going to be equal to plus equal the current value. So basically for every field unconditionally, we are adding the value to get the total, the complete, like regardless of time total, right? It doesn't matter if it's month, week, or today. This is all of it together. And then we can aggregate for the individual times, like today, week, or month, based on the if statements that are going to come right below here. For example, the first thing we're going to do is for this week. If is after, which is a utility function to compare two dates that we get from date events. And we can pass in the event date and the event date. I keep making that mistake. And the week start. Right? If the event date is after the week start, then it is relevant for us. And we're also going to say or right here, the event date get time is triple equal to the week start get time, right? If this should be an exact match, which basically this is like a greater than operation, and this is the equals operation. So if the event happened for some reason at the exact start of the week, right, in that second, we're still going to include it in this if statement because, of course, we are professionals. We're paying attention to details here, you know. The sums at the index of field dot this week, in that case, dot this week, in that case, we can increment by the value. So plus equals value. Beautiful. Then we are also going to check for the month, right? If is after the event date and then the month start, then the event happened in the current month and is relevant. Or, of course, if it's again the exact match, right? If the event date dot get time is triple equal to the month start dot get time, if it happened in the exact same second for some reason, right? Then we're still going to include it and say that the sums at the index of field dot this month is going to be equal to plus equal the value, right? So we're adding the actual amount or whatever the user provided to the sum for the month. And the last thing we need to do is say if is today event date, which is another utility function we can simply grab from date events. In that case, we're going to aggregate it to today. So sums at the index of field dot today is going to be equal to plus equal value. Absolutely beautiful, man. And as long as we now return the sums from our function, we actually get access to the values right here. If we hover over the numeric field sums right here, it's a record that holds the total this week, this month, and today. That is beautiful, because what that means is now we can actually go ahead and use that in our JSX, right, to actually display them. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's scroll down into our card that we are already displaying right here and go right below that. So we are rendering out the card right here. And right below this card, still inside the div and then the closing tabs content, that is where we are. This is where we're going to put a custom component called numeric field sum cards, which is going to be, as I said, a custom component that doesn't exist yet. So let's create it. And it's actually going to live right above in our JSX, because it's just a component that's specific to this dashboard and needs data from here, specifically the memo data we just got. So we can just define it inline right here. Let's say right above our return statement, const numeric field sum cards is going to be equal to an arrow function. And now, if the object dot keys of the numeric field sums dot length is triple equal to 0, in that case, we're going to return null. Now, what this means is if the user did not provide any custom integer field, then of course we can't display a card for them, right? Because they don't exist. So if the length is 0, that means the user didn't even provide them. And that's fine, right? We're just not going to render out anything in that case. It is a case we need to handle. And otherwise, we're going to say return object.entries right here. And for the numeric field sums, we are going to map over them, right? And execute a function for each one of them. And we can simply destructure the field and the sums. Beautiful. And we can simply figure out the const relevant sum. So only one of these sums is actually going to be relevant to us, like this week, this month, or today, based on which tab the user has selected here, right? So we can already see today there was one event, this week there was one event, and this month there was one event. That's exactly what we want. And we also want to show the aggregated results right below here, but only, of course, for the current time interval. So only one sum is relevant. And let's make that determination. We're going to check if the active tab is today. In that case, we're going to select sums.today. In the other case, where the active tab is triple equal to week, in that case, we're going to select sums.thisweek. And in the other case, the last possible case, we're going to select the sums.thismonth. And that is going to be the sum that's relevant for us, right? Just resolving to an actual number that we can now use in our JSX. And to make our life really, really easy, let's go right below the relevant sum and simply copy and paste this beautiful card that we already have, right? To achieve a unified style across our cards. We can simply go ahead, grab this. By the way, I selected this using emmet balance outward, as I showed you earlier. Grab the entire card, copy that, and simply paste it into our return statement right here. Now let's kind of change the styles. For example, let's remove the border and instead give this a key, because we're mapping. Remember, this needs a key in React. And this can just be our field right here. For the p tag right here that said total events before, we are going to make a dynamic insertion instead. And that's going to be field.char at the index of 0.to uppercase, and then follow that by plus field.slice starting at the index of 0. Basically what we did before, it's like name, and then we capitalize just the first letter of that. That's what we're doing right here with this. And the rest can stay almost as it is. The only difference is that we're going to remove the events right here and just keep the ternary check inside of that p tag. And boom, there we go. Amount, oh, yeah, okay. Dude, I was wondering, like, amount 1 today. No, that should be 20, right? Okay, and the reason is just we're not rendering out the actual data. So we also need to adjust this one right here. Very easy fix. I was just very surprised by that. And we're going to say the relevant sum dot toFixed 2. So we're converting the number to a string using the toFixed and limiting it to 2 numbers after the comma, so it doesn't get like very large. And there we go. Amount 20 today. And if we now mocked another request, right? Let's send that along. And our event should be processed successfully. Beautiful. We should have received a Discord message. And also, if we now refresh this, you can see, bam, 40. There is our amount for today. And then tomorrow, if no other event happens for today, this is going to be empty. And only for the week is this actually going to show up with 40, right? So it's very specific to the time interval that we select here. And by the way, if you see a other number while we switch, is because a switch triggers the refetch, and like half a second later the actual data is going to show up because we've configured the automatic refetch on tab switch to keep our data as fresh as possible. Very, very nice work. That is basically the first part of the dashboard completely done, and we made it look super good while we're at it. All right, dude, and now comes probably the most important and also most complex part of the dashboard, and that is the events table. The thing about tables is basically twofold. First off, they are extremely important to know. For example, if you want to get a job, I told you the story earlier, my first dev job was literally just tables, right? That's all it was at an enterprise scale. It was something, because I've never worked with tables much before that, and learning about it taught me a lot. And the other thing is, they're kind of complex. That's the nature of tables. So what I propose we do right now is first do the more complex logic work on the top, which, by the way, I don't want to scare you. Like, it's not rocket science either, right? But let's do that work first, and we're gonna do that like here at the top of our component, so that then when we're done with that, we can simply just render out stuff and have a really good time in our JSX. To work with a table, we're gonna install a library called pnpm install at tanstack/table. This is a super popular, oh, why did that not work? It's at tanstack/react table, and then hit install. It's a super popular NPM package that is specifically made, as you can probably judge from the name, for working with advanced data tables. Let me show you that. React table. It's hard to speak while I'm typing here. There we go. A headless UI for building powerful tables and data grids for React. And as you'll see, a lot of people really like it. It's one of the most popular packages for creating complex and really, really nice and sometimes very advanced tables as well. Great. And to make it look good, by default, this is headless, right? It has no styles. We're going to say npx shadcn at latest add table. And these two packages, or basically the component and the package from Tanstack, are compatible extremely well. We can get all the logic from Tanstack and all the design from shadcn to make a pretty advanced table in not a lot of time, and also make it look good while we're at it. So how cool is that? These are the only two packages that we need for the table. And now let's actually start with the logic. So the first thing you always do with a table is define let me show you that. Where is the drawing app? There we go. When you look at the table, you have basically two things, right? You have the columns and you have the rows. And the first thing we usually do is something called a header definition, which means, right, that sounds kind of fancy, but all that means is we define which fields, and I swear to God, the arrows here are absolutely dog water. There we go. We basically define which columns exist in our table, right? Like the, I don't know, color that an event has and all of that, right? Basically, we define the columns. That is the first thing we're gonna do here. So let's say const columns, and let's type these so we get beautiful TypeScript IntelliSense as we do this. These are going to be of type column def, which is a type that can we please auto import that? Let's restart the dev server. Please let me auto import that. Is that gonna work? No, of course not. Okay, let's import that ourselves then. Let's say import column def from at tanstack/react query. Oh, not React query, React table, of course. This is a separate package from the same guy, by the way, and I really like this guy. His name is Tanner Lindsley. He created React query. He's not maintaining it, right? Somebody else is doing that, but his work is absolutely great. So the table, you can have pretty high expectations. It's from the same guy that made React query, right? It's really, really well done. And we're going to pass a generic event type in here to let it know that we are working with our custom Prisma type here. And this is going to be an array of column definitions because we're going to define multiple columns here, of course. Great. So let's set this to use memo for the same reason we have use memo in the other code we just wrote, right? To prevent a recalculation on re-render unless we opt into that. And use memo also takes something called a dependency array at the bottom. We're going to worry about that later. And by the way, instead of a function, let's make this return an array instead, right? An array of column definitions. And let's see, how do we define a column? Basically, let's put an object into this array, and each object needs a couple of properties, like for example, the accessor key. And this will be category. The header, let's name this category. So this is the actual text that's going to show up. And this, the accessor key, is how we internally identify this column definition. And the cell that this takes is a function. And let's just return a span. So this allows us to customize how the appearance looks in the actual table, right? In our case, we want just a span that displays either the category.name, or we can also fall back to uncategorized if this should be, for example, an empty string, right? Or anything that evaluates to a false value just to be on the safe side and always have something that looks nice. Second thing we want is the created at property. So as the accessor key, let's set created at, right? This is again how we internally identify this in the table. And let's render out something called a header right here. Here it was just category. For this, we're going to get a little bit more complex and return a function from here in which we can destructure the column. And now we can simply go ahead and render out a beautiful UI button from our own UI library, right? Let's give this a variant, and that's going to be ghost, an on-click handler. And this is going to be a callback function that simply returns column.toggle sorting. So when you click the created at, you can actually toggle how it is sorted from descending to ascending. And in here, we're going to pass the column.getIsSorted and call that because that is a function that evaluates to either ascending or descending. And we're going to compare it with ascending. And just like that, when you click this button, we're going to toggle from ascending to descending or back. And by the way, of course, we also need to return this button to get rid of all the weird syntax errors that we had in here. And this button can simply say date. And we're also going to put a arrow up down icon inside of here to indicate that this is sortable by created at, right? We're going to see exactly what this looks like here in a minute when we get to the actual JSX part after we finish the logic. Let's give this icon a class name of margin left 2 and a size of 4. And that's already it. Beautiful. And just like with the category, the created at also gets a cell function that determines what we display in here. So let's initialize this as a function right here and destructure or row inside of the cell function. And now what we return from here is simply going to be a new date in which we pass the row.getValue created at, right? So the value right here, as I said, the internal identifier is the created at, so we can reference that and get the actual value. So when this was created, right, you can probably guess. And we're going to convert that to a .toLocale string. So this is just displayed in a nice human readable format instead of the actual date value, right? That would be pretty not so nice to read for our user. Great. Now, as the column headers, let's also display every single user-defined property, like the amount, for example, that a user might track with their sale event and anything else that's user-generated, right? So this is going to be a bit dynamic, a bit tricky. Let's do this together step by step, okay? What we're going to do is right below the last object, which is the created at, let's spread in something in parentheses, like so. And what are we going to spread in? Basically, we're going to do a check if we have data.events. And let's get the first index of that array, right? There are multiple events. We only care about the first one here. If that is a truthy value, in that case, we're going to render out the object.getIsDate. keys of the data.events at the index of 0.fields. And we're gonna improve upon this here in a second. Let's just get rid of the syntax error. So in the other case, we're gonna render out an empty array here, or we're gonna spread in an empty array because there are no user-defined fields for the first event, right? Now let's complete this because the syntax error is not gone yet. For the object.keys that we have here, let's cast this type as object. So first off, TypeScript is happy. And then we're gonna map over this. And we've done this mapping quite a bit. By the way, let's return an object directly from here, just like so. And I know the syntax looks a bit funky here, right? That's okay. Anyways, we've done the mapping quite a bit. We can just grab our field right here in the map, what we get access to. Now, inside of the object that we are gonna return, let's pass the accessor function first. This is a function that receives the row, and let's cast this as an event right here, so TypeScript will be happy. And let's return the row.fields as object, and let's wrap this in parentheses so we can call the field index of that. It seems a bit abstract, right? This is a bit hard to explain, but basically we are taking the row.fields, which are all the user-defined fields like name, amount, and so on, and just care about that one field, right? I know it is a bit abstract, right? This is the most complex part of what we're doing. If you can't very closely follow right now, I totally understand, okay? And that's fine. Let's also pass the header. This is gonna be the field. And lastly, let's pass in the cell right here. This is a function where we can destructure the row and return the row.original.fields. And let's just cast the type of this, because for any of it or for all of this, TypeScript doesn't know what's going on. It's really confused because these fields are just a JSON object, right? TypeScript doesn't know much about it, and it's trying to tell us that it has no idea what the hell is going on, but we know what's going on, right? So we need to tell TypeScript, hey, everything is fine in this case, right? And just do our thing. So let's cast this as an object right here and access it at the field index. Or we're just gonna say dash. So for example, if a Boolean is falsy, right? If this is a Boolean value that the user set, then there is gonna be like a little dash shown here, right? So that's mostly used for Boolean fields. And even here, TypeScript doesn't know what's going on, so we need to tell it, right? Let's do that. Let's cast the type of the row here as row, which is a type we can import from TanStack React Table. This takes a generic of or event, right? It's just a little type helper that we can use to tell the cell function what the hell is going on here. And by the way, the as object does not seem to work. So let's try, instead of object, a record and map a string to any field. And that does get rid of the TypeScript error. Okay. So let's change that. Instead of this being an object and this being an object, let's slightly change the type definitions just to make TypeScript happy to a record string any, which is basically the same as an object with the only difference of the value we just cast as any here. Great. And that is the most complex part done. I promise. That's it. Right? From here on, it's pretty much smooth sailing. The last thing we want to define as a column after all these user-defined events is gonna be our delivery status. So let's do that. Let's insert one last object here with the accessor key being delivery status, the header being delivery status, but in a human readable way. And lastly, for the cell, this is a function, and let's return some JSX right away from this, where we can destructure the row. And from here, let's return a span element with a class name that's gonna be dynamic. So inside of here, let's use our cn helper function and do some Tailwind magic. By default, we're gonna pass a padding x of 2, a padding y of 1, rounded of full, text XS for extra small, and a font semi-bold. There we go. And now for the conditional part. What do we want to apply conditionally? The first thing, let's put an object here. Let's merge this with some conditional class names. The first thing we want to pass is a bg green 100 and a text green 800 under the condition that the row.getValue for the delivery status, right? So that's going to resolve to the actual value is triple equal to delivered. There we go. So if it is delivered, then we are going to make the background green and the text green, which is basically a really good looking badge, as you'll see here in a second. Let's copy this statement down once and change the class names from green and text green to red, right? And that's only if the delivery status is failed. And let's do this one more time. Let's copy this down using Shift Alt arrow down one last time. And this red, let's change it this time to yellow while the delivery status is pending. Great. Very, very nice. And now we only need to render out the actual value inside of the span. Nothing easier than that. We can simply put the row.getValue delivery status, which is going to resolve to the actual value status. There we go. As you know by now, right? Nothing else than what we did above here. Great. Very, very nice. Those are our column definitions. Congratulations. That's the most cumbersome part of making any table always done, right? The only question now is, when do we want the use memo to rerun? And that is going to be in two events. First off, when the category.name changes. So we're in the dependency array at the very bottom here for the use memo, or when the data.events changes. In those two events, do we actually want to rerun or use memo? And block scope variable data used before its declaration. Oh, let's move the use query above that use memo. Let's hold Alt, or actually let's just cut it out using Control X, go above or column definitions and paste it back in here. There we go. And that's gonna allow us to change or to rerun the use memo calculation based on the data.events. Beautiful. Now, to make our job in the JSX extremely easy, there is a React hook we can use to make our life that much more simple. Right below our use memo, let's say const table, and this is going to be our one table definition, is going to be equal to use React table, which is a hook we can import from TanStack React table. And inside of here, we can pass a bunch of options to our table, right? This can get as advanced as you want pretty much. We're going to stick to some of the more basic stuff here to make it look good, to make it work, but not blow the video up with 5 hours of super advanced, extremely boring table stuff, right? Nobody cares, honestly, except if you're doing enterprise. Then it might matter, but for our use case, that's absolutely not needed. First thing we're going to pass in here is the data. What data does the table render? That's going to be our data.events, or let's default to an empty array if those events are not fetched just yet, right? If we're still in the process of fetching them on the first render. Let's pass in our columns to let the table know what it should render as the column definitions. And now a bunch of default functions we can simply pass along, like the get core row modal right here is going to be equal to get core row model. Just import that from TanStack React table. Let's also allow the user to sort the table by setting the onSortingChange function right here on the use table. And let's set that to set sorting. Now this is a custom state that we will keep track of. So let's define it right above here. Const sorting and set sorting is going to be equal to use state. Let's default this to an empty array and also type this, so TypeScript knows what's going on here, as a sorting state, which is a type we can simply import from our React table library as well. Beautiful. Okay, that now allows the user to sort their table like the date. Very, very nice. Next up, let's define the get sorted row model, and simply same thing, get sorted row model, import that, invoke the function, and move on, right? These are some internal things for the table we don't really need to worry about. We just import them, pass them along into the use React table function, and that's it, right? Let's also pass an on column filters change, and this will just be a set column filters. And let's do the same thing as we did with the sorting, right? We're going to define this as state so we can keep track of that right here, right in our component locally, and that's not one of the options we just import and forward. Nevertheless, it's really easy to do. Let's say const column filters and set column filters, there we go, is going to be equal to use state, and also default this to an empty array. And to make TypeScript happy, we're going to say column filters state and simply import that type from 10stack React table. And bam, now our table is happy. Let's set the get filtered row model, and this is going to be get filtered row model that we just import, forward, and move on, right? And then the get pagination row model, same thing, get pagination row model, invoke that, bada bing, bada boom, there we go. Let's pass a manual pagination of true, because remember our custom pagination state at the top, we want to use our own pagination method here. That means we also need to pass a page count manually, and we already have all the data that we need for that. Let's say math.ceal, so we're rounding up either the data.events count or 0 if that's not set, right? Let's wrap this in parentheses and then divide that by the pagination.page, not index, page size. There we go. So how many events do we have? Like 60 divided by the page size, like 30, equals 2 pages right here. And it always needs to be a round integer. That's why we're rounding up using math.ceal. Now, on pagination change, we are simply going to set pagination because our state already matches that type signature. We have really easy, like it's just easy for us to do this. And as the final thing, the state for this table, we're going to pass in 3 things: the sorting, the column filters, if anything is enabled or disabled, and the pagination. And now our table knows everything it needs to know to make a really good looking, pretty advanced table for our project and render it out finally. So let's do that. Let's scroll down way below here to the closing of our tabs. And let's also go ahead and open up our dashboard page here on the right hand side so we can see what we're doing in real time. Let's go, man. With one closing div to go, this is where we're going to open up a div with a class name of flex, flex call, and a gap of 4. Let's open this up. Inside of here, another div with a class name of flex, item center, and justify between. Let's open this one up, and one more div in here with a class name of with full, flex, flex call, gap 4. And that's it. Now, inside of here, we're going to put a heading element or custom heading saying event overview. And to this heading, we're going to give a very short class name of text 3xl and hit enter. Now that should pop up here on the right hand side, assuming our dev server is running, which it's not. So let's go ahead and start that back up. And once that's running, we're going to see the, oh, what happened here? The user aborted a request. No, I didn't abort anything. What's happening here? Let's restart our dev server and hopefully that just fixes the issue. And if not, sometimes you just need to delete the .next folder because Next.js messes up the rendering cycle sometimes. But let's try this again. Let's reload our page. And there we go. This time it loaded. Beautiful. And now we can see the event overview pop up right here. And dude, we've done all of the hard work. Now it's time for that work to pay off. Let's render out our actual table right here. So after our heading with 1 and 2 closing divs after that, with 2 more closing divs to go, that's where we're going to open up a card component right here. And let's give this a content class name of padding x6 and padding y4. Inside of here, we're going to put a table element that we get from shadcn-ui or table component. No class name, nothing needed. This looks good by default. Let's give it a table header. No class name needed here either. It already looks great by default. And now in here, let's go over all our columns and render them out. Let's say table.getHeaderGroups.map. And for each header group that we have, we're going to render out some JSX right away, right here. So what are we going to render? A table row also coming from our shadcn-ui table right here. And the only thing this needs is a key. Let's give it a key of header group.id, because of course JStack table knows what we're trying to do here. It provides us the ID for this exact use case, which is great. And in each table row, we're gonna map again over the header group.headers. And then we're gonna say .map, and for each header, we're also gonna return some JSX right away. That's gonna be a table head. So the actual thing you're gonna see at the very top of the table, right? So if I go back to the drawing app, it's this thing right here, right? What this is gonna look like. That's what we're doing right now. And the table head is gonna get a key. That's gonna be the header.id. Once again, JStack table knows how this works. Great. Let's open this up and inside of here do a conditional check. If the header.is placeholder, in that case, we're just gonna render out null. And in the other case, we're gonna render out flex render, import that function from JStack React table and pass in two things. First off, the header.column.column_def.header. So this will be, for example, just to understand what we're doing here, let me show you. This will be, if we scroll up quite a bit, something like this, the delivery status or the category, the button that actually lets us sort by the date. So the JSX basically that we want to render out, that's what the column.def.header is. That's what we're putting inside of the render function right here to actually render out. And now the second thing we're going to pass in here, and this should be column.def, by the way, not ref, column.def, there we go. And the second thing we're going to pass in here is the header.get context, because the flex render expects a context in order to properly render out this element that we defined right above. Beautiful. Let's save that and see what happens. And okay, in our UI/table component that we added from shadcn, same error as before. It doesn't know where the CN comes from, so let's fix that. And here we go. Here we go. We're making good progress. There is a table. I see a table, and that already looks really, really nice. Now, of course, tables always look better on desktop. It's in their nature, but this is fully scrollable on mobile as well, looking good. I really like where this is going. And as I said, like the hard part is done. Now it's just time to render everything out. Right below our table header, let's define a table body that we get from shadcn as well. Let's open this up and inside of here do a conditional check. If we are fetching, if we are currently getting data from our backend, then we want to show a beautiful loading state. So let's do that. If we are fetching, let's render out a ... array with a length of 5 .map. And we only care about, by the way, let's return some JSX right away here in parentheses. We only care about the second argument here, not about the first, because the first is nothing, right? It's just a meaningless array. We just care about the row index that we get in the map. From here, we're going to return a table row, right? And because we're mapping, this also needs a key, which can just be the row index. And inside of this table row, we're going to map again over the columns. So we're going to say columns.map. And for each, again, we don't care about the first option here or the first parameter, just the second one, which is the cell index, right? And we're going to return some JSX right away here too. And what we are going to return is a table cell that we also import from our UI library. Now, each table cell also gets a key because we're mapping, very important. Let's set this to the cell index, and inside of here we're going to just put a self-closing div with a class name of height4 with full, bg gray of 200, animate pulse, which is a built-in Tailwind class, and rounded. That's going to be our loading state. Let's quickly make the compiler happy by finishing the ternary statement and then take a look at that beautiful loading state together. Right? So if we're not fetching, if we have our data for the table, well, let's render it out. We're going to say table.getRowModel.rows.length. By the way, the getRowModel is a function, so let's invoke that. And if this evaluates to true, in that case, we're going to render out some JSX. And in the other case, we're going to render out a no results page, right? Because we don't have data to display. So let's do that. Let's handle the no results case first, right? Let's render out a table row in this case. And also close table row right here. And syntactically, this is pretty complicated. Let's just make the compiler happy by rendering out a hard-coded div here. We're going to change that in a bit, but just so the compiler is already happy. And it's still not happy. Why not? Honestly, I'm not quite sure. Let's finish this and then we'll see where the problem is. In the table row for the empty state, right, if we don't have any data, for this case, let's render out a table cell right here. And this is just going to say no results, period. Now, the call span for this table cell will be the columns.length. So it's going to span the entire table. And the class name is going to be height24. Text center to make it look good. Great. And now for this case where we have data, that is the only case where we actually want to render out data, right? Loading state, empty state, and here we're actually gonna render out our data. So instead of the hard-coded div, let's remove that. Let's say table.getRow modal and invoke that .rows.map. And for each row that we get here, we want to return JSX right away. And that's going to be a table row right here. And because we're mapping, of course, this needs a key. And we can just set that key to the row.id. And oh, yeah, this syntax error is weird. Why do we get... I probably messed up the formatting. Aha, that's the issue. Okay. So this very closing parentheses needs to go up here. So we never actually close the map parentheses. Stuff like that can sometimes be really confusing, man. So that was the problem. Maybe you didn't mess up the formatting like I did. Anyways, let's make this table row look good. And let's also, oh, there is our loading state. Let's also take a look at our loading state. I was about to say, when we reload the page, you can see it. That looks so nice, dude. Very, very cool. Now, inside of this table row, let's go ahead and map over the row.getVisibleCells, right? This would be for internal pagination. For us, all cells should be visible, but that's how we do it. .map. And for each cell that we get in the map, let's return some JSX right away. That, of course, being a table cell. And once again, because we're mapping, we need a key. Let's make it the cell.id. And inside of this table cell, let's use, again, the flex render function, which expects two things. The first thing being the cell.column.column_def.cell, right? So if we scroll up, let's understand what we're doing here. That is, if you remember, right here, the JSX cell function. So what should actually be rendered for that cell? Let's go ahead back into our table right here. So the cell is the actual thing in the table, and then the header is for the column definitions at the top, right? That's why there are two different JSX definitions. It's the header and it's the cell. So what's on top, like category, the header, or what's in the table, that's the cell. And then we also need the cell.getContext right here to make the flex render function happy. And let's save that. Bam. Dude, that is awesome. I don't know how else to describe it. This looks good. It's a fully functional and absolutely beautiful dashboard. And we can be really, really proud of this. Let's take a moment to bask in this glory. How cool is that? We can change the order by clicking the date up and down button. We've got the user-defined fields like email, amount, and delivery status. And if we added any other field, like for example, age of 22, and send that event, not only is that event going to show up in the table, but it's also going to be one, sent to our Discord, of course, and two, formatted beautifully right here along with all the others. These don't have a value for age because we didn't set that, but this one has, and it's all here fully flexible in this beautiful and very, very performant table that we just built together. We can be seriously proud of this. Now, The only thing we can still do is add the buttons for pagination. If there were multiple pages, how do we go to the next and the previous? We're almost done here. That's the final thing for our table. Again, we can be really, really proud of this. Now, below our card, below the div, with one closing div to go, let's open up the last div in this component with a class name of flex, item center, justify end, a space x of 2, and a padding y of 4. And inside of here, we're just going to put two simple buttons. The first one, coming from our own UI, is going to get a variant of outline, a size of small, a on-click handler, which is a function that calls table.previousPage, right? As easy as that, we can add pagination. And the disabled state is going to be equal to not table.getCanPreviousPage. So is there a previous page available or not? Or if is fetching. If we are already in the process of fetching data, the button should also be disabled. And this is just going to say previous. Let's just go ahead, copy this button down using Shift-Alt-Arrow down, make it say next, and then call the table dot, wow, what could this be? Next page, of course, right? And same thing here, get can next page, or is fetching, save that, bada bing, bada boom. There are beautiful pagination buttons that just change the page if we could, right? These are not 30 events. They don't fill up one page, so we can't really try it out. But I mocked all of this in my tests of this app, and that works. And age, 22 today. Okay, I guess the accumulation doesn't make a whole lot of sense there, but it is just a nice utility, especially for things like amount that is super relevant for sale events. That is really, really cool stuff. A fully dynamic event dashboard with an advanced table. Very good work, man. Great. Now, what if we want more than 100 events per month, which honestly is not that much? Let's upgrade our account. And oh wait, that doesn't work, right? Because there is no upgrade functionality yet. And I guess you can guess what I'm hinting at with this. Let's allow people to pay us. Let's turn this software into a SaaS, right? A SaaS has to have payments. So let's do that. In our source folder under app and or dashboard, let's create a new folder, and that is going to be called, in parentheses, account. So we can keep all account related information inside of here. Let's put one more folder in here called upgrade, and inside of that upgrade folder, a file called page.tsx to determine the actual content. As always, we're going to define a page in here and export that at the very bottom. Export default page. Perfect. Now, let's mark this page as asynchronous, because inside of here, first things first, we want to fetch the currently logged in auth user. Let's say const auth is equal to await current user or Clerk utility that under the hood checks the session cookie and sees is that valid or not. And if it's not, if not auth, in that case, we're simply going to call redirect from next/navigation to the /sign-in route to say, hey, what the hell are you doing? You have to be authenticated to access this page. Beautiful. Okay, now let's say const user is equal to await db.user.findUnique. Now, which user do we want? Where the external ID of that user matches or auth.id. We've done this so many times, so I'm gonna skip the explanation, right? Essentially, grab the authenticated user, get them from the database, and if they don't exist in the database, if we don't have a user, in that case, we're also just going to redirect, bam, right here to the sign-in page. Great. Let's return from here at the top level or dashboard page or reusable component that we can use to unify styling across all pages. And let's title this the Pro Membership. Great. And inside of here, let's create a new custom component called the Upgrade Page Content, which is going to be a self-closing custom component that we are going to create right here and co-locate with this page.tsx. So let's create a new file called upgrade-page-content.tsx, And this component is going to contain the actual content that we want to show on our page. From here, let's export a const upgrade page content. And this is going to be an arrow function as we've done a million times, but it's going to receive one prop. And that prop is going to be the user's plan. And we can directly type this inline. The plan is going to be of type plan, which we get from our Prisma client. That is, let's check in our Prisma schema, the enum of either free or pro. And we can just get and use that TypeScript type just like so. Perfect. Inside of this component, let's first get access to the const router is equal to use router, because we're going to need that here in a second. And next up, let's actually create a mutation. Const empty object, we'll destructure later, is going to be equal to use mutation. And inside of this use mutation, we will handle the payment session logic. Sounds fancy, but really isn't that complicated. Let's see how to do it. Inside of here lives a mutation function. And that is, again, as we've done a million times, just an asynchronous arrow function that calls a method on our HTTP client. Let's say const res, the response, is equal to await client. Let's import that. Dot. And let's create a new router. The payments shouldn't be handled in auth. The payments also shouldn't be handled in category. The cleanest way we can do this is to create a separate payments router that's responsible for all things payment related. So let's create a new payment router right here in our source server routers, the payment router.ts, and export a const payment router is equal to router that we import from our internals right here. Beautiful. On this router, we're going to define a create checkout session API route, and to make sure this can only be called by authenticated users, this will be a private procedure dot mutation, because this is going to create data and not just query it. And as always, this is nothing more than a function, and let's also mark it as asynchronous so we can await stuff inside of it. And from here, we're going to destructure both the Hono provided C and our own context that we can now use to destructure the user here at the very top from the context. Great. Next up, let's actually create a payment session. And that sounds really complicated, right? But I want to show you how to do it step by step. And it really isn't. Just to make the compiler happy, we're going to return a c.json right now because it expects some kind of response from here. And we're just going to say URL to be done, right? Because that's what we're going to do right now. We are going to implement a session for the checkout that will give us a hosted checkout URL. And to do this, we are going to use a tool called Stripe. Stripe is one of the most popular financial tools we can use to integrate payments into our SaaS, and using them is extremely easy. Now, to do this, we are going to install their SDK into our project. So let's say npm install Stripe, because honestly, there are few tools that have a good as a developer experience as Stripe does. The DX for them is incredible, which is also in part why a lot of people use them, right? In our source folder, let's prepare Stripe to be used in our project. So in the lib, source lib, let's create a new file called stripe.ts. And lib again, because we're preparing a library to be used inside of our project. First, we're going to say import Stripe from Stripe, and we're going to uppercase the S here to avoid a naming conflict, because what we're going to export from here is export const Stripe, but now lowercase. This is just so we can use it in our project. And this is equal to a new Stripe, which is a class we can invoke, and into the constructor of that class, we're going to pass the process.env.stripe_secret_key. That we still need to grab from Stripe, or an empty string if that is not set, in which case we're going to get a runtime error to let us know, hey, you forgot to set that environment variable. And as the options right here, that is an object we can pass as the second argument. Into the Stripe constructor, it's going to be the API version. And right now, only one version is possible. If you're watching this video in like half a year, maybe there will be a different version, but Stripe provides full type safety for that. And we're also going to say TypeScript true right here. Optionally indicate that you are using TypeScript. And that adds TypeScript to our user agent. Just as a good practice, it's not super important. Okay, and then we're also gonna say export const. Now comes the important part and the fun part, create checkout session. So this is what's gonna handle creating the actual page where the user can check out our pro plan. This accepts two things as parameters, the user email and also the user ID, because both of these we want access to later in our webhook. If you don't know what a webhook is, trust me, we're gonna get there, don't worry. And we're gonna type this as user email string and user ID string as well. And we need to separate them here. There we go. Beautiful. Let's open this up and we're gonna say const session, this will be our checkout session, is gonna be equal to await stripe.checkout.sessions.create, and this expects a object with a property. And by the way, let's mark this as an asynchronous function so we can await. This expects a property called line_items, and this is basically what is the user buying. In our case, we can hard code this to an object where the price is a empty string. We're gonna input that here in a second. And the quantity is just 1. Now, what is this price? Do we just input a number here, how expensive this item is? No. What this expects is something called a price ID that we get from Stripe directly. So we need to create a product on Stripe and we will get the price ID in return. So let's go ahead and log into Stripe here. There we go. And after logging in the search bar, we're gonna say create product, and we're gonna go to product catalog, create a product, and click on that. Now this will actually show up on the page, right? On the checkout page. So maybe you want to upload an image and really pay attention to this product. I'm just gonna say pro plan right here. And as the description, I'm just gonna say Ping Panda Pro plan. If you want to launch this as an actual SaaS, which you very well can after this video, maybe put a bit more attention to detail in here. Maybe upload the Ping Panda image here, and so on, right? Let's customize the price, and let's set this to, I believe it was 49 euros is what I came up with. And we're gonna make it a one-time payment and not a recurring subscription. And that's it. We can now go ahead in the top right, save our product. And that is actually gonna give us the price ID, not the product ID. We don't care about that. We want the price ID. Right here, it says a new price called price_something was created. Let's click on that. And this right here is the property we care about. Let's just go ahead, grab this all, copy it. And that's exactly what we now need to paste right here for the price. And of course, just that part, just the price_something. Beautiful. And that is gonna link to our 49 euro product that we just created on Stripe. Let's set the mode to payment. So it's a one-time payment, not a subscription. The success URL is important. We're gonna set that to a template string. It's gonna start with a dynamic insertion of the process.env.next_public_app_URL and then /dashboard $success equals true, so that we can show a beautiful success thank you page for this user that just bought our product. And the cancel URL is going to be basically the same thing. Let's copy and paste this just down, but we're going to link to the pricing page in that case, and we're not going to have any specific parameter on that to indicate, hey, this didn't actually work. Please try again. Now the customer_email will be our passed in user email. And lastly, the metadata. This will become important in a second, is going to be the user ID. Basically, after the payment is successful, Stripe calls us back on our app and attaches the metadata to that request so that we can go ahead, fetch this user from the database and update their plan to paid, right? And the last thing we need to do is return this session from our create checkout session handler. And that's it. We can now go ahead, save the stripe.ts, and in our payment router actually create the session. So let's say const session is going to be equal to await create checkout session, and simply call the function we just created here. And in are we going to pass two things. The user email is going to be the user.email, and the user ID is going to be the user.id, both coming from up here from our context. Great. And now we can simply return as the URL the session.url. And that's it. Perfect. Now we have a working Stripe checkout URL, fully secure, that we can now use in our upgrade page content. And now in order to actually call our payment router, we still need to add it to the index router, like we did with auth and category, for example, remember? So let's close out of all of this, let's make some order, and then in our server index, let's add the payment router. So .route and /payment, we're gonna add the payment router and simply go ahead and import that. What that means is now we can close out of the index file again and simply call our .payment, .create checkout session, $post right here from our front end. And all that's left to do now is to return await res.json to actually make this URL available in our onSuccess handler. And what happens on success? We now have the URL for the hosted checkout page, so we can simply push it into the router. If URL, if we have everything, then we're going to say router.push, and we're going to push that URL. Perfect. That's literally it. As soon as we now call this mutate, let's rename it, by the way, to create checkout session, we are going to create a fully secure link for the user to buy our premium plan. Now, to also make this look good, let's get started on that front. Let's give this a bit less space and go in here. Let's actually restart our dev server for one, of course. Oh, and it seems like our dashboard is stuck with something. What is the problem? Let's go ahead and see. We get an internal server error. Let's see why that happens. Neither API key nor config.authenticator provided at Stripe. Oh, that's because, okay, this error happens because the routers are linked and Stripe doesn't know its API key. Let's give this more space and close out of this. So the problem is really easy to fix. All we need is to go to Stripe and grab the actual API token, right? Let's enter API key into the search and grab our secret key right here. I'm gonna reveal mine and copy it, and we can simply go ahead and paste that in our .env file. .env right here. As the Stripe_secret_key that we use to initialize Stripe. And once that's done, our dashboard should correctly load. Let's verify this. There we go. Perfect. That fixed the issue. Stripe now actually has its API key. Beautiful. Let's close out of the payment router and out of Stripe. Import the upgrade page content in our page.tsx under dashboard account upgrade, and actually pass the plan prop right here, which is just going to be the user.plan. We can hit save on the page. This error is just complaining that we're not returning any JSX from our upgrade page content. So of course, let's do that, right? We're going to return a div with a class name of maximum width 3XL, flex call, and a gap of 8. Inside of here, one div for layout purposes, no class name, with an h1. And this gets a class name of margin top 2, text XL/8, font medium, tracking tight, and a text gray of 900. Inside of here, we're going to do a conditional check. If the user is on plan pro, then we're going to render out plan:pro, and else we're going to render out plan free. Let's save this and actually go ahead and navigate to the upgrade page. And we're getting an error because we still need to mark this as a client-side component, the upgrade page content. There we go, plan free. Beautiful, that is correct. Below this h1, let's create a p tag with a class name of text small/6, text gray 600, a maximum width of pros, and that's already it. Let's open this up and do a conditional check in here as well. If the plan is pro, then we're gonna say Thank you for supporting Ping Panda. Find your increased usage limits below, period. And in the other case, for free users, we're going to say get access to more events, categories, and premium support, period. Beautiful. Right below the p tag, after one more closing div with one more closing div to go, let's open up one more div with a class name of grid, grid calls 1, medium, grid calls 2, and a gap of 4. Inside of here goes a card component or custom UI card with a class name of border 2 and a border brand of 700. And this card will be very similar to one we've already done previously in our category page content. Let's search for card, and somewhere we had a card with a right here border of 2 and a border brand 700. We know this looks absolutely awesome, so we can just go ahead, grab this card right here and simply go ahead and paste that into our upgrade page content. Now, we still need to import the bar chart icon. By the way, if that was too fast, that was from the category page content. Right here under category name, category page content, that's where we grab the card, paste it right in here. Now the goal here is to display this user's usage so they know how much quota they have left, right? The problem is we don't have access to their data. But of course, let's go to the very top of our component. Nothing easier than that. Let's fetch their data from our backend. Let's say const empty object is gonna be equal to use query. And as always, this takes a query key. By the way, we still need to import the use query from TanStack React Query. And the query key, we can just let that say usage. And the query function right here, as always, an asynchronous arrow function that contains a const res is equal to await client dot, and now what? Auth, category, or payment? Well, to be honest, none really. None of these three fit. So let's create a final router for our project, and that's gonna happen right here in our server routers, a project router.ts. Let's export a const project router from here. That's equal to router from our internals. And on here, the only thing we're going to define is a get usage to get the currently logged in user's usage. And I said currently logged in user, that means a private procedure. Only the logged in user can actually call this API. Dot query, as always, this is a function. That's marked this as asynchronous and also destructure both the C and the context from here. The context so that we can grab the currently logged in user from it, just like so. And we also need access to the current date. Let's say const current date is equal to start of month and pass in a new date right here. Because we want to display this user's quota and their usage for this month, right, which is one period, that's how we can get the start of the current month, of the current period, and simply now fetch their quota from our database. Let's say const quota is going to be equal to await db.quota.find first, where the user ID matches the logged in user.id, where the year is equal to the current date dot get full, not current data, I keep making that mistake, get full year, so like 2024, 2025, and the month is the current date, I did it again, dot get month, just like so. Perfect. +1, because the month is 0 based, and in our database it is 1 based. Right? Great. Okay, very, very nice. Now let's grab the const event count. That's simply gonna be the quota dot count. By the way, question mark here, because maybe the quota doesn't even exist. So if it doesn't, let's default this to 0, right? This is the nullish coalescence operator. If this is null or undefined, then we're gonna use this value. Okay. Let's also grab the const category count. How many categories does this user have? We're going to say await db.eventCategory.count, and we're going to count the categories where the user ID matches the currently logged in user.id. And that's pretty much all we need. Lastly, let's determine this user's limits. Const limits is equal to And now we're going to do a conditional check. If the user.plan is triple equal to pro, in that case, we're going to return the pro underscore quota. And if they're a free user, we're going to return the free underscore quota from our config. Lastly, let's determine the const reset date. That's going to be equal to add months. And we're going to add to the current date, there we go, 1 month. Right? So it's going to reset exactly at the start of the next month. And now to get this data on the front end, let's just return c.json and send over that data. The categories used is going to be the category count. The categories limit is going to be our limits.max event categories. The events used for the current period are going to be the event count. There we go. Then the events limit is going to be the limits.max events per month. There we go, max events per month. And lastly, the reset date. And the reason why we use c.superJSON, because we're working with a date here. Remember, we don't want that as a string on the front end, but as an actual date to make our life easier. That is already right here, the reset date. We can just return that as it is back to the front end. Beautiful. And before we can actually use our project router here, once again, let's merge it with our index server router. So under server index.ts right here, we're going to say .route, and then under /project, we're going to merge the project router just like so. And bada bing, bada boom, we can now use our project router right here, get usage.$get, because we're just making a get request to that endpoint, and return await res.json. Beautiful. Okay, now let's destructure the data from our use query and name it usage data. This is just a good practice to make it a bit more clear what this data is actually going to be used for. And that's pretty much it. We can now use this data, and I did it again. Date. This should be usage data, man. Oh my God. Anyways, I think I got it now. And let's now use this usage data right here in our JSX. So instead of the data.events count, let's say usage data.events used right here, or 0 to fall back on if we are currently loading. And after the curly brace, we're going to say off, and then the second number, like 1 of 1000, for example, right? That's going to be the usage data.events limit to locale string for correct comma or dot separation on the 1000, depending on where the user is accessing our website from. And if we are still in a loading state, we're going to default this to 100, which is the free plan quota. Great. Okay, and we're just going to say inside of the p tag afterwards, events this period. Great, and hit save. Let's see what that looks like. Absolutely amazing. 3 of 100 events this period used for this free plan user. Beautiful. We can now just go ahead, grab this card using emit balance outward, and by using shift alt arrow down, bam, copy it down once more, and simply remove the class name for the second card because we don't want the same border applied to it. As the heading, we're going to say event categories. So instead of the total events that we had before right here, we're going to say event categories. As the data, as the first data point, we're going to use the usage data.categories used. Categories used out of the, you can probably imagine it, categories limit. And we're going to default that to 10 if we are in a loading state. Great. And we're going to say active categories as to what this data describes. Event categories, 3 of 3 used. Perfect. And total events, 3 of 100. This looks absolutely beautiful. At the very bottom, after our card, after the closing div with just one more closing div to go, let's put a p tag with a class name of text small and text gray 500. Inside of here, we're going to say usage will reset and then dynamically insert the usage data.reset date. If that is present, right? If that is a value and we're done loading, in that case, we're going to render out the format function from datefns, pass in the usage data.reset date, and in the format of, as the second argument here, the YYYY, separated by a comma and spaces, which is like the format we want this in. And in the other case, we're simply going to render out a span element that has a class name of animate pulse, a width of 8, a height of 4, and a BG gray of 200. Right here. And if it is a free user, we want to offer them the option to upgrade, right? If the plan does not equal pro, in that case, we're going to render out some JSX, and otherwise we're going to render out null. Now, in here, we're going to render out a p tag and also close that p tag off. Give it a class name of underline and text brand 600. And in here, we're going to say, or upgrade now to increase your limit. And then and RARR colon, which is just a, colon, which is just an arrow to the right, or semicolon, that's what it's called on English, right? And we can also give this p tag an inline class to have it in line with the usage reset message. And we can also optionally put a JavaScript space in between those two. So in our case, let's put it before the or. And this P will get a on-click handler. And that's gonna be the create checkout session. So once we click on this P tag right here, let's click that, we should be forwarded to a Stripe checkout page. And I'm gonna spare you the process here of debugging. Really quick, I just noticed this fails right now, the Stripe call, because we forgot to set one environment variable that we're using in our Stripe checkout. And that is the next public app URL. And let's set that to HTTP localhost 3000 without a trading slash. And just like that, our dev server will restart. Let's go back into, or let's close out of so many of these files. Yeah, let's clean this all up. Let's just go into our upgrade page content where we just were, and also give this p tag a cursor pointer. That's just a little detail I noticed. And then take a look at this. Let's reload our page, and we get an error. Hydration failed. Is that because we put we've nested a p in a p tag? We can't do that. In my original project, I did have a span, but I thought, hey, why did I do that? Is that really necessary? And just put another p tag. Yes, that was actually necessary. I did have a reason for it. All right, and now if we click this link, we should be taken to a Stripe upgrade page. And yes, sir, that works beautiful. We can now upgrade our paid plan. Oh, and why does the back button not work? Where did they try to put us? They tried to put us to the pricing page that we haven't done yet. Okay, that's totally fine. However, we want to be back in the dashboard right now. Let's go back to the upgrade page. And once we click this, we verified that we are in fact taken to a Stripe upgrade page. Very, very nice. That's exactly what we want. And we're done with the upgrade page content. This now adjusts to the free plan or the pro plan, as we're going to see once we integrated the Stripe webhook. Hell yeah, dude. And now what we're going to do is actually create a pricing page. Now we can upgrade from our dashboard, right? But what we also want to happen is if a user is signed out of our application, right? That should redirect us to the homepage. There we go. What is about the pricing page? Right now, there is literally no pricing page in our application. So let's go ahead and create a beautiful functional pricing page that also creates a checkout session. So let's first create that pricing page in our source, then the landing. That's where we're going to create it. Let's create a new folder called pricing with a page.tsx right inside of here. Now, we're slowly coming towards the end of the video, which is why I'm picking up the pace here a bit, because we have like 2 or 3 more things that we want to get through. So just so you know why I'm kind of speeding up a bit here. Let's define a const page, and this is going to be an arrow function that we export default at the very bottom. By the way, yes, I'm speeding up now, but in the end, trust me, we're going to take some minutes to review all of our work once we're done and deployed, right? So that's still gonna happen, don't worry about it. First off, we need the currently logged in user on this page. Let's say const user is equal to use user from Clerk Next.js. And in order to be able to use this client-side hook, mark this component as use client. And we also want access to our router from use router from next/navigation. Right after that, let's define some included features in all caps, because these are a constant value that will not change, that we're going to map over later on in the JSX part. For example, 10,000 real-time events per month. And these are going to be the features of the paid plan, by the way. 10 event, as a string, 10 event categories. Let's also say advanced analytics and insights. And lastly, we're going to say priority support right here. Great. Now let's define the mutation const empty object that lets us create a payment session just like we did, right? It's going to be use mutation. This takes a mutation function, and this will be an asynchronous arrow function that, just like the other payment session, in here we're simply going to call res is going to be equal to await client dot payment dot create checkout session dot $post to make a post request to this endpoint, which it really just is under the hood, right? And we can just return the await res.json, which is going to contain our URL for the payment session, right? So on success, let's receive that URL and simply say if URL, then we're going to router.push that URL, essentially just navigating our user to that hosted Stripe checkout page. And that's almost all we need to do. Now let's define a const handle get access that will get triggered once the user clicks the checkout button on the page, right? And in here, we're going to do a very, very simple check. If we have a user, if the user is logged in, then they can right away be sent to Stripe. So we're going to create the checkout session flow, or we're going to trigger that flow. And this create checkout session right here will be our mutation function. We're just going to rename it to create checkout session to make it very clear what this is about. And then we can simply call that function right down here. Important, this is not the Stripe utility function. This is just our client-side mutation here. And if the user is not logged in, then we need to force them to log in first before they can actually purchase the plan, because we need their metadata with Stripe, the user ID, right? So in that case, we're going to say router.push, and we're going to push to /sign in intent equals upgrade. So once they end up on the dashboard, we can automatically create the checkout session for them. Now for the JSX part, let's return a div with a class name of bgbrand25, a padding y of 24, and on small devices a padding y of 32. Inside of here goes our max width wrapper, just like so. And inside of that max width wrapper, a div with a class name of mxauto, maximum width of 2xl, and on small devices a text center. Let's open this div up, and two things go in here. First off, our heading, which is going to say simple no tricks pricing. And the only class name this will get is going to be text center. And right below our heading, let's create a p tag saying we hate subscriptions. And chances are you do too. That's why we offer lifetime access to Ping Panda for a one-time payment, period. And this p tag will get a class name of margin top 6, a text base /7, text gray 600, a maximum width of prose, a text center, and lastly a text pretty for the nice text wrapping. Okay, right before the closing of the max width wrapper, let's open up one more div with a class name of bgwhite, an mx of auto, margin top 16, maximum width of 2xl, a rounded of 3xl, a ring of 1, ring gray 200, on small devices a margin top of 20, on large devices a margin x of 0, on large devices flex, and on large devices a max width of none. And then let's open this up. By the way, let's already save this and navigate to our pricing page to see what happens here in real time. Pricing. There we are. Simple no tricks pricing. That's starting to look like something. Inside of here, let's create a div with a class name of padding 8, small padding 10, and on large a flex auto. Let's open this up, and inside of here goes an h3 saying lifetime access. And this h3 gets a class name of text3xl, font heading, a font semi-bold, a tracking tight, and a text gray of 900. Right below this h3, let's create a p tag with a class name of margin top 6, a text base /7, and a text gray of 600, saying invest once in Ping Panda and transform how you monitor your SaaS forever. Get instant alerts, track critical metrics, and never miss a beat in your business growth. Period. Beautifully said, man. I couldn't have said it better. Right below the p tag, let's create a div with a class name of margin top 10, flex, item center, and a gap x of 4. And again, I know I'm being pretty fast with these class names. We just have one or two more things to get through, like the Stripe webhook, for example, and one thing in the dashboard. So I hope you can understand why I'm being a bit faster here. Okay, inside of here goes an h4 with a class name of flex none, a text small, font semi-bold, leading 6, and a text brand of 600. And it's gonna say what's included. Right after the h4, we're gonna render a self-closing decorational div with a class name of height px 1 pixel, flex auto, and bg gray of 100. Okay, and now after the self-closing div, after one more div with two more closing divs to go until the max width wrapper, is where we're gonna create a UL, an unordered list, with a class name of margin top 8, grid calls 1, gap of 4, text small /6, text gray 600. On small devices, a grid calls of 2, and on small devices, a gap of 6. And inside of here, we're simply gonna map over or included underscore features. So .map, and for each feature, we're gonna render out some JSX right away. And I somehow messed up the syntax here. Oh, no, there we go. Now we can just go ahead and return an li element here at the top level. Because we're mapping, remember to give this a key. The key is gonna be the feature. And the class name of the li is gonna be flex and gap of 3. Inside of here, we're gonna put a check icon from Lucid React. And we're gonna give this a class name of height 6 with 5, flex none, and a text brand 700. And right below the icon, still in the li, we're simply gonna render out the feature and hit save. And wow, that already looks really, really nice. Let's continue after the UL, after one closing div with just one more closing div to go. This is where we're gonna open up one more div with a class name of minus margin top -2, padding 2, large margin top 0, large width full, large maximum width medium, and lastly a large flex shrink 0. Let's open this up. Inside of here goes one more div with a class name of rounded 2xl, bg gray 50, padding y 10, text center, ring 1, ring inset, a ring gray 900/5. On large devices, a flex. On large devices, a flex call. On large devices, a justify center. And lastly, on large devices, a padding y of 16. And inside of here, one more div with a class name that is gonna be margin x auto, maximum width of xs for extra small, and a padding x of 8. And inside of here goes a p tag with a class name of text base, font semi bold, here we go, and a text gray of 600 saying inside of the p tag, pay once, own forever. There we go, because this is a really big buying argument. People are sick of subscriptions, and for good reason. Right below that, one more p tag with a class name of margin top 6, flex, items baseline, justify center, and a gap x of 2. And this p tag is going to contain first off a span element that says $49, I think is what we priced it in Stripe. And the class name of the span is going to be text 5XL, font bold, tracking tight, and a text gray of 900. Great. Let's create one more span right below that with a class name of text small, font semi-bold, leading 6, a tracking wide, and a text gray 600. Oops, 600. Here we go. Saying USD as the currency. Perfect. That looks really, really good. And right below this p tag with 4 closing divs to go until the closing of the max with wrapper, let's create our button from our UI folder, right? And this button is going to get an on-click handler of handle get access that we already created, the class name of margin top 6, padding x of 20, and inside of here we're going to say get ping panda. And right below that button we're going to say in a p tag as the class name, first off, margin top 6, text xs for extra small, leading 5, and lastly a text gray 600. And this p tag is going to say secure payment, start monitoring in minutes, period, and let's hit save. Here we go. This looks really, really nice. And once we click this button, get ping panda, and we're not logged in, currently we're not, let's see what happens. We are asked to log in. And once we do log in right here, let's log in with my Josh Tried Coding account. One thing we can change on our sign in page right here is that when we detect that this user has the intent of upgrade, right, they're not logged in, so they are sent to the login screen with the intent of upgrading. And now on the login page, right, the sign in page.tsx, this is where we are. On this page, if we now detect that the user wants to upgrade, right, and we can detect that by saying const search params is equal to use search params, and simply getting the const intent is equal to search params.get intent. And if that is present in the URL, that means this user came from our pricing page, wants to log in now, and after login should be redirected to Stripe, right? Because they want to buy our plan. We want to make it as easy as possible for them. So into the sign in, we can say force redirect URL and now do a ternary statement. If there is an intent, in that case, we're going to push a template string that is /dashboard and then question mark intent equals the intent. So we're just forwarding that to our dashboard. And of course, if the intent is not present, then we're just going to redirect to /dashboard after login, right? But if the intent is present, like from our pricing page, now it will remain in the URL once we arrive on our dashboard. So let's try this again. And by the way, I just noticed that our pricing navbar button leads to our dashboard. What did we do there? Where does it say pricing here in our navbar? Yeah, that should go to pricing. Dude, how did I miss that earlier? Let's change that. In our navbar, the pricing button should of course go to /pricing. Right, here we go. Now if we click the pricing button, let's try this. Let's click get ping panda. We are forced to log in. Perfect, that's what we expect to happen. And now what we expect to happen is for the intent to still be in the URL. And here we go. It is the intent equals upgrade. That means the user is now logged in, and now we can right away redirect them to a hosted Stripe checkout page. And that's gonna happen in our dashboard /page. Let's navigate here. Let's close out of all the other pages. So we are, let's close out of all of this as well, in our source app dashboard page.tsx. This is where we are, and we can now simply read that intent, and if it is upgrade, then forward the user from the server-side component directly to Stripe. Now to do this, we can simply destructure the automatically passed in search params from this page. And let's also type them out as page props. And we did this before. Let's define the interface page props right above here, where the search params, these are again automatically passed in and are always named exactly like that, are basically just a key as a string and value as a string or string array or undefined pair, right? Key value for the search params. And that allows us to now really easily get the intent, right? Let's say const intent is equal to search params dot intent right above our JSX return statement here. And if the intent is to upgrade from the user, right? If they logged in basically through our pricing page, then let's just create their checkout session. We can just say const session is equal to await, create checkout session, and that's our Stripe utility function. We can call this here because we are on the server, right? This is an asynchronous server-side page. And in here goes the user email, which is the user.email, and the user ID as the user.id that we got from our database right up here. Perfect. And if we now have a session.url, we can just say redirect to that session.url. And that's all we need to do. Now when the user logs in through our pricing page, bam, they get taken right here to the Stripe page. Very, very nice. And when that payment is successful, let me quickly show you this in the Stripe checkout page, they will end up with a success of true in the search params. What that means is now we can also check for the const success, right? Is going to be equal to search params dot success. And if that property is set, that means the user just purchased something from our store. So let's thank them for it, right? Let's wrap our entire dashboard page in a fragment. And inside of the fragment above the dashboard page, we can now simply conditionally render based on the success state, either a payment success modal that thanks the user, or just null if the success property is not set. And now, of course, this is a custom component, so let's go ahead and create it. In our components, let's create a new file called payment success modal.tsx. And from here, export a const payment success modal. That is just an arrow function right here. And for now, let's just return a div just so we can already go ahead and import that component right here in our page.tsx. Beautiful. And now let's make this an actual properly good looking thank you modal. First things first, we're going to use two React hooks up here that we need access to later. The router, let's say const router is equal to use router. And also we need to keep track of a state, and that is the is open and set is open state. And let's default that to false and also import that hook from React. Now, of course, in order to be able to use hooks, we need to mark this as a client-side component. And now we can actually get started in the logic here. This is the modal that checks the user plan. And if they are a pro member, then it thanks them for their purchase. To make that determination, if they are a pro member, we need to poll our backend. So let's say const empty object is equal to use query and import that from TanStack React query. Let's of course pass this a query key as it needs, and let's call this user-plan. Let's also pass this a query function, and this will be an asynchronous arrow function that's gonna call our backend to simply get the user plan. And that user plan method we're gonna implement in our payment router right here below the create checkout session. So under server, routers, payment. That's where we are because the user plan is inherently linked to a payment system. And this is literally going to be the most easy, the most simple API route you have ever seen. Let's call it get user plan. And this will be a private procedure dot query. And we can go ahead and mark this query as asynchronous and destructure the Hono provided C and our own context from here. And now we're simply gonna destructure the user from the context, so we get the logged in user, and just return c.json, the plan property, right, inside of an object right here, and that's gonna be the user.plan. That's literally it. That's the entire API logic, right? We just get the logged in user and return their plan to the front end, which now means we can query that in our use query. Let's say const_res is equal to await client. Let's import our API client dot payment dot get user plan dot $get to make a get request and simply return the await res dot JSON, which now means when we destructure the data right here, and let's also go ahead and destructure the is pending, the loading state of this query. If we hover over this, perfect. We now know the plan of the user on our front end and can define our logic accordingly. The last piece of logic we want to define before our JSX is gonna be the handle close function. Let's call it const handle close. What should happen when the user wants to close this thank you modal? Basically, we're just going to set the is open state to false, and we're also going to push them to the dashboard if they're not already. We're going to say router.push/dashboard. Beautiful. So we're basically removing the success query parameter from the URL that is in there for this modal to even render. If you remember the conditional check on the page right here, the success property is in the search params, and now we are removing that. And let's also say const is payment successful is going to be equal to data.plan triple equals to pro. And now this query would right now only happen once at the start when we render the payment success modal. But what we want to do is to keep polling our database using the refetch interval function that returns the query right here, or passes the query inside of the arrow function, and we're gonna poll our database until the query.state.data.plan right here is the pro plan. In that case, we're gonna stop polling, right? We're gonna return false. And if they are still a free user but see this modal, chances are Stripe hasn't called our webhook just yet, and we can keep polling and they're about to see the success state. Beautiful. Now, at the top level inside of this component, let's return our modal, right? The UI modal, so it's gonna look great on both desktop and mobile devices. With a show modal, and this is gonna be our is open, a set show modal, which is gonna be our set is open, an on close handler, which is gonna be our handle close. Let's format this so it looks better. A class name of padding x6 and a padding top of 6, and lastly a prevent default close of not is payment successful. So when this is still loading, the user should not be able to close it, right? We want them to see the success state in any case. Inside of here, let's return a div with a class name of flex, flex call, and an item center. Let's open this up and do a conditional check in here. If we are pending, if is pending, or not is payment successful, in that case, we're gonna render out a div, and let's also close that div off. And in the other case, we're gonna render out a React fragment. Now let's worry about the div first. This is gonna be the loading state while we are processing their payment. Let's give this div a class name of flex, flex call, items center, justify center, and a height of 64. And inside of here, we're gonna put our loading spinner right here. That's gonna be self-closing and with just one class name, margin bottom of 4. Right below this, we're gonna put a p tag with a class name of text large/7 for line height, a font medium, and a text gray of 900. And inside of here, we're gonna say updating your account, ... Or let's say upgrading. Yeah, that sounds much better. Upgrading your account. Yeah, that sounds fancier. And then the second p tag we're gonna put right below that, we'll get a class name of text gray 600, a text small/6, margin top 2, text center, and text pretty. And it's gonna say, please wait while we process your upgrade. This may take a moment, period. Beautiful. And that is it. We can now go back and actually render out the fragment. What should happen when the payment was actually successful. Let's show a beautiful thank you success state in that case. Inside of the fragment, we're going to render out a div at the top level with a class name of relative, aspect video, a border gray of 200, a width full, overflow hidden, a rounded large, there we go, and a BG gray of 50. Let's open this up, and inside of here goes a self-closing image with a source of /brand-asset-heart.png, a class name of height full, width full, and object cover, and the alt tag can be anything, let's say payment success. After the closing div, right here, let's put one more div, so with just the closing fragment to go after that, with a class name of margin top 6, flex call, item center, gap 1, and text center. And inside of here, we're going to put a p tag saying upgrade successful. And we can even put like a little confetti emoji right here, just looks nice. And let's give this div a class name of text large/7, there we go, a tracking tight, a font medium, and lastly a text pretty. Beautiful. And right afterwards, one more p tag with a class name of text gray 600, a text small/6, and a text pretty saying thank you for upgrading to Pro and supporting Ping Panda. Your account has been upgraded. Beautiful. And the last thing we're going to do in here is at the very bottom right above the closing fragment, create one last div with a class name of margin top 8 and a width of full. Inside of here, we're just going to use our UI button. Go ahead and import that. Give it an on-click handler of handle close and a class name of height 12 width full. So it takes up all the space that it can. Inside of here, we're going to render out two things. First off, a check icon from Lucid React. This can be self-closing, and let's give it a class name of margin right 2 and a size of 5. And right below this icon, still inside of the button, we're going to say go to dashboard and hit save. Beautiful. You're going to see this modal in action once we actually deploy and do the final demo of the app where we actually subscribe to our own software, right? So let's leave it as this is for now. This will look really good. You're going to be surprised. I mean, hopefully not, because the entire app should look good. But we're done here, and you're going to see this in action in just a second after we finish two other things. Because in our dashboard, there's still two things missing that we have yet to do: the API key settings and the account settings right here. And they are really, really easy to do. We can do them pretty quickly. So let's do that right now. Let's clean up our workspace by going out of all these tabs. Let's click close all. Here we go. And let's go into our file system under app, dashboard, account, and into our upgrade page.tsx. Because what we can do is just mark this entire page, copy it, and now we can close out of that again, create the page for, or we didn't even create that yet. Okay, so let's do that. Let's create a new folder in our dashboard for the settings. Right here, also in parentheses, so it doesn't end up in the URL. And inside of these settings, let's create a new folder called account-settings and hit enter. That's going to create the folder. And inside of here, one page.tsx. And now we can simply go ahead and paste in this page right here that we copied from our upgrade page, right? Because the logic is going to be the exact same. The only difference is that the upgrade page content, let's change that to the account settings, and instead of the plan, we're going to pass the Discord ID as the user.discord ID, or if that's null, an empty string, into the account settings, right? And that's the logic done. Let's create that account settings content that doesn't exist yet. So at the same level in our account settings, let's create a new file called settings page content.tsx, and from here export a const account settings, which is of course going to be an arrow function. And now let's receive that prop, which is our Discord ID, right? Remember that we just passed, and we're going to rename it to initial Discord ID right here. You're gonna see why we do this in a second. And let's inline type this as the Discord ID will be of type string. So TypeScript knows what the hell is going on here. The reason we type this as initial Discord ID is because we're gonna set it as a state value. Let's say const Discord ID and set Discord ID is equal to use state. Import that and simply default it to the initial Discord ID. So it will be right away there on page render without any data fetching that we need to do when this page is rendered, right? And so we don't get a naming conflict. We renamed it to the initial Discord ID up here. Let's define the logic to actually change our Discord ID on the back end, right? So this will be the page where the user sets their ID. So const empty object will destructure later is going to be equal to use mutation. And as always, this takes our mutation function, an asynchronous function that accepts the Discord ID as a string. And in here, we can simply make a call to our backend to update the user's Discord ID. We're going to say const res is equal to await client. Let's import our API client dot project dot. And now, well, we don't really want to get the usage. We need to define our own method for this, right? So let's head into our project router and just define a very simple method that allows us to update the user's ID. Let's call it set Discord ID. And this will be a private procedure as always. This will expect an input, which is the user ID from the front end, or the Discord ID rather. And this input will be a z.object, accepting exactly one property, a Discord ID that will be of type z.string. And let's also, right, by the way, before we can do that, let's import z from Zod, right? So we can do this. And let's also make this safer by saying max 20. So the length of the passed in Discord ID can be at most 20 because Discord IDs typically are shorter than that. And server-side input validation is a really good idea. Great. And now for the actual mutation logic, as always, a function. And let's mark this as 1, asynchronous, and 2, let's destructure the C from Hono or context and the input in our function so that we can use it. First things first, let's get the currently logged in user from our context. So we can just go ahead and destructure that user. And let's also grab the Discord ID from our input that we get into this mutation function. And now all we need to do, really, really simple, await db.user.update, and we're going to update the user where the ID matches the currently logged in user.id, right? And the data is just going to be their Discord ID right here. That's all we need to do. And now we can already go ahead and return a c.json indicating a success. For example, success of true. Back to our front end so we know that this operation was successful. Beautiful. So what we can do now is go back into our client-side file right here. Oh, by the way, as I say client-side, let's mark this as use client so that we can use the hooks right here. And now we can simply call our set Discord ID $post. And because this expects some data, we also need to pass in our Discord ID to that backend request. And now, as always, simply return await res.json in case we need any of that return data in the onSuccess or something. In this case, we don't, but it's always a good practice to do. Let's destructure the mutate and the is pending from our use mutation hook so that we can now make this look good in our JSX part here. Let's return a card at the top level that comes from our own UI card. And let's give it a class name of maximum width XL, a width of full, and a space Y of 4. Inside of here, a div just for layout purposes. And inside of here, our label. Let's import that from our UI, not from Radix UI, from our own UI here as well. And let's make it say Discord ID. Right below this label, let's put an input right here. Also import that from our own UI. This will be self-closing, and let's give it a class name of margin top 1. This input will get a value that's going to be the Discord ID coming from our state up here, and an onChange handler. Once the user types something in, we get access to the event and can simply update the Discord ID state by saying set Discord ID to the event.target.value. So the letter that the user just typed in, we're pushing that into the state right here. And as the placeholder, we can say enter your Discord ID. Beautiful. Right below this div, let's create a p tag. So with just the closing card to go. And this p tag will get a class name of margin top 2, text small/6, and a text gray of 600. Inside of here, we're gonna say, don't know how to find your Discord ID ? Then insert a JavaScript space at the very end here to just nicely space things out, and also include a Next.js link element right below that. This link has gonna be an href of, let's just make this a hashtag. In reality, you would find a nice guide or even internal documentation explaining how to find your Discord ID. There's plenty of web pages if you just Google this, right? Just link to any of those pages so the user knows how to grab it. It's literally that one toggle that I showed you earlier in the video when we set up the bot, right? Just to make this look good, I'm gonna put a hashtag here for now so we can continue with the class name. That's gonna be a text brand of 600, and on hover, a text brand of 500. There we go. And inside of here, we're gonna say learn how to obtain it here, and put a period outside of the link at the very end. Let's save that. Let's import the account settings in our page and actually take a look at what we are doing here. We're not quite done, but we're very close to done. Let's visit our account settings. This looks really, really good. And now the absolutely last thing we need to do is to provide a button for the user to click to actually update their ID. That's gonna happen right below or right above the closing of the card and right below the p tag. This is where we're gonna put one last div, and this div will get a class name of padding top 4. Inside of here, let's render out a button from our own UI with an on-click handler that simply invokes the mutate function and passes in the Discord ID. That's it, right? As easy as that. The disabled property of this button is gonna be is pending, and inside of here, we're gonna do a conditional check. If is pending, then we're gonna render out saving ... and in the other case where we're not loading, then we're gonna say save changes. And once we save that, there is our button. When we click it, we're updating our Discord ID in the background. Beautiful. Now let's close out of all of this. And now for the API key settings, things are going to be very, very similar. We can simply go ahead and go into our account settings page, grab the entire thing right here and copy that, right? For the account settings page, that's where we are, and create a new folder inside of our settings called API-key. Inside of here goes a page.tsx as always, right? The server-side page, and simply paste in our account settings right here. The only difference, of course, will be that now we're going to render out the API key settings here. So let's call it that. And instead of the Discord ID, we're going to pass in the API key of the user, or an empty string if that's not defined for some reason. Let's remove the account settings. We don't need them here. Instead, let's define these API key settings, also co-located right here with our page.tsx. The API key settings.tsx. Let's create that, and from here export a const API key settings is equal to just an arrow function, and we can already go ahead and now import that in our page to get rid of the syntax error. Now, we're gonna get a different error, and that's because we're not accepting an API key here. So let's inline type the API key as a string that we need to accept in our API key settings. Oh, and by the way, I just noticed one thing. It says pro membership here for the dashboard. That's not what we want. Let's go into our account settings and change that right here to account settings. We want to do things properly, man. We can't have that happen. Okay, beautiful. Account settings, and now they can set their Discord ID. Let's close out of that again and actually implement our API key settings. This will be a really simple component. Let's first off declare a state, which is the copy success, and the set copy success, which is going to be equal to use state, import that from React, and default it to false. And in order to use that hook, let's mark this as a use client component at the very top of the file. And the only logical function that we want in here is going to be a const copy API key to copy the key to the clipboard, right? And we can use the navigator built-in browser API for that. .clipboard dot write text right here, and we're going to push the API key that's passed in as a prop into this component into the user's clipboard once they press our button later. We're going to set the copy success to true, and we're also going to set a timeout that is a callback function that sets the copy success to false again after 2 seconds. So 2000 milliseconds right here. So there's going to be a quick success state that's then automatically going to be reset for the user. Let's return a card from here, from our custom UI, with a class name of maximum width XL and a width of full. Let's open this card up, and inside of here goes a div just for layout purposes. So nothing on that div. And inside of here, a label from our own UI saying your API key. Right below that label, let's open up a div with a class name of margin top 1 and relative. Open that up, and inside of here goes an input that we also get from our own UI. This input can be self-closing, and it will get a type of password and a value of API key. And also the user cannot type anything in that input field, because this is a read-only field, right? Let's navigate to our API key. This is a read-only field. They shouldn't be able to type something in here. We're going to mark it as a read-only and then hit save. That's going to kind of disable this input once we reload our page. You can see now the user cannot even type something in here, which is exactly what we want. Right below the input, let's render a div with a class name of absolute, space x of 0.5, an inset y of 0, right of 0, flex and items center. This will be the button inside of here. Let's import that button from our UI. That actually lets them copy the API key. Let's give this button a variant of ghost, a on-click handler that's going to call our copy API key function, and lastly a class name of padding 1, a width of 10, a focus outline none, focus ring 2, and lastly on focus a ring brand 500. Beautiful. Inside of this button, let's render out a conditional check where we check for the copy success state. And if the copy success state is true, then we want to show a check icon indicating that success, right? That we import from Lucid React. This will be self-closing with a class name of size 4 and a text brand 900. And in the case where the copy success is false, we're going to render out a clipboard icon also from Lucid React. This can be self-closing and will also get the class name of size 4 and text brand 900. Beautiful. Now let's save that. The icon should appear perfect right here in our input on the right hand side. And once we click it, there's a beautiful success state. Very, very nice. And now with just one closing div to go and then the closing of the card, last thing, let's insert a p tag with a class name of margin top 2, text small /6 and a text gray of 600 saying keep your key secret and do not share it with others. Period. And that's it. That's all we need to do. Now we have a beautiful API key page. Oh, and we also want to change the title of this page to, let's say, API key, and hit save. Perfect. How nice does this look? Your API key, keep it secret, and then we can very easily copy this key to use in our API calls. That's absolutely beautiful. And dude, I'm happy to announce we are almost done. The last thing we want to do is to define a Stripe webhook that Stripe can call once we upgrade our plan, right? So basically, let me give you an overview of how this works. There is our app and there's Stripe right here, right? And the payment is handled by Stripe. We're sending the user from our app to Stripe. And once the payment is processed successfully, which is all handled by Stripe, right? We don't need to do any of that logic. Then Stripe will call our app back at any HTTP endpoint that we want, right? And we still need to define that endpoint that Stripe can call to update the user's plan to pay it. Right? So let's go ahead and do that. Let's give this a bit less space, close out of all of this as well, and go into our source folder under app, API, and let's create a new folder called webhooks. inside of here a new folder called Stripe, and inside of here just a route.ts. And this is nothing else than a super standard Next.js HTTP endpoint, nothing special about this whatsoever. Let's export an async function post, and this takes a request, which is of type request, which is just the standard not even next, the standard web request. So we don't even need to import that type, it's literally built in. And the first thing we want to do is to grab the body, the const body of the request is going to be equal to await rec.text. This time we want the raw body, not a JSON parsed version. And we also want something called the signature, which equals the headers that we get from next headers that allows us to read the incoming request headers .get, and we want .get, and we want the Stripe signature header to make sure that this request actually comes from Stripe. And we can make sure by saying const event is equal to Stripe, let's import that from our lib, .webhooks.construct event, and in here we're going to pass three things: the raw body, then the signature, or default that to an empty string if it's not passed, which is automatically going to make this entire thing fail, which we want, right, if it's not coming from Stripe actually. And lastly the let's comma separate this right here, and lastly the process.env.stripe_webhook_secret, or let's also fall back to an empty string if that is not provided, also making this fail for any user, for example, that tries to call this directly, right? This should not work because, dude, otherwise they could just upgrade the plan themselves, and from a security perspective that would be horrible. And now we're going to do an if check. If the event.type is triple equal to checkout.session.completed, that means the user has successfully completed their payment. And we can say const session is going to be equal to event.data.object as Stripe. Let's import that type directly from Stripe right here, .checkout.session. And this just allows us to work with TypeScript easier. Great. We're going to say the const and destructure the user ID from the session.metadata. And this will not directly work, right? It's going to say user ID, or I mean, this is more important. The user ID does not exist on type metadata or null. So what we're going to do is if the session.metadata is not defined, then we're going to fall back to a user ID of null, just like this, right? So the user ID will always be here, but it could be null. We don't want it to be null, of course, right? So if there is no user ID, in that case, we're going to return a new response saying invalid metadata with a status of 400, which means bad request, right? And that should be if there's not a user ID. This guard clause now ensures that we always have a user ID in this database call that we're about to execute. Let's say await db.user.update, and we want to update the user where, right here, where the ID is the user ID, and we want to update the data of the user plan and set that to pro. Now the user is a pro user, and we can return a successful response from this API route, like a return new response, and let's just say okay and hit save. Beautiful. That is already the Stripe webhook done. It's really, really easy. And now the only thing that's left to do is to tell Stripe about this endpoint, right? So let's navigate over to Stripe. Let's go to our webhooks right here under, if that was too fast, under webhook, under developers and then webhooks. I've already got a bunch of webhooks here. Let's click add a new endpoint, and this will link to our Vercel endpoint or deployed endpoint, right? We would have to do some workarounds for local monitoring. So in order for us to set this endpoint URL, let's quickly go ahead and actually deploy our app. That's going to give us the URL we need to put right here as the endpoint URL. I just wanted to show you around the Stripe dashboard to make clear what we need to do right now. Now, before we deploy, let's do a final check if everything compiles correctly. Let's run yarn build. And by the way, little spoiler, I already know this build will fail because of one very stupid ESLint rule that we can disable right away in our ESLint rc.json, and that is this one. The something can be escaped with whatever, which is the React no unescaped entities. This is the stupidest ESLint rule ever, and I always disable it. It really has no benefits, and it's completely stupid. Okay, let's go ahead into our ESLint rc.json and create a new rules object here and say React/no unescaped entities and just turn that to off. And we're also going to say at next/next/no img element. We're also going to turn that off because in authenticated pages, it's totally fine to use a regular image tag. Of course, Vercel doesn't want you to do that, right? They want you to pay for their bandwidth, but that's just not needed. Okay, and it seems like we get one error here. No problem, that's a really easy fix in our category page content. Let's click on there to navigate there. And the problem here is that we are conditionally calling some hooks. And that's very likely because we have a return statement above those hooks. Yes, right here we have a return statement, right, for the empty state. Let's cut this return statement and move it way below, right above our JSX return statement, and then the linter should be happy. Right, so let's move it, for example, right here, above our return statement, above the div and then the tabs and so on. Right, this is where we're gonna put the return statement and then run or build again. This will lint our entire project, check for code quality, and if everything is okay, then it's actually gonna build correctly. And the build failed because there is a ghost component in our app under source/component/post.tsx. This is in here as a JStack boilerplate. We don't need that. We can just go ahead and delete this post component under source components post and then build again. And here we go. Beautiful. Our project compiled successfully. All the types are exactly as we want and our project builds. What that means is now we can go ahead and deploy our project. Let's head over to Vercel. I would like to deploy this to Cloudflare, but this video is becoming like very, very long. So for simplicity, we are going to deploy to Vercel. After you log into the Vercel dashboard, we can add a new project right here. And before we can upload our project here, we also need to push it to GitHub. So let's go to github.com, create a new repository. You might need to log in here if you're not, and create a new repository here in the top right, where it's had like the new. As the repository name, I'm going to say ping panda. As the description, we don't need to put anything. Let's mark this as a private repo and click create repository. This is basically a remote space where we can just push our code. Let's copy the origin command right here that GitHub gives us, because that's what we're going to need in our app right here. And let's run some commands. The first one is going to be git, and then it's going to be remove origin, because at the very start of the video, we cloned the JStack GitHub repo and need to remove that origin from this folder and add our new origin by just pasting that in. Let's say git add dot git commit -m and then just say init as the comment here, essentially committing all of our files that we have. And then let's say git push -u for upstream origin main. So this is the branch that we want to push to, and then hit enter. That's going to push all of our code into our GitHub repository. It might take a while because there are some images inside of here, and usually images take a bit to upload. But once that's done and we refresh our GitHub repository here on the right hand side, beautiful, we can see our repository code show up right here. Awesome. That means we can now go ahead and deploy to Vercel. Let's go to Vercel. It's automatically gonna list our project here. Let's click import and move that here to the right side, because one thing we want to paste into Vercel is our environment variables. Let's open up our .env file, grab everything here and simply paste that into our environment variables. This is automatically going to create an environment variable for every single entry that we have in our .env file. And then let's click deploy. Beautiful. And let's wait for a bit. This is going to try to deploy our application. And if everything goes well, then this should be successful and our project will be live on the web. So let's give this a second and let this load. This is normally the moment you pray that everything works correctly. So let's do that. And I'll be right back when this has either errored, which I don't think it will, or succeeded, which I hope it does. And that looks good. All right, really, really nice. Our project deployed successfully, and that gives us a live URL we can use to access our project. Let's go to the Vercel dashboard right here, and under domains, it should now give us right here pingpanda.vercel.app. And right away, let's go into our project settings, into our environment variables, and use that URL as or, let's let this load, as our next public app URL, and click edit here, because right now that is still localhost, and we want that to be the pingpanda.vercel.app with an https // prefix before it, and then hit save. Now, because we saved an environment variable and updated it, we do need to redeploy our project. So let's go to deployments and just click redeploy, and that's gonna basically do the exact same thing again, but just with the updated environment variable that we need in our production environment. So let's let this load, same thing, but just with the updated env. By the way, while this loads, we don't even need to wait for this. Let's already go into Stripe and configure that endpoint as our webhook URL. We're gonna say https / pingpanda.vercel.app /API /webhooks /Stripe, basically where we hosted it. Let's just listen to the checkout.session.completed event, which is the successful payment. Hit add events, and then we can just say add endpoint right here. And now every time somebody buys our pro plan, Stripe will call that API with all the important data like their user ID. The only thing left to do now is reveal our signing secret, which is the webhook secret we need to verify that this request actually comes from Stripe. And simply go ahead and set that. Well, okay, we could have waited for that in our environment variables as well, right? This is gonna be the Stripe webhook. Did we not add that? Do we not have a, okay, let's create it. A Stripe webhook secret. Oh yeah, we didn't even add that. Okay, so let's create a new environment variable, Stripe_webhook_secret, paste in the value we just got from Stripe, hit save, and then once again, we do need to redeploy. We can even cancel this ongoing deployment. We don't need it anymore. And let's just redeploy again. So all the environment variables are fresh, and we can actually do a final walkthrough of our application. So let's give this time. And dude, we're as good as done. Now, Josh, why did we jump back into the code? Because in this final walkthrough, I noticed a weird bug when signing in for the first time, which was an infinite redirect for some reason. This never happened in my tests, but in this app, it did happen. And eventually, I changed the redirect if there's no database user to /welcome in our main dashboard page. I also added a fallback redirect URL to our sign up, right? And that completely prevents the issue, because once a user signs up, then their account is created from the welcome page, right? And the last thing I did is in our main middleware.ts, I added these two entries right here. And I just wanted to show you all of these three changes. This one in our dashboard, this one in our sign up page, and this one in our middleware. So if for any reason you encounter the same error, now you know how to deal with it. So let's go to our deployed pingpanda.vercel.app right here and actually do our final walkthrough. Let's sign in. I'm going to choose my Josh Tried Coding account here, and let's see what's up in our final deployed version. Okay, no event categories yet. Let's go with the quick start. We can create that. That's going to insert all the stuff into our account. And dude, I really like how this looks. We have question, we have bug, we have sale, last ping never for all of them. Let's check our account. We have 3 of 3 categories, so we just used all of them with that quick start. We're on the free plan and we can upgrade. We have our API key, can copy that. Account settings, let's verify that. Okay, we don't have any Discord ID, but we could set it right here, save that, and now when we reload the page and navigate back and around, now the Discord ID is still here. Beautiful, man. Very, very nice work. Let's go into the sales. Right here, we can create a first sale event by sending a, oh, okay, I guess that's a little thing we forgot. We are on the deployed version and we did put localhost in here. Anyways, that's like a really easy change. I think you can manage that. And if we now send a fetch request to our deployed version, let's try that together with our API key. So I'm going to use Bruno as an HTTP client to do this. Then we should see the event pop up here in real time. So let's do this together. let's send the request to our deployed version /API/v1/events. We can go for a sale event, right? Yes, and we just need to pass our API key. So let's quickly copy that over. Let's grab that, insert it into our HTTP client as the header right here. And of course, this would be your actual customer sending this from their SaaS, right? That's the entire point. Let's go back into our sale and then let's actually send a request right here. Let's click send. Oh, and we got an error because we didn't set our Discord ID, right? Yeah, okay, our Discord ID is just wrong. Let me quickly grab my Discord ID, paste it in here. Let's save those changes and then let's try this again. Let's go back into our sale category and actually make a request to our deployed endpoint together. So let's try this again. Let's click send. Event processed successfully. Great. And if I now pull up Discord here from the left-hand side, we can see we got a new message from Ping Panda. A new sale event occurred. Dude, honestly, beautiful. That is so, so nice. If we now go ahead into our Ping Panda dashboard, there we go. I didn't even refresh the page. We automatically refetch the events. Beautiful, man. Not just the whole backend logic, but also the front end. A beautiful landing page with one of the coolest animations, honestly, I've ever seen on a website with these Discord messages. We have the bento grid, we have the testimonials, and we also, once we sign out, have the pricing page right here where we can get Ping Panda. Or if we're not logged in, then of course we are prompted to log into our account. Absolutely beautiful. Really, really nice work. We can be super proud of what we built today. And there we go. Now we're forwarded to the paid plan because we got here from the pricing page. Hell yeah, dude. Really, really nice work. Thank you so much for following along with this video. I really hope you got a run for your money and you agreed that I kept my promise from the beginning, that I want to show you everything, the entire logic behind how to build an entire app together. So, dude, thank you very much. It feels weird ending such a long video all of a sudden, but we're done. That's it. That's the entire app. And you can be really, really proud of this. So thank you for watching. I'm going to see you in the next video. Until then, have a good one and bye-bye.